Once, the bug queen, purchased by the beautiful country for hundreds of billions, is now a specimen collecting dust in a display case, unwanted even for free. Yet, the moment I saw her, I decided to spend all my wealth to buy her. My classmates mocked me, calling me a fool with a screw loose, for contracting a mere insect as a beast of dominion. But I paid them no heed, knowing as a scion of the Blue Star lineage that she is the mightiest creature of the bug tribe, the alien face-bursting worm. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the face-bursting worm, system binding complete. Begin extracting the host's beast of dominion information. Should the original space environment be changed, should cultivation begin? The system's alert sounded in Fong Sho's mind, his body trembling with excitement. It is indeed an alien. It is known that during the face-bursting worm era, it possessed the ability to parasitize, and it could also assimilate the host's genes to cultivate a more perfect form of alien. The life form, composed of silicon elements and organic matter, can defend against nuclear radiation and bacterial invasions and has an exoskeleton defense comparable to an aircraft carrier. Once a queen mother evolves in the tribe, she can produce millions of bug eggs in just an hour. Fang Xiu clenched his fists, determined to restore the glory of the alien. Our generation's duty is undeniable. System, is it possible to create food from my own blueprint? Although the face-bursting worm can parasitize animals like cows and sheep, its most powerful feature is genetic assimilation, and human genes are undoubtedly the perfect blueprint. Yet, no one has ever done this before, causing Fang Xiu's comment to silence the system. After some time, the system finally responded, beginning to analyze the host's body, preparing to create food for the beast of dominion. In the next second, a flash of light, and food, identical to Fang Xiu, fell from the sky. It is worth mentioning that the created entity does not possess Fang Xiu's memories or intelligence. Just looking at the food that looks just like him, Fang Xiu felt somewhat peculiar. The food has been successfully created. Should the face-bursting worm be hatched? Yes. Fang Xiu nodded without hesitation. As the system finished analyzing the data, a creature not of this world appeared before Fang Xiu. Congratulations, you have created a face-bursting worm in the beast of dominion space. You have earned the loyalty of the face-bursting worm. After awakening, the face-bursting worm did not directly attack Fang Xiu's duplicate but curled up on the grass, waiting for Fang Xiu's command. Though the face-bursting worm sent no messages, Fang Xiu could feel its fear of him, a fear ingrained in its genetic sequence. In the mind of the face-bursting worm, Fang Xiu is its master. Then, Fang Xiu opened his domain panel, Host Fang Xiu, God of the Alien, Beast of Dominion Face-bursting Worm. After reviewing the panel, Fang Xiu issued his first command, Face-bursting Worm, Parasitize. The commanded face-bursting worm, like a bolt of lightning, instantly pounced on the food. By the time Fang Xiu realized it, the face-bursting worm had already grabbed the food's face, starting to implant the alien embryo inside the host's body. The entire process would only take a couple of hours to complete. After implanting the embryo, the face-bursting worm would fall off and die, while the host would eat copiously, nurturing the alien. Hours later, the alien would emerge, initiating hunting mode. Once it reached adulthood, the alien would lay eggs on its own, hatching more face-bursting worms, endlessly. Fang Xiu surveyed his surroundings. The place was a dense grassland. Soon, an alien army would be born here. The next task was to observe. The beast of dominion in the space had completed its evolution. As it was a new species, the host was asked to name it. Listening to the system's alert, let's call it Alien. Having commanded the new species, you have gained the loyalty of the alien. Well done, Fang Xiu nodded. Looking at the alien before him, identical to his memory, it looked somewhat handsome. Fang Xiu took out a resource card, then let's start feeding. This time, he didn't create another duplicate, as the alien had already assimilated his genes, making another duplicate pointless. Fang Xiu used the resource card to create a herd of cows. Although it was possible to feed the alien cooked meat, as an alien, how could it not hunt? Another week was the baseline test. According to the information Fang Xiu found online, there would be a martial exam of Beast of Dominion battles, aimed at testing the nurturing capabilities of the new generation. Let's see what you can do then. Hunting commenced as Fang Xiu gave the command, the famished alien instantly rushing towards the herd of cows. At first, the cows didn't take this little one seriously. Only after the alien passed through one of the cows, turning it into a pile of bones, did they realize the danger had arrived. The next moment, the entire herd panicked and began to flee. But how could they escape the pursuing alien? As the alien continued to eat, its body grew visibly faster. In less than an hour, the originally less than 1 meter alien had surged to a height of 1 meter 80. Its dark, iron-like appearance was extremely oppressive. And because it was the only alien in the Beast of Dominion space, the male genes originally in its body were slowly fading. This was the female alien queen. This change surprised Fang Xiu. He had thought he needed to continually create duplicates and cultivate face-bursting worms to raise an alien army. Who would have thought the alien could automatically change its gender? Can life find its own way? Fang Xiu couldn't help but ponder. After devouring the herd, the alien queen walked up to Fang Xiu, slowly bowing down at his feet. This act of submission made Fang Xiu feel a bit peculiar. He tentatively reached out his hand, gently stroking the head of the alien queen. The feel was smoother than he had imagined, like stroking a girl's thigh clad in leather pants. How come my alien queen seems quite delicate and pretty? Gurgle, just as Fang Xiu was enjoying all this, a rumbling noise came from his stomach. Let's go eat, Fang Xiu rubbed his stomach. To nurture his own alien, he had been toiling here for hours. However, what Fang Xiu did not expect was that the alien queen kneeling at his feet seemed to sense something. With a powerful push from its hind legs, in just 2 or 3 breaths, it completed a sprint across the grassland. It brought a bloodied yellow cow to Fang Xiu's feet. That feeling was just like a little kitten bringing a mouse back to its owner. It was only at this moment that Fang Xiu realized. Why did the alien queen deliberately stop after hunting its prey, without his command, right after it had just eaten? According to its understanding, it was merely a hunter, and the food it hunted should be enjoyed first by Fang Xiu, this king. What a strictly hierarchical hive consciousness. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu patted the alien queen's head. You go ahead and eat. Let's not mention that the resource card is already expensive. After seeing the alien queen's hunting method, he could not possibly eat anything here. After soothing this alien queen, Fang Xiu exited the beast raising space and returned to the real world. Gurgle. His stomach growled even louder. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu arrived at the cafeteria of Crane City High School. The sky was getting darker, and all the new students had received resources from their respective homeroom teachers. Although it was evening, the area in front of the cafeteria was bustling with activity. Are you that Fang Xiu? Just as Fang Xiu was about to enter the cafeteria, a deep voice came from behind him, laced with a hint of gunpowder. Upon hearing the name Fang Xiu, many students exiting the cafeteria and those preparing to enter stopped in their tracks and began to chatter excitedly. Fang Xiu? Why does that name sound so familiar? Isn't he the one who chose the facehugger? I thought he was some kind of academic genius, yet he picked such an obscure beast. His grades must be a result of rote learning. Before high school, all he learned was general knowledge. Only in high school can one truly access beasts. That's when the real competition of strength begins. The heated conversations quickly turned negative. To them, Fang Xiu was just a fake academic star who got into Crane City High School through internal competition. He was nothing impressive. However, Fang Xiu did not take these doubts to heart. Who would get angry over a dog barking by the roadside? Who are you? Fang Xiu's attention was focused on the classmate who called out to him. The other wore a black tracksuit, stood nearly 2 meters tall, higher than Fang Xiu, had powerful arms, and his thigh muscles appeared very solid under the constraints of his sports pants. Are you the gym teacher? Fang Xiu raised his brow. Even though he was a transmigrant, he had done some research on this world. In his original world, gym teachers were weak and sickly, and their classes could easily be taken over by math or language teachers. But this world was different. This world revered Beastmasters. And gym teachers just happened to be the ones responsible for that subject. Some experienced gym teachers even had more authority than homeroom teachers. What math teacher? What language teacher? If my gym teacher says you're sick, then you're sick. Today's math class? It's all turned into gym class. Based on this knowledge, Fang Xiu's first reaction was that the gym teacher at Crane City High School had some objections to his breeding of the facehugger, which was why he approached him. The visitor was taken aback upon hearing Fang Xiu's question. I'm a freshman in the first year of high school, ranked 11th upon entry, scored 674 points on the entrance exam, my surname is Chen, and my given name is Fan. I remember your score was 689 points, ranked 7th in the city. Since we've met here, why not compare our strengths? As soon as these words fell, the scene erupted in an uproar. Chen Fan? I've heard of him. The city's largest chain supermarket is run by his family. Without a doubt, both Fang Xiu and Chen Fan were prominent figures among the freshmen. Word spread quickly, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger. And Chen Fan had been holding back a breath of air in his heart. He was always confident in his grades, thinking that he could surely rank in the top 10. However, unexpectedly, his ranking just barely placed him in the 11th position. Although the school gave 7 days before the mock exam for the new students to train their beasts. If it were you, you should have already completed the initial training, right? As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled out the beast space card from his pocket. Fang Xiu never imagined that on the very first day of school, he would be singled out by someone. But there was no reason for Fang Xiu to refuse this challenge. The greatest advantage of the alien species was to assimilate the genes of other creatures through parasitism. Since Chen Fan was confident enough to fight using his beast, it showed that the beast he trained was strong. Moreover, Fang Xiu also wanted to see just how powerful his alien queen was in this world of beasts. Chapter 4, The Challenger Who Came with a Reputation? Fang Xiu took out the beast space card without hesitation. Fighting was one of the functions of the beasts. Even if Chen Fan didn't formally challenge him, there would certainly be sparring in the future, so the school's distributed beast space cards could create a network area for online battles. There's one more thing I want to make clear here. Chen Fan used a resource card to create the online area and sent an invitation to Fang Xiu, then his voice became serious. I'm not just aiming to defeat you, Fong Sho. The top 10 of He City #1 high school are all my sharpening stones. I just happened to encounter you here first. If I had met Li Qingqing or Zhang Shuren, I would challenge them too. Chen Fan spoke with conviction to show that this was not a personal grudge. He just wanted to prove that being 11th was not worse than being in the top 10. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren. Are they the other people in the top 10? This Chen Fan seems to have done quite a bit of homework. Compared to Chen Fan's fighting spirit, Fong Sho felt somewhat lazy, not knowing anyone in the top 10. But Fong Sho only secretly scoffed in his heart, maintaining an air of calmness. Once you're done talking, let's get started. After finishing, Fong Sho clicked on Chen Fan's invitation on the Beast space card. V room. In an instant, Fong Sho felt a loud noise echoing in his mind. Looking ahead again, he saw the space expanded more than 100 times. Mountains, waterfalls, and even a campsite with wooden houses appeared. I remember my beast space was just a few square meters of grassland. Looking at these things that did not belong to his beast space, Fong Sho couldn't help but sigh that Chen Fan had truly put in a lot of effort. Roar! Then came a roar that resounded throughout the space, rougher than Fong Sho's impression of a tiger's roar. The next second, the ground began to tremble slightly. Footsteps, like raindrops, approached here. Fong Sho, listen carefully. Chen Fan took a deep breath and spoke loudly. My beast is not a common species, but a rare ancient one. Since the start of middle school, my family has hired a tutor to teach me various general knowledge about ancient species. To cultivate a beast, one must first understand beasts. Ancient creatures, due to the high oxygen content of Blue Star, were not only much larger but had very solid muscles. Without the guidance of ancient scholars, it was not easy for children from ordinary families to access general knowledge about ancient species. Without enough knowledge reserves, naturally one cannot cultivate ancient species beasts. This shows the impact of one's family background on newcomers. No wonder Chen Fan has the confidence to view the top 10 as sharpening stones. It's his rich family background that gives him this confidence. Fong Sho thought to himself, gazing at the giant creature that was roaring. He saw a brownish-yellow triceratops running wildly towards him. Its sharp horns were thicker than Fong Sho's arm. The bone plate growing near the neck looked very solid, much larger than a delivery van. If it were in the wilds of the original world, just one glance at such a giant would leave one pale with fear. Chen Fan crossed his arms. So, what is your beast? My beast. Fong Sho thought for a moment. He had told the homeroom teacher that his beast was a facehugger, but saying that now clearly did not fit. But that didn't matter. What was important was, where is my beast? Fong Sho looked around. His beast space was only a few dozen square meters, a completely open grassland. When he returned to the real world, his alien queen had already grown to a height of over 1.80 meters. Where had she run off to in the meantime? Seeing this, Chen Fan's expression darkened even more. Upon reflection, ever since they entered, he had seen no creature that resembled a beast. Where is your beast? After a brief silence, Chen Fan couldn't help but speak. Could it be that Fong Sho, ranked in the top 10, was just a small-town exam taker? Someone who only knew general knowledge, completely clueless about beasts? Could it be? Fong Sho ignored Chen Fan and his triceratops. After a moment of observation, he discovered that his original space had, at some unknown time, been dug out into a deep pit. And at one side of this deep pit was a dark, murky entrance. I understand. In an instant, Fong Sho suddenly realized. The social structure of alien species is a hive mind. After obtaining enough food, the queen will lay eggs through asexual reproduction. Because it is a hive mind, the alien queen does not lay eggs on the plain, but seeks out caves to hatch alien eggs in dark, gloomy environments. Thinking of this, Fong Sho glanced around. Because he had not thought of this problem immediately, he had not built a comfortable nest for the alien queen, which led to her digging out an underground cave. But this could not be blamed on Fong Sho. According to his original plan, the alien queen needed at least 48 hours to reach maturity. It seems the resource card provided too much food energy, hastening the growth of the alien queen. Hasten, growth. Although Fong Sho was the god of aliens, even the queen completely surrendered to him. After glancing at the size of that entrance, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chen Fan, you can still back out now. The triceratops, being a rare ancient species, Fong Sho naturally wanted the alien to assimilate its genes. But Chen Fan was not a bad person. If he regretted it, he could still turn back. Poof. Chen Fan huffed heavily. Although he had also noticed this unusual deep pit, he felt completely calm inside. His beast was the ancient species Triceratops. Its horns and boneplate were made for battle. But the next second, the entire ground began to shake violently. The lush green grass split apart at a visible speed, the cracks rapidly spreading right to Chen Fan's feet. The triceratops, which had seemed fierce, with red eyes filled with a desire to fight, suddenly sensed something terrifying. Its eyes widened in fear, like brass bells, and the bone plate near its neck drooped down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Completely different from the triceratops' thunderous roar, a deep, hoarse sound came from the dark, deep cave, like a gas leak. Though this sound wasn't very loud, it lingered continuously in Chen Fan's ears. That feeling, when experienced, was like someone scratching glass with their nails. That discomfort, penetrating to the bone, made the hairs on his body stand on end. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and his collar became unknowingly soaked. What on earth had Fang Xiu, raised as a beast? Bang! Chapter 5, The Oppressive Feeling of the Alien Queen. The battle that ended in an instant. Just as Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine, a deafening crash pulled his mind back to reality. He saw a massive black creature leap up from the depths, hissing weirdly. Chen Fan instinctively looked up, feeling that this creature's size was enough to block out the sky. The triceratops he had raised was trembling, intermittently spraying yellow urine from its lower body. In his panic, Chen Fan couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes bulging larger than those of the triceratops. Dumbfounded. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Fan who stood there shocked by the scene before him. Even Fong Sho was startled. Before he left the beast space, his alien queen was only about 1.8 meters tall. But now, the creature flying out from the underground cave was a whopping 4 to 5 meters long. Its jet-black bones had transformed into an internal spiral skeleton, with a huge fan-shaped crown growing on its elongated head, appearing even longer than Fong Sho. A set of extra armor shells grew on its chest, and the back tube transformed into sharp spikes, looking sharper than Chen Fan's triceratops horns. Moreover, the most significant difference between this alien queen and a regular alien was that it had an extra pair of forelimbs on its chest. Though they seemed a bit out of place compared to its massive body, they made the alien queen stand as powerfully as a T-Rex, with a thick, long tail like unskinned bones, ending in razor-sharp spikes. Hisses. The alien queen's roar echoed, and translucent slime dripped continuously from its exposed teeth. Before Chen Fan could clearly see its actions, the imposing alien queen charged in front of the triceratops, its sharp tail stabbing fiercely into its neck. Ah! In an instant, the triceratops's body visibly trembled, blood spraying in all directions, staining Chen Fan's cheeks and clothes, while the lamenting cries sent chills down one's spine. But no matter what, Chen Fan was just a first-year freshman from Qingqing No. 1 High School, and he had no enmity with Fang Xiu. Most importantly, killing a person and the shock of killing a beast were entirely different. After hesitating slightly, Fang Xiu still didn't let the alien queen attack Chen Fan. The next second, the alien queen turned and ran back to the underground cave without looking back. The entire process was smooth, seamless, and quick. From the alien queen bursting out of the underground cave, catching the triceratops, to returning to its underground kingdom, the whole thing took less than half a minute. In front of such emotionless monsters as aliens, even the great beasts of ancient times were no match. What was even more terrifying was, aliens could assimilate the host's genes, evolving the best capabilities of the other into alien abilities. As long as enough beasts were captured, Fang Shou's alien would become infinitely stronger. Unlike Fang Xiu, who easily started to fantasize about the future, Chen Fan was completely shocked by the scene he had just witnessed. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? And what is that black creature? Fang Xiu's beast? Why does it feel completely unlike any species that ever existed on Blue Star? Could it be a mythical beast that only appears among millions? Yes. It must be a mythical beast. During middle school, I was always at the top of my general knowledge class. Plus, I had a private tutor hired by my family. I can't claim to know everything about modern or ancient creatures, but I can be sure that the giant thing just now was definitely not something that should exist on Blue Star. His face was pale as paper, his brain was in a fog, and he couldn't recover for a long time. As Chen Fan lost his fighting spirit, his beast-mastering space began to collapse. In less than 2 breaths, Fang Xiu and Chen Fan returned to the real world. A large number of new students still gathered near the cafeteria. Although they didn't think highly of Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug and couldn't see the battle, the lively atmosphere naturally kept them from leaving easily. But what everyone did not expect was, when Fang Xiu and Chen Fan returned to reality, their states were surprisingly different. Fang Xiu still appeared calm and composed. Chen Fan, however, slumped on the ground, his face ghostly pale, his bangs soaked with sweat, and both his clothes and face were stained with bright red blood. The beast-mastering space card in his hand fell from his grip and landed on the ground with a thud. Hey, what's going on? Did Chen Fan lose badly? Isn't Fang Xiu's beast the face-hugging bug? How did he do that? Could it be that Chen Fan's beast is worse? As a new student who entered Hiqing No. 1 High School with a top 10 score in the city, Fang Xiu was always the center of attention. News of him raising the face-hugging bug spread among the freshmen. Before the battle result came out, they almost unanimously believed that Fang Xiu would lose. Ancient species, triceratops? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and the others turned their gazes toward Chen Fan's fallen beastmastering space card. Although the beastmastering space card could hide beast information, the usually proud Chen Fan disdained to use this function. In fact, he wanted to announce to the world that he had raised an ancient species. At this, the onlooking freshman exploded with excitement. Nobody expected that on the first day of school, Chen Fan had raised a rare ancient species. And every new student knew the strength of an ancient species. Even without undergoing any mutations, just based on their inherent power, they were already terrifying beings. But the result? The battle between Fang Xiu and Chen Fan didn't even last 2 minutes. The ancient species was defeated instantly? What kind of beast did Fang Xiu raise? What exactly is this face-hugging bug? I searched on my phone, but couldn't find any information on the face-hugging bug. Could it be that this face-hugging bug is also an ancient species? Countless eyes turned towards Fang Xiu, and some freshmen couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. What on earth is this face-hugging bug? How could it take down Chen Fan's ancient species? What kind of monsters are the top 10 prodigies in the city? In an instant, many people looked at Chen Fan with sympathetic eyes. Before this, they thought Chen Fan was just unlucky, which is why he ranked 11th. But now it seems, there might indeed be a huge gap between the top 10 and the 11th. However, Fang Xiu did not become overconfident due to people's gaze. Because he understood that this was just the beginning. The alien queen could still continue to evolve into the alien empress. Even when the alien species grew large enough, the ultimate creature known as the Mother of Queens would emerge. Chapter 6, The First Day of School Causes a Sensation. A large number of new students gathered at the entrance of the cafeteria, and many took out their phones to shoot videos, uploading them to Slowhan and Shaking Joy, quickly causing a sensation at Qingqing No. 1 High School. Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu's class teacher, quickly put down his work and hurried towards the cafeteria entrance. Thinking about Fang Xiu choosing the face-hugging bug as his beast, Zhang Yu couldn't help but imagine Fang Xiu being beaten up and bruised. But this is also good. Rather than waiting for the base examination to fall behind others, realizing his beast's inadequacies in time can help Fang Xiu give up on raising the face-hugging bug. Cultivating even more powerful beast tamers. Along the way, Zhang Yu constantly murmured to himself. As one of the top 10 students in the city, if Fang Xiu is properly cultivated, his scores in the college entrance examination will definitely not be poor in the future. Even if he isn't in the national top 10, he still has a chance to enter 985 or 211 universities. At that time, as Fang Xiu's head teacher, this would undoubtedly be a solid achievement of his own. It is precisely because of this that Zhang Yu felt a headache when he learned that Fang Xiu wanted to choose a face-hugging bug as his beast. Hello, teacher Zhang Yu. When Zhang Yu arrived near the cafeteria, a student quickly recognized him in the crowd, and with the student's exclamation, the other newcomers retreated like a tide, clearing a path for Zhang Yu. However, what Zhang Yu never expected was that the scene he anticipated did not appear. At this moment, Fang Xiu was standing calmly among the crowd. Instead, it was Chen Fan, who had challenged him, sitting on the ground, looking frightened. What's going on? Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug won? That student is Chen Fan? Although Chen Fan ranked only 11th in the city, he was still a talent worth cultivating at Crane City's first high school. With Chen Fan's respectable family wealth, even Zhang Yu was deeply impressed by him. When he learned that Chen Fan was assigned to Class 6, Zhang Yu even felt it was a pity. Such a good seedling, why wasn't he assigned to his class? I remember Chen Fan's beast is an ancient breed triceratops. The face-hugging bug defeated the triceratops? What kind of joke is this? Zhang Yu really couldn't understand the situation before him. Fang Xiu. However, with fame comes trouble. Fighting at the cafeteria entrance on the first day of school wasn't a good look, so Zhang Yu quickly calmed down and grabbed Fang Xiu's wrist, saying, "Come with me." Teacher Zhang, I haven't eaten yet. Fang Xiu complained with a black face. He had cultivated that strange beast all afternoon and was already starving. First Chen Fan, and now Zhang Yu, how could he enjoy his meal now? But Zhang Yu was, after all, his head teacher, and he was indeed quite strong. Fang Xiu had no choice but to follow him to the office. Fang Xiu, what on earth is going on? As soon as they sat down in the office, Zhang Yu displayed a stern expression. Sigh. Fang Xiu first sighed deliberately, I also want to know what's going on. I cultivated my beast all afternoon in the dormitory, and my stomach is growling. I thought of going to the cafeteria to have something good to reward myself after all the hard work, but then Chen Fan suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He insisted on challenging me. How could I be afraid of him? If this gets out, it's one thing to tarnish my reputation, but if other classes find out, wouldn't they say that Zhang Lasher's class is full of cowards? Zhang Yu couldn't help but be stunned. That reasoning was, indeed, quite valid. Especially in this world, where everyone is a beast tamer, and the saying goes that the poor study literature while the rich cultivate strength. Who doesn't want to raise a powerful beast? If beast tamers do not fight or struggle, how can they become strong? Furthermore, before bringing Fong Sho back, Zhang Yu specifically checked on Chen Fan. Although he had blood on him, it wasn't his own, it should be from his beast. He was just frightened, and there didn't seem to be any serious injuries. Stop complaining, and do you not know that sometimes stepping back can lead to greater horizons? Forget it, let's not talk about that. Let me see your beast. Zhang Yu changed the subject. He hadn't planned to hold Fong Sho accountable. The reason he brought him over was purely out of curiosity about what this guy had cultivated that scared Chen Fan so much. Bang! However, just as Fong Sho was about to respond, a loud bang came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a muscle-bound middle-aged man with a square face storming in, followed by a young man in sportswear with golden-rimmed glasses. Li Guosheng. Zhang Pan. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming alert. The visitor was none other than Li Guosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, and also Chen Fan's teacher. The other was the new physical education teacher, specifically responsible for the sports classes of Class 2, Class 6, and Class 8. Though he appeared polished and dignified, his name was somewhat humorous, but Zhang Yu had heard he entered a prestigious sports university through special recommendation, and his skills could not be underestimated. Zhang Yu, your student killed Chen Fan's beast and humiliated my student in front of so many people, isn't that too much? Li Guosheng hurriedly stepped forward, slapping his large hand heavily on the table, while stealing a glance at Fong Sho from the corner of his eye. You are that Fong Sho? The words were filled with a bitter tension. Yes. Fong Sho wanted to retort but was pulled behind Zhang Yu. Facing the enraged Li Guosheng, Zhang Yu didn't show any sign of weakness. It's normal for a new senior high school student to vent some frustrations, isn't it? What about you, teacher Zhang Pan? Are you here to hold someone accountable too? Class 2 and Class 6 are both under your care, and Fong Sho is also your student, so why the double standard? Is it because of Chen Fan's family background? Fong Sho silently observed the scene, thinking to himself, this teacher Zhang Yu seems ordinary, but unexpectedly knows how to protect his students. Moreover, as soon as he spoke, he pushed the accompanying physical teacher aside. This person is quite impressive. You misunderstood, teacher Zhang Yu. Zhang Pan smiled, pushing her golden-rimmed glasses up. I just came to watch the excitement. Chen Fan's family once asked me to be his bridging class teacher, so I have some understanding of Chen Fan's abilities. That's why I'm curious what kind of beast Fong Sho has cultivated. You are Fong Sho, right? Hello, I am Zhang Pan, your physical education teacher for the first semester. Could you let me see your beast? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow immediately. He did not expect Zhang Pan to make such a request. After all, she would be Fong Sho's future physical education teacher, and if he refused here, it would affect her view of Fong Sho. But what if Zhang Pan came to hold Chen Fan up and deliberately suppress Fong Sho? Zhang Yu felt a bit conflicted inside. Chapter 7, If you want to see my beast, you have to pay. Although he was Fong Sho's homeroom teacher, the most important beast class was Zhang Pan's territory. If she had any grudges and really intervened in Fong Sho's learning progress or suppressed him, it would not be easy for him as a homeroom teacher to notice in time, and even if he did know, it wouldn't be good to conflict with Zhang Pan. Sure. Fong Sho, seeing Zhang Yu's difficulty, decided to agree straightforwardly. After all, in this world, physical education teachers could make math teachers sick at any time. There was no need to escalate the conflict right from the start. Wait a minute. Li Guosheng's face darkened. He brought Zhang Pan over to help Chen Fan. How did it suddenly turn into watching Fong Sho's beast? However, Zhang Pan remained silent, merely casting a glance at Li Guosheng, signaling him not to be anxious. If Fong Sho's beast had used some despicable, disgraceful means to win, she as the physical education teacher would have something to say. Seeing Zhang Pan's stance, Li Guosheng could only nod. But unexpectedly, Fong Sho did not take out the beast space card immediately and invite them in. My beast cannot be seen for free. As he spoke, Fong Sho raised a finger. 1,000, how about that? Zhang Yu? Li Guosheng? Zhang Pan? In an instant, all three looked at him with confused faces. Well then. Among the three of them, one was Fong Sho's homeroom teacher, and one was his physical education teacher this semester. How could even seeing his beast cost money? Sigh. Seeing the three teachers' eyes wide open, Fong Sho could only sigh helplessly. I come from a modest background. It's not as wealthy as Chen Fan's family. Expanding the beast space and buying various beast food are all considerable expenses. I'm not crying poor to you, I am truly poor. To expand the size of the beast space card, one needs to buy various expansion packs, and the food in the resource cards is also limited. Once used up, students must recharge. Some students who originally had the potential to enter 985 or 211 universities often fall behind their peers in their final year due to their family's financial struggles, ending up only able to attend an ordinary undergraduate or even a vocational college. To avoid this situation happening to himself, Fang Xiu thought of this plan. What you said seems to make sense. Zhang Yu was somewhat speechless, but he also understood the reasoning behind it, so he took out his phone, added Fang Xiu as a friend on Qingqing, and transferred 1,000 yuan. Seeing this, Zhang Pan said nothing more. Every teacher in this world may have financial struggles, except for the physical education teachers. Aren't you going too far, Class 2? You hurt my student and expect me to pay for the check on your student's beast? Isn't this bullying the honest person? Then Teacher Li can wait here, I don't have to insist that you come. Fang Xiu said without thinking. If you don't want to spend money, then just wait outside. You. Looking at Fang Xiu's smirk, Li Guoxing's forehead bulged with veins. But 1, he didn't want to wait foolishly outside. And 2, people are curious, he also wanted to know what kind of beast defeated Chen Fan's beast. Li Guoxing angrily paid the money. All right. After receiving the payment, Fang Xiu didn't linger and directly took out the beast space card, inviting the 3 teachers. A faint light flashed, and Fang Xiu entered the beast space again. Even the furious Li Guoxing, as a teacher, naturally wouldn't stoop to using his own beast to bully Fang Xiu. So Zhang Yu and the others only entered Fang Xiu's beast space without choosing to release their own beasts. Where's your beast? Zhang Yu looked around. Fang Xiu's beast space was just the initial grassland form, and the area was extremely small. Looking up, every sceneries were visible. Forget about beasts, he hadn't even seen anything resembling a beast. Follow me. Fang Xiu waved his hand, signaling the 3 teachers to follow. In no time, they reached the entrance of an underground cave. Inside, it was not only pitch black but also had a hint of coldness. It's worth mentioning that it was Fang Xiu's first time cultivating an alien species, and he never initially realized that the alien queen would dig underground caves. Now seeing the dark underground cave, Fang Xiu finally realized. Aliens like to lay eggs in this kind of environment, but for humans, this environment is simply blinding. Clap. Just as Fang Xiu was about to make a torch in the cave, Zhang Panpan's crisp finger snap caught his attention. Electric eel. As Zhang Pan whispered, 3 silver-white electric eels suddenly appeared and swirled around him. The next second, these electric eels began to shine brightly, lighting up the dark cave as if it were daytime. What surprised Fang Xiu even more was that the originally aquatic electric eels could ignore the rules of gravity and float beside Zhang Pan. And this light, it was even brighter than streetlights. What kind of beast is this? It's practically magic. This is what a true beast is. Fang Xiu's gaze sharpened. Although one can find some beast videos online, the immersive shock felt is entirely unmatched by videos. In Fang Xiu's eyes, comparing with true beast masters like Zhang Pan, Chen Fan's triceratops beast was simply child's play. If only my face-hugging bug could parasitize this electric eel. A creature that glows and generates electricity, just thinking about it is thrilling. Teacher Zhang, can you give me one of your beasts? Fang Xiu said very politely. As far as Fang Xiu knew, a powerful beast master could own several beast spaces and countless beasts. This electric eel might be one of Zhang Panpan's least remarkable beasts. Even if I wanted to give it to you, this level of beast is something you can't control right now. If the beast master's own strength is not powerful enough, not only will they not be able to control their beasts, but they will also suffer backlash. Zhang Pan earnestly educated Fang Xiu. Although he had defeated Chen Fan this time, the path of the beast master was always one where countless bones lay beneath every success, and there was still a long way for him to go. Thinking he could touch a beast like the electric eel now would only backfire. However, what Zhang Pan didn't know was that Fang Xiu had no intention of nurturing an electric eel, he just wanted to use it to feed his own alien creature. But if he said that, it would surely make Zhang Pan question his life choices. Out of control? Fang Xiu pondered. The alien creatures have a strictly hierarchical hive society, where the alien king holds supreme power. But once transformed into a beast, would such strict rules still apply? No. Fang Xiu shook his head, there's really nothing to worry about. If I lack strength, then I just need to become stronger. If the alien queen is destined to be a witch, then I just need to become the demon king. Chapter 8, The Shocked Teachers, This Alien is a Phantom Beast. Along the way, Fang Xiu kept asking Zhang Pan about beast-related matters. Although he knew Zhang Pan wanted to support Chen Fan, the knowledge about beasts would become useful experience for him. Moreover, teacher Zhang Yu was also present, so Fang Xiu was not worried that Zhang Pan would trick him. As the group progressed deeper into the cave, Zhang Pan slowly felt that something was off. Teacher Zhang, Teacher Li, don't you think this cave is a bit too extravagant? Zhang Pan frowned, the height from the ground to the rock ceiling was as tall as 3 floors. What kind of beast had Fang Xiu nurtured that required such a large space? Also, since just now, strange hissing sounds had been coming from deep in the cave. This sound not only made one's hearing uncomfortable but also revealed a chilling aura. Zhang Panpan had been considered a top student during university and had seen many beasts, including some terrifying ones. But one must understand, Fang Xiu had just entered high school and was a new student. Today was his first time coming into contact with beasts. Zhang Yu's expression also turned strange. Listening to Zhang Panpan, it really is a bit odd. I remember Fang Xiu's beast is a face-hugging bug, right? Isn't it just a bug? How could it need such a large space? After an unknown amount of time, they finally entered the main nest of the cave after several twists and turns. Zhang Panpan's electric eel quickly flew into the air, trying to expand its glow and increase visibility. However, after just one glance, Zhang Yu's eyes widened like cow's eyes. What the hell? Li Guosheng beside him couldn't help but swear. Not only these two teachers but even Zhang Panpan instinctively rubbed his eyelids, doubting whether he was seeing correctly. Fang Xiu, you call this thing a face-hugging bug? Zhang Yu turned his head sharply, his voice booming like a beast. There, Fang Xiu's alien queen was curled up with its legs tucked, its massive body towering 2 stories high, and if it weren't for the continuous hissing moans coming from the alien queen's mouthparts, Zhang Yu wouldn't even realize that this giant creature was a Beastmaster. What shocked Zhang Yu even more was that this alien queen was unlike ordinary creatures covered in muscle to protect their bones. The bones of this alien queen were exposed on the outside, protecting its own muscles, and below its pelvis connected a giant ovipositor, looking remarkably similar to an ant queen's abdomen. Except it was magnified 1,000 times. Li Guosheng gulped in disbelief, measuring the length of the ovipositor by eye. It was at least 8 meters long. Wait, Teacher Zhang, what did you just say about hugging? Li Guosheng vaguely heard the words facehugger. But he didn't understand why this giant creature would be called a facehugger. Whose face was it hugging? Just standing in front of this alien queen, Li Guosheng felt utterly uncomfortable. If he encountered this thing in the wild, he would definitely release his Beastmaster for a fight at the first moment. This. Zhang Yu furrowed his brows, taking a quick deep breath to keep himself calm. You ask me, who should I ask? However, even though the alien queen was staring at them closely, creating a sense of pressure, Zhang Yu felt that the alien queen held no hostility towards the three of them. Clearly, Fang Xiu had raised this terrifying alien queen very well. Zhang Yu's gaze followed the ovipositor to the other side, where he saw numerous sticky eggs densely packed together. No, rather than eggs, they looked more like white ovals. At this moment, Chen Fan's triceratops beast was tossed aside in a corner of the nest, with a beige facehugger clinging onto his face. Although the facehugger was about 1 meter long, compared to the alien queen, it seemed like a completely different species. Zhang Yu looked at the facehugger, then at the alien queen, and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fang Xiu, don't tell me this thing evolved from the facehugger? Seeing Zhang Yu's completely astonished expression, Fang Xiu felt a sense of satisfaction rising in his heart. You can't say it evolved. It's actually just the adult form of the facehugger. Zhang Yu? Li Guosheng? Zhang Panpan? In an instant, the three of them widened their eyes in unison and glanced down at the densely packed insect eggs, roughly estimating there were more than 20. According to Fang Xiu's words, didn't it mean that these insect eggs could all turn into giant creatures like the alien queen? Not necessarily. Only female facehuggers can grow this large, and I named her the alien queen. The male facehuggers are much smaller. Listening to Fang Xiu's explanation, Zhang Yu finally understood. These facehuggers, despite their enormous size, had a social structure based on a hive mentality. Just like ants, a queen ant's size is usually 3 to 4 times larger than regular ants. Even when fully grown, it would be just over 3 meters tall, Fang Xiu said casually. What? Zhang Yu was once again frozen in place. Based on the size difference between a queen ant and ordinary ants, an adult male alien would only be a little over 1 meter tall. Yet Fang Xiu said a regular alien could grow over 3 meters tall? And looking at the conditions of this nest, it seemed the alien queen's reproduction was parthenogenetic. Doesn't that mean, as long as this alien queen had enough space and resources, she could keep expanding her colony? This is just too unreasonable. Fang Xiu, how on earth did you create such a Beastmaster? Is it possible that it's an ancient Beastmaster? Zhang Yu once again looked at the alien queen. In ancient times, Blue Star had an extremely high oxygen level, leading to many bizarre creatures. Even a mosquito, if placed in modern times, would be surprisingly large. Based on this relationship, Zhang Yu couldn't help but speculate that Fang Xiu perhaps found it in some ancient Beastmaster book. Discovered this alien form, so this thing was cultivated. What a disaster. If I had known that the facehugger that Fang Xiu mentioned was this kind of beast, I should have supported him wholeheartedly. Just thinking about it makes Zhang Yu want to slap himself. Fortunately, Fang Xiu has strong opinions, and I am not the kind of teacher who has a strong desire for control. Otherwise, wouldn't that have stifled a talented Beastmaster? Even until this moment, Zhang Yu truly understood why the school regulated that homeroom teachers could only guide and not make decisions for students. No, wait. Zhang Panpan carefully observed and refuted Zhang Yu's words. This is not an ancient species, Fang Xiu's beast is an illusion species. Ah? Li Guosheng beside him instantly froze. Illusion species? Chapter 9, Silicon-based life? Illusion species. Illusion species? Even Zhang Yu was shocked by Zhang Panpan's statement. Conventional species and ancient species of beasts are born from the blue star life system. Illusion species completely transcend this limitation. As far as Zhang Yu knew, among millions of Beastmasters, only 1 in 8 illusion species Beastmaster would be born. Zhang Panpan's words were equivalent to saying that Fang Xiu is a genius Beastmaster among millions. Oh my god. Zhang Yu gasped. Since he entered Crane City No. 1 High School until today, it has been 7 springs and autumns. As the strongest high school in Crane City, all the outstanding talents of the city are sent here. Yet, even so, the number of illusion species Beastmasters produced by Crane City No. 1 is extremely few. In fact, in Zhang Yu's teaching career, he has never encountered a student with an illusion species. Fang Xiu is the first. How can he not be excited? Wait a minute, Zhang Panpan, on what basis do you declare that Fang Xiu's beast is an illusion species? Li Guosheng found it hard to accept. If Fang Xiu's beast is a conventional or even ancient species, he could find a way to support Chen Fan. But once Fang Xiu's beast is labeled as an illusion species, the nature changes completely. Because in that case, Fang Xiu would definitely be the top student this year and could even enrich the principal's resume and the leader of Crane City's education. Hey, Teacher Zhang, where are you? However, when he turned around, Li Guosheng found that Zhang Panpan, who was supposed to be standing beside him, had disappeared. I'm here. Fang Xiu and others looked over and discovered that Zhang Panpan was checking the alien queen's eggs, holding a unique card in his hand, with a faint light emanating from it, enveloping the entire egg. Yeah, on what basis do you say this alien form is an illusion species? Zhang Yu asked, his mouth curling up. Although he was echoing Li Guosheng, he was clearly overjoyed inside. Because this alien form is not a carbon-based life. As he explained, Zhang Panpan stood up. Since earlier, he felt that the structure of the alien queen was very unique, so he scanned the egg internally. The result surprised him greatly. This alien's life composition is not based on carbon elements. Ah? Li Guosheng was stunned again. Zhang Yu was also dumbfounded, quickly taking out his card to scan the egg on the ground. All known living beings on Blue Star, whether ancient or modern, are composed of organic matter based on carbon elements. Only illusion species beasts can break out of this limitation and use other elements as the basis for organic matter. That's right, this alien form is silicon-based. Zhang Panpan said emphatically, to analyze, construct, hatch, and cultivate creatures from one's imagination is undoubtedly something only an illusion species Beastmaster can do. Now, Li Guosheng was completely dumbfounded. Although Zhang Panpan had just said that Fang Xiu's beast was an illusion species, he still held onto a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if Zhang Panpan was mistaken? Unexpected results. This alien turned out to be a silicon-based life form. In fact, not just Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng was equally shocked. Fang Xiu also finally processed this in his mind. If it weren't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, he almost forgot that the alien was a silicon-based life form setting. Compared to carbon, silicon has a larger atomic radius, so the compounds formed are more stable, and some scientists even speculate that silicon-based life could withstand high-intensity cosmic radiation and viral bacterial attacks. No. If it's silicon-based, what kind of bacteria would dare to seek death? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Teacher Li, although my alien queen killed Chen Fan's beast, he provoked first, so I hope you can ensure he doesn't act recklessly again. Fang Xiu said in a low, cold voice. In his impression, this is how web novel protagonists warn their enemies. Then the enemy would start mocking the protagonist, even resorting to a fight. Simply put, hitting the small to get to the big. If Li Guosheng continued to speak up for Chen Fan, Fang Xiu could openly let the alien parasite into his beast. Fang Xiu. In an instant, Li Guosheng's volume rose several times. Very good. Bang. Just when Fang Xiu thought Li Guosheng couldn't hold back and would release his beast, he instead took 3 steps in 2 and grabbed Fang Xiu's hand. Do you want to come to class 6? I can make you the class monitor, and you can manage the class funds. Also, I will cover your meal expenses for the 3 years of high school. Fang Xiu? Not a buddy, wasn't it said to hit the small to get to the big? This script is wrong. What happened to your previously arrogant attitude? Boom. In an instant, Zhang Yu quickly stepped forward and pushed Li Guosheng away. Old Li, what do you mean? Are you trying to steal my student? Fang Xiu is from our class too, why does class 6 have the right to intervene? And wanting to buy hearts just by being class monitor? Don't make me laugh. Fang Xiu, during your 3 years of high school, you can feel free to stay in class too. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll find you 3 female classmates to accompany you for studies. Fang Xiu? Female classmates to accompany studies? There's even this kind of operation? Old Zhang, on what basis do you say Fang Xiu is from your class too? It's only the first day of school, and we haven't even started classes properly. Is using female classmates to accompany studies something a teacher should say? You wait for it. However, Li Guosheng did not continue to bicker with Zhang Yu here, nor did he take out better benefits to tempt Fang Xiu. He directly took out the Beast Space card, detached from Fang Xiu's Beast Space, and disappeared. Damn, this old Li must have gone to find old Wang. Fang Xiu, you just focus on raising your face-hugging bugs. I will protect you in this school. While speaking, Zhang Yu also took out a card. Okay, Teacher Zhang. The sudden situation made Fang Xiu pause, but he nodded, indicating he understood. What Teacher Zhang? Do I look that old? Okay, Brother Zhang. Fang Xiu cleverly changed his words. What did you call me? You go? Getting on the right track. Zhang Yu nodded in satisfaction and then quickly disappeared before Fang Xiu. By the way, who is old Wang? Looking at his beast space, only Zhang Panpan remained. Fang Xiu finally thought to ask. It should be Wang Kai, he is the head teacher of your year. Any student who wants to apply for a class transfer must get his approval. They rushed offline, presumably to find old Wang to argue over you. Zhang Panpan smiled and explained. Although Chen Fan is a good seed, no one would offend a beast of the illusion species for an ancient beast. You aren't going? Seeing himself so sought after, Fang Xiu also started to tease. Class 2 and Class 6 physical education classes are all handled by me. I don't mind if you go over there. But just calling you directly is too rude. Call me Pan Pan Gu. I'm only a few years older than you. Chapter 10, Successfully Hatch a New Alien. This plot doesn't feel right. Fang Xiu recalled the online novels he had read in his previous life, where at this point, the villain would typically go down in a fierce battle with the protagonist. Who knew, this Li Guosheng and Zhang Panpan, one wanted to run to the age director for a class transfer to help him, while the other directly treated him as a real brother. Alright, your beast is about to hatch, so I won't disturb you any longer. With that, Zhang Panpan exited Fang Xiu's beast space. As Fang Xiu was left alone in the beast space, the face-hugging bug that was tightly holding the triceratops's head also fell down. I still wanted to go eat something. Fang Xiu looked at the state of the triceratops. The face-hugging bug did not directly kill the host but instead used their body to feed, providing energy for the alien until the alien detached from the host's body. And although Fang Xiu had the authority over the beast space, he could not stop time. If he left here now to eat in the cafeteria and came back, the alien would probably have already burst out. Forget it. If it were a common alien, Fang Xiu wouldn't be so eager. But in the Alien movie series he had watched, those terrifying aliens mostly parasitized humans or puppies. There had never been an alien that could invade the bodies of extinct dinosaurs. I wonder what the alien will be like after assimilating the triceratops's genes. Fang Xiu rubbed his belly and decided to wait for the little alien to hatch before heading to eat, using a resource card to provide food for the triceratops. Fortunately, this process did not take too long. After about 20 minutes, the triceratops's feeding speed began to slow down, and soon it crashed to the ground with a small impact. Then, the triceratops's belly began to swell, a hint of redness emerging from inside. Come on. For some reason, Fang Xiu suddenly felt like he was waiting for a birth. He and the alien queen simultaneously looked at the triceratops. Fang Xiu could even sense the alien queen's worry for the alien inside the triceratops's belly. After all, the triceratops, an ancient creature, had thick flesh, and its defense was dozens of times stronger than that of a normal person. Not to mention that Chen Fan had specifically enhanced the triceratops's physical qualities during cultivation. Puff. But just when Fang Xiu felt a bit anxious, blood splattered from the triceratops's belly. 2 black, sharp horns protruded from it, followed by a third one. Is that the triceratops's horns? Fang Xiu narrowed his eyes, only to see the triceratops's belly beginning to melt. It felt like it had been corroded by strong acid. Is it the unique acidic blood of the alien? Although the triceratops's flesh had great toughness, under the alien's unique acidic blood, large chunks quickly fell off. No matter how strong your flesh was, could it be stronger than steel? It would all be melted away. Soon, the entire alien broke free from the triceratops's body, its steps a bit wobbly, clearly not yet adapted to its new form. It feels even bigger than when the alien queen burst. Even the alien that hatched from the triceratops' body did not maintain the mannerisms of the triceratops. Although this alien's body was heavier, it still learned to walk upright. But the way this alien walks doesn't look human at all, it looks more like a Tyrannosaurus from ancient times. It has a strong presence. Then, Fong Sho consumed resource cards again, creating some food and tossing it in front of the new alien, allowing it to gorge itself. Although this alien was born from the alien queen and assimilated the triceratops' genes, it still retained the hive mind. Upon seeing the food, it did not eat alone. Instead, it stared blankly at Fong Sho, as if waiting for him to distribute the food. Very good. Fong Sho nodded in satisfaction but felt that the alien queen had a kind of tender affection when she saw this alien. Is it my illusion, or is it because I am the master of this space so I can perceive the alien queen's more delicate emotions? Perhaps I should ask my teacher later. After all, in the entire Alien movie series, no one had ever cultivated aliens like he did, sensing their emotions. And Fong Sho clearly remembered the setting of the alien queen. She had an IQ of 175. And in Alien 1, when the female lead was about to burn the eggs, the alien queen even tried to negotiate with her. When the female lead really destroyed the eggs, the enraged alien queen showed a sense of revenge. As for this new alien, you are the alien queen. Then it must be the alien triceratops. Fong Sho tried to think of a powerful name, but then reconsidered. The name alien itself already had a strong oppressive feeling. The test will be left to you. Fong Sho quickly approached the alien triceratops, lifted his head, and gently stroked its head. The alien triceratops quickly responded, rubbing the smoother part of its head against Fong Sho's hand. It looked like a little cat acting spoiled. Furthermore, the alien triceratops let out hissing, gurgling sounds from its throat from time to time. It was clear that this alien triceratops was submissive to Fong Sho. As for why the test was to be given to the alien triceratops. Although the alien queen had terrifying power, once released, it would undoubtedly shock the entire Crane City High School, but the alien queen had already developed an ovipositor for reproduction. I remember that the alien queen can separate from the ovipositor in extreme emergencies to fight for her colony, but this process also causes immense pain. This was just a test. It wasn't worth making the alien queen suffer for better performance. I, Fong Sho, am truly a gentleman. On the other side. In the office of the first-year head, Wang Kai, Li Guosheng and Zhang Yu pushed the door open, eager to rush in, but due to their sizes, the two of them got stuck together at the door. Wang Kai looked at the two squeezed at the door with a dark expression. You both arrived just in time. I won't have to go look for you. What's going on with the students in your class? It was only the first day of school, and a fight broke out among the freshmen in front of the cafeteria, which had even spread online. There were some negative impacts. Fortunately, no one was hurt, otherwise, as the head of the grade, he might also be implicated. Seeing Wang Kai's unhappy expression, Zhang Yu and Li Guosheng restrained themselves a bit. High school freshmen, just starting to deal with their beasts, it's normal for them to get a little hot-headed and want to compete with their beasts. Similar incidents have happened in previous years, right? Zhang Yu said casually as he walked in. Wang Kai's teaching career was not shorter than Zhang Yu's. The matter of students fighting is indeed common. Technology is advancing, and school rules are gradually loosening. In the past, schools could even prohibit students from bringing phones, and the influence of short video platforms was not so exaggerated. But now, if you are a bit strict with students, you might just end up getting a complaint. If anything happens in school, a short video can be posted online, and the views can skyrocket in just minutes. Especially in this school, number 1 high school. The strongest in Qingqing, ranked first in the city. Countless pairs of eyes are staring at them intensely. You teachers leading the classes should strengthen management to avoid conflicts. Especially the schools like number 3 high school in Yucai, they have always been envious of our position. Director Wang is right. Li Guosheng took a step forward and interjected, this year, 7 of the top 10 outstanding students in the city chose us. The schools from number 3 high school are simply not worth worrying about. However, Director Wang, I hope to transfer the student involved in this incident to our class. I will definitely strengthen management work. Hearing this, Wang Kai raised an eyebrow. He had already investigated and found out that the parties involved were Chen Fan from Class 6 and Fong Sho from Class 2. Li Guosheng, as the class leader of Class 6, thought he was here to support his student Chen Fan. Director Wang, there is no need for that. Fong Sho is doing fine in our class, and there's no need for others to worry about him. Moreover, it was Chen Fan who provoked first. Fong Sho was merely defending himself. Zhang Yu quickly explained the situation. Director Wang, I don't want the nomination for outstanding teacher this year. I can give it to Teacher Zhang. I just want Fong Sho. What do you mean you don't want the outstanding teacher nomination? It sounds like the qualification is predetermined. Besides, Fong Sho is my student. On what grounds do you want him? The two exchanged sharp words, leaving Wang Kai a bit confused. At first, he thought Li Guosheng wanted to transfer Fong Sho to Class 6 to suppress the other side with his status as a class leader. After all, Chen Fan's father is influential in Qingqing and has strong connections in the education department. Pleasing Chen Fan could help Li Guosheng's career development in the future. However, looking at Li Guoxing's expression, his appreciation for Fang Xiu seemed completely genuine. What is going on? What background does this student named Fang Xiu have? What makes this Fang Xiu different? Wang Kai recalled slightly. He had some impression of the name Fang Xiu. He ranked 7th in the entire city in the high school entrance examination. However, his original family is ordinary. Once he enters high school, he may fall behind due to resource issues. If excellent grades could lead Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing to fight over him, wouldn't Li Qingqing and Zhang Shirin be even more deserving of such attention? Excluding other possibilities, a conclusion emerged in Wang Kai's mind. It is the Beastmaster. Although subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology and general education are the research foundation that builds this world's civilization, all research relies on the support of mathematics, including the anomalies and evolutionary possibilities of Beastmasters. Humanities subjects like history and language arts help humans better explore ancient Beastmasters and understand their past. If general education is the foundation of research, then Beastmaster studies are the application of that research. Countless researchers work hard to cultivate stronger Beastmasters. But no matter how hard researchers try, it is challenging to create a phantom beast. That is an existence that transcends the laws of nature, a manifestation of the minds of genius beast tamers. In other words, hard work can determine the lower limit, but to determine the upper limit, talent is essential. If I'm not mistaken, Fang Xiu's beast is a phantom beast, right? As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing almost shouted in unison, "Director Wang, how did you know?" Their reaction precisely validated Wang Kai's guess. You are all senior teachers with many years of experience. How often has such a dispute happened for a student? Moreover, with Chen Fan's family background, his beast is destined to be strong. Fang Xiu comes from an ordinary background, yet the beasts he trained can easily defeat Chen Fan. What kind of beast he has is not hard to guess. Wang Kai spoke pretentiously, as if the beast type was nothing special. But in reality, Wang Kai was already overjoyed in his heart. As the grade director, no matter which class Fang Xiu grows in, the KPI will count towards him. And that is a beast of illusion. That means Fang Xiu has a chance to be in the top 10. No. I am only 39 this year. By the time Fang Xiu enters the top 10, I will only be 41. If Fang Xiu's results can really suppress the students from Qingqing No. 1 High School, Qingqing No. 4 High School, and Haching No. 3 High School, then my promotion to vice principal will have a chance. That's right, Fang Xiu is a beast of illusion, Director Wang. Wouldn't such a good seedling be better taught by someone more experienced like me? My teaching career is 2 whole years longer than Zhang Yu's. 2 years. Li Guoxing's voice was firm, as if he was afraid Wang Kai wouldn't hear it. Just 2 years, what does that prove? Moreover, Fang Xiu has a sense of belonging to class 2, he privately calls me Brother Yu. If you forcibly transfer him to class 6, it will instead affect Fang Xiu's mindset. Sometimes stillness is better than movement. Don't you know this? Zhang Yu retorted without backing down. Everyone knows what having a beast of illusion means. Not only is there a chance to go further in the education field. More importantly, a talented beast trainer is a monster with unlimited potential. Taking advantage of his inexperience and current connection, forming a good relationship may lead to a situation where one person's success raises the status of everyone around him. Yes. For Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu is willing to be that dog. All right. Wang Kai waved his hand. This matter will depend on your thoughts. It is somewhat unfair to Fang Xiu. The preliminary exam is coming, you should not disturb him for now. As for letting Fang Xiu join that class, we can talk about it after the preliminary exam results come out. Chapter 12, the preliminary exam begins. Watching the strange triangular dragon emerge from the body of the triangular dragon, Fang Xiu thoughtfully prepared a large amount of food for it before leaving the beast space to head to the cafeteria to satisfy his rumbling stomach. In the following days, Li Guoxing did not appear again, as if he forgot about transferring him to class 6. Except for the time spent in general studies class, Fang Xiu spent the rest of his time soaking in the beast space. His strange triangular dragon quickly grew into adulthood. However, although the strange triangular dragon had assimilated Chen Fan's triangular dragon genes, being a male of its kind, it naturally couldn't be compared to the queen of the strange. Even in adulthood, its size was only about 3 meters. Compared to the queen of the strange, it was like it shrank a whole circle. On the other hand, the head and tail of the strange triangular dragon were more aggressive. It was the second strongest in Fang Xiu's army of strange beasts, right after the queen of the strange. Indeed. After several days of nurturing, Fang Xiu used resource cards to create numerous food clones, allowing the queen of the strange to produce parasitic face-hugging bugs. Thinking about it, the reproduction rate of the strange species is quite astonishing. To Fang Xiu's knowledge, animals in the wild face not only predators during birthing but also various dangers, such as improper fetal positions and difficult births. However, the queen of the strange can lay an egg every few hours, and the parasitic bug's reproduction rate is even as high as 100%. In just 6 or 7 days, Fong Sho's beast space gave birth to more than 30 strange beasts. This made the entire underground cave feel somewhat cramped. But while opening up the beast space, Fang Xiu discovered that although the resources allocated by the school could enlarge the beast space, they were quite limited. Fang Xiu exhausted all the resource points on the Beastmaster space card, only to expand the cave to 5 times its original size. Although the immediate problem was solved, with the alien queen's production speed, the entire underground cave would become crowded again in a month's time. However, the resources provided by the school could only help this once. Moreover, the alien queen only appears when the alien race reaches a certain size. An ultimate alien, like the Queen Mother, needs whole planets to be born. Looking at the alien queen before him, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel skeptical. Surely, I can't really invite all the teachers and students from the school to come and visit my aliens. It seems like there are about 15 classes in a grade at Qingqing No. 1 High School, with around 50 students in each class. Even if I could invite everyone over, the admission fee would only be in the hundreds of thousands. However, this thought was no different than saying if every person in the world gave me $1, I'd be a billionaire. Theoretically feasible, but in practice, there are countless problems. It seems I need to think of a way to make money. Warning! 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 Beast food is insufficient. Beast food is insufficient. Please recharge in time. Please recharge in time. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu pulled the resource card out of his pocket with a dark expression. In recent days, besides nurturing the aliens, Fang Xiu did nothing more than keep recharging the resource card. First, he earned visiting fees from Zhang Yu, Li Guosheng, and Zhang Panpan. Then there was his own living expenses. In the end, he even had to call home for help. But his parents were just ordinary white-collar workers. Now I understand what it means to be rich in martial arts but poor in culture. Previously, when he was searching for information online, Fang Xiu found many people complaining in the small blue book about their poor backgrounds. They couldn't provide any help on the road of Beastmaster, which led to opportunities lost to enter the 985 universities, ending up in very ordinary bachelor programs instead. Now, Fang Xiu was experiencing this firsthand. In 3 years of high school, he didn't know how many would be devoured by the aliens. You are the real money-eating beasts. Fang Xiu heavily mocked the aliens before him. Without enough food to support them, the alien eggs would enter hibernation. Although this wouldn't mean extinction for the entire race, if the issues of space and food weren't resolved, the aliens would be capped at the alien queen. Forget it. Just sitting here thinking won't solve the problem, I should go ask Zhang Yu. However, just as Fang Xiu was about to return to the real world to have a proper talk with his homeroom teacher Zhang Yu, a voice suddenly came from his Beastmaster space card. All new students of Qingqing No. 1 High School, please gather at the school playground for the new student assessment exam. All new students of Qingqing No. 1 High School, please gather at the school playground for the new student assessment exam. Worried that Fang Xiu didn't hear, the Beastmaster space card rang 3 times in succession. Assessment exam. I almost forgot about this. Fang Xiu exited the Beastmaster space, tidied up a bit, and hurriedly rushed to the playground of Qingqing No. 1 High School. The playground here was as large as 4 football fields, and when Fang Xiu arrived, it was already filled with people. Not only were there first-year students, but many second- and third-year students were also there to watch. Even in the center of the playground, there was a projection screen set up. As Fang Xiu walked through, most new students were eager to try, while only a small number, with dirt on their faces, were mixed in the crowd, their eyes revealing fear of the assessment. After all, there's only been a week, not everyone can raise their beasts. Plus, the value of a Beastmaster is not something everyone can grasp like the college entrance examination. Getting into a good university after the college entrance exam makes job searching easier, while some people rush into vocational schools or learn a trade early. In this world, even if one cannot cultivate powerful beast companions, one can still survive. But the disparity in status is hard for people to accept. As Fang Xiu quietly thought in his heart, he looked around to find the activity area of his class and see which new students were worth noting. Especially Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, these outstanding talents. They stood among the new students, and just their aura of confidence was enough to make them stand out. Before long, Fang Xiu arrived at Class 2's activity area. Fang Xiu is here. Zhang Yu quickly noticed Fang Xiu and rushed over in a few steps. If one didn't know better, they would think Zhang Yu had seen a leader. Even the home roacher of Class 3, Zhang Chao, and the home roacher of Class 1, Fan Longhe, cast their gazes over. Perhaps the new students didn't know much, but Zhang Yu's rivalry with Li Guosheng for students had already circulated among the teachers. Everyone was curious about what Fang Xiu looked like. How is your beast companion developing? Zhang Yu greeted Fang Xiu, deliberately raising his voice, filled with pride. Chapter 13, Passed Down, Fang Xiu has 39 beast companions. Is that Fang Xiu? He does look different. Jiang Chao and Fan Longhe both looked towards Fong Sho. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, fresh and handsome, tall and straight, any way you looked at him, he exuded a noble vibe that made one very envious. Darn it, why did Fong Sho have to be assigned to class 2? Fan Longhe felt even more displeased. Especially with Zhang Yu's intentionally raised volume, clearly showing off. What a hypocrite. Jiang Chao couldn't help but mock Zhang Yu's performance in his heart, even feeling a surge of impulse to confront him. Not only the teachers but also the new students from classes 1, 2, and 3 couldn't help but look at Fong Sho. Some girls were completely captivated. In contrast, some boys crossed their arms, feeling that Fong Sho was just showing off. In reality, many classmates in Fong Sho's class wanted to get closer to him. Some female classmates often surrounded him in the classroom, wanting to add him as a friend. However, aside from beast companions, Fong Sho wasn't interested in anything else and did not want to waste his time on early romance. Whenever a girl actively approached him, his bright eyes always looked over with a chilling coldness. After a few times, classmates began to keep their distance, as if they had been isolated by Fong Sho. But this was unavoidable. Fong Sho was not an ordinary new high school student, his mindset was much more mature than those of his classmates. It's not going very smoothly. Upon seeing Zhang Yu, Fong Sho deliberately sighed, pretending to have encountered problems. Isn't Fong Sho a genius? Can he also face problems? Who says he is a genius? He just defeated Chen Fan on the first day of school, maybe it was just luck. Exactly, the high school entrance exam tested basic knowledge, scores don't mean much. Just because Fong Sho is good at general studies, it doesn't mean he's good with beast companions. In a moment, classmates who heard Fong Sho speak couldn't help but chatter among themselves. Zhang Yu glared fiercely at those gossiping classmates before pulling Fong Sho back to their class's activity area. What's wrong? Zhang Yu's expression turned serious. If there's anything, just tell Big Brother Yu. To Zhang Yu, this was undoubtedly an opportunity. After all, the great director, Wang Kai, hadn't decided Fong Sho's fate yet, if he could get closer to Fong Sho. However, just as Zhang Yu thought this, the homeroacher of Class 6, Li Guosheng, jogged over. Long time no see, Fong Sho. Fong Sho? Zhang Yu? Old Li, aren't you supposed to be in your class's activity area, helping your students? Why are you here? Aren't you afraid those new students will perform poorly? Although Zhang Yu knew that Li Guosheng favored Fong Sho, he never expected him to abandon his own students and rush to recruit Fong Sho. This is too much. It's just a diagnostic exam, merely testing the potential of the new students' beast taming abilities. What's there to worry about? How about you, Fong Sho? Do you want to transfer to our class 6? While Li Guosheng spoke, he didn't forget to observe Fong Sho's reaction. Your beast is in trouble. Yeah. Fong Sho glanced at Zhang Yu's reaction and then spat at Li Guosheng. My beast eats too much, I feel like I can barely afford it anymore. Although he wasn't sure if the term large-scale slaughterhouse was suitable in this context, Fong Sho thought that if Zhang Yu could hold his own against Li Guosheng, maybe his monstrous beast's food supply could be resolved. Ha ha ha, indeed. Li Guosheng nodded, imagining the exaggerated size of the monstrous queen, finding this entirely normal. However, it's only been a week, and I've already recharged my resource card 3 times. Today it reminded me that I have insufficient balance and need to recharge again. Li Guosheng? In an instant, the smile on Li Guosheng's face vanished completely. You recharged? Zhang Yu gasped, his eyes flashing with surprise. Yes, I recharged 3 times, 2,000 each time. Fong Sho nodded. Every time he ordered a 10 yuan pork knuckle meal at the cafeteria, he only spent 30 yuan a day. Hiss. Li Guosheng gasped sharply. As the face of Qingqing Middle School, the resource funding is quite rich. The resource cards given to new students should be enough to feed their beasts for an entire semester. But now, Fong Sho tells them that in just 1 week of school, his beast has completely eaten the food on the resource card? And he recharged 3 times? Goodness. What kind of stomach does this monster have? It's not some glutton, right? Wait, how many monsters do you have now? Zhang Yu quickly realized the key issue. He had seen Fong Sho's monstrous queen in the beast space. Just the size alone was exaggerating enough to be as tall as 2 floors. It was the most unbelievable beast he had ever seen among new students in so many years at Qingqing Middle School. But even so, with the monstrous queen size, it shouldn't be possible for it to finish all the food on the resource card. At least not within a week. Unless the images of those insect eggs he saw in Fong Sho's beast space floated in Zhang Yu's mind. Yes. The insect eggs. Unless those insect eggs have all hatched into face-hugging monsters and grown into aliens. 1 monstrous queen, 1 alien triceratops. 36, no, 37 male aliens. Fong Sho calculated in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, both Zhang Yu and Li Guoxing's pupils shook violently. How many? Even their voices trembled as they spoke. Goodness. 39 beasts? Are you kidding me? It's only been a week since school started. Moreover, physical education classes have not even started yet. This means Fong Sho has not received formal guidance from Zhang Panpan yet. He has managed to cultivate 39 beasts all by himself. Even more unfathomable and unbelievable is, Fong Sho's beasts are neither regular species nor ancient species, but a phantom species. In 1 week, cultivating 39 phantom species beasts. Such a monstrous talent, even if you shouted to the heavens, I'm afraid no one would believe it, right? Class 3's homeroom teacher Jiang Chao and Class 1's homeroom teacher Fan Longhe were also stunned when they heard these words. 39? Although they didn't know what type of beasts aliens were, such a number was indeed shocking. It should be noted that other new students had only cultivated 1 beast in a week. Some new students haven't even managed to cultivate a single beast yet. Before the diagnostic exam had even begun, they had already finished. And then here comes Fong Sho, with 39 beasts? No, are you breeding them here? Fong Sho. You're too exaggerated. This is beast cultivation. It's not pig farming. Zhang Yu patted Fong Sho's shoulder. Rather than focusing on quantity, it's better to pay attention to quality. Because he was so shocked, Zhang Yu found it hard to accept this kind of setting for a moment. Chapter 14, the baseline test officially begins. Zhang Yu had been working for at least 6 or 7 years, plus several years as a student. He considered himself to be very knowledgeable about beast taming. Until he ran into Fong Sho. First, there was the illusion beast species, then treating the illusion beast species like pigs, crazily breeding them in his beast taming space. If he hadn't witnessed Fong Sho's unique forms with his own eyes, even if you killed him, he wouldn't have believed that a freshman just starting high school could do such a thing. It was simply like a fairy tale. However, soon, the shock in Zhang Yu's heart transformed into joy. After all, he was Fong Sho's homeroom teacher. Fong Sho, just perform normally this time. Zhang Yu patted Fong Sho's shoulder. Don't feel any pressure. As for the resource cards, with your brother you here, there's nothing to worry about. With Zhang Yu's words, a smile appeared on Fong Sho's face. Then, Zhang Yu even grabbed Fong Sho's hand and swaggered at the front. Countless gazes focused on them. Suddenly, Fong Sho felt a chill coming from the right side. He turned his head sharply. He saw a boy, about the same height as him, staring at him with a cold gaze. At that moment, their eyes met. The homeroom teacher of Class 3, Jiang Chao, glanced at Zhang Yu, who seemed to be looking up toward the sky. It's just good luck to have a good student. What's there to be proud of? Then, Jiang Chao quickly walked up to the student who had made eye contact with Fong Sho, placing his hands on the boy's shoulders to help loosen up his muscles. Shuren, perform well and let the students of Class 2 see who the real genius is. Aha! The student called Shuren nodded slightly. Fong Sho's attention returned to that student. Shuren, could it be Zhang Shuren? Fong Sho suddenly remembered that Chen Fan had mentioned it when he challenged him. Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren. All were admitted to Qingqing No. 1 high school with excellent scores in the city's top 10, and both of them ranked higher than him in the high school entrance exam. That look in his eyes means he sees me as his opponent? Good. Fong Sho thought to himself, this is also a classic scenario in web novels. Once the protagonist shines, various talents will see the protagonist as a stepping stone and rush forward crazily. Little do they know, these talents are just sharpening stones for him. However, what Fong Sho didn't know was. At that moment, Zhang Shuren squinted his eyes slightly, his mouth involuntarily gasped. I stayed up too late taming beasts yesterday. When the alarm woke me up this morning, I accidentally broke my glasses. Can't see clearly. Which one is Li Qingqing? Sigh, after the baseline test, I should quickly get a new pair of glasses. Yes. Since the first year of middle school, Zhang Shuren had been studying crazily, leading to severe nearsightedness. Beyond 3 meters, he couldn't tell genders apart, and beyond 10 meters, he couldn't distinguish between people and animals. But those who didn't understand him often felt a strong sense of oppression from his gaze. The students of Class 3 even unconsciously took a few steps back, keeping their distance from Zhang Shuren. Before long, the new students' baseline test officially began. 60 devices used to connect to the beast taming space card were brought to the playground. 4 large screens were divided into dozens of small screens. At the same time, the principal of Qingqing No. 1 High School stepped up to the podium in the teaching building and picked up the microphone. Welcome all new students to choose our Qingqing No. 1 High School. It must be said, the principal's voice was very strong, containing an indescribable sense of power. That feeling was as if to say, students, boiling water cannot be drunk directly, because it will scald. If an ordinary person says this, they would definitely be met with a fierce eye roll. However, when it comes from the mouth of the principal, it makes people feel, oh, so that's how it is, that makes sense. Alright, next is the rule for the new student assessment exam. The assessment exam, as the name suggests, is to understand the potential of new students in beast handling. Whether they can apply various theories from the general classes to beast handling. And what resources each student's family has. Fang Xiu listened closely to the principal's explanation of the rules. The content is very simple. There are a total of 15 classes in the first year, with about 50 people in each class. Starting from class 1, each class will go in batches to the playground, using the beast handling space cards issued by the school to connect to the machines on the playground, and enter the testing site. The exam is divided into 2 steps, where the new students control their beasts to run a 1,000-meter track and then attack the machine at the end of the track. Isn't this a bit too simple? After understanding the rules of the assessment exam, Fong Sho couldn't help but complain. I thought we would be sent to a big map to fight it out. Then evaluated by teachers outside. Is this it? What are you thinking? Zhang Yu was taken aback. He knew Fang Xiu was a very talented Beastmaster, but such thoughts were just too dark. Every new student entering Qingqing No. 1 high school is a student of this school. How can we recklessly put everyone in danger? Even if they have no combat power, these beasts are the result of the Beastmaster's dedication. They are companions. Just to deal with an assessment exam, you want them to fight each other like in a killer movie? Fang Xiu, how can you have such dark thoughts? Well, I read some beast handling novels that write it this way. Fang Xiu paused for a moment, feeling that what Zhang Yu said made so much sense. Zhang Yu was stunned for a long time. Are beast handling novels that dark now? Stop watching those things. And, although the assessment test rules seem simple, they can still test the beast's endurance, burst power, and the Beastmaster's control over the beast. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, the principal's voice echoed across the playground again. The assessment exam is starting now. Please, Class 1 students, come forward. With the principal's command, Class 1's head teacher, Fan Xiu, led the class of students to the playground, taking out their beast handling cards to connect with the exam site. Once all the Class 1 students entered the exam site, the large screen at the center of the playground quickly displayed the scene. The so-called exam site is a square white space, and in the center of the space is a humanoid machine, with different areas marked with scores. It is worth mentioning that, since there are 3 types of beasts, land, sea, and air, the site also has detailed differences. Besides the running track, there are flying routes and swimming routes. They have truly considered all aspects of the situation. Fang Xiu didn't mind being an audience member, but wouldn't this live-streamed assessment test put too much pressure on the new students? Chapter 15, The Unusual Shape Shocking the Entire Audience. Fang Xiu was looking forward to this assessment exam, thinking that his face hugger could wildly parasitize other students' beasts. After watching for a while, Fang Xiu found it a bit boring. Every beast released by the students in Class 1 didn't make him feel any excitement. The beasts they unleashed were almost all ordinary species. What made it worse was that these new students seemed to hardly give any commands. The released beasts either ran the wrong track or stood still. Some even curled up and did not move at all, directly stimulated by the exam site's environment. Let alone attack the machine in the center of the exam site. Just running 1,000 meters was like a chasm, blocking the beast's steps forward. Some new students were so anxious that they were almost crying. Are these new students' abilities really that poor? Fang Xiu couldn't help but comment. In his opinion, if it continued like this, they might as well get 0 points, right? After all, it's only been 7 days. What can you accomplish in this short time? Zhang Yu explained earnestly. You think everyone is a monster like you? Unlike Fang Xiu, Zhang Yu believed this was the level new students should have. As for Fang Xiu and his alien queen, they were just monsters. It was only then that Fang Xiu realized. What Zhang Yu said isn't entirely wrong. Aliens are hive creatures and have high intelligence. They can directly understand my thoughts. In contrast, these new students' beasts are really no different from cats and dogs. They need to be trained from scratch. Fortunately, the vast majority of the new students in Class 1 were not defeated by the difficulties before them. They pushed and encouraged each other until their beasts finally reached the humanoid machines and launched an attack. Among them, several students' performances were particularly impressive. Around the playground, high school juniors and seniors were engaged in discussions. It seems this year's new students aren't that great. Yeah, their level is way too low. When I took the initial test back in the day, it didn't even take me 10 minutes, the fastest among these new students took at least 15 minutes. It's completely unimpressive. I really don't know how these people got into the top school. Don't speak so soon, after all, this is just the first class. Maybe there are some monsters waiting in the back. In the eyes of these experienced students, Class 1's performance could only be described as poor. About 20 minutes later, all the new students from Class 1 exited the testing area. Seeing the performance of these new students, the class teacher, Fan Xiu, couldn't help but frown. Why are all the new students assigned to my class so bad? Please, new students from Class 2, come forward. The principal's voice came from the loudspeaker. Do your best. Zhang Yu patted Fong Sho on the back, his smile unwavering. Fong Sho nodded and strolled toward the playground, then took out the Beastmaster card to participate in the exam. In the next moment, a faint light swallowed Fong Sho. When he opened his starry eyes again, Zhang Yu, classmates, the playground, and the teaching building had all vanished. In their place was a pure white space. Classmate Fong Sho, please select a beast for the exam. A gentle female voice came from above. Then, beasts for selection appeared before Fong Sho. They were the alien queen, the alien triangle, and the male alien. Without a doubt, the alien queen had the strongest combat power, but separating her from the egg-laying device would cause immense pain. Moreover, after seeing the performance of Class 1's new students, Fong Sho felt no pressure at all. I'll just use the alien triangle lizard. Fong Sho thought for a moment and felt he shouldn't bully this year's new students too much. With the urge of his mind, the alien triangle lizard suddenly appeared in the white space. Its massive body, over 3 meters tall, was as exaggerated as a story-high building. Almost at the moment of releasing his beast, Fong Sho became the center of attention. At that moment on the playground. What is that dark thing? I think the new student's name is Fong Sho. Wasn't his beast the facehugger? What is that? That monster doesn't look like an insect at all. This Fong Sho must have switched beasts. The freshman students couldn't help but exclaim. After all, these days, Fong Sho had become the focus among the freshmen. Many people had heard about him and his facehugger beast. They initially thought the so-called facehugger would be an insect, but they never expected. Fong Sho's beast was so terrifying. No, it's not the same one I fought last time. Chen Fan from Class 6, also attending the initial test, stood in the activity area of Class 6, staring hard at the screen showing Fong Sho. His eyes were bulging wide like a cow's eyes. On the first day of school, he challenged Fong Sho at the cafeteria door. That battle left an indelible impression on Chen Fan, to the point that in recent nights, he often awoke from nightmares. The pitch-black exoskeleton, the massive fan-shaped crown, and the sharp fingers, along with the hissing sounds, became his greatest nightmare. However, the bizarre triceratops released by Fong Sho, although also incredible and unbelievable, was simply too small compared to the nightmare in his heart. Could it be that Fong Sho has not just one alien creature? Afterwards, Chen Fan learned from Li Guoshang that the so-called facehugger was merely the juvenile form of the alien creature. It couldn't be considered a true beast tamer. But that pitch-black alien was Fong Sho's trump card. Guliolu. In just 7 days, merely cultivating a powerful beast was enough to prove one's genius. Yet Fong Sho astonishingly managed to cultivate too. Damn it! Chen Fan instinctively clenched his fists, feeling a sense of unprecedented injustice surge in his heart. Zhang Shuren from Class 3, although severely nearsighted and unable to see clearly without glasses, could feel the enthusiasm of those around him. Class 2 had produced an incredible person. Is it Li Qingqing? Zhang Shuren couldn't help but murmur to himself. In his eyes, the only person who could cause such a stir on the playground was the top-ranking Li Qingqing in the entire city. In the examination room. Bizarre Triceratops, take down that robot. Fong Sho's gaze sharpened as he pointed at the robot in the center of the exam room. Hiss hiss hiss. After receiving Fong Sho's command, the bizarre Triceratops let out a deep and cold roar before charging at the robot. With its huge size advantage and incredible agility, the Triceratops could cover dozens of meters in just one step. The 1,000-meter track length was instantly left behind. In the next second, the bizarre Triceratops twisted its massive body, lifted its tail high, and swept violently at the humanoid robot. Boom! 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 With a tremendous crash, the machine placed there was directly bisected by the alien sweep. Chapter 16, 3-minute quick pass mock test. From Fong Sho's choice of beast to the completion of the attack command by the bizarre Triceratops, the entire process took less than 3 minutes. Fong Sho immediately returned to the playground and, following the staff's instructions, pulled out his beast space card from the machine. When he turned back, he realized that the area where the freshman stood was almost silent. Every person looking at him was wide-eyed in shock, including the homeroom teachers from various classes. Zhang Yu pinched his thigh hard. I'm not dreaming, right? Because it was so absurd, he couldn't help but doubt whether he was dreaming. Although I had seen Fong Sho's beast before this mock test, this is just too exaggerated. Thinking this, Zhang Yu glanced down at his watch. He remembered Fong Sho entered the exam room at 7:26, and the current time was 7 hours 31 minutes and 56 seconds. 5 minutes had passed. And Class 1's best result was 15 minutes. That was a whole 3 times slower. The difference was clear. Most importantly, the bizarre Triceratops was not only much smaller than the alien queen, but it also had 3 bone horns on its head. It was easy to distinguish it from the alien queen's fan-shaped crown. This alien is not Fang Xiu's trump card. Zhang Yu swallowed nervously, feeling a knot in his throat. In other words, Fang Xiu's true killer move hadn't been revealed yet. No. Zhang Yu shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Just now, I even complained about Fang Xiu, saying he shouldn't just focus on the quantity of his beasts, but also improve their quality. Looking at it now, it's simply slapping my own face. Zhang Yu felt like he had just been slapped in the face. Is self-doubting Fang Xiu the one who was slapped in the face by reality? This time it was because of questioning his cultivating method. The clown is actually me. However, although this feeling of being slapped in the face stings painfully, deep inside he feels great, very satisfied. He wishes he could be slapped in the face by Fang Xiu every day. He's just getting old. Another person who felt just as bewildered was Li Guosheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 6. He gasped, his mouth agape, and couldn't help but hear an advertisement jingle in his mind. Is it starting? It's already over. Although Fang Xiu was the second group to take the preliminary examination, in Li Guosheng's view, there probably wouldn't be any new students breaking Fang Xiu's record from here on. Smack! Li Guosheng slapped his thigh hard, feeling an even deeper sense of envy and jealousy for Zhang Yu. Why did they let Fang Xiu go to Class 2? No, this is unacceptable. I need to talk to old Wang. No matter what it takes, I will bring Fang Xiu to Class 6. Li Guosheng clenched his fists tightly, secretly swearing in his heart. This new student, Fang Xiu, he must have him. Outside the playground. Many students from the second and third years came to watch the first-year students' preliminary exam. When they saw the performance of Class 1, they unanimously believed that this year's freshmen would be the worst batch. There was no comparison with their preliminary exams. Until Fang Xiu appeared. Hey, did I see that right? He finished the preliminary exam in 3 minutes? What on earth is that dark giant? It doesn't look like a normal kind of beast. Could it be an ancient species? No way, even if it's an ancient species, it's too terrifying. Do you think that freshman's beast might be a phantom beast? The senior students in the second and third years couldn't help but discuss excitedly. When they enter the second year, the general knowledge course allows students to choose subjects, and those who choose history need to learn about ancient species of beasts. Some history geeks immediately recognized that although Fang Xiu's unusual triceratops had some dinosaur traits, there was no such creature in the history of Blue Star. It's not an ancient species, but rather a phantom beast. Are you kidding? A freshman can cultivate a phantom beast? Phantom beasts can only be constructed by exceptionally talented beastmasters, so it has nothing to do with their year. What a monster. So, we've produced another genius beastmaster at Qingqing No. 1 High School? This has nothing to do with you, why are you so excited? That's true, but it's only been a few days since school started. To cultivate such a powerful phantom beast, surely the student council will take action. Ahem, be careful what you say. As one of the second-year students inadvertently mentioned the student council, the other seniors cast unusual glances. It was as if the student council at this school was some kind of forbidden existence. But regardless of anything, Fang Xiu's performance greatly impacted them. Plus, with Fang Xiu's sharp brows, bright eyes, and fresh handsome appearance, some senior girls couldn't help but start asking for Fang Xiu's contact information. On the other side, for this preliminary exam, a temporary podium was set up by the school. The principal of Qingqing No. 1 High School took quite some time to recover his composure. What's that freshman's name? From releasing the beast to finishing the preliminary exam, it only took 3 minutes. Such a score hasn't appeared in a long time. Even in this principal's memory, such a score could refresh the top 10 records of the preliminary exams over the years. His name is Fang Xiu. He's a student from Class 2. Zhang Panpan slowly leaned beside the principal, whispering in his ear. When he mentioned Fang Xiu's name, a smile appeared on his face. After all, Zhang Panpan was Fang Xiu's physical education teacher. All honor brings honor. Even the other physical education teachers, upon hearing Class 2. In an instant, he reacted. Class 2, Class 6, Class 8, all were under Zhang Panpan's responsibility. This meant that in the future, all of Fang Xiu's physical education classes would be taught by Zhang Panpan. How infuriating. For a moment, many physical education teachers turned green with envy. After all, a 3-minute performance was truly outrageous. Not to mention this year's new students, even the scores of previous new students would be instantly crushed by Fang Xiu. Teacher Panpan, you wouldn't be secretly giving special treatment to Fang Xiu, would you? The preliminary exam is to check the potential of new students' beast tamers. For fairness, we won't have physical education classes 1 week before school starts. One physical education teacher couldn't help but criticize Zhang Panpan, thinking he was secretly helping Fong Sho improve his beast tamer skills.
Zhang Panpan didn't care about this, Teacher Zhao. Weren't you here when Fong Sho was taking the exam? The implication was, where were your eyes?
The level of his beast, and Fong Sho's control over it, cannot be achieved through any special treatment. He is a born beast tamer. He is a genius who will eventually surpass all of us. As she spoke, Zhang Panpan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, looking at the physical education teacher named Zhao as if he were an idiot.
Chapter 17, The Strongest Middle School Student, Li Qingqing.
Seeing the intense friction between Zhang Panpan and Zhao Gang, the principal quickly waved his hands to separate them.
Fang Xiu, ha!
He is indeed a good talent. The principal gazed at Fang Xiu walking back from the playground, deeply remembering him in his heart.
On the other side, Fang Xiu was unaware of the drama happening on the podium.
He strolled casually, but found no one beside him. Not only that, but the eyes of all the first-year students, as well as the second and third-year seniors, were focused solely on him. A true moment of public attention. And there was no way around it.
As Fang Xiu walked out of the exam room, the other classmates in Class 2 were still thinking about how to make their beasts complete the exam.
Fortunately, it wasn't a long walk, and soon Zhang Yu came up to greet him.
Good job, Fang Xiu.
Zhang Yu's head was held high.
In his original plan, Fang Xiu's performance in this preliminary exam would amaze everyone on the playground.
But the reality was, this was more than just making people amazed.
It completely upended everyone's worldview.
Looking at all the first-year students, there probably wasn't anyone who could refresh.
No.
There was no one who could even come close to Fang Xiu's time. Yes. Zhang Yu could already foresee that the preliminary exam scores for this year's first-year students would be far behind Fang Xiu alone. Close to Class 2's activity area, Zhang Chao and Fan Longhe were getting increasingly envious. Especially Fan Longhe, the preliminary scores from their class had all come out. The best student had been crushed by Fang Xiu, completely overshadowed. Although Zhang Chao's class had Zhang Shuren as a standout, he didn't feel for a second that Zhang Shuren could break Fang Xiu's record. While others are taking an exam, Fang Xiu is simply speedrunning. Zhang Chao muttered to himself. However, just as Zhang Chao was about to comfort Zhang Shuren not to feel so much pressure, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Shuren was missing from the group. Startled, Zhang Chao started looking around. Fortunately, the students from Class 2 had not returned yet, and Zhang Chao quickly spotted Zhang Shuren's location. He saw Zhang Shuren had unknowingly walked up to Fang Xiu, with his eyes half squinted, staring intensely at Fang Xiu's face.
Fang Xiu felt a bit puzzled by this. I will remember you.
Zhang Shuren struggled to recognize Fang Xiu's appearance after a long time, then turned away without looking back.
Fang Xiu? Wait, does this guy have a problem with his brain? What's going on? Fang Xiu looked at Zhang Shuren's back, wondering if he had been reading too much.
Maybe he sees you as a rival, Zhang Yu said, equally confused. But as the second-best student in the city, Zhang Yu had a deep impression of him. After all, being a top student comes with some quirks, which is understandable.
Sees me as a rival. Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows.
After seeing his strange Trihorn Dragon's performance, having the courage to see himself as a competitor shows this guy has a lot of confidence in his beast. By the way, the top student in his city is called Li Qingqing, right? Which class is she in? For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but be curious about which class Li Qingqing was in. After all, she was the best student in his city middle school, so her beast must be incredible. If there's a chance, he could let the face-hugging bug assimilate some genes.
Are you serious?
But who would have thought, upon hearing this, Zhang Yu looked at Fang Xiu with a black line on his face.
What happened? Li Qingqing is in our class.
Zhang Yu said, pointing to the screen at the center of the playground. It's been a week since school started, and Fang Xiu had taken quite a few general knowledge classes.
You mean you haven't noticed this at all?
Li Qingqing, as the strongest middle school student in his city, had not only impressive grades but also looked stunning, with a face as smooth as jade, eyes like black beads, and a figure that was perfectly curved. If there were a school flower competition, Li Qingqing would definitely outshine all the others. In fact, not long after the school started, many second and third year students, as well as freshmen from other classes, came to Class 2 to inquire about Li Qingqing's contact information, wanting to add her as a friend.
Could it be that Fang Xiu had never noticed? Is there really such a thing?
In reality, Fang Xiu had sharp brows and bright eyes, looking fresh and handsome, with a tall and slender figure. After defeating Chen Fan, he had become the object of admiration for many girls. That's why every time he finished a general knowledge class, Fang Xiu would jump out the window and run away. Most of his time was spent nurturing his beasts, completely uninterested in others' gossip. He wouldn't have been there if the mock exam hadn't ended and he needed to wait around, otherwise, he would have gone home long ago. As Zhang Yu raised a finger, Fang Xiu also looked towards the screen in the center of the playground. He saw that Li Qingqing's beast was a gray, weird bird that looked extremely ugly, with tail feathers that seemed to be fluffed up, looking like it had been chewed by a dog. However, this little gray bird, despite its appearance, was incredibly swift compared to other new students' beasts. In a 1,000-meter race, it quickly left the others behind and then slammed into the humanoid machine. Bang! With a dull sound, the humanoid machine in the exam hall was directly knocked 3 meters high by the little gray bird, soaring away like a kite with a cut string. The whole process was clean and flowing, like a smooth stream. When Li Qingqing walked out of the exam hall, only 8 minutes had passed. Poof! Li Qingqing returned to the playground, casually pulling out her beast space card. The principal of He City No. 1 Middle School must have a screw loose, insisting on live streaming a mock exam. If she hadn't wanted to avoid exposing her beast in front of a crowd, she felt her score could have been even better. Perhaps even reaching the top scores. Breaking the historical record of He City No. 1 Middle School's mock exam scores was not impossible. But, forget it. Even with such a score, I doubt this year's students can catch up. Mundanes, you'll only have to cheer for me. While silently murmuring to herself, Li Qingqing tucked her hands into her pockets, her lips curling into a smile as she walked back confidently. Just as Li Qingqing thought that this year's freshmen, along with the second and third year students, would be utterly shocked by her score, murmurs of discussion indeed arose from behind her. Hey, did I see that right? She cleared the mock exam in just 8 minutes? That beast looks so ugly, but its power is incredible. Although the beast tamer is ugly, that girl is so beautiful. She must be Li Qingqing, right? It's said that she is the strongest middle school student in Crane City, admitted to the best high school with the top score in the city. What kind of monsters are these new students? Li Qingqing appeared not to care about the voices of the second and third year students, but inside she felt completely proud. Yes, praise me, marvel at me, mortals. However, when Li Qingqing lifted her head to look at her class activity area, the smile on her face froze suddenly. Chapter 18, Li Qingqing doubts her life, am I second? Thinking that her homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, would welcome her in Class 2's activity area, Li Qingqing was shocked to find someone standing next to him. What is going on? Li Qingqing's confident steps slowed instantly, and she blinked her beautiful eyes, seriously doubting whether she had seen wrong. Could it be that someone finished the baseline test faster than me and returned to the activity area? Impossible. As this thought popped up, Li Qingqing shook her head frantically in denial. Just a while ago, during Class 1's baseline test, she had specifically paid attention, and the fastest passing record still took at least 15 minutes, some students didn't even finish. How could anyone be faster than her? It must be. That student's beast taming skills were so poor, they were kicked out of the test. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Li Qingqing held her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. I was the strongest in middle school citywide, not only finishing all general course subjects in first place for 3 years but also getting an early start on beast taming knowledge. Now that I've entered Crane City's first high school, my position as number 1 is unshakable. But little did she know, as Li Qingqing got closer to Class 2's activity area, she gradually recognized Fong Sho. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and elegant, tall and slender, he had a certain handsomeness. But his expression showed no signs of defeat, on the contrary. His face radiated with confidence. He didn't look like someone who had been kicked out of the examination room. Could it be that this guy finished the baseline test? But how is that possible? Li Qingqing raised her brows and tightened her fists that were in her pockets. Well done, Qingqing. Seeing this, Zhang Yu gave Li Qingqing a thumbs up. This time, both the first and second places of the baseline test can stay in our class, ha ha ha. Zhang Yu's hearty laughter was penetrating, his voice was loud, as if he feared the teachers might not hear. The homeroom teacher of Class 6, Li Guoshang, had a sour face the whole time. It would be fine if it were just Fang Xiu, but Li Qingqing also ended up in Class 2. This Zhang Yu must have secretly given old Wang a red envelope. Li Guoshang looked at Zhang Yu with resentful eyes. Other homeroom teachers, although they hadn't fought over students with Zhang Yu, were now extremely envious. One student finished the baseline test in 3 minutes. Another took 8 minutes to complete it. Unless something unexpected happens, they are the first and second for this beast taming baseline test. Other students from different classes would only serve as their backdrop. So unwilling. So angry. However, at this moment, Li Qingqing didn't feel self-satisfied at all. In fact, after hearing Zhang Yu's words, she stood there in shock. What did you just say, first, second? Who is first? Although Li Qingqing's heart dimly sensed what had happened, the shock was too great, making it hard for her to accept. Of course it's me, could it be you? Fong Sho couldn't help but tease. This Li Qingqing did have some looks, especially in the playground, where other girls seemed somewhat dull. But he had seen many women before. Especially with the sense of superiority Li Qingqing displayed in her words. It seemed that this first-place result should rightfully belong to her, Li Qingqing, as if no one else could touch it. What did you say? Li Qingqing suddenly felt as if she had been struck by lightning. In 3 years of middle school, whether in regular exams or various competitions. No. Even if counting in elementary school and kindergarten results, she had always been first. Even in competitions like paper folding, which seemed useless in the eyes of others, as long as she took it seriously, she had never lost to anyone. This first place was as normal for her as breathing or drinking water. It was the same in Crane City No. 1 high school. Even in her future college life, it would be the same. It was supposed to be like this. Let me tell you, my result is 3 minutes, Fong Sho said, noticing that Li Qingqing seemed a bit dazed. Impossible. As Fong Sho expected, after hearing the words 3 minutes, Li Qingqing instinctively took a step back, her beautiful eyes wide open like a cow's. Her red lips opened wide, her white teeth and fragrant tongue fully visible. Zhang Yu also didn't expect Li Qingqing to have such a huge reaction. Qingqing, Fong Sho? You are Fong Sho. Li Qingqing did not pay attention to Zhang Yu's words, only catching the key information from his words. Fong Sho. She had an impression of this name. After all, it was the first day of school, and he had caused a stir. No, you are lying. Li Qingqing still couldn't accept the reality, shaking her head like a rattledrum. You good, you tell her my score. Fong Sho still did not comfort Li Qingqing, and in his heart felt a sense of pleasure. Is this the feeling of slapping someone in the face? It's actually quite nice. Fong Sho, you should say less, Zhang Yu gasped, surprised. The home roachers from other classes didn't expect such a thing to happen. In an instant, many eyes were cast over. With looks of amusement. Teacher Zhang, what is Fong Sho's score? Li Qingqing shouted sternly, don't lie to me, I can check it myself. Worried that Zhang Yu would lie, she even specially warned him. It's indeed 3 minutes. Zhang Yu's face turned pale. He had been too caught up with the joy and didn't expect Li Qingqing to value this baseline exam so much. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Li Qingqing's scores had always been stable at first. You came in second because you only had the strength to come in second. I came in first because there is no position ahead of first. This famous quote was something Li Qingqing had revealed in an interview show. Although her arrogant attitude made many people uncomfortable, she indeed had that qualification. Until she met Fong Sho. She had become second. 3 minutes. 8 minutes. That means I was 5 minutes slower. I was 1.5 times slower. I am second. Li Qingqing felt her brain buzz, and her vision became blurry. I am second. This sentence kept echoing in Li Qingqing's mind, like a thunderclap. Even, her breathing quickly became rapid, and drops of sweat began to appear on her forehead. Qingqing? Zhang Yu had never seen such a scene before and was instantly startled, quickly reaching out to support her. But the next second, Li Qingqing staggered a few steps, her eyes darkened, and then she fell towards Fong Sho. Fong Sho? Fong Sho never expected that Li Qingqing would faint right in front of him. Sister, you aren't trying to pull a fast one, are you? Chapter 19, Li Qingqing's excuse, I didn't take it seriously. Seeing Li Qingqing fall forward, Zhang Yu instinctively reached out to help, but he was still a beat too late, his hand hanging in the air as Li Qingqing directly fell into Fong Sho's arms. Fong Sho and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, unable to help but complain, this person's mental endurance is honestly too weak. In his previous life, when his grades dropped several places, he hadn't reacted like Li Qingqing. You don't know, this Li Qingqing has always had excellent grades since childhood. I've always been number 1, never once second. For this reason, when the high school entrance exam ended, the television station even interviewed Li Qingqing. At that time, Li Qingqing said, you ranked second because you only had the strength to be second, I got first because there is no ranking higher than first. Now, not only have you surpassed me, but your scores are also double mine. It's hard not to be a little affected. Zhang Yu explained. Although Li Qingqing ranked second this time, her score was enough to crush all the new students except Fong Sho. Zhang Yu's concern for her was not surprising. So what now? Fong Sho still couldn't understand this feeling, but he couldn't keep letting Li Qingqing lean on him. Let's take her to the medical room. Zhang Yu thought for a moment. As the class teacher, he also had to look after other new students, and he couldn't leave just yet. As for the other teachers and students, he felt a bit uneasy. Who knows if they might try to snatch his student. Moreover, Fong Sho and Li Qingqing were both in his class and not enemies. Letting them interact more couldn't hurt. I can take Qingqing to the medical room, but what about the expenses? Fong Sho asked while lifting Li Qingqing onto his shoulder. What are you thinking? The medical room is free, Zhang Yu said without hesitation. After all, No. 1 high school was a key high school in Heqing, how could the school doctor charge students? I didn't say medical fees, I meant me. I can't go there for nothing, right? I actually wanted to see the beast companions of other students. Fong Sho wasn't making excuses.
In fact, he was really curious if this year's new students would have any captivating beast companions.
When he had the chance, he could let his face-hugging bug go and parasitize.
Zhang Yu was instantly stunned. That's too much, Fong Sho. Li Qingqing is.
Zhang Yu wanted to say that Li Qingqing could be considered the school beauty, both her grades and family background were outstanding, and she was the white moonlight in many boys' hearts. But Fang Xiu, with such a great opportunity to be alone with her, was unwilling.
Even
while Fang Xiu and Zhang Yu were haggling, many boys around them shot envious glances.
My beast companion is almost out of food.
I'm really poor, Yu Ge.
Fang Xiu said without hesitation. 500?
Seeing Fang Xiu pressing for more, Zhang Yu felt amused and helpless.
Goodness, is he treating himself like a big spender? Forget it. All right, go ahead and be back.
Zhang Yu sighed and reluctantly agreed to Fang Xiu's terms. But who knew, Fang Xiu directly took out a resource card. He looked as if he feared Zhang Yu would go back on his word.
It's not that I don't trust you, Yu Ge, it's just that the place to recharge the resource cards isn't far from the medical room. I can charge it on the way. Otherwise, I'd have to make another trip later. What if it delays my beast companion?
Hiss. Zhang Yu sharply inhaled. This was Fang Xiu. If it were someone else, Zhang Yu wouldn't indulge like this. Just like that, Zhang Yu transferred 500 from the resource card to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu then carried Li Qingqing and headed toward the medical room. However, as he watched Fang Xiu's departing figure, Zhang Yu suddenly realized. He directly transferred money to Fang Xiu's resource card. What value was that? Along the way, both male and female students cast envious and jealous glances.
Boys envied that they weren't Fang Xiu. Girls envied that they weren't Li Qingqing. Of course, some girls envied that they weren't Fang Xiu. For a moment, Fang Xiu became the public enemy of all. When the principal noticed the commotion, he quickly sent someone to confirm the situation. After learning that Li Qingqing was fine, they continued with the mock exam. However,
Li Qingqing's fainting didn't last long. She couldn't accept it at first, her emotions overwhelming her.
She fainted.
But after all, she was a high school student, and as a Beastmaster, her physical condition was not that bad. A little while later, she woke up. However, what she never expected in her dreams was. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Fang Xiu's waist. Just as she tried to exert strength, she realized she was being carried on his shoulder.
How embarrassing.
Other classmates were casting glances this way, making Li Qingqing's face turn bright red.
Damn it. She thought she could shock everyone at the mock exam.
To have all her classmates cheer for her and applaud for her.
But, unexpectedly,
this mock exam completely turned into Fang Xiu's stage.
She was utterly embarrassed. It's over, it's over.
For a moment, Li Qingqing felt like her life was ruined. She tightly closed her eyes, praying in her heart to leave the playground quickly. Fang Xiu, however, did not notice that Li Qingqing had woken up. He didn't care about the gazes of others.
Carrying someone for $500 was a pretty good deal. Put me down.
It wasn't until Fang Xiu walked into the teaching building with Li Qingqing that she suddenly started to struggle. Fang Xiu let go, and Li Qingqing stumbled a few steps before regaining her balance.
Fang Xiu.
She clenched her delicate little fist, her beautiful eyes filled with fury.
Are you okay?
Fang Xiu scanned Li Qingqing and then extended his hand.
Huh? Li Qingqing was taken aback. What do you mean by that?
Pay me, I carried you from the playground all the way here.
Even though you don't need to go to the infirmary, my hard work can't be wasted, right? Fang Xiu said seriously.
Maybe other boys would be excited just to talk to Li Qingqing and show off on social media.
But he wouldn't. Even if Li Qingqing indeed had a bit of beauty, it should still come down to talking about money. You're a miser, right?
Li Qingqing gasped in disbelief, feeling it was outrageous. How can there be such a person in this world?
Don't think that just because you got first place in this mock exam, you are better than me. Let me tell you, my beast. Cough, cough. I was just not serious.
Li Qingqing crossed her arms, emphasizing towards Fang Xiu. However, to Fang Xiu, this sounded like a loser making excuses.
If you really want to be serious.
His alien queen hadn't even participated in this mock exam.
When you got first place in the past, didn't you find it ridiculous when those who came second said they weren't serious? Fang Xiu said coldly, if you have the ability, then go and take first place openly. $1,000, thank you.
Li Qingqing's face turned red instantly. It was the first time she had encountered someone as unreasonable as Fang Xiu. In both elementary and middle school, she had always been the center of attention, with other boys fawning over her. Fang Xiu, however, dared to ask for 1,000 just for carrying her to the infirmary. Although this amount of money was a trifle for her wealthy family, she was still very angry.
Fang Xiu, you wait for me.
After saying this, Qingqing angrily transferred 1,000 bucks into Fong Sho's resource card, then left without looking back.
This little girl. Watching Qingqing's figure disappear, Fong Sho couldn't help but complain, even if she just walks away, I can't do anything about it. I didn't expect her to actually transfer money to me. Is this the strength of the strongest middle school student? Looking at the 1,500 bucks he had received, Fong Sho felt quite pleased. This way, the feeding issue for the alien had been resolved for a week. The next thing was relatively simple. When Fong Sho returned to the playground, the students from Class 2 and Class 3 had already finished their mock exam. Fong Sho took the opportunity to observe the beasts of other classes and took notes on those that performed well, thinking that if there was a chance in the future, he would let the face hugger infest them. After a whole day had passed, the first-year students finally completed their baseline test. Although the overall scores of all students had not been fully tallied yet, everyone already had a consensus in their hearts about who the top scorer was. Before dismissing the students, the principal of the school took a moment to praise Fong Sho, making him an example for the newcomers to follow. At the same time, the principal did not forget to encourage everyone. There was still a long time before the college entrance examination. Even if they were temporarily lagging behind, they should not lose heart but work hard to improve their beast taming skills. You should go back early, rest well. Starting tomorrow, we have physical education classes. Zhang especially stopped Fong Sho before parting. Although he had achieved astonishing results this time, every long journey begins with a single step, and only by being grounded can one reach the highest peak. I understand, brother Yu. If it were an ordinary high school student, they might become arrogant due to excellent grades, or like Qingqing, they might collapse at the first sign of failure. But Fang Xiu was already an adult, and his mindset was much more stable than Zhang Yu's. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yu, Fang Xiu returned to his dormitory. First, he entered the beast taming space and exchanged all the 1,500 he had tricked into for food before falling into a sweet sleep. When Fang Xiu opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. He stretched lazily, washed up briefly, and headed straight to campus. The previous week's classes had mainly been general courses, and Fang Xiu had been an undergraduate in his last life, so a quick flip through the books was enough for him to achieve decent grades, making him naturally uninterested in these subjects. Only after the baseline test did the real start begin. The timetable not only added physical education classes but also had them take up a significant portion of class hours. Conservatively speaking, there would be at least 3 physical education classes a day. Why not just rename it Beast Taming Class? Fang Xiu took out his phone, glanced at the class schedule sent by the homeroom teacher Zhang Yu and the class group, and couldn't help but complain. 2 physical education classes in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. It truly is the era of national beast taming. However, just as Fang Xiu was on his way to the classroom, Zhang Yu hurriedly ran over. Finally found you. Seeing Fang Xiu alone, Zhang Yu let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu looked Zhang Yu up and down, noticing that his expression was even worse than when he first heard about the face-hugging bug. Could it be? The homeroom teacher of Class 6, Li Guosheng, really used his connections to take me away? Brother Yu, don't worry, Class 2 is great. I have no intention of going to Class 6, Fang Xiu spoke confidently. Firstly, he had a good relationship with Zhang Yu. Secondly, Zhang Yu was the kind of homeroom teacher who would protect his students fiercely. There was absolutely no need to transfer classes. Upon hearing Fang Xiu's words, Zhang Yu felt naturally pleased. It's not about transferring classes. Old Li doesn't have the right to steal students from me. It's the student council. While speaking, Zhang Yu tugged Fang Xiu around the corner of the stairs, looking as if he was afraid of being discovered by anyone. The student council? Fang Xiu tilted his head. The so-called student council, as the name suggests, is a student-led self-governing organization. The school initially established the student council to enrich students' campus life. However, some students prided themselves on being in the student council, acting like they were superior to others. They walked around like they were the kings of the world. During his 4 years of college, Fang Xiu had the biggest dislike for the student council members. Seeing Zhang Yu's expression, Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. It seems that no matter what world, the student council is not welcomed. Aha. Zhang Yu nodded. Didn't you notice when you came to school? With the development of AI, big data has become easier to process. In just one night, the school had sorted out the new students' baseline test scores. As someone who aced the exam in just 3 minutes, Fang Xiu was undoubtedly the top scorer in this baseline test. Li Qingqing was second. Zhang Shuren's third round. In Class 6, Chen Fan was eliminated on the first day by Fang Xiu, but his wealthy background allowed him to quickly raise a new beast, securing an impressive 6th place in this assessment. The names of the top 100 freshmen were put on a banner displayed throughout the school. Oh, I didn't notice that, Fang Xiu said without thinking. He did see the banner on his way, but he had no interest in what was on it, not even glancing at it as he walked by. However, Fang Xiu began to understand Zhang Yu's concerns. A tall tree catches the wind.
His unique triceratops not only took first place this time, it probably shattered the records of previous years as well.
It's understandable that the student council would want to recruit such an outstanding newcomer. There's nothing to worry about. I have no interest in taking on student council work.
Fong Sho said this, believing that Zhang Yu was worried he might become obsessed with the power of the student council and neglect his beast.
Fang Xiu was clear-minded about this. Being part of the student council sounds impressive and useful in school. But once you enter society, who cares if you were in the student council or not?
Things are not as simple as you think, Zhang Yu said, looking at Fang Xiu with a serious expression. If the student council just wanted to recruit Fang Xiu, there'd be no need for Zhang Yu to worry.
If they want you to sign some kind of contract, just say you'll think about it.
You're only a freshman and need to discuss things with your family. Zhang Yu spoke seriously. Chapter 21, When the soldiers come, form a line, when the water comes, fill the land.
A contract? Can the student council really sign contracts with students?
Fang Xiu raised his brows. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Although there were similar organizations in the world before his travel, they mainly handled club-related work. He had never heard of a student council signing contracts with high-achieving students. It seemed that the student council in this world was very different from what he knew.
What kind of contract could it be? Fang Xiu became curious.
But Zhang Yu shook his head, I can't tell you the specifics right now. And this is just my guess, the student council might have other plans. In short, if they verbally promise you something, it's fine, but if it's a written agreement, don't sign it yet.
With that, Zhang Yu asked Fang Xiu to go to class first and left. Looks like the student council has a lot of power.
After all, Fang Xiu was not an actual high school student, and he understood how to read between the lines even before arriving in this world. He could see that Zhang Yu was quite wary of the student council.
I guess Zhang Yu was worried I might spill secrets? Otherwise, why would he act so mysteriously?
This also meant that the student council's power was considerable, even affecting the direct interests of a homeroom teacher. But on the other hand, Zhang Yu could have stayed silent and let Fang Xiu contact the student council first, then advise him later.
That he didn't do so showed he genuinely cared about Fang Xiu. Forget it.
I can't think of anything, I'll face it as it comes. Though he did not know what kind of contract the student council wanted him to sign, he was not afraid. Not to mention this world was also ruled by law.
His unique beast was not something just anyone could trample upon.
If the student council dared to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. With this thought, Fang Xiu calmed his mind and made his way to the classroom. It's worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu defeated Chen Fan on the first day of school, he had already become a figure of legend. Yesterday's mock exam caused a stir at Qingqing No. 1 High School. When Fang Xiu pushed open the classroom door and walked into the class, it immediately sparked a huge uproar. Many girls rushed over, eager to add Fang Xiu as a friend.
Even when Fang Xiu joined the class group, countless classmates sent friend requests, bombarding every few seconds.
In the end, Fang Xiu had to set it so that no one could add him as a friend from the group.
Hiss. Looking at the classmates crowding around, Fang Xiu couldn't help but take a deep breath.
No wonder those stars wear sunglasses and masks when they go out.
Fans can really be crazy. However, not everyone surrounded him. Fang Xiu looked around and found Qingqing sitting in the front row by the window, glaring at him fiercely, then turning her head away in a huff. Enough, you all. Fang Xiu scolded the classmates' actions and then walked to his seat. However, as soon as Fang Xiu sat down, a nearby classmate excitedly spoke up, Fang Xiu, how did you do it? Who are you? Although Fang Xiu had attended a general knowledge class for a week, he had focused all his attention on beast taming and had mostly been thinking about the alien queen during class, so he had barely interacted with his deskmate. I'm Shi Zhanhong.
Shi Zhanhong hesitated for a moment, but then thought carefully, he really hadn't communicated much with Fang Xiu.
This time the mock exam ranked 28th, that's quite an impressive score, right?
If it were someone else, Shi Zhanhong would proudly say, I'm a genius in the top 30 of Qingqing No. 1 High School. I'm a naturally gifted 985 talent. But in front of Fang Xiu, the number 1, Shi Zhanhong could barely catch his breath. As soon as he finished speaking, he even felt a tinge of regret.
How could I shamelessly expose my ranking in front of Fang Xiu? Ahem. Let's not talk about the mock exam anymore. By the way, my brother is also in this school. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Shi Zhanhong changed the topic as if he had found a breakthrough, his eyes flickering. Brother, this time I'll lend a flower to offer to Buddha.
Oh? Fang Xiu became interested. He really wanted to ask someone about the student council situation, so, do you know about the student council? Student council?
Shi Zhanhong hadn't expected Fang Xiu would actually inquire about the school. He was only a first-year high school student. If Fang Xiu hadn't mentioned it, he probably wouldn't have even noticed the student council.
I don't know,
But it's okay, I can ask my brother, he should know. As he said this, Shi Zhanhong was about to take out his phone to help Fong Sho inquire. However, at that moment, a loud voice came from the entrance of Class 2.
Is Fong Sho here?
The voice was not only loud but also carried a sense of arrogance. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong both turned to look at the door. There stood a figure nearing 2 meters tall, with an impressive amount of muscles.
He looked just like an NBA star.
The oppressive feeling radiating from him made the classroom instantly quiet.
Could he be the PE teacher? Many students privately speculated.
After all, they had just started PE class today and hadn't seen the PE teacher yet.
Is there something you need? Fang Xiu immediately stood up from his seat.
Hello, Fang Xiu. I'm Wang Bin from Class 2, Grade 2, from the Student Council. Our minister asked me to call you over. Wang Bin's voice remained loud. As soon as he said this, it created an immediate uproar in the classroom.
Wow, he's not a PE teacher? Grade 2? Did he just say he's in 2nd grade? Isn't he close to 2 meters tall?
It's hard to say exactly what it is.
During the conversation, Wang Bin intentionally glanced at the class schedule written on the blackboard.
It's no problem if you miss a few general education classes, we will notify the teachers, and it won't be counted as an early leave.
Notify. Fang Xiuxing's eyes moved.
In his view, Wang Bin's wording was quite meticulous, it wasn't helping him explain to the teacher but rather notifying the teacher.
Generally speaking, only a superior would use the term notify regarding a subordinate, right? No wonder even the homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, would be wary of the student council.
Lead the way. But no matter what, Fang Xiu wasn't intimidated by Wang Bin's aura. He walked towards the door and asked Wang Bin to lead the way.
Chapter 22, The Contract Proposed by the Student Council.
Shi Zhanhong wanted to go over and see the excitement, but as soon as he saw Wang Bin's somewhat fierce gaze, he immediately shrank his neck in fear.
The entire Class 2 fell silent.
The feeling was like a school bully blocking someone, and the other students didn't dare to speak up. Only Qingqing glared at Wang Bin fiercely, not taking him seriously.
Follow me.
Wang Bin immediately turned around, leading Fang Xiuxing across the corridor and then to the school playground.
This action left Fang Xiuxing somewhat baffled. He thought the student council would meet him in a conference room or classroom. But, the playground?
However, as it was close to class time, there were no students on the playground.
Minister Qian.
Wang Bin brought Fang Xiuxing to a cooler spot. The person referred to as Minister Qian was sitting on a chair, surrounded by a few student council members.
You must be Fang Xiuxing? You look quite handsome.
Let me introduce myself, my name is Shinfang, and I am the minister of the organization department of the student council.
It's rare to see someone pass the initial exam in just 3 minutes. So, are you interested in joining us?
Shinfang directly extended an olive branch to Fang Xiuxing, but he showed no intention of standing up. Instead, the classmates beside him crowded around Fang Xiuxing. These classmates were all around 2 meters tall, comparable to Wang Bin, and their solid muscles emanated a sense of oppression. Especially their attitude, as if Fang Xiuxing would not be allowed to leave if he dared to refuse.
What if I say I'm not interested? But why would Fang Xiuxing be scared by these people's imposing aura?
He looked at Shinfang and did not take Wang Bin and the others seriously. Shinfang was taken aback, he did not expect Fang Xiuxing to refuse him outright. Generally speaking, many second and third year students wanted to join the student council.
Now there were still many applications piled up in the activity room that he usually couldn't be bothered to even glance at. But it makes sense.
Most of those who actively apply to join the student council are mediocrities. And this Fang Xiuxing had achieved first place in the initial exam.
The fostered Beastmaster was an extremely rare fantasy beast type. If he weren't so confident, could he still be called a young person? Fang, you wouldn't have misunderstandings about us, would you? Our organization department upholds the principle of mutual assistance. Let me put it directly.
Beast mastery not only depends on one's talent but also on what kind of resources a family can provide. If they can't provide enough support in terms of resources, in the first semester of freshman year, there may not be any issue, but once entering sophomore year, they will be easily surpassed by those from affluent families.
We have seen too many geniuses fall in the student council.
So, in order to prevent such tragedies from happening again, we in the student council provide resource support for these geniuses.
Chen Fan paused for a moment, his tone slightly teasing. Isn't Fang Xiuxing's family just ordinary workers? It seems like there's even a mortgage, car loan, and other financial stresses.
Hearing this, Fang Xiu instinctively raised his sword-like eyebrow. Although from Zhang Yu's attitude and Wang Bin's performance, it was easy for Fang Xiu to see that the student council had significant power, he was still surprised by how they had even investigated his family background within just one day.
Is this the student council, or are they private detectives?
Especially the tone of Qianfeng, which carried a hint of threat.
This made Fong Sho feel very uncomfortable. So, what is the price? Fong Sho still maintained a serious tone. I don't believe there is such a thing as a free lunch in this world. Perhaps in others' eyes, Shinfang is the lofty head of the organization department, and receiving his favor should make one happy. But in Fong Shou's eyes, Shinfang was just a high school kid. Especially that superior look on his face, it was practically written all over him. So what if you are a genius Beastmaster among the freshmen? Aren't you still standing here talking to me? It's really nothing special. The phrase price sounds too exaggerated. Shinfang chuckled, we are all the best of Qingqing number 1 high school, the kind of students who will go to key universities in the future. Of course. As he spoke, Shinfang snapped his fingers. The boy standing next to Wang Bin immediately took out a pile of documents from his backpack. Verbal promises are naturally meaningless. If Fang Xiu is willing to accept our support, he can sign this contract. In case of any issues, we can also resolve problems through legal means. Shinfang gave a glance, and a document was handed to Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu can take a look at the contents of the contract, it won't be a problem, right? Fine, I'll look. Fang Xiu snatched the document. After all, he had the mentality of an adult, and he was not legally ignorant. Would he really be fooled by a second-year brat? Thinking of this, Fang Xiu began to flip through the documents that Shinfang had brought. However, what Fang Xiu didn't expect was, he thought the contract brought by Shinfang would be full of traps. For example, some online literature platforms trick authors with lengthy contracts, stealthily adding a sentence somewhere inconspicuous stating that the copyright of this book belongs to the second party for 50 years. Some authors who do not read the contract carefully would fall into the trap. But who knew? Fang Xiu did not see any oppressive clauses. On the contrary, the conditions on it appeared to be quite appealing. For example, they would provide him with financial support, solve the problem of his beast's food, and expand the beast space card. They would also plan his development for 3 years of high school, with older students responsible for one-on-one guidance for certain beast competitions. Feels like there's no problem. Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrow. The contents of the contract were more favorable to him. Could it be that this student council is really full of good people? However, just as Fang Xiu was pondering this, one of the clauses written on the second-to-last page caught his attention. The responsibility for filling out the primary volunteer choices for high school will be handled by the student council. High school primary volunteer choices. Aside from this clause that seemed problematic, the other terms were fine. I remember that high school volunteers can be submitted 3 times. As long as the second and third choices are correct, I can still get into a good university even if the first choice has problems. If the student council required all volunteer submissions to be handled by them, Fang Xiu would never agree. But if it was just the first choice, it seemed fine at first glance. Or could it be? Is there something about the world of volunteer submissions that he isn't aware of? Chapter 23, Pressure from the Student Council. If it weren't for Zhang Yu reminding me beforehand not to sign a contract with the student council, I might really have signed. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If Zhang Yu had not warned him beforehand, Shinfang's attitude was a bit better, and I might really be fooled by this high school kid. However, although Fang Xiu was somewhat tempted, he still threw the contract back. The contract is indeed good. If it were a regular freshman, there would be no reason to refuse. But unfortunately, for me, Fang Xiu, the price you offered is simply too low. Fang Xiu did not question the matter of voluntary application, but rather firmly threw the contract back, citing the price as too low. Then, Fang Xiu turned around directly, preparing to go back to class. He thought about asking Zhang Yu or Zhang Panpan what was going on next time. Even if the student council had great power, it shouldn't lead to a conflict with the PE teacher, right? After all, the PE teacher's position is the highest among the teachers in this high school. But who knew? Before Fang Xiu could take a few steps, Wang Bin and another student blocked his way. What's going on? Seeing this, Fang Xiu immediately turned back to look at Shinfang. Do you want to force me to submit? In an instant, Fang Xiu seemed to understand something. No wonder Wang Bin wanted to bring him to the playground. Every area of the teaching building has surveillance cameras. Especially in the conference room, activity room, and classroom, there are basically no blind spots. But the playground is different. If they really got into a fight, combined with the power of the student council, he might really suffer losses. Of course, this is just theoretical. Even if his physique couldn't match up to guys like Wang Bin, he still had his alien form. Don't get me wrong, classmate Fang. Seeing this, Shinfang quickly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at Fang Xiu. Our student council is not so low level. Since you think the contract is unreasonable, I will go back and reflect on it. But classmate Maming has watched the live stream of your mock exam and has been shouting to challenge you, the genius Beastmaster. As Qianfeng's words fell, Wang Bin and others retreated. For Fong Sho, Maming, and the others made enough space. Fong Sho couldn't help but feel speechless. He could only feel that Shinfang's intimidation truly only had the level of a high school student. But Fang Xiu felt that he had no reason to refuse. First, these student council members were not only second-year students, but had also been Beastmasters for a longer time, far beyond first-year students' level. Second, since they could join the student council and Shinfang called him here as a muscle, his Beastmaster was surely strong. Perfectly capable of allowing his alien form to assimilate genes. Classmate Maming, right? I am your senior. Maming said coldly, correcting Fang Xiu's wording. Did your family not teach you the manners you should have? He. Fang Xiu couldn't help but sneer. What's so great about being a year ahead of me? There are still gaps between beast masters. If you don't want to lose your beast that you have trained for a year, I advise you to give up this thought. Fang Xiu retreated to advance, persuading Maming not to be so naive. He. Maming also sneered and took out his beast space card from his pocket. Seeing this, Fang Xiu also didn't say much and took out his beast space card. Shinfang's lips slightly lifted, feeling even more pleased. Although Fang Xiu is the most exaggerated talent among this batch of freshmen, and possesses the rarest illusion beast-type Beastmaster. But Maming is a hard-working genius, who has been honing his beast since first year. The accumulated practical experience is not something a newcomer like Fang Xiu can compare with. Most importantly, the Student Council. With the support of our Student Council, Maming's beast not only completed its mutation but also equipped with powerful gear. Although it's just a regular type, its combat power is not something Fang Xiu's alien form can compare with. Shinfang thought to himself. He admitted that Fang Xiu was a genius. If Fang Xiu were given enough time to grow, not only Maming, even he would eventually be caught up to by Fang Xiu. But this world is just like that. To survive, you must speak of power, you must speak of background. In front of capital, a genius is just a tool. In this battle, Fang Xiu is bound to lose. Not only that. Once Fang Xiu realizes the huge difference between himself, a genius, and Maming, he will understand that having talent alone is far from enough in beast control. At that time, it will be Fang Xiu who comes to seek me out to sign the contract. Hum. Thinking of this, Shinfang couldn't help but sneer. Qingqing First High School has never lacked geniuses. And their student council has always liked to suppress such geniuses. No one can refuse the student council. If there is, they will be suppressed until it's acceptable. At this moment, Fang Xiu is completely unaware of Qianfeng's thoughts. He takes out a beast control space card, preparing to add Maming as a friend, then team up. No need to be so troublesome. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that Maming shook his head without hesitation. Let's do it right here. After all, there aren't many people on the playground. Fang Xiu? Whether it was the battle with Chen Fan or the mock exam, Fang Xiu always entered another space to fight. He never expected that beast control could be done in reality? From your reaction, you seem very surprised? Maming glanced at Fang Xiu's expression and mocked, if you're scared, it's not too late to back out now. That line should be mine. Fang Xiu was surprised, but his aura was still unyielding. However, Fang Xiu did not directly release the alien queen. Let's use the alien triceratops instead. Fang Xiu fumbled around for a bit before releasing his beast. In an instant, the alien triceratops, which should have existed in the beast control space, suddenly appeared on the playground. Its massive body crushed Wang Bin and the others. Translucent slime dripped from the corner of the alien triceratops's mouth, accompanied by a hissing sound coming from its mouth. The few second-year students standing next to Wang Bin instinctively took a half-step back after witnessing the alien triceratops's body. Although they had seen Fang Xiu's alien creature during the live broadcast of the mock exam, the feeling of being there made them nervous. Even if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they could hardly believe that such a beast would be released by a freshman in his first year. Is this what genius looks like? Maming's gaze narrowed slightly, surveying the alien triceratops from top to bottom. However, Shinfang called him over to serve as a thug, so he naturally would not back down. Moreover, his own beast was also extremely powerful. Watch closely, Fang Xiu, this is my beast. As soon as Maming's voice fell, a faint glow flickered. Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the playground. Chapter 24, 1///. With the flash of a faint glow, Maming directly released his beast. Shinfang and the others' lips curled up slightly. Although Maming's beast was just a regular species, with the aid of the student council, it had already undergone transformation, and with powerful equipment, its combat power was at its peak. And Fang Xiu's beast had just been born, with virtually no combat experience. In their view, the scale of victory in this battle had already begun to tip towards Maming. Fang Xiu paid no attention to Shinfang and the others' thoughts. He then looked towards Maming's beast. This glance was no trivial matter.
According to Fong Sho's guess, he thought Maming's beast would be something like a tiger or an elephant. But who would have thought, Maming's beast was clearly a giant wolf standing upright. It not only had strong, muscular legs but also wore a pair of ripped jeans. Its hands were similar to humans with opposable thumbs, allowing it to perform gripping and other delicate actions. Moreover, its nails were bright red and sharp, and it carried a long knife on its back. Its size seemed comparable to his alien triceratops. Such a design made Fong Sho unconsciously think of an anime he had watched before he crossed over called Digimon.
Isn't that the orc Garaloo? Fong Sho couldn't help but complain. Orc? What?
Maming frowned. Naturally he had never heard of orc Garaloo. Kill him, wolf god.
Maming directly named his beast the wolf god, and with his command, this werewolf swiftly approached Fong Sho's alien triceratops. Before the alien triceratops could react, the werewolf's right hand had already grasped the knife handle behind him. A flash of cold light flickered, and the bright big knife was raised above the werewolf's head with one hand, then it was mercilessly smashed down towards the alien triceratops. Classmate Fong Sho. Although this is a spar, swords have no eyes. If your beast is hurt, I hope you don't mind.
Shinfang saw this and immediately spoke from behind Fong Sho to draw his attention. Especially since the beast that had just been cultivated still didn't have combat thoughts. Plus, without experience, it often needs the Beastmaster to constantly give commands to complete the battle. As a sophomore, Shinfang knew this well, so he intentionally used words to distract Fong Sho's attention.
Understood. Fong Sho replied, nodding his head, I hope Maming can understand this reasoning as well. However, just when everyone thought that Maming's werewolf would easily chop off the alien triceratops's head, its upright bone plate suddenly opened. Clang, the werewolf's long knife struck the alien triceratops's bone plate, producing a metallic sound and a bright spark. Blocked it?
A hint of surprise flashed in Maming's eyes. The long knife used by this werewolf was made of black steel alloy, capable of slicing through iron like mud. Moreover, the werewolf's arm strength was also quite exaggerated. One slash had an explosive power of several tons.
If it were to hit a human, it would instantly bisect them.
But unexpectedly, it was blocked by Fong Sho's beast. Nevertheless, Maming quickly put away his surprise. His werewolf had more than just strength.
No. To be precise, strength has never been the advantage of the wolf god. Its true trump card is its speed.
Maming raised the corners of his mouth again. In his view, even though Fong Sho's alien triceratops had high defense and could block the werewolf's slash.
But the question is, how many times can you block? As long as you keep attacking the same spot, you will eventually break through the defense. One slash after another.
At the same time, the werewolf glanced back at Maming, but upon realizing Maming's intent, it deftly moved, stepping lightly around the alien triceratops, continually slashing with its long knife. Hiss hiss hiss. The alien triceratops, constantly attacked, did not get angry. Instead, it made strange sounds from its mouth.
Classmate Fong Sho, your beast seems to be scared.
Shinfang crossed his arms, resting his chin on them, but it can't be helped, since your beast has just started training.
Lack of combat experience leads to such issues. Are you feeling uncertain, classmate Shinfang? That's why you keep talking trash?
Fong Sho glanced at Shinfang, if you're capable, just kill my beast. In reality, only Fong Sho knew that the strange sounds coming from the alien triceratops were not out of fear.
In fact, aside from the alien queen, other aliens did not possess the emotion of fear.
That hissing noise was closer to a sonar system.
Through sound feedback, it was judging the position of its prey.
In this case, using such a method was likely aimed at familiarizing itself with the werewolf's attack patterns.
Alright.
After being dissed by Fong Sho, Shinfang's face turned ashen.
Maming, stop wasting time.
Finish him. Shinfang's voice was deep and cold, as if today he was determined to take down Fong Sho's beast here. However, at this moment, Maming. A hint of panic gradually arose in his heart. Since just now, he had no thoughts of holding back his strength, continually urging the werewolf to deal with Fong Sho's beast.
But who would have known? This alien triceratops's skin was as hard as a rock.
The werewolf, relying on its swift speed, hacked at the same spot 7 or 8 times, but couldn't make a dent. Maming, you should actually feel lucky that your beast couldn't break through the defense.
Fong Sho looked at Maming and said lightly. You like to talk trash, right? You enjoy psychological warfare, right? Come on.
Your next sentence is, clearly your beast is being pinned down and cannot move by my wolf god. As soon as Fong Sho finished speaking, Maming immediately blurted out, clearly your beast is being pinned down and cannot move by my wolf god.
However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Maming's expression went blank. What? How did you know what I was going to say?
He never dreamed that Fong Sho could guess his thoughts.
Could it be that this guy has mind-reading abilities? It must be the ability of the alien triceratops. No. That's impossible. Maming shook his head vigorously while urging the werewolf to attack even more fiercely. Puff. Finally, after the werewolf chopped at the alien triceratops's bone structure unknown times, the blade embedded itself into the triceratops's bones, and green blood splattered out. However, the next second, Maming's werewolf covered its eyes and staggered back. The blade embedded in the alien triceratops's bones snapped in an instant. Not only that. The alloy blade also developed numerous holes. Light shone through from the front and back. Chapter 25, Don't Say I Bully You. What?
Maming's eyes widened like a cow's, and his brain buzzed with emptiness.
Not just him.
Wang Bin and other classmates were also stunned by the scene before them. Chen Fan, who had been sitting on the chair enjoying the embarrassment of Fong Sho's beast, shot up from his seat.
This is impossible.
It was clearly Maming's werewolf that slashed the alien triceratops, but the one screaming in pain was Maming's werewolf instead.
What was going on? Look at the wolf god's blade.
Wang Bin swallowed hard, astonished.
The other students followed Wang Bin's cue and looked at Maming's werewolf beast.
They saw that the black steel alloy knife in its hand not only broke off a section but also had holes of various sizes on it.
Is that alien blood?
One student gasped in shock. Upon closer inspection, they found that the liquid on the black steel alloy knife was exactly the same as that sprayed from the alien's bones.
Moreover,
this liquid was highly corrosive.
It could even dissolve metals like black steel alloy.
They saw the holes continually elongate until the liquid dripped to the ground. The werewolf's weapon was decomposed into several pieces. More deadly was when the werewolf recklessly slashed at the alien, the splattering acidic blood flew right into its eyes. When the werewolf lowered its hand, its eyeball had already dissolved away, leaving behind a dark hollow, looking extremely horrifying. Although I know the alien's acid blood is highly corrosive, the technology of this era undoubtedly surpasses that of the world I traveled from, yet it couldn't resist the alien's acid blood.
Fang Xiu silently mocked in his heart. The next second,
the alien triceratops suddenly swung its tail, delivering a heavy blow to the werewolf's neck.
Bang! Accompanied by a deafening sound, Maming's werewolf fell directly to the ground.
I'll take your beast's genes. In Fong Sho's view, at this point, Maming's beast had basically lost its combat power. But this werewolf, although a regular type of beast, was undoubtedly much stronger in Fong Sho's eyes than Chen Fan's triceratops. If the genes of the werewolf could be merged into the alien species, how powerful would the creatures cultivated be? Just thinking about it excited Fong Xiu. I originally thought that so-called regular types were just ordinary animals. Having ferocious beasts like tigers and elephants would be quite good. I didn't expect that the beast technology of this era could mutate regular type beasts, advancing wolves into such fantastic creatures as werewolves. If it weren't for hearing Maming, Chen Fan, and others calling this werewolf a regular type beast, Fong Sho would have suspected that this werewolf might also be some kind of mythical beast type. At the same time, this made Fong Sho curious. If even ordinary regular types could mutate into fantastic creatures like werewolves, what would happen if ancient types and mythical beast types also mutated? It felt full of anticipation. Thinking of this, Fong Sho quickly released the freshly hatched facehugger from the beast's base. Parasitize. Fong Sho said in a low voice, commanding the facehugger to pounce towards Maming's werewolf. But just as he said it, it all happened so fast. Just when the facehugger was about to grab the werewolf's face, a flying dagger suddenly came. A flash of cold light passed, and the flying dagger directly pierced the facehugger's body, forcefully pushing the facehugger away from the werewolf. Ha! Everything happened too quickly, to the point where Fong Sho realized that the flying dagger had already pierced the facehugger and pinned it harshly against a tree planted by the playground. Fong Sho raised his sword-like eyebrows. Maming, are you?
However, just as Fang Xiu thought it was the Beastmaster Maming who threw the dagger, he was astonished to discover that another werewolf was actually standing next to Maming. But this werewolf was different.
This werewolf wasn't carrying a big sword but had a belt full of shiny flying daggers.
Another beast.
Maming suppressed the anger in his heart and forced out a faint smile towards Fong Sho.
I never said I would only use one beast to fight with you, Fong Sho.
After all, the more powerful a Beastmaster is, the more beasts they can control.
Or should I say, Fong Sho, have you only cultivated this one beast so far? That's really a pity. As he spoke, Maming continuously released his beasts. The third one. The fourth one. The fifth one. In just 2 breaths, 4 werewolves had gathered around Maming. In fact, he originally just wanted to teach Fong Sho a lesson to perform well in front of Shinfang. This way, when he went back, he could obtain more resources. After all, for someone like him, who wasn't a genius Beastmaster, in order to keep moving forward on the beast road, he must consume a lot of resources to force his beasts to mutate. Only in this way could he have the capital to fight against those powerful beasts. But on the flip side, after investing a large amount of time, energy, and resources, if his beasts were wasted, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to his efforts all along. This completely ignited Maming's anger. Chen Fan, who had been nervous, felt more relaxed after seeing Maming preparing to get serious. If it ended in this way, not only would it not suppress Fang Xiu, but if it spread out, it would also have a bad impact on the student council. Although he was the head of the organization department, he couldn't afford such a mistake. Now it's better. Although it seemed a bit unmanly, at least he could save face. Even if Fang Xiu is so amazing, it wouldn't be possible for him to cultivate a second alien beast in such a short time. While muttering to himself, Chen Fan also took a glance at the facehugger that Maming had knocked away. That should be the second beast raised by Fang Xiu, still not fully developed. Although the acid blood of the mutant is indeed a bit hard to deal with, it is not invincible. As long as we use long-range attacks, we can surround and kill Fang Xiu's mutant triceratops. The victory in this battle will still belong to Maming. But who would have known? I thought Fang Xiu would be scared, accuse Maming of bullying, and be furious. However, there wasn't a trace of such emotion on Fang Xiu's face. On the contrary, Fang Xiu's mouth almost curled up, revealing a devilish smile. Maming, this is what you said. The more powerful the Beastmaster, the more beasts they can control. This can't be counted as me bullying you. Chapter 26, Let You Go? On what basis? Seeing Maming in a fit of anger and unleashing even more beasts, Fang Xiu felt overjoyed inside. Mutated beasts like his take at least a year and a half to cultivate. Even with the student union's resource tilt, it still takes several months. If he directly uses the face-hugging bug to parasitize, he could just reap the fruits. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu, who initially wanted to maintain a serious demeanor, could hardly suppress his rising spirits. Then don't blame me for bullying you. As soon as Fang Xiu finished speaking, dazzling light surged in all directions, dazzling Shinfang and the others to the point where they could hardly open their eyes. Maming's heart became increasingly anxious. This was not the first time he played the role of a thug for the student council. In fact, as early as the second semester of his first year, after being recruited into the student council, he already played such a role. He was used by the student council to suppress those disobedient genius beast masters. During this time, his werewolf beast certainly could not win every battle. There were instances when it was defeated by other beasts. Whenever such a situation arose, Maming would unleash more beasts, using numerical advantage to strike back. Almost every classmate he suppressed would show a powerless, furious expression. They would curse him for bullying. Some irrational classmates would even charge at him for real combat. The outcome is predictable. Maming, who towers over 2 meters, has excellent fighting skills. This made him feel immense satisfaction every time he successfully suppressed those with better talent. However, he did not sense such emotions on Fang Xiu's face. Why? Isn't Fang Xiu just a first-year student this year? Didn't he just start with beast mastery? Also, his family background has already been investigated by Chen Fan. Both parents are ordinary workers, and there are hardly any savings. Fang Xiu doesn't even have any loan records. This doesn't make sense. Beast mastery has 3 paths. First, have enough talent. Second, have enough resources. Third, have both talent and resources. The importance, from small to large, is a nearly universally known common sense. Where does this guy Fang Xiu get his confidence from? Fortunately, the light did not last long. After just a few breaths, Maming felt his vision no longer stung so much, and he quickly opened his eyes. But what came into view made his brain buzz. At a glance, the densely packed mutants surrounded his werewolf beast. Although these mutants were not as tall as the mutant triceratops and were even shorter than his werewolf, their numbers were several times, even a dozen times more. This is impossible. Maming rubbed his eyes hard, stepping back repeatedly. I must be dreaming. Right, I am dreaming. The visual impact was so strong that Maming could hardly believe the scene he saw. He pinched his thigh hard, wanting to wake up from this nightmare. The intense pain reminded him that this was not a dream, but reality. This guy Fang Xiu somehow got a large number of monsters. In a daze, Maming realized that the beasts released by Fang Xiu included not only adult monsters but also a large number of facehugger bugs. These facehuggers were glaring at the werewolves, watching their every move. Other monsters pounced on the werewolves. A great battle was about to break out. But who knew? These monsters not only had highly corrosive blood in their bodies, but their intelligence was also astounding. They could even self-mutilate to obtain acidic blood to counter the weapons in the werewolves' hands. In just a few short breaths, all the werewolves were knocked down to the ground by Fang Xiu's monsters. If not for wanting the facehuggers to parasitize, these monster troops alone could shred Maming's werewolves to pieces.
Shinfang, who stood up from his chair, widened his eyes in disbelief.
How is this possible?
I clearly investigated Fong Sho, his background is very ordinary.
He hasn't even paid off his mortgage or car loan.
Where did he get all these resources?
In Shinfang's view, Fong Shou's monsters were completely unfathomable and hard to believe.
No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not figure out how Fong Sho cultivated these monsters.
A bad premonition arose in his heart. Because Maming's beasts were only a few.
It took an entire semester to cultivate them. The student council also invested a lot of resources into it. If they were to be eliminated by Fong Sho like this, not only would it be a significant loss for the student council,
Maming's beast-taming career would completely hit rock bottom.
No. It would be a direct end. After all, there are only 3 years in high school, losing 1 year would mean that, apart from using a lot of resources, it would be impossible to catch up. But Maming also came from a typical family. Such a disgrace meant that the student council could no longer support him. His beast-taming career would be over.
No, stop.
Seeing the facehuggers climbing onto the werewolves' faces, Maming could no longer contain his emotions. His tone turned into a plea, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes.
Fong Sho, please, don't hurt my beasts. I know I was wrong. Please don't. I beg you.
Otherwise, my beast-taming career will fall apart.
Seeing Maming nearly in tears, Fong Sho simply snorted coldly. Beg me? If your beasts were in the advantage, would you spare my monsters? And I believe this isn't the first time you've done something like this? When those students begged you before, did you ever give them a chance? Did you ever think that one day you would be in this position? Wanting to let Maming go here? What a joke. Not to mention that these werewolves had excellent genes. Why should the victim forgive the perpetrator Maming?
If his monsters suffered a devastating defeat, who knows what would happen to him? First, there would be no way to hold his head up for 3 years of high school.
Repaying hatred with kindness, how could he repay kindness?
Repaying kindness with kindness, and repaying hatred with straightforwardness. Fong Sho's voice was deep and cold, as he directly let the 5 werewolf beasts all become hosts for the facehuggers.
No.
Maming felt thunderstruck, his knees weakened, he knelt on the ground with a thud, his hands clasping his head, his eyes red with crying. All the beasts he painstakingly raised were ruined by Fong Sho. In a fit of anger, Maming spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed straight down.
Fong Sho observed coldly, seemingly having no intention of comforting or letting. The heel involuntarily took a step back. If there was only one alien creature, they might dare to challenge Fong Sho. No.
If Fong Sho only had one alien, then Maming could take him down. But now, there were at least 50 or 60 alien creatures rushing out from Fong Sho's beast-controlling space. Their massive bodies formed a dark, ominous formation. Looking at Maming's beasts, they were all being parasitized by face-hugging worms, lying on the ground, bodies twitching uncontrollably, yet showing no signs of resistance. Maming couldn't bear such a massive blow, his anger surged, he let out a breath, and then fell straight down.
Seeing this, who would dare to confront Fong Sho?
No one wanted their beasts to end up like Maming's.
What's wrong? Don't you want to challenge my beasts?
Fong Sho saw that Wang Bin and the others had no reaction to the challenge, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes.
These guys are too intimidated, right? So scared they won't even speak? Where's Senior Qianfeng? Since he is the head of the student council's organization department, he must have plenty of resources, right? The beasts he raised should be very strong, right? Aren't you planning to let me see them? One-on-one is fine too.
Worried that Qianfeng would think he was using a numbers tactic, Fong Sho specifically asked for a one-on-one challenge. But even so, Qianfeng remained unmoved.
What a joke.
Who knows if this guy Fong Sho would keep his word? What if as soon as his beasts were released, he called a horde of aliens to swarm up? Also, the face-hugging worm's method of parasitism was really disgusting.
He.
However, Qianfeng still pretended to be calm, his mouth curved into a cold smile. Fong Sho, you are joking. The original intention of our student council is to help each other, not to kill each other with beasts. It's actually Fong Sho who should let his beasts spare Maming's beasts. He spent not only energy and resources to cultivate those beasts. Most importantly, in another 2 years, he will have to take the college entrance examination. If he has to cultivate new beasts, he might miss the chance. Just because of personal grudges, to let a second-year student miss the chance to enter a top university is?
Don't you think that's too much? One should be merciful when able. Qianfeng questioned Fong Sho. No matter how you put it, he was still the head of the organization department, and Maming and Wang Bin were his own people. If he simply gave up on Maming, it might leave the others cold-hearted. Moreover, Qianfeng could not allow Fong Sho to have it so easy. For a moment, he could only use moral pressure against Fong Sho to make him back down. But who knew? Fong Sho's skin was far thicker than Shinfang had imagined. "You're right, Minister Shinfang." Fong Sho nodded, expressing his agreement with Shinfang's words. "If you don't like it, just come up and hit me. Using their methods to return their own methods is just fine, right? As for you saying that you can't get into a top university, what does it have to do with me?" Faced with Shinfang's moral pressure, Fong Sho did not defend himself. "I simply have no morals. What can you do about me? Since this is an era where everyone has beasts, and beastmasters are respected, then let's just fight." "You." Shinfang's face instantly turned red. He raised his hand and pointed fiercely at Fong Sho. He never dreamed that a first-year student like Fong Sho could have such thick skin. Moral pressure was completely ineffective against him. What was even more frustrating? Shinfang had no courage to attack at all. After all, the number of aliens gathered around Fong Sho was just too many. The oppressive feeling brought by that dark formation made Shinfang's heart feel a trace of fear. Which first-year student can be so abnormal? Just 1 week after enrolling. Not to mention first-year students, even third-year students can't achieve this without resources. He miscalculated. Really not going to make a move? Fong Sho stared at Shinfang, then extended 5 fingers, 5. 4. With each number he counted, Fong Sho would curl 1 finger in. It was as if a countdown was taking place. 3. Shinfang, although he realized what Fong Sho was doing, his face turned blue and purple, and he even wanted to explode against Fong Sho in his heart. But after seeing Maming's miserable state, Shinfang still chose to remain silent. Wang Bin and the others turned to look at Shinfang, their gazes filled with the expectation of his action. 2. Fong Sho's tone revealed disappointment. Shinfang remained unmoved. No. To be precise, Shinfang simply did not dare to act. Really going to fight? There's no confidence. It would be fine if I won. But what if I lose? Let's not talk about not being able to explain to the vice president. The most important thing is, I would have to start all over with beast taming. What if it affects my college entrance exam? Shinfang weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Winning brings limited benefits, losing means disaster. Any rational person wouldn't bet on this. As for Maming, I already spoke up for him just now. It was Fang Xiu who was too ruthless, unwilling to give him a chance. It's not my fault. Gradually, Shinfang completely gave up the thought of acting and comforted himself in his heart. He placed all the responsibility on Fang Xiu. It's not my fault. 1. 0. With Fang Xiu's words falling, his palm also formed into a fist. So boring. Seeing that Shinfang and the others had no intention of taking action, Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain. Although he found these people very unpleasant, they wouldn't release their beasts, and he had no way to deal with it. After all, he couldn't just use the face-hugging bug to directly parasitize them, right? This is a society governed by law. Killing someone else's beast isn't a big deal. But once he acted against a human, then it would be trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu directly retracted his aberration. Along with Maming's 5 werewolves, they were all taken into his beast space. According to logic, beast tamers can't take others' beasts into their own beast space. But after being parasitized by the face-hugging bug, the werewolves' bodies combined with the bug's genes. This allowed Fang Xiu's beast space to recognize the werewolves as his beasts. After recalling his aberration, Fang Xiu walked towards the teaching building without looking back. Shinfang looked at his back with a darkened face, his teeth itching in anger. He originally wanted to show Fang Xiu, the new freshman, a taste of reality. Now it's good. Instead, the student council got suppressed. Minister, are we really just letting him go? Wang Bin gasped. But as soon as he spoke, he received a big eye roll from Shinfang. Why didn't you dare to fight Fang Xiu just now? Shinfang retorted, annoyed. Wang Bin felt a bit embarrassed, whispering, didn't you get scared too? Chapter 28, Shocking the Internet, Fang Xiu is so strong? Seeing that Shinfang and the others did not take out their beasts to fight him, Fang Xiu left the playground without looking back. Anyway, the face-hugging bug needs several hours to evolve into the breast ripper. It's better to go back to class first. Although this world is an era of universal beast taming, the importance of general knowledge classes has decreased significantly. It still holds some points for the college entrance examination. In Fang Xiu's eyes, the college entrance examination in this world is like the art students in his own world. If the scores in cultural subjects are too low, even with high art scores, some schools will refuse admission. Especially when aiming to get into the top 10 of this world. Scores in beast taming and general knowledge are both essential. Yes.
Although Fang Xiu has just entered the first year of high school, he has already set the top 10 nationwide as his goal.
However, what Fang Xiu doesn't know is,
he thinks he defeated Maming on the playground, other students are in class, so this battle hasn't attracted much attention. But in fact, in many classes, there are spots that can observe the situation on the playground through the windows. These students even secretly took out their phones to take pictures. He uploaded the scene of Fang Xiu defeating Maming to short video platforms like Douxia. Many people also posted on the campus forum. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Those students who had been suppressed by the student council anonymously posted, starting a heated discussion on this matter.
Isn't that Maming?
I remember he was specially trained by the student council to be a thug, getting taken down this time feels so good.
What do you call this?
This is called karma, Maming had it coming. If it weren't for him, my grades would definitely be in the top 100 of the school.
This is a great relief for everyone, let's celebrate. By the way, who took down Maming? Seems like a stranger, is he from senior year? Stranger? Don't you know?
That new student is Fang Xiu, a super genius among the freshmen this year. On his first day of school, he caused a stir, and he passed the entrance exam in just 3 minutes with a mythical beast.
Wow, that impressive? Isn't he the top potential in the top 10? The problem is, by taking down Maming, isn't he hitting the student council in the face? Won't there be trouble?
Probably not, those who were suppressed in the past had no family background. Although they had good grades, they were not enough to gain the school's attention.
But Fang Xiu is different, he is a mythical Beastmaster, the strongest in freshmen. If the student council acts recklessly, the school will intervene, right?
But then there's that man. Fang Xiu, completely unaware of what was happening, returned to the classroom.
Sorry, teacher, I'm late, Fang Xiu gently knocked on the door.
It's worth mentioning that the incident of Fang Xiu clashing with the student council had already spread in class 2. The general studies teacher didn't really teach, instead standing by the window and watching from afar. When he saw Maming release several werewolf beasts, he felt a chill of worry for Fang Xiu.
Until
his dark army of strange beasts completely surrounded Maming and his beasts. Even this general studies teacher was shaken in his heart, unable to calm down.
Well done, Fang Xiu. Even
when Fang Xiu returned, this general studies teacher took the lead in applauding for him. The students sitting above erupted into thunderous applause. Although they knew nothing about the student council, a moment like this naturally made them feel proud.
Most importantly,
anyone could see Fang Xiu's potential. In the future, entering the top 10, he would definitely soar to great heights.
If they didn't take this opportunity to connect with him now, wouldn't that be foolish?
Good. Fang Xiu didn't expect to be so popular, but this gaze from the crowd made him feel refreshed. Before long, he returned to his seat under everyone's watchful eyes. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was, just as he sat down, Qingqing suddenly stood up. She ignored the teacher and walked towards Fang Xiu, then threw her high school math textbook onto the table, and pointed to her seat, saying to Shi Zhanhong coldly, "Go over."
Ha! Shi Zhanhong was taken aback. Goodness, who changes seats so openly during class? He even secretly glanced at the general studies teacher.
He didn't want to change seats, Fang Xiu had just taken down a student council member.
He still wanted to enjoy the drama. But who knew?
The general studies teacher noticed Shi Zhanhong's pleading gaze, turned his head away, and cleared his throat as if he hadn't seen it. If it were a normal student, treating him with such disdain, he would definitely scold them.
However, this guy is Qingqing.
In middle school, she was a remarkable figure.
Various interviews, various programs, she almost became a little internet celebrity.
Even after entering Crane City No. 1 high school, her brilliance was overshadowed by Fang Xiu, but she still remained the second person. The future's top 10 talents.
Moreover, Qingqing's family background was also very good.
He was just a general studies teacher, why would he offend Qingqing? Therefore, regarding Qingqing's actions, this teacher directly chose to turn a blind eye.
This.
Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but feel like crying without tears. After all, he was a top student who ranked in the top 30 of the mock exam.
You are ruthless.
Although Shi Zhanhong felt wronged, facing Qingqing's ice-cold gaze, he was still forced to stand up. Then he obediently walked to Qingqing's seat. Qingqing then plopped down in her seat. "Teacher, let's start class."
Oh, right, let's start class.
The general studies teacher finally realized and hurriedly reminded the students to open their books to page 4.
Today we will talk about factoring.
However, Qingqing had fully mastered this part of the general studies class during the transition class.
On the contrary, it was Fang Xiu.
He still remembered the image of Qingqing, full of fury, pointing at him and telling him to wait.
What is this? Came to warn him not to be complacent?
Maming was simply a rather useless member of the student council. It's just like I thought, wherever the protagonist of a web novel goes, they are always stepped on.
Fong Sho thought to himself. Good job.
As soon as Li Qingqing spoke, Fong Sho was stunned for a moment.
Ha? Is this person praising him?
But, it's only the beginning of the school year, and you've already clashed with the student council. That is not a wise choice.
Fong Sho, you might be in big trouble.
Li Qingqing covered her lips with her book and then whispered in Fong Sho's ear.
So, are you concerned about me? I thought you would be very proud. Fong Sho couldn't help but retort. Chapter 29, The Top 10 and First Choice. Me? Proud? Why? Li Qingqing was stunned, not quite understanding the meaning of this sentence. Where is my point of pride? Because I got entangled with the student council, if they suppress me, perhaps the top spot in the next exam will be yours? In Fong Sho's impression, Li Qingqing was simply obsessed.
If she wasn't first in an exam, her spirit crumbled. Who knows if these student council members coming after him might be arranged by Li Qingqing?
Is this how you see me?
Li Qingqing raised her brows, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. I do want to reclaim the first place.
No.
She shook her head. First place was originally mine. However, I, Li Qingqing, will never use despicable means to deal with others. I will prove with my own strength who is truly the number one in Crane City. In order not to affect the general studies teacher's class, Li Qingqing spoke deliberately quietly. But her voice carried a sense of power. This made Fong Sho have to reassess this girl. Especially her last sentence, emphasizing being the number one in Crane City, not just in Crane City number 1 high school. In other words, Crane City number 3, Yutsai, number 4, and other school students were, in Li Qingqing's eyes, nothing but insignificant beings. If I had not traveled to this world,
Li Qingqing might have always remained as the number one. Fong Sho thought to himself. So what? You came here just to say this? To let me know that the student council is not your arrangement? Fong Sho asked cautiously. Of course not.
Li Qingqing shook her head again. What I want to say is, I will defeat you and reclaim the title of number one.
But before that, you must keep getting stronger. Li Qingqing's thoughts were very simple.
If Fang Xiu really got influenced by the student council, causing his ranking to drop, then when she reclaimed the first place, it couldn't prove her own strength. There would always be people secretly saying it was Fang Xiu's downfall that paved the way for her first place.
She didn't like this. Do you think the student council can still suppress me? Fong Sho chuckled. Li Qingqing nodded. The student council has more tricks up their sleeve. For years, they've tightly controlled the volunteer applications for Hiqing number 1 high school. If they didn't have some means, how could they possibly control it?
As soon as volunteer applications were mentioned, Fang Xiu immediately recalled the contract Shinfang had brought up, which had a clause about first-choice volunteering. Originally, he planned to ask Zhang Yu what was going on. But now, it seemed that Li Qingqing knew some insider information. Speaking of which, when Chen Fan called me over, he showed me a contract.
You want to ask about the first-choice volunteering, right?
Li Qingqing glanced at Fang Xiu and then sighed, just as I guessed. Although she was unhappy that Fang Xiu took first place, she had to admit that Fang Xiu's first place was indeed based on his solid skills. Even though she couldn't handle it at the time, after watching the footage later, she realized that in just one short week, he had trained the special shape to that level. Fang Xiu, indeed, was a rare talent.
As for her,
she lost fairly. With a genius like him, the student council would surely act, keeping him firmly under their control. I thought they would wait until sophomore or junior year, but I didn't expect them to be this anxious. According to Li Qingqing's knowledge, volunteer applications were usually considered in the senior year.
Even for some geniuses, the student council would typically intervene in the sophomore year. Fang Xiu's situation, in Li Qingqing's understanding, was still a first.
Maybe it was because Fang Xiu's magical beast species was so unreasonable, which put pressure on the student council.
If left unchecked until sophomore or junior year, they wouldn't be able to keep him down. Is there any explanation for this first choice? Fang Xiu pressed on.
Li Qingqing nodded. You should understand a bit, right? Students with poor grades can only go to vocational schools later and end up doing some physical labor jobs. Only by entering undergraduate programs can they have the chance to join big companies and get a stable position. From undergraduate and above is 985 and 211, which are key national beast-taming universities. And above these universities are the legendary top 10. They are the strongest 10 universities in our country. They not only have rich resources, but most importantly, only the top 10 qualify to enter the beast-taming world.
Beast-taming world? Fang Xiu suddenly brightened.
This was the first time he had heard this term. Even when he previously searched for information on beast taming online, he had not found anything about the beast taming world.
How did Li Qingqing know this?
I'm not very clear on the specifics either. I just heard my elders mention it, telling me that I must get into the top 10 no matter what. Only by getting into the top 10 can one truly get ahead.
However,
Qingqing is a small city, and very few can enter the top 10. Even with normal means, few can get into the top 10.
Is it really that hard to get in? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow.
He only knew that the top 10 were the best 10 beast taming universities in the country, but he truly wasn't clear about how high the score requirements were for the top 10. So each year the top 10 provides a few quotas for small cities like Qingqing, Li Qingqing nodded.
In other words, the admission score requirements are a bit lower. There are 3 quotas for each school. Only 3?
Fang Xiu was stunned again. 10 times 3 was only 30. In the first year, there were 15 classes, with about 50 people in each class.
Considering other schools,
around 20,000 people took the college entrance examination in Qingqing each year. Out of 20,000, only about 30 could go to the top 10.
This acceptance rate was unbelievably low, wasn't it? The key point is that the top 10 only accept first-choice volunteers.
As long as your first choice is not in the top 10, even if you perform extraordinarily later, you won't have a chance to get into the top 10.
Li Qingqing continued to explain. This is also a trap in the student council contract. However,
in Li Qingqing's eyes, this is not exactly a trap. After all, students are not fools. If they really want to understand, they can find out no matter what. The reason why some people can still accept the contract is that it's really hard to get into the top 10. Anyway, if they can't get into the top 10, it's better to accept the student council's funding and aim for a 985 or 211 university. It's a way out.
But Fang Xiu is different. He is still in his first year of high school and is very likely to be in an information bubble.
If he carelessly signs the contract, his chances of getting into the top 10 will be completely in the hands of the student council.
This kind of method is truly insidious.
As she spoke, Li Qingqing clenched her fists in anger.
Chapter 30, Black River State Beastmaster Champion, Qingqing. So according to your words, whether or not one can get into the top 10 depends entirely on the student council's mood? Fang Xiu couldn't help but frown.
No wonder Zhang Yu specifically warned him to never sign anything if the student council asked him to. It seems Zhang Yu is already used to the student council's methods.
But no, that doesn't make sense.
The top 10 has extraordinary significance in this world. If students from the school can get into the top 10, the school can benefit from it as well.
Why would the school let the student council do whatever they want? Isn't the school going to manage it? Haven't any students reported the student council before?
No matter how powerful the student council is, they are just a group of students.
Surely the principal wouldn't be afraid of them, right? And those parents, if their children are bullied, can't they speak up? How could it not be managed? Li Qingqing sighed.
Although the spots for the top 10 are limited, if the student council kicks out one potential candidate, another will take their place.
Theoretically, it wouldn't affect the school's college admission rate.
But this matter definitely has a bad impact. Additionally, some parents have reported the situation. The school has intervened in this matter.
However, this brings us to mention a person. Who? Fang Xiu asked without thinking. Qingqing. Who?
Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, feeling like he had heard this name somewhere but couldn't recall where. Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu as if she were looking at a monster. She had thought Fang Xiu would be startled by this name.
It's not like, buddy. No matter how much you like beasts, you should know a bit about the history of our school, right? That's Qingqing. Forget it.
In Li Qingqing's eyes, Fang Xiu must be obsessed with beast mastery. Otherwise, there's no reason he wouldn't know who Qingqing is.
I have a faint impression, I just can't remember right now. Is he very famous? Fang Xiu asked again. Not just famous.
Qingqing is our Black River State's Beastmaster champion.
Qingqing's beast mastery career could be called a prodigy.
Others only start beast mastery in high school with school resources, but Qingqing has started in middle school. In high school, he maintained the top spot for 3 years straight. Before he appeared, the student council was merely nominal, at most organizing club activities. It was only after Qingqing became the student council president that it underwent drastic reforms. He integrated all the resources that could be integrated. At that time, due to Qingqing's reputation, even though there were some unreasonable aspects, the school still gave a green light. This gave the student council a lot of power. After the reforms, Qingqing continuously helped improve everyone's strength. Hearing this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but feel puzzled. According to Li Qingqing, Qingqing seems to be a good person. Moreover, he has the strength of a champion, so he shouldn't have to worry about someone stealing his spot in the top 10, right?
Or, after Chu Xinghe left, did those beneath him grasp huge amounts of power and become corrupt? What Chu Xinghe wants to do, no one knows at the moment. But, saying he is a good person, you are still too naive. Even after entering the top 10, Chu Xinghe has not given up control over the student council. The current president of the student council is just a puppet of Chu Xinghe. Remember what I just told you? The student council's volunteer contract caused some parents dissatisfaction, and in the end, it was Chu Xinghe who suppressed all those voices. Does Chu Xinghe have such great power? Fang Xiuxing's eyes became serious. Is he still a student? Or has he already graduated? He is currently a junior. His influence is immense. After all, he is the only top student who has emerged from Qingqing in 20 years. It is said that he has also built his own power in the top 10. You could say he has boundless potential. How could the principal of First High dare to offend Chu Xinghe for ordinary students? Li Qingqing said angrily. It was not until this moment that Fang Xiu finally realized. I understand now. You understand? What do you understand? Li Qingqing was taken aback. It's simple, since Chu Xinghe has such great power, being loyal to the student council means being loyal to Chu Xinghe, right? Plus, the slots in the top 10 are limited. How does Chu Xinghe ensure that everyone who emerges from Qingqing stands on his side? Of course, he approaches it from the perspective of slots, ensuring that every student advancing to the top 10 follows his lead. If I'm not mistaken, these past few years, all the students from Qingqing First High who entered the top 10 went to the same school, which is Chu Xinghe's school, right? Although Chu Xinghe can win people's hearts in the top 10, those people could never be as obedient as the students from Qingqing. Those who are unwilling to side with Chu Xinghe are directly kicked out of the top 10 and sent to 985 and 211 universities. No wonder Chu Xinghe would pressure First High to silence those parents' voices. I have to say, this Chu Xinghe really has some skills. Perhaps his provincial first place was achieved after consolidating the resources of the student council and breaking through. So you are not foolish after all. Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned. Fang Xiu's guess almost matched the results she had investigated. She even looked into the advancement situation of Qingqing First High. All students entering the top 10 went to Chu Xinghe's school. No exceptions. I thought you only knew about beast taming and couldn't understand anything else. Li Qingqing couldn't help but tease. How could that be? I just don't care much about gossip. Fang Xiu smiled. You telling me this, you're not trying to win me over to deal with the student council, are you? In Fang Xiu's view, with Li Qingqing's grades and looks, the student council would be eager to take her in. As long as she accepted the conditions set by the student council and listened well, she would eventually earn Chu Xinghe's favor. Speaking of which, it's no wonder Shinfang and Maming acted that way. Their suppression was just a test. Fang Xiu thought to himself, while attentively watching Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes. He had already clashed with the student council. Li Qingqing still willingly said so much. She must also be quite dissatisfied with the student council, saying something about wanting to defeat him fairly and take back what belongs to her. Perhaps that was only part of the reason. No. But who knew? Li Qingqing shook her head, expressing that she did not want to join Fang Xiu to deal with the student council. Yet soon after, Li Qingqing said with a determined tone, I want to take down Chu Xinghe. I will go to the university he is at and then take him down. Let him be ruined and infamous. As she spoke, Li Qingqing's eyes inevitably turned a little red. Chapter 31, The Hope of Resisting the Student Council. What happened with Chu Xinghe? Looking at the redness in Li Qingqing's eyes, Fang Xiu also grew curious. As far as he knew, Li Qingqing could be considered a winner in life. Not only did she come from a great background, but she was also a super academic achiever. In 3 years of middle school general education courses, she had achieved first place every time. The person was also beautiful, a frequent guest at the television station's interviews. If it weren't for her own appearance, she would definitely be the most attention-grabbing high school student in Crane City in recent years. However, when it came to mentioning Chu Xinghe, the hatred she showed was completely unmasked. No. To be precise, Li Qingqing's hatred for Chu Xinghe had reached its peak. It was something that could not be easily hidden. What kind of grudge do these two have? Junior, first year of high school. Fang Xiu calculated in his heart, the two were about 5 or 6 years apart. When Chu Xinghe was still at number 1 high school, Li Qingqing hadn't even started junior high. What could possibly be the conflict? Or is it a family feud? However, Li Qingqing did not answer Fang Xiu's curiosity. She directly stood up and returned to her seat. Shi Zhenghong looked confused as she pushed him away. What's going on? What's wrong with her? As he brushed past Li Qingqing, Shi Zhenghong noticed her eyes were a bit wet. Did Fang Xiu bully her to tears? Who knows? Fong Sho shrugged, he also wanted to know what was going on. Meanwhile, in Zhang Yu's office. Bang! With a loud bang, the big door to his office was kicked open. Zhang Yu was also startled, the pen in his hand fell directly onto the table. Old Li? When he saw it was Li Guosheng barging in without knocking, an unknown anger rose in his heart. Are you crazy? I'm telling you, I will not give you Fang Xiu. Even if old Wang agrees, it's useless. Looking at Li Guosheng's frantic appearance, Zhang Yu thought he had already convinced Wang Kai and specially came over to ask him for someone. What are you thinking? If old Wang loosened up, would I still need to come find you? I would directly go find Fang Xiu in your class, okay? Li Guosheng glared at Zhang Yu in displeasure. He came over with good intentions, yet this guy was not only silent in gratitude but also thought poorly of him. Am I that kind of person? It seems I really am. Ahem. Li Guosheng pulled over a chair and sat directly beside Zhang Yu, then took out his phone. Your class's Fang Xiu has stirred up big trouble. While saying this, Li Guosheng handed over his phone. Zhang Yu first glanced at the content on it. As soon as he looked, he was shocked. A dark mass of creatures, lined up on the playground, looked quite terrifying. Without a doubt, it was Fang Xiu's beast. What is this? Zhang Yu frowned, an ominous premonition brewing in his heart. He snatched Li Guosheng's phone away. And looking carefully, Fang Xiu and the student council's Maming were directly fighting on the playground. And the video on the phone seemed to have been filmed from the teaching building. The views had already skyrocketed past 100,000. It was already somewhat popular online. Various comments floated across the screen. What beast is this? Wait, are the students from number 1 high school in Crane City this extravagant? Each one is a beast army? Who is that person? Anyone know? For those in front, you don't know this person? The super genius from number 1 high school in Crane City, Fang Xiu. Not only a phantom Beastmaster, but his mock exam only took 3 minutes. Definitely a top 10 candidate. So handsome. Does anyone know my husband Fang Xiu's WeChat? I want to add him. For those in front, what are you thinking? He's clearly my husband. Looking at the screen's content and the barrage of comments passing by, Zhang Yu couldn't help but gasp. You see? There isn't just one video like this. Fang Xiu directly confronted the student council members. Do you know what this means? He stirred up big trouble. The student council won't let this slide. Li Guosheng took back his phone. What do we do now? Although Fang Xiu wasn't a student in his class, Li Guosheng had a good impression of him. During this time, he had also been wanting to bring Fang Xiu to his class. Now that Fang Xiu got into trouble, he naturally wouldn't give up on Fang Xiu easily. Moreover, the student council, arrogant and overbearing, caused chaos in the volunteer applications for Class 1, relying on Qingqing's influence. As the class teacher, he had long been dissatisfied with the student council's behavior. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that, in his eyes, Fang Xiu was doing a great job. Let me make this clear first, if you can't afford to offend the student council, transfer Fang Xiu to our class. I'll just blow up with them if it comes to it. Zhang Yu glanced coldly at Li Guosheng and said, Can you beat Qingqing? Li Guosheng, who had originally been fearless, instantly froze in his expression. Years ago, because of volunteer issues, a female student was forced to death. Many parents spoke out, and even the principal wanted to abolish the student council. And what happened? Qingqing brought people back from the capital. In the end, this matter just faded away. You want to explode with the student council? On what basis? The year Qingqing came back, Zhang Yu was already a class teacher at Class 1. At that time, some gym teachers, who could not stand Qingqing's arrogance, chose to intervene. In the end, Qingqing single-handedly defeated all the gym teachers. Looking at the entire He city, Zhang Yu believed there would be no Beastmasters stronger than Qingqing. The era of universal beast mastery. This was absolute power. And it was also the reason why all the teachers at Class 1 were wary of the student council. So what you mean is, we won't care about Fang Xiu? Li Guosheng couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered that Zhang Yu had always been protective of his students. How could we not care? Zhang Yu sighed. To be honest, he also did not want to offend Qingqing. But the video he just watched made him feel blood boiling. In just 8 days since school started, he had nurtured dozens of strange forms. No. Perhaps Fang Xiu had even more strange forms, he just released these. As a Beastmaster so talented, it was his first time encountering someone like this in his teaching career. How could he let the student council bully him? If there is really someone who can abolish the student council controlled by Qingqing, then that person, without a doubt, will be Fang Xiu. Moreover, Zhang Yu saw a possibility in Fang Xiu. That was to abolish the student council. Let Class 1 return to how it originally was. Ha!
Now it was Li Guosheng who was stunned.
He never dreamed that Zhang Yu would place the hope of abolishing the student council on Fong Sho. But abolish the student council, huh?
Li Guosheng gazed at Fong Sho in the screen of his phone.
Perhaps, like Zhang Yu said, the only one who could do this might really be Fong Sho. Chapter 32, New Student Exchange Competition. He City Class 1. Class Year 1, 2.
The general knowledge teacher was writing formulas on the blackboard with chalk.
Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking interrupted the teacher's action. He turned around and softly asked, "Who is it?" The person didn't hesitate and directly pushed open the door of Class 2. Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanhong both looked toward the door.
They saw a young man wearing gold-rimmed silver glasses standing there, and Fang Xiu recognized his identity at a glance.
Zhang Pan, the gym teacher from Class 1 Year 2.
Previously, when he defeated Chen Fan, he had come with Li Guosheng to support Chen Fan. As a result, he was deeply shocked by Fang Xiu's strange forms.
"Hello, Teacher Zhao, I am Zhang Pan, the gym teacher of Class 2, I came to find Fang Xiu." While speaking, Zhang Pan scanned the classroom until his gaze landed on Fang Xiu. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu instinctively glanced at Teacher Zhao's reaction. "Go ahead, Fang Xiu." Teacher Zhao's attitude was very kind. "And one more thing, Teacher Zhao, are you feeling unwell? This afternoon's class will all be changed to gym class," Zhang Pan said in a low voice. It sounded like he was not discussing with Teacher Zhao but unilaterally informing him. "You don't have to teach Class 2 this afternoon. All will be changed to gym class."
The classmates in the classroom were all momentarily stunned by what they heard.
Zhao Laoshi is just over 40, strong and fit, walking and talking without any issues, completely looking like he wasn't uncomfortable at all. Is this the worth of the PE teacher? Just because you say you're not feeling well, you're not feeling well, even if you are? I feel like our PE teacher is really handsome. Yeah, and he looks very young too.
In an instant, the students in the classroom couldn't help but whisper to each other.
Although Zhao Laoshi's face showed some embarrassment, he didn't say much and just nodded slightly, indicating he understood. "And Li Qingqing, you come out too."
As Fang Xiu passed by Li Qingqing's seat, Zhang Pan raised an eyebrow and called Li Qingqing to come out with Fang Xiu.
"Yes, teacher."
At that moment, Li Qingqing had completely calmed down. Though she didn't know what Zhang Pan wanted her for, she still stood up obediently. After all, the PE teacher is in charge of the Beast Mastery scores. He is the primary subject teacher at Qingqing No. 1 High School. Sometimes, his authority is even greater than that of the class teacher.
Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing walked out of the classroom one after the other, under the watchful eyes of their classmates. I feel like Fang Xiu is really busy today.
Shi Zhanhong stared blankly at the classroom door. After the midterm exam just ended, it was either the student council or the PE teacher.
It always feels like the world revolves around Fang Xiu. Is this the life of a genius in school? On the other side, you really are not being honest.
On the first day of school, you fought with Chen Fan, and now you're in conflict with the student council. After calling Fang Xiu out, Zhang Pan couldn't help but criticize him. After all, the news about Fang Xiu beating Maming had already spread throughout the school. Especially since the PE teacher was defeated by Chu Xinghe, the feeling was even more triumphant.
You can't blame me for this, can you?
I just want to study hard and improve every day, but it's always others who come looking for trouble.
Fang Xiu answered without thinking, wearing a helpless expression. Is that so?
Zhang Pan's mouth curved up, revealing a slight smile. Clearly, you are the biggest beneficiary.
If I'm not mistaken, the bugs you planted have already taken over Ma Ming's beast, right?
Although his beast is just a regular type, he has been adept at making connections, and managed to link up with the student council. Last year, he even started serving as a goon for the student council, suppressing many classmates. Thus, he further gained the appreciation of the student council. Originally, only second years could attempt the mutation. He completed it in the first semester of his first year.
With his own efforts, he can also be considered a genius among ordinary people.
Your bugs have directly taken over his beast. Once you assimilate the mutated beast gene, who knows what special ability it might awaken. As Zhang Pan walked ahead, leading Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, he pushed up his glasses and explained the knowledge of beast mastery to Fang Xiu. On one hand, he highly valued Fang Xiu. Besides him having a rare illusion beast type, his personality also matched his tastes.
When others bully you, you must fight back.
On the other hand, being Fang Xiu's PE teacher and explaining beast mastery knowledge to his student is part of his job. But you also need to be careful. Once the beast becomes too powerful, it may reject its master in its heart.
If not handled properly, it can be dangerous.
My advice is, when your mutant completes the infestation, it's best to have a strong Beastmaster nearby to protect you.
Then why not let Pan Pan brother come over?
Upon hearing this, Fong Sho instantly understood. Anyway, this afternoon is all PE class, my mutant will probably break through by then.
He, 1,000 for a visit, too expensive. Zhang Pan Pan didn't miss the opportunity to criticize Fong Shou's pricing. What do you mean? If Pan Pan brother comes to my beast space, how could I charge 1,000?
Although we are teacher and student, the age gap is not that large. In my heart, I have always regarded my teacher as my brother.
Fang Xiu said with a smile, then changed the subject. 500, how about that? Zhang Pan Pan?
In an instant, Zhang Pan Pan wore a puzzled expression.
That's not right.
Usually at times like this, shouldn't he say, Pan Pan, how can I take your money?
So why is he offering a 50% discount? Pan Pan, you know I'm poor, right? I have no resources.
I've offended the student council, and I might get suppressed often in the future. When I win the lottery one day, I'll let you visit my beast space for free. Fang Xiu started to play the pity card with Zhang Pan Pan.
And their conversation left Li Qingqing in shock. This isn't right. Just to enter the beast space, he is charging money? Fang Xiu must be out of his mind.
Speaking of which, last time he took himself to the infirmary, he asked for 1,000.
Goodness. This is highway robbery. Ahem.
Unable to watch any longer, Li Qingqing cleared her throat intentionally. Though she didn't know what was really going on, it wasn't necessary to drag herself into this just for Fang Xiu's sake. Moreover, Li Qingqing didn't like being the supporting character, so she decided to interrupt their conversation.
Teacher Zhang called us out, what's the matter? Well.
Seeing that Li Qingqing was a bit displeased, Zhang Pan Pan temporarily stopped the unusual topic.
He then paused at the door of his office. Do you know about the exchange competition? Chapter 33, is money really that great? Exchange competition?
Fang Xiu instantly felt that his knowledge of this world was still too lacking. Although this world has computers and cell phones, and many questions can be searched online, but
a person cannot search for what they cannot think of.
For example, the freshman exchange competition mentioned by Zhang Pan Pan.
I know. Li Qingqing nodded. It's just that the top schools in Shanghai gather to exchange and discuss beast-raising insights. Exactly. Zhang Pan Pan nodded.
Although our school is always the best in Qingqing, representing our city, other schools have always wanted to surpass us. Thus, the exchange competition was born.
Fang Xiu nodded in realization.
To him, the exchange competition, as described by Zhang Pan Pan and Li Qingqing, felt like a higher mathematics competition or something similar. Each school would send its best performing students to compete together. Then this exchange competition should have rewards, right?
Like a cash prize or something? Fang Xiu was more interested in the prize money than which schools would participate.
After all, Fang Xiu believed he had no chance of losing. The champion of the exchange competition would definitely be him.
You only think about money all day.
Zhang Pan Pan retorted unhappily. The exchange competition is a contest among prestigious schools, it's an opportunity to win honor for our school. But despite his complaints, Zhang Pan Pan still told Fang Xiu that there was indeed a cash prize in the exchange competition. If you can achieve first place, there would be a prize of about 200,000. For second place, it's 100,000. And for third place, it's 50,000.
200,000? Upon hearing this number, Fang Xiu's pupils dilated instantly.
Though he had guessed there would be a cash prize, he still underestimated the prize pool for the exchange competition. In Fang Xiu's mind, a competition like this would usually have a prize of around 30,000 or 50,000, which would be quite good.
But 200,000. Doesn't that mean he could double the size of his beast space and let the anomalies feast?
At that time, he might be able to increase the number of anomalies to 3 digits. Just thinking about it made Fang Xiu feel excited.
Don't get too excited too soon.
Zhang Pan Pan poured cold water on him, then opened his office door. Although our school is the best in Qingqing, the other schools are not that weak either. Even though half of the top 10 students from the city's entrance exams entered Qingqing No. 1 high school.
But the middle school entrance exam mainly focused on general knowledge classes.
Once you enter high school, the previous general knowledge classes will no longer be the focus. Some students who lag behind in general knowledge classes can easily surpass others through beast mastery. Even Fang Xiu himself is a great example.
His middle school entrance exam score was only 7th in the city. He was completely no match for Li Qingqing, who was first. So how did the mock exam turn out? Fang Xiu's score completely crushed Li Qingqing. So you understand, right? Other schools can also have beast masters like you.
Zhang Pan Pan patiently explained. And in the exchange competition, there won't be situations like yours and Maming's, where everyone mindlessly releases all their beasts for a chaotic battle.
Based on past competition formats, even in battle segments, it will be one-on-one. Your advantage in unusual forms will not be utilized. However, Fong Sho wasn't worried about this issue at all. Even without considering numbers, his unusual form was enough to crush other students' forms. No worries, I have confidence. Fong Sho remained self-assured. Zhang Panpan just smiled at this, also. This time, the exchange competition will calculate rankings based on team scores. Fong Sho? Almost instinctively, Fong Sho couldn't help but glance at Li Qingqing. In his impression, Li Qingqing's beast seemed to be a plain little gray bird. Although the mock exam results were good, she looked like a complete weakling. Could this guy possibly hold him back? Thinking of this, Fong Sho couldn't help but furrow his brows. Li Qingqing also read his worry from his expression. You don't think I would hold you back, right? It's not my back leg, it's our school's. Fong Sho gasped. You. Li Qingqing instantly clenched her fists, wanting nothing more than to punch Fong Sho's sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. However, thinking of Zhang Panpan being present, Li Qingqing still held back her displeasure. You don't need to worry about that. I won't lose to anyone, including you. Alright. Zhang Panpan shook her head. They were from the same class, and she thought their relationship would be good, yet she didn't expect the atmosphere between them to be so tense. You two don't need to worry too much. I've seen both of your beasts. Even compared to some senior students, you aren't lacking. Especially Fang Xiu. Your face-hugging bug has just parasitized Maming's beast. It can serve as a trump card in battle. And Li Qingqing, your beast has a great advantage in speed, and your control over the beast is also strong. I'm not worried about you two. While speaking, Zhang Panpan pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and gave both of them high praise. Fang Xiu immediately grasped the key point of her words. Since she's not worried about him and Li Qingqing, that means others. How many spots are there for this exchange competition? The two spoke in unison. 4. Zhang Panpan held up 4 fingers. Besides you and Li Qingqing, there are also Zhang Shuren from Class 3 and Chen Fan from Class 6. Chen Fan? Li Qingqing frowned. Why him? She could understand Zhang Shuren. In middle school, his general knowledge scores ranked just below hers. Other than having poor eyesight, he was strong in various aspects. He wouldn't have any issues participating in this exchange competition. But Chen Fan. As far as she recalled, he hadn't even made it into the top 10. Though his beast was an ancient type, it wasn't particularly strong. Our school should have stronger new students than Chen Fan. Li Qingqing couldn't help but complain. This. Zhang Panpan nodded. If viewed from the aspect of beasts, Chen Fan wasn't the strongest. However, he came from a wealthy family. Chen Fan's dad said that if Chen Fan can participate in this exchange competition, he is willing to sponsor us. So, Chen Fan might be the weak link. Zhang Panpan said earnestly. This also means that Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren absolutely must not make any mistakes in this exchange competition. Otherwise, they might not be able to win first place. Also, our school has won first place in the exchange competition for 3 consecutive years. Zhang Panpan said with a smile on her face. Damn Chen Fan. Li Qingqing clenched her fists angrily. Isn't it just because his family has some money? What's so great about that? By the way, Chen Fan's dad said, if you need any funding for the exchange competition, you can just ask. Zhang Panpan added. Leave Chen Gongzi to me, I'll take care of him. Fang Xiu replied firmly. Li Qingqing? Li Qingqing looked at Fang Xiu with a puzzled expression. Wait, aren't you usually all high and mighty? Fang Xiu, please be a bit restrained. Li Qingqing complained unhappily. Chen Fan's family is indeed quite wealthy. But how could a monster master look down on money? You have money, so of course, you can speak freely. Fang Xiu glanced at Li Qingqing. No matter what, Li Qingqing is a prominent figure in Crane City. Her background is easy to find online. Her father's business is related to monster equipment. Her mother is an official in the system. During the 3 years in high school, she never had to worry about resources. Her family could prepare everything for her without any problems. But I am completely different. My parents were ordinary workers. Every month, they had to pay off car loans and mortgages. My monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan. This is why Crane City No. 1 High School is willing to provide free dormitories for good students. Otherwise, my living expenses would be quite tight. If you have the ability, if we win first place this time, you don't need to take the prize money, just give it to me. Fang Xiu said seriously. After all, Li Qingqing is proud, and maybe she would just agree head over heels. In your dreams. However, Li Qingqing wasn't swayed by Fang Xiu's words, she just glared fiercely at him. So, when can Chen Fan's family transfer the money? Fong Sho ignored Li Qingqing and directly asked Zhang Panpan. Don't be so anxious.
Although Zhang Panpan understood Fong Shou's feelings, after all, there's always money involved in being a monster master. Sometimes she felt pity for Fong Sho for not having a good family. I'll have Chen Fan add you as a friend, you can contact him yourself later. With that, Zhang Panpan took out 2 forms from the drawer of her desk and handed them to Fong Sho and Li Qingqing. Please fill these out first. In the exchange competition between universities, even if the students are not very good at monster taming, there are often students like Chen Fan, who have resources and decent grades. So, how does this process work? Naturally, students apply to participate in the exchange competition themselves, and then teachers review it. This way, even if better students are kicked out based on mock exam scores, their teachers can speak up. Although your last exam scores were better, certain classmates' monsters are more suitable for this competition. Our school definitely does not have any unfair practices. All right. Fong Sho and Li Qingqing said in unison, quickly filled out the forms, and then returned to the classroom. In the next few classes, no one came to ask Fong Sho to go out. Even when it was time for lunch at the cafeteria, Fong Sho was not disturbed. Surprisingly, his deskmate, Shi Zhanhong, unknowingly became Fong Sho's little brother, persistently pestering him to treat him to lunch. With such a kind gesture, how could Fong Sho refuse? He even took the opportunity to share some of his monster taming insights with him. Time flew by, and soon it was afternoon. This was the first physical education class for the new first-year students, and every student's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even Fong Sho was a bit curious. In this world, physical education classes may lead a group of students into fierce battles. However, whether it was the start of the school year or something else, Zhang Panpan's PE class was talking about the theory of beast taming. Of course. The students in class 2 still took notes very seriously. After 20 minutes, Zhang Panpan finally allowed everyone to enter their beast taming space for practice. Next, Zhang Panpan quickly walked over to Fong Sho's side with big strides. Take me with you. Li Qingqing saw this and immediately came closer. What's going on? Shi Zhanting noticed that the PE teacher and Li Qingqing were gathering around Fong Sho, and he felt curious and unwilling to fall behind. It's nothing special, my beast might undergo some changes, so I asked Panpan to help guard. Fong Sho explained to Shi Zhanting with a smile, want to come for a visit? Upon hearing the word visit, Zhang Panpan's pupils instantly widened. Could this guy be thinking? No way. Zhang Panpan slightly shook her head. Anyway, not every student at Heqing No. 1 High School has a family background as good as Li Qingqing and Chen Fan. Shi Zhanting's parents are both ordinary white-collar workers. Although they belong to the middle class, they are not wealthy. All right. Shi Zhanting quickly nodded. Of course, it's not free, I'll charge you $20. Fong Sho's upturned mouth curved like a devil's smile, showcasing the art of skimming off the top. Fong Sho? Li Qingqing? Wait a minute, why do you charge him 20, and I charge 500? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but complain. Yeah, why is ours 500? This is bullying. Li Qingqing joined in the complaint. Do you think he can afford 500? Fong Sho pointed at Shi Zhanting, speaking as if it were obvious. He had already inquired beforehand. The PE teacher is the one who benefits the most at Heqing No. 1 High School. He doesn't know how many times Chen Fan has given gifts to Zhang Panpan. As for Li Qingqing's family background, there's no need to mention it, her weekly allowance exceeds 20,000, undoubtedly a rich beauty. Who would refuse them? Moreover, Panpan, Qingqing. With the exchange competition coming up, we are on the same team. If I shine in the exchange competition, it will also be the honor of our class too, right? So pay up. While speaking, Fong Sho took out a resource card, allowing the two of them to transfer money directly into his account. Okay. Zhang Panpan didn't say much more. Just as Fong Sho said, if they could achieve good results in the new student exchange competition, as the PE teacher, she would also benefit. Money is secondary. Achievements are what really matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan willingly paid the money. Li Qingqing felt unhappy, but it wasn't worth arguing with Fong Sho over $500. While paying, she shot a fierce glare at Fong Sho. If glares could kill, she would certainly break Fong Sho into 1,000 pieces. Only Shi Zhanting looked confused the entire time. Seeing that Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing had paid, he could only obediently hand over his money. Fong Sho looked at the resource card in his hand, nodding in satisfaction, and then took out the beast taming space card, inviting Zhang Panpan and others to enter his beast taming space. As the three pressed the agree button, a faint glow flashed from Fong Sho's beast taming space card, quickly engulfing them. When Fong Sho opened his eyes again, they had already arrived at the entrance of the underground kingdom of the strange beasts. Is this your beast taming space? Li Qingqing stood at the entrance of the underground cave, peering inside. The environment was pitch black, and one could not see their own fingers. Strange hissing sounds continually came from inside, making one's hair stand on end.
Chapter 35, Zheng Ponpon's Beast, Hellfire. Fang Xiu, what did you mean by guarding just now?
Qingqing had been shocked by Fang Xiu's strange beast more than once. Now that he had the chance to visit the beast taming space, he naturally wouldn't miss it. But when he actually entered Fang Xiu's Beastmaster space, standing at the entrance of the underground kingdom of the strange queen, feeling the cold air gushing out from inside, along with the hissing and strange cries, the hair on his body stood on end.
A bad premonition arose in his heart.
Although he was a first-year high school student, he would go home after school to surf the internet and search for study materials.
But during an abnormal event, would he still need a protector? He truly did not know. It means exactly what it says, said Zheng Pan, not even thinking.
Fang Xiu's Beastmaster progress is quite exaggerated. According to the normal process, students of Qingqing No. 1 High School would only encounter anomalies after entering the second year. But Fang Xiu's face-hugging bug possesses the characteristics of parasitizing and assimilating Beastmaster genes.
Perhaps it would make the anomalies occur ahead of time. No matter what, the essence of a beast is still a beast. They will see the Beastmaster as their kind and then submit. This situation is somewhat like raising a dog. A good owner can train the dog to be very obedient. But
once they think you are not strong enough, that you cannot dominate, they will become lazy and ignore the Beastmaster's orders. In the worst case, they might even attack the Beastmaster. Based on various relationships, Beastmasters and their beasts must progress together. Although Fang Xiu's strange form has a hive mentality, it is after all a phantom beast species and lacks prior examples.
To ensure this process goes smoothly without accidents, Zheng Pan chose to act as the protector. Let me make this clear.
Although this exchange competition is very critical, if your beast shows any aggression, I will kill it here.
Zheng Ponpon's voice became cold.
Although she thought Fang Xiu was a rare genius Beastmaster, for safety's sake, if something needed to be abandoned, it had to be abandoned.
Fang Xiu nodded.
Although he believed his face-hugging bug would give birth to very powerful beasts after parasitizing Maming's werewolf, he did not want a group that could not be tamed. If it was indeed as Zheng Pan said, then it was better to solve it sooner rather than later. Even without them, solely relying on the strange trihorn, I can definitely win this exchange competition.
Fang Xiu thought to himself. Exchange competition, is it for new students? Shi Zhankong was momentarily taken aback.
Although he was a first-year student, he had heard of the new student exchange competition. Leaving aside the chance to showcase one's beast in front of others, just the 10,000 yuan prize was enough to make people envious. But as he thought about it, Shi Zhankong felt relieved. After all, Fang Xiu was the top new student.
3-minute rapid entry assessment.
The anomalies that were supposed to be encountered in the second year, he was now touching.
If they wouldn't allow this genius Beastmaster to participate in the new student exchange competition, who else could participate? Electric eel.
Zheng Pan immediately released her beast.
Several electric eels floated in the air, as if swimming freely.
When they entered the cave, their bodies emitted a scorching white light, illuminating the dark cave as bright as day. Qingqing looked around, carefully observing Fang Xiu's Beastmaster space. The space of this underground cave was quite exaggerated, with a height of at least 7 to 8 meters from the ground to the ceiling, spacious enough to rival a school building's hall. However, the deeper she went, the more she could feel the chilling winds. If she hadn't known this was Fang Xiu's Beastmaster space, she would definitely have hesitated to step forward. Hiss. Shi Zhankong gasped. Although he knew Fang Xiu was the master here and his strange beings would not act recklessly, he couldn't shake off the unease in his heart. After all, fear is the most primitive emotion in human hearts. It is not something that can be changed simply by restraint. On the other hand, Fang Xiu had long been accustomed to such environments. Except for attending classes, he basically stayed here.
Fang Xiu. Can you feel the facehugger? Has it completed its parasitism yet? Zheng Pan thought for a moment and asked Fang Xiu. Not yet. Fang Xiu shook his head.
Zheng Pan replied, as he had visited this place once before and had a general understanding of the environment. In order to prepare, he released his summoned beast.
Hellfire.
With a low roar from Zheng Pan, a green flame appeared before the four of them. A wave of heat swept in all directions, pushing back the chilling cold from the underground cave.
Then,
the spreading fire began to contract, like a whirlwind, sucking in rocks of all sizes from the cave walls and piling them up.
Limbs, body, head.
Before long, a giant of fire, over 6 meters tall, stood alive before the group.
Fang Xiu? Shi Zhuanghong instantly gasped, ah? Qingqing furrowed her brow, a phantom beast species?
When she first met Zheng Pan, she thought this physical education teacher was too young and doubted his teaching ability. Even his name, Qingqing found a bit ridiculous. A young man in his 20s, why is he called Pan? It wasn't until she witnessed Zhang Panpan's summoned beast that Li Qingqing realized she had underestimated him.
Is this a summoned beast? Fong Sho blinked.
From what he knew, summoned beasts should all be living creatures.
How does this thing fit the definition of a creature? Who said summoned beasts must be living beings?
Zhang Panpan curled his lips and smiled with pride. That's just because you students are not strong enough in body and mind, so you are allowed to use the most ordinary summoned beasts to train your ability. Only when you reach university is it considered true entry. Zhang Panpan spoke with great pride.
One must admit, Zhang Panpan's summoned beast truly opened Fong Sho's eyes.
If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that such a summoned beast existed in this world.
This is interesting. However, Fong Sho felt even more curious. Could his facehugger parasitize Zhang Panpan's hellfire? He really wanted to try it out. Follow him.
Zhang Panpan continued. As the hellfire took a step forward, the ground trembled slightly. It was evident how strong its power was. At the same time, Fong Sho felt that he truly benefited from this trip.
Not only did he have Zhang Panpan's hellfire as protection this time,
he also received a tour fee. Zhang Panpan was truly a good teacher.
Most importantly, he wondered what other kinds of summoned beasts Zhang Panpan could bring out. Fong Sho had a strong premonition in his heart.
This hellfire was not Zhang Panpan's most powerful summoned beast.
Is university the true entry? Fong Sho murmured to himself. Chapter 36, The Alien is Terrifying.
Looking at Zhang Panpan's hellfire, Fong Sho's heart was filled with longing for the future.
He must get into the top 10.
Before long, Fong Sho's group arrived deep within the underground cave. The alien queen was still curled up, her legs tucked in, her body connected to a giant ovipositor, looking as if she were seated on a throne. Moreover, the alien queen's body was about 5 to 6 meters long, taller than Li Qingqing and the alien triceratops that Shi Zhuanghong had seen.
This is a summoned beast?
Shi Zhuanghong's eyes bulged like those of an ox, looking around with an expression of disbelief.
He saw the facehugger eggs occasionally ejected from the alien queen's ovipositor, densely packed like a square formation. If all these eggs hatched, the aliens produced would surely exceed 3 digits with ease.
No wonder Fang Xiu had a black mass of aliens when he fought Maming.
This unreasonable reproduction speed was the fundamental reason why the aliens were terrifying. Is this the difference between genius and ordinary people? At that moment, Shi Zhuanghong couldn't help but feel his eyes redden.
If things continued like this with Fang Xiu, it seemed he wouldn't even need to take the college entrance exam to get into one of the top 10 universities. Not only Shi Zhuanghong, but Li Qingqing's pupils also trembled slightly. All along, she had been the top student in the eyes of her teachers and classmates. Not only were her grades excellent, but her path as a Beastmaster was also very smooth.
A true winner in life.
But now, seeing Fang Xiu's army of aliens, she suddenly felt the gap.
Who could compare to Fang Xiu? Isn't your alien breeding speed a bit too fast? Zhang Panpan quickly identified the key issue.
Although the aliens were silicon-based lifeforms, and wouldn't be greatly affected even if they didn't eat for a few days, the alien queen would expend a significant amount of energy when laying eggs.
Moreover, constrained by the laying device, the alien queen couldn't move, thus, Fong Shou's aliens had to take on the task of feeding the queen.
As the number of aliens continued to grow, the space became more and more crowded.
Yes, Fong Shou nodded.
From the facehugger's parasitism to the aliens growing into adults, it only took 48 hours.
And the alien queen could lay eggs within 2 or 3 hours. In this alien species, the alien queen was undoubtedly a breeding machine.
Initially, Fang Xiu felt delighted. He thought that as long as the alien race continued to grow, he could become the strongest Beastmaster. But after cultivating them, he realized that food and space all required money.
This underground cave was the result of Fang Xiu's expansion.
It had the size of a soccer field. Yet even so, for the continuously multiplying aliens, this space was still too small. Due to insufficient food resources, some aliens even went into hibernation to reduce energy consumption. Hiss! Zhang Panpan gasped, feeling her scalp tingle.
Such a massive scale.
Forget that Fang Xiu was just an ordinary high school student, even her as a physical education teacher found it overwhelming.
However, if looked at from another angle, how many Beastmasters would wish to nurture aliens like these?
It's also tough on you, Zhang Panpan felt the pressure Fang Xiu faced and couldn't help but pat his shoulder. If only he had a family like Chen Fan's, Fang Xiu would truly be invincible.
What a pity. Just then, the facehugger that had been parasitizing the werewolf's face began to fall off.
These werewolves seemed to regain their self-awareness and climbed up from the ground one after another.
It's starting.
Fang Xiu's gaze sharpened as he converted the money he had just fooled out of Zhang Panpan and Li Qingqing into food, throwing it in front of the 5 werewolves.
Ah, this. Shi Zhuanghong was taken aback.
Because Fong Shou's feeding method was very simple and brutal, he had directly customized the food as pork. The quantity was so much that it could even pile up into a small mountain. It's worth mentioning that when Fang Xiu first became a Beastmaster, the school provided resources. The food Fang Xiu fed to the aliens was all live cattle and sheep. Only when he had consumed all the school resources and had to spend his own money did he realize the issue of waste. 1 pound of beef or lamb cost about 34. Pork was a bit cheaper at around 11. If he had known, he should have been feeding the aliens pork from the start. He really miscalculated. Wow, Fang Xiu, your aliens eat way too much. This food is enough for my beast to eat for half a month. Shi Zhanhong couldn't help but complain. Not just him, Li Qingqing was also shocked. Fang Xiu, can you afford to raise so many aliens? From initial shock, both of them couldn't help but sweat for Fang Xiu. So now you understand why I'm so poor, right? Fang Xiu smiled helplessly. The food issue was still secondary. Because the space has not been able to expand, even my alien queen is unwilling to give birth to little babies. Fang Xiu spoke while glancing at Zhang Panpan. The implication is, think of a way, Panpan. The pork that Fang Xiu took out was quickly devoured by the werewolves, even the bones were swallowed. Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong looked confused. How can you call this little baby? Fang Xiu, here is 20,000. Li Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then took out her resource card and transferred 20,000 to Fang Xiu. Although her beast was not that gluttonous, there were still many places where money was needed. Plus, her family had restrictions on her living expenses. Her pocket money is not a lot. Fang Xiu was somewhat surprised, not expecting Li Qingqing to be this generous. As expected of the beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Li. Fang Xiu immediately cupped his hands in salute. Don't forget what I told you. Just consider it an investment. I hope that one day, you won't sabotage my plans. Li Qingqing said with a serious expression. She initially had a bad attitude towards Fang Xiu, but there was no grudge between them, it was just her moment of emotional imbalance. After that phase, she realized that the fault was not with Fang Xiu. It was a kind of compensation. Furthermore, it was Fang Xiu's strength, he was the most talented Beastmaster Li Qingqing had ever seen. If one day he enters the top 10, she at least does not want Fang Xiu to become her opponent. Your matter? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, then thought of what Li Qingqing had said. One day, I will defeat Qingqing. Don't worry, I am on the same side as Miss Li. Fang Xiu quickly regained his smile. Although he had no grudge against Qingqing, the student council had troubled the students for too long. He didn't plan to collude with Qingqing. Zhang Panpan silently watched the conversation between Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, a look of relief appearing on her face. Chapter 37, The Birth of Higher-Level Aliens. Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing were not only the strongest beast masters in Class 2, but they were also the future hope of the college entrance exam for Zhong. Naturally, Zhang Panpan hoped they could get along harmoniously and help each other. Thus, Fang Xiu and others were waiting in this beast space for the alien to burst out from the werewolf's chest. Thinking of what Zhang Panpan said, Fang Xiu's heart felt somewhat nervous. Although with Zhang Panpan's hellfire protecting me, I don't need to worry too much about safety. But Fang Xiu looked at those werewolves, not to mention having to depend on them, he had already consumed several facehuggers. The food he fed them had almost exhausted his resource card balance. If it weren't for Li Qingqing transferring 20,000 to him, his subsequent feeding would have become a problem. I must not fail. Fang Xiu thought to himself. He also noticed that it wasn't just him who was anxiously waiting. The alien queen seemed to sense the alien babies inside the werewolves, its production speed was also slowing down, focusing its attention on those werewolves. The alien Tyrannosaurus and some male aliens appeared to be all set to go. Is the alien queen feeling uneasy? Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows. According to the alien setting, the queen not only had an ultra-high IQ of 175, but her fan-shaped crown could also release special pheromones to sense the location of all aliens and give orders. Perhaps the alien queen sensed something unusual from the alien inside the werewolf's belly. Could it be that Zhang Panpan was right? Fang Xiu thought to himself. Shi Zhanhong even instinctively retreated to the corner of the underground cave. Although he had Zhang Panpan in her hellfire, Shi Zhanhong always felt a chill run down his spine. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Li Qingqing was fully focused on the werewolf. Zhang Panpan directly issued orders to the alien fire. If any alien bursts out from the werewolf's body and attacks them, they would just take it down. Alien triceratops, protect the queen. Fang Xiu hesitated for a moment. With Zhang Panpan's alien fire on their side, he didn't have to worry too much. But if these aliens really rebelled against his orders, or even attacked the alien queen, that would be a problem. As Fang Xiu gave the order, the alien triceratops quickly approached the alien queen, vigilantly watching the werewolf. Fortunately, this waiting did not last long. Suddenly, one werewolf collapsed, its body convulsing non-stop, its face contorted in pain.
A wha! A wailing sound burst from the werewolf's throat, its convulsions growing stronger.
Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan both became tense.
Pooh!
A sharp claw sliced open the werewolf's abdomen, extending outwards, blood splattering everywhere.
Fang Xiu focused intently on that hand.
Like other aliens, this one, which blended werewolf genes, also had the feature of muscle wrapped in bone, its dark exoskeleton protecting its flesh. Plus, the werewolf's huge size meant the breaching alien that emerged from its abdomen was about 1.5 to 6 meters long.
And its hand was different from ordinary aliens.
Its hand was not only wider, but also had more refined joints. Compared to other aliens, it resembled a human hand more closely.
Is it getting closer to humans? Fang Xiu thought to himself. Soon, this alien, infused with werewolf genes, emerged from its body, shaking its head.
Its head was shorter compared to the alien triceratops, and when fully standing, its posture resembled a human more than a dinosaur. Its tail was relatively short compared to other aliens, and its elbows had an extra joint.
In Fang Xiu's view, this alien seemed like the result of stripping the werewolf of its skin and bones.
Hiss hiss hiss. However, this alien's vocal organ was still the same as others, producing that hissing sound.
It scanned Fang Xiu and the others, not showing any malice, but still sending a chill down Shi Jihang's spine. Fang Xiu.
Zhang Panpan became highly tense, never imagining that he would feel such pressure in the beast-raising space of a freshman.
Can you command it? Although this alien was still immature, the sense of oppression it brought was extremely strong. Sit down. Fang Xiu tentatively commanded the alien. However,
this alien did not respond to Fang Xiu's command. Such an unusual scene even made the alien queen feel a sense of crisis. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss. The alien queen's emotions became somewhat agitated, constantly scolding this newly emerged little one in alien language.
In the alien queen's view, Fang Xiu was the king of this world.
And her spawned alien dared to disregard the king's commands, which was simply a death sentence.
What's wrong? Li Qingqing noticed the situation and couldn't help but ask Fang Xiu.
Aliens are a hive society, with strict hierarchy.
The alien queen's orders are absolute. And as the king of aliens, I am absolute among the absolutes. So this alien not sitting down under my command is undoubtedly challenging the alien queen's authority. Fang Xiu explained casually, feeling a bit nervous inside. He could sense that this alien was different. Especially the additional joint on its elbow, which no other alien had.
This indicated that this alien had undergone a higher level of evolution after absorbing the werewolf gene.
If possible, Fang Xiu really couldn't bear to let Zhang Panpan's hellfire take him down. Pan, is there any way to enhance my strength?
Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Zhang Panpan had once said, if the Beastmaster's power is too weak, the commands given will be ignored by the beasts.
So, conversely, as long as I become stronger, I can regain control over the alien beings, right?
Therefore,
is there a way to make myself stronger?
There is. Zhang Panpan hesitated for a moment, but there was indeed a method. After all, human technology is very advanced, and methods to enhance the mental strength of Beastmasters in a short time have already been found.
However, this method is not free. And Fang Xiu's alien queen seemed to suddenly lose patience. Its fan-shaped crown released pheromones and issued commands to the male aliens here.
In an instant, two 2-meter-tall aliens suddenly rushed forward, heading towards the alien emerging from the werewolf's body. They foolishly sought to use strength to force it into submission. However, before they could even get close, a black knife suddenly popped out from the joint on the werewolf alien's elbow.
Chapter 38, Mutation Skill? Gale Step?
It was only when the alien queen commanded the two male aliens to charge at the werewolf alien that Fang Xiu finally realized what the joint on the werewolf alien's elbow was. He saw the werewolf alien slightly shake its forewrist, and a black knife protruded directly from the joint, then was grasped in its hand.
Almost instinctively, as soon as it grasped the black knife, it swept horizontally towards the charging aliens. The next second, the werewolf alien instantly flashed behind the two aliens, and with a flash of cold light, the two aliens were directly severed in half. Acidic blood splattered everywhere.
Ha! This sudden scene took Fang Xiu by surprise. He instinctively blinked his starry eyes, and his mouth involuntarily gasped in shock. He had to admit, aliens were not only silicon-based creatures but also lifeforms wrapped in bones and flesh.
Their exoskeletons are even stronger than steel alloys. How could one knife bisect them so easily? How sharp could this werewolf alien's black knife be? Could this be the power of mutation? Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on the werewolf alien.
It would be impossible to say he wasn't excited.
After all, this werewolf alien is his beast. Stop.
Seeing those male aliens eager to rush over and fight, Fang Xiu quickly called them back.
In his view, his werewolf alien might not have a rebellious bone. Perhaps it was still in a state of confusion after just breaking out. It only reacted in defense after sensing hostility from the two male aliens. Wow, is this really Fong Xiu's beast? Shi Zhanhong stared in disbelief. He had seen how strong Fong Shou's alien was, not only in the preliminary examination video but also through short clips showing the alien defeating the werewolf. Based on all this, in Shi Zhanhong's mind, Fong Shou's alien was the strongest beast among the freshman class. Yet, such a terrifying beast was taken down by a single knife. Invincible. Shi Zhanhong's eyes were as wide as saucers, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. Being freshmen in the same grade, why was the difference in beasts so vast? So strong. Not only Shi Zhanhong but also Li Qingqing found it unbelievable and astonishing. The moment the werewolf alien attacked, she didn't even see the creature's movements. Is this really the strength a freshman should have? Li Qingqing's mood was like a stormy sea, unable to calm down. Everyone, be careful. However, Zhang Panpan's voice quickly pulled Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong back into reality from their shock. Teacher Zhang. Li Qingqing instinctively looked at Zhang Panpan. What should we do about Fong Shou's beast? In her view, the alien creature that emerged from the werewolf's body had already escaped Fong Shou's control and had even killed its own kind. If this continued, not only would the aliens here be slaughtered, but Fong Sho could also be in life-threatening danger. Although it was a pity to take down such a powerful beast here, there was no other choice. After all, with Fong Shou's current strength, he could not control such a powerful beast. The only way Zhang Panpan spoke while glancing at Fong Sho. No matter what, this alien creature was Fong Shou's beast. Even if he understood the stakes, it wouldn't be easy for him to accept it. We'll take it down here. A hint of killing intent flashed in Zhang Panpan's eyes, and then he gave an order to Hellfire. Wait a moment, Brother Panpan. Fong Sho didn't expect Zhang Panpan to act so quickly, and he was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand, asking Zhang Panpan to wait. But who knew, Hellfire had already taken action. Hellfire charged swiftly towards the werewolf alien, its 5 fingers clenched into a fist. With each step its massive body took forward, the entire underground cave shook. The werewolf alien appeared incredibly small in front of Hellfire. Fong Sho, if you don't cut it off, you will suffer its chaos. Zhang Panpan had no intention of stopping and instead urged Fong Sho. But just as Hellfire's fist was about to land on the werewolf alien, the latter suddenly vanished without a trace. The enormous fist continued downward, ultimately smashing into the ground. Boom! With a huge roar, the entire underground cave began to shake violently, a wave of green shock and heat swept in all directions. Li Qingqing and Zhang Panpan were even forced back a few steps before they stabilized themselves. Hiss! Li Qingqing gasped, feeling terrified. On one hand, Zhang Panpan's Hellfire, with just a normal punch, created such massive impact, almost more powerful than a firearm. On the other hand, where had Fong Shou's werewolf alien gone? Where did it go? Li Qingqing racked her brain but couldn't understand how the werewolf alien had dodged. Even when she looked around, there was no sight of the werewolf alien. At the same time, a notification sound from the Beastmaster space system rang in Fong Shou's ear. Congratulations, Beastmaster, the alien has undergone mutation, acquiring skill, stealth technique. Fong Sho was startled at first. Mutation? And skills? Could it be that? Fong Sho suddenly realized. Presumably, his werewolf alien had used stealth technique to dodge the Hellfire attack. Windwalker? Fong Sho raised his eyebrows, recalling a single-player game he played before crossing over called Warcraft. There was a hero unit named Swordmaster, and one of his skills named Windwalker, which allowed him to enter an invisible state and increase movement speed. When attacking a target again, it would also expose the target. Although he didn't know what this stealth technique was, from the performance, Fong Sho felt that his werewolf alien had mastered a skill like Windwalker. It disappeared. Zhang Panpan frowned, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He never dreamed that Fong Shou's alien could hide its tracks. This guy, Fong Sho, must be a freshman in high school. For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but question his life. He was a teacher at Hiqing No. 1 High School, a legitimate university graduate. Logically speaking, dealing with a freshman's beast should be as easy as an adult beating up a kindergarten kid. How did it feel like participating in a college beast competition? This is not scientific. Just as Zhang Panpan had this thought, the disappeared werewolf alien has reappeared. It stands on the right side of Hellfire, knees slightly bent, using all its strength to launch itself forward, hands gripping the black knife, slicing at Hellfire's shoulder. Boom! The werewolf alien's black knife struck directly against Hellfire's arm, creating a deafening sound upon impact. A wave of terrifying air spread out in all directions. Zhang Panpan saw this and hurriedly shielded Li Qingqing behind her to block the wave of air. The ceiling, walls, and floor of the underground cave all cracked from the force of the impact.
Fong Sho, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Panpan all held their breath at that moment, unwilling to even blink an eye.
Hey, are you kidding me?
Zhang Panpan quickly exclaimed in astonishment.
He was shocked to see the werewolf alien's black knife gradually embedding into Hellfire's arm. After 2 breaths, the werewolf alien's black knife pierced directly through Hellfire's arm, brutally severing it. Boom! 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 Hellfire's arm thudded heavily to the ground. Ah! Shi Zhenhong's mouth formed a big O.
He could never have dreamed that Fong Shou's werewolf alien could overpower Zhang Panpan's Hellfire. It must be known, Zhang Panpan is not just some high school student. He is a physical education teacher with nearly 10 years of beast taming experience.
And yet, he was crushed so badly by a Fong Xiu who had just started taming beasts a few days ago? Isn't this truly unbelievable? What kind of monster is Fong Xiu?
Shi Zhenhong secretly glanced at Fong Shou's profile, taking a deep breath. In fact, it wasn't just Shi Zhenhong, even Li Qingqing secretly wondered if she was dreaming.
What kind of creature is Fong Xiu's alien? Pan brother.
At this moment, Fong Sho was the calmest one. He slowly spoke, "Let your Hellfire stop attacking."
Ha! Zhang Panpan was momentarily stunned. What did you say?
Even though his Hellfire lost an arm to the werewolf alien, it was not a fatal injury. After all, the core of Hellfire is the fire. The fallen arm was just a piece of stone that was absorbed. Hellfire spun around, a swirling green flame surged towards the ground, picking up the fallen arm and reattaching it.
The werewolf alien quickly stepped back, creating some distance again.
Fang Xiu, I know you don't want to part with this beast, but a disobedient beast can bring a lot of trouble. Not only will you be in danger, but your beast will also be harmed. As he spoke, Zhang Panpan subtly hinted at the 2 aliens that had been sliced in half by the werewolf alien.
Worse still, there are 4 more unhatched aliens like this one.
If he doesn't help Fang Xiu solve the problem here, all his efforts in this time could go down the drain. No, Panpan brother, I know exactly what I'm doing.
I ask you to stop, not out of reluctance. Fang Xiu spoke calmly.
Though his body was just that of a high school student, his mind was that of an adult. You just said that as long as the Beastmaster is strong enough, the beast won't resist their orders, right?
Fang Xiu countered Zhang Panpan's statement. Their eyes met. Zhang Panpan could see an unprecedented determination in Fang Xiu's starry eyes. This guy is not bluffing. You? Zhang Panpan's eyes flashed with surprise.
This was the first time he had seen a student like Fang Xiu. First nurturing a rare phantom beast species, then madly breeding in just a few days. Now, he had even cultivated a mutated beast.
The key point was Fang Xiu's mindset. He wasn't scared because of the werewolf alien's performance.
Perhaps. Zhang Panpan glanced at Fang Xiu, then at his werewolf alien.
After a brief moment of hesitation, he still couldn't help but want to believe Fang Xiu. All right.
Finally, Zhang Panpan's tone softened, commanding Hellfire to stop and retreat a few steps.
It's up to you, Fang Xiu.
In truth, Zhang Panpan was also extremely excited.
Although he knew there was some risk, what if? What if Fang Xiu could really suppress the werewolf's command? What if it could make the werewolf acknowledge Fang Xiu's identity as a Beastmaster? Teacher Zhang, isn't this too dangerous? Li Qingqing felt it was unreasonable as she watched.
While Fang Xiu's werewolf transformation was indeed excessively powerful, the most crucial existence was Fang Xiu, who could nurture such beasts. In other words, as long as Fang Xiu trained himself more, sooner or later he could nurture powerful beasts again, and by then, he wouldn't have to bear the current risks. Fang Xiu was only a freshman, there was no need to take risks at this time.
Fang Xiu.
We are only freshmen, even if we lose 1 or 2 beasts, it doesn't matter. By sophomore year, I believe you can nurture even stronger beasts, and at that time, you will be able to control them.
For a moment, Li Qingqing couldn't help but advise Fang Xiu. But how could Fang Xiu give up the werewolf transformation just because of Li Qingqing's words?
Not to mention the power of this werewolf transformation.
The most important thing is, this transformation was nurtured by me.
I gave them the chance to survive in this world.
I am their master. Fang Xiu said with a firm voice.
In his view, this was not about making choices or rushing for success. He was the god of transformations. For a moment, even Li Qingqing was startled by Fang Xiu's performance. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating.
Teacher Zhang, is this possible?
Shi Zhenhong didn't expect things to develop to this point. He carefully walked over and stood behind Zhang Panpan, unable to help but ask.
It's not impossible. Zhang Panpan thought for a moment. No matter how strong humans are, they cannot engage in hand-to-hand combat with beasts.
So essentially, one has to suppress their beasts in the mental realm.
In other words, some beasts will indeed resist their masters.
But that is because these beasts are unlike humans, they have no language, no text, yet they observe keenly and can judge their master's fear from their reactions.
After all, fear is an inherent emotion of all life. Once a beast discovers that its master is afraid, it will see its master is too weak. Thus, incidents of resisting commands and even attacking masters occur.
What Fang Xiu needed to do was to erase the fear of the werewolf transformation. To overcome them on a mental level. Originally, Zhang Panpan thought this was impossible until he saw Fang Xiu's eyes. Those did not look like the eyes of a high school student but more like those of an adult.
Fang Xiu took step by step towards the werewolf transformation. Are you done messing around?
Fang Xiu spoke in a deep voice, fixating on the werewolf transformation, exuding a powerful aura that pressed towards it. The werewolf transformation stared at Fang Xiu.
Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Chapter 40, 2 Skills from Mutation?
Fang Xiu gazed at the werewolf transformation, stepping forward until he stopped less than 5 meters away from it. Zhang Panpan, Li Qingqing, and Shi Jihong held their breath, not daring to blink as they watched Fang Xiu. Especially Zhang Panpan, although he chose to trust Fang Xiu and hoped for a miracle, he didn't dare take any risks. Hellfire slowly approached Fang Xiu, eager in fixating on the werewolf transformation. Once the werewolf transformation made any excessive moves, it would strike immediately. Li Qingqing and Shi Jihong were both at the peak of tension, beads of sweat popping out on the latter's forehead. Li Qingqing silently repeated Fang Xiu's name in her heart.
Have you made enough noise? Fang Xiu stared at the werewolf alien, his voice low and deep. But the werewolf alien did not respond, only observing Fang Xiu. It seemed just as Zhang Panpan had said, it was judging whether Fang Xiu would fear it. Suddenly, the werewolf alien moved. It stepped forward, trying to shorten the distance between them, wanting to push Fang Xiu back. If Fang Xiu retreated, it might be able to chase after him. But Fang Xiu understood very well. He was the one who created the aliens. Without him, they could never be born in this world. He was the god of aliens. You aren't retreating, but instead getting closer to me? Then why not come a little closer? Fang Xiu said coldly, then took a step forward. In Fang Xiu's eyes, his actions were not reckless. Aliens are social creatures, with a strict hierarchy ingrained in their genes. And though wolves are social animals too, powerful wolves can challenge the Wolf King. In Fang Xiu's view, this behavior could have affected the werewolf alien's judgment. But what made the aliens perfect was their genes, which could suppress assimilated genes, making them aliens, not other species. Of course, these were just Fang Xiu's speculations. His approach to the werewolf alien was calculated. If the werewolf alien really attacked him, Zhang Panpan's hellfire could instantly eliminate this creature. In other words, Fang Xiu had a lot of confidence. This confidence transformed into his imposing presence. For a moment, it was the werewolf alien that felt lost. Watching Fang Xiu approach, it instead felt uneasy. Put away your knife. Fang Xiu continued to speak. At this command, the werewolf alien really sheathed its black knife, slowly bent its knee, and knelt before Fang Xiu, lowering its head. That guy gave in? Shi Jianhong rubbed his eyes, whispering softly. He thought the werewolf alien would attack Fang Xiu. But unexpectedly, Fang Xiu truly overwhelmed the alien with just his momentum. And not only did he suppress it, he even made the other party submit to him. Li Qingqing let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Though Fang Xiu stealing her first place troubled her, she found his temperament quite nice after spending a few days with him. Very much to her liking. If possible, she didn't want Fang Xiu to give up this werewolf alien. Teacher Zhang? However, Li Qingqing still felt a bit uneasy. She turned to Zhang Panpan, is this a success for Fang Xiu? But when she turned to look at Zhang Panpan, she was shocked to notice that Zhang Panpan's pupils were shaking wildly, and her mouth involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. She was astonished. Zhang Panpan was shocked by Fang Xiu's actions. Truly, incredible. Though Zhang Panpan had given Fang Xiu a chance to try, she never thought he would succeed. Because this werewolf alien already exceeded Fang Xiu's beast-taming progress. Generally, only in the second year of high school do students encounter such mutations. In fact, Zhang Panpan thought that tamed beasts like the werewolf alien were even stronger than some third-year students' beasts. With a taming level like this, he could participate in college entrance exams now. Even if he couldn't get into the top 10, 985, or 211, getting into an ordinary undergraduate program would be effortless. It was simply unfathomable, hard to believe. Though I haven't been teaching long, I've been to school for over 10 years and seen many talented individuals. But someone like Fang Xiu, I have never seen before. After the shock, Zhang Panpan felt a wave of joy. She was happy for Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu looked at the werewolf alien that had completely submitted to him, nodding in satisfaction. However, just then, 4 other aberrations burst out from the werewolf's broken chest. Blood splattered everywhere, and the eerie hiss echoed in the underground cave.
Shi Zhanghong and Li Qingqing, who had just managed to relax, felt their nerves tighten up once again.
This is bad. I almost forgot, Fong Sho has 5 beasts.
Shi Zhanghong's face turned as white as paper, and he hurriedly hid behind Chen Fan.
Just one werewolf aberration was enough to shock them. Now with 4 more, Shi Zhanghong was truly terrified. Teacher Zhang.
Li Qingqing also stared at the 4 burst creatures with a serious expression.
But who could have known, these 4 aberrations didn't ignore Fong Sho's command like the first one and even attacked their kind. As soon as they appeared, they knelt on one knee and pledged their loyalty to Fong Sho. Congratulations to classmate Fong Sho for completing the aberration. Your aberration has gained a new skill, synchronization. Synchronization? Fong Sho raised his eyebrows, not fully understanding what synchronization meant.
But when he instinctively mumbled synchronization, the 4 kneeling aberrations were suddenly pulled up by a force. They quickly lifted off the ground, flying like kites with broken strings.
And the direction they flew towards was exactly where the first werewolf aberration was. What's going on?
Shi Zhanghong was startled by this scene and instinctively clung to Zhang Panpan's arm.
He looked as if he would fall apart if he let go. He even somewhat regretted following Fong Sho into the beast space. These aberrations were too frightening. Teacher Zhang, what is happening now?
Li Qingqing, although puzzled, at least didn't look as flustered as Shi Zhanghong.
The skill of aberration.
Zhang Pan gasped again, realizing this was Fong Sho's aberration gaining a skill during the transformation.
But was this reasonable? Normal transformations merely change the form of the beasts.
Only in rare cases can a beast transform into a skill.
And also, the aberration that just vanished should have used its skill. Fong Sho's aberrations gained 2 skills? What kind of joke is this? Chapter 41. I feel terribly powerful. Hiss.
Zhang Pan looked at Fong Sho, increasingly feeling that this guy was just too monstrous. Not only did he make such beasts submit to him, but he also gained 2 skills through transformation. Fong Sho, of course, was unaware of what Zhang Pan was thinking. He was entirely focused on his aberrations.
He saw the 4 flying aberrations emanate a faint glow. Their bodies seemed to turn into liquid, flowing into the body of the first werewolf aberration. As the glow faded, the 4 aberrations also vanished completely. Fong Sho was momentarily stunned. 5 have become 1? What kind of strange skill was this? His 5 aberrations turned into 1 aberration? Wasn't that a loss? Fong Sho couldn't accept this. He hesitated for a moment and tentatively mumbled, separation?
As soon as he finished speaking, the werewolf aberration in front of him began to shake rapidly.
Even more unexpectedly, this shaking wasn't from its body moving.
It was more like a phone screen shaking due to a poor signal.
The next second, 4 aberrations split out from the werewolf aberration, landing in the front, back, left, and right of it.
A glimmer of joy flashed in Fong Sho's eyes.
Could it be?
A bold thought rose in Fong Sho's mind.
Synchronization.
As soon as he finished speaking, the separated aberrations resynchronized into one whole.
Separation. Synchronization. Fong Sho tried this several times, each time successfully making the werewolf aberration split and synchronize. Isn't this just mirroring? For a moment, Fong Sho thought of the hero unit Blade Master from Warcraft 3. Stealth technique corresponds to Gale Step. Synchronous separation corresponds to mirror image. Is it possible that this werewolf transformation has developed to a certain degree and can unleash Bladestorm? Fong Sho, how did you do it?
Although Shi Zhanghong was unclear about what happened, he felt that Fong Sho's transformation was incredibly impressive.
Li Qingqing was also curiously observing Fong Sho's beast.
Pandapon, seeing that his transformation posed no more threat, Fong Sho returned to Zhang Pandapeng's side, filled with curiosity and asked.
Does every beast obtain skills when it undergoes a mutation?
Because Fong Sho remembered that when Maming fought him, it seemed he had not used any skills.
Not necessarily.
Zhang Pandapong shook his head. Most beasts only change their form during a mutation, making them more suitable for battle.
Strength and speed will greatly increase. Only a very small number of beasts will gain skills during the mutation process.
Of course, what we call skills seem more like some kind of supernatural ability. Whether it's the werewolf's concealed form or synchronous separation, neither can easily be explained by science.
In fact, mutations and skills have always been a research direction for scientists.
Unfortunately, humanity still cannot answer questions in this area. The only thing known is that only a very few genius beastmasters can let their beasts develop skills during a mutation.
Of course.
Although most beasts do not acquire innate skills, they can still create skills later through their own and their beastmaster's efforts.
Fang Xiu nodded in realization.
But he still did not quite understand why his transformation gave rise to skills similar to those of the Blade Master.
Could it be that the Beastmaster's perception is related to the beast's skills? Pandapung, is a beast skill related to the Beastmaster's perception? For example, if I subconsciously hope my beast acquires a certain skill, could it possibly manifest? Fong Sho inquired.
Shi Zhanhong and Li Qingqing quickly noted this question as a point of knowledge.
There is indeed this possibility.
Zhang Pandapung nodded, as this theory was not the first time it was proposed by Fong Sho. Before, some beast scientists recognized that the skills gained during beast mutation could very well be a reflection of the Beastmaster's mind.
Or perhaps a manifestation of spiritual energy. However, there's also a problem. If the skills given to beasts truly rely on subconsciousness, mental reflection, and spiritual energy, then why can only a very small number of beast masters allow their beasts to acquire innate skills?
Though some have tried to answer, such questions are like entering a dead end.
It's hard to have a theory that can convince others.
Over time, no one can figure out the key to innate skills.
However, Zhang Pandaping took a deep breath. Even though this theory lacks scientific support, I feel it is correct.
Because my beast has also developed innate skills, and that skill was something I always wanted to have as a child.
What is it?
Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Bang! Bang!
However, Zhang Pandapung directly flicked their foreheads, and the expression on her face seemed to say, don't pry into it. Fang Xiu stood there, lost in thought.
In other words, my transformation can manifest the skills deep in my memory? So that's how I got Gale Step and Mirror Image?
And because this world does not have a game like Warcraft, my beast space did not know the correct name for Gale Step, hence referring to it as stealth technique?
Fang Xiu thought to himself.
When he used to play Warcraft, the Blade Master was indeed his favorite hero.
After all, what boy wouldn't love such a violent cutting king? Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Fang Xiu couldn't help but look back at the alien queen.
If the skills of the Beast Sword Saint could appear in this world,
then Kaleidoscope Sharingan would release Birth of the Trees, Heavenly Law and Earth, Smash Voluto. Damn. For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but marvel in his heart. I am a traveler, a modern person. What I know, placed in this world, is simply a dimensional strike.
The already powerful immortal silicon-based lifeforms, plus those super abnormal abilities.
Just thinking about it makes Fang Xiu feel terrified. Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu? Seeing Fang Xiu dazed, Li Qingqing couldn't help but raise her voice repeatedly. Are you okay? No, I'm fine. Fang Xiu shook his head. I just feel how terrifyingly strong I am. I really want to fight against the student council again.
For a moment, Fang Xiu wished he could single-handedly take on the entire student council and let his face-hugging bug crazily parasitize their beasts.
God knows what kind of skills his alien could birth during the next mutation. Chapter 42, Mutation Methods and Academic Credits. Stealth Technique will be renamed to Swift Windstep, and simultaneously renamed to Mirror Clone. Fang Xiu ordered the Beast Space System.
After all, Stealth Technique and Synchronize sound a bit strange, so Fang Xiu made the changes.
Skill renaming completed. The system's feedback was very prompt. Swift Windstep and Mirror Clone, that sounds pretty cool.
The nearby Shi Zhanhong envied him immensely.
When will his beast also mutate and evolve a skill?
Fang Xiu, you can also design a name for this beast. Zhang Panpan was very happy to see Fang Xiu completely tame this alien. In his view, the alien is a collective name for a race. Just like all dogs are called dogs, but as pet dogs, they often have names like Wealthy, Little Black, and Eating Nanai. As the strongest individual in the alien population, it's completely deserving for Fang Xiu to give it a unique name. A name? Fang Xiu hadn't really thought about this question. When he previously combined the alien and the triceratops that parasitized Chen Fan, he simply called it Alien Triceratops. Then let's call it Alien Sword Saint. Fang Xiu briefly considered for a few seconds and straightforwardly named his Alien Sword Saint.
Sword Saint? Li Qingqing was stunned. That's really quite cringy.
While complaining, Li Qingqing also sized up Fang Xiu's beast. Although this beast was indeed terrifying in strength, calling it Sword Saint.
How dare he? Alien Sword Saint? Shi Zhanhong's eyes shone brightly, internally praising Fang Xiu for being a naming genius.
Alien Sword Saint, Swift Windstep, Mirror Clone, all sound quite imposing. Zhang Panpan just smiled at this. As for levels of cringiness, his hellfire wasn't any better than Alien Sword Saint.
By the way, Brother Panpan. Fang Xiu thought for a moment.
Although the Alien Sword Saint evolved from the werewolf that parasitized Maming, in Fang Xiu's heart, the Alien Queen was the most powerful one.
If it mutates, I wonder what kind of skills it could produce. If I want the Alien Queen to mutate, how should I do it? Alien Queen? Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu's Alien Queen. As long as you have enough academic credits, you can choose to mutate. Academic credits? Fong Sho paused. He thought mutations only required spending money. Li Qingqing and Shi Jihong also came over, all ears. Even though knowledge of this will be taught by a teacher in the second year, as top students of Qingqing No. 1 high school, how could they miss the opportunity to gain knowledge? That's right. Generally speaking, if you're never late to class, don't leave early, have good grades in midterms and finals, and don't cause any trouble during school, you can accumulate enough academic credits in the second year to choose a mutation. Chen Fan explained. Didn't Maming complete his mutation in the second semester of his first year? How did he do it? Fong Sho quickly asked.
Since Maming could mutate early, it meant there was a way to work with credits.
Extra credits. Chen Fan knew Fong Sho would ask this, and he hoped he would. As a Beastmaster, if you don't compete, what beast will you master? It's better to graduate early and find a good class. Extra credits? Fong Sho and Li Qingqing asked in unison.
That's right, the so-called extra credits are a reward system at Qingqing High School. For example, participating in competitions or helping others in society can earn you credits. Like this upcoming freshman exchange competition, if you can achieve a good result, the school will reward you with credits.
Chen Fan paused for a moment and continued to speak.
Don't underestimate these credits. Besides allowing you to choose mutations, you can also use these credits to customize equipment for your beasts, or even exchange for various beast resources, cash, and so on. To choose a mutation, you need to accumulate 100 credits. If you can really get first place in this freshman exchange competition, that's 10 credits.
Second place also gets 5 credits. Fong Sho and Li Qingqing exchanged glances.
They initially thought the freshman exchange competition was only a way to earn money, but didn't realize there were such good things as credits. At that moment, both of them couldn't help but smile knowingly, already ready to shine brightly in the freshman exchange competition.
As for Shi Jihong, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed.
With his grades, there was naturally no chance to participate in the freshman exchange competition. Not only the freshman exchange competition, but he probably wouldn't have a chance in other competitions either.
But can we really earn credits for helping others? What if such things happen outside of school? Won't there be concerns about fraud? Fong Sho didn't expect helping others could count.
After all, in his old world, the term helping others was close to a derogatory term.
It's not that easy. Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh.
Now there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and whether two people have any connections or know each other can be checked easily. As for why universities have such a system, it must be to promote good behavior. I personally think there's nothing wrong with it. Doing good deeds should be rewarded. Only in this way can more people be willing to lend a helping hand.
Doing good deeds without any reward is wrong. Of course, this is just my personal view, you don't have to agree with me.
Although Chen Fan had his own sense of right and wrong, he did not force others to agree with him.
Fong Sho nodded thoughtfully and then looked at his mutant queen. Now that he knew how to achieve mutations, the next step was to accumulate credits. And so,
Fang Xiu took out the Beastmaster space and, together with Chen Fan and others, returned to the real world. Other students also stepped out of their Beastmaster spaces one after another. Under Chen Fan's guidance, their efficiency in handling beasts significantly improved. Chen Fan did not favor one over another, he spent time visiting each student's Beastmaster space for one-on-one guidance. Unknowingly, Chen Fan's physical education class came to an end. When Fang Xiu and the others returned to the classroom, Chen Fan also went back to his office. However, just as he climbed the stairs and reached the floor of his office, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The newcomer was none other than the class teacher from Class 2, Zhang Yu. He originally planned to look for Chen Fan during physical education class, but he felt it would disrupt the student's lesson. After weighing the options, he decided to wait at Chen Fan's office door for him to return.
Is there something you need, Teacher Zhang?
Chen Fan hurriedly asked while striding towards Zhang Yu.
Chapter 43, Zhang Yu shocked again, what is a genius?
Chen Fan and Zhang Yu had little interaction, but now seeing him waiting for her at her office door, the only situation she could think of was regarding Fong Sho.
Are you here about Fong Sho? Chen Fan smiled. As the strongest first-year student at Qingqing No. 1 high school, Fong Sho's name had spread to every teacher's ears long ago. As the head teacher of Class 2, Zhang Yu naturally couldn't ignore Fong Sho's matters.
MHM. Zhang Yu nodded seriously, you've heard about it, right?
Fong Sho had a conflict with Maming from the student council.
Although that guy Maming doesn't have much background, this matter has involved the student council. I'm worried the student council might make things difficult for Fong Sho.
And,
apart from worrying about the student council causing trouble for Fong Sho, Zhang Yu was also concerned about one more thing.
That was Fong Sho's beast.
He, Chen Fan, and Li Guosheng had all been to Fong Sho's beast space. Besides knowing that the alien shape was a silicon-based creature, he also knew that the face-hugging bug could parasitize another's beast and assimilate their genes.
Chen Fan's triceratops was a good example. But Maming's beast was mutated.
Even though it wasn't as monstrous as Fang Xiu's, it had at least consumed some resources from the student council.
His beast was not ordinary. For various reasons, Zhang Yu was worried that Fong Sho would be too eager for success and might lose control of his alien shape. Ha ha ha. Zhang Panpan understood Zhang Yu's feelings but couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing about?
Zhang Yu was taken aback. He was seriously discussing this matter.
How could she still be laughing? Fang Xiu was also his student. If something really went wrong, this physical education teacher would also share the responsibility. Teacher Zhang, you're overthinking it. In the recent gym class, Fong Shou's face-hugging bug has completed parasitism, and the born alien shape has completed mutation.
While speaking, Zhang Panpan's smile was barely containable.
What? What did you say? Zhang Yu blinked, really?
Generally speaking, only in the second year could one accumulate enough credits for mutation choices. Even with additional credits, it would take until the second semester of the first year at the earliest. The school did this to cultivate the students' competitive spirit. Only in this way could Beastmasters continue to grow stronger. Secondly, there were risks with mutation. If a Beastmaster's mindset wasn't strong enough, they could lose control of their beast, and in severe cases, it could even hurt the Beastmaster. That's why the school wouldn't allow first-year students to easily attempt mutations.
But now Zhang Panpan said that Fong Xiu's beast forcibly carried out a mutation through parasitism? Does that mean Fong Xiu's beast jumped several levels directly? You're not saying Fong Xiu controlled the mutated alien shape?
Zhang Yu inhaled sharply, his pupils shaking wildly. Although he wasn't a physical education teacher, he had been a head teacher for several years and knew quite a bit about mutations.
A first-year student, less than a month into the school year, achieved mutation? Could anyone really believe such a thing? Not only that.
Zhang Panpan shook her head with a smile. Fong Shou's alien shape awakened 2 skills.
What?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu stood there in shock. Just being able to control a mutated beast was already an incredible achievement.
But now, Zhang Panpan said that Fong Xiu not only controlled it but that his alien shape also gained 2 skills? What nonsense is this? Is Fong Xiu even human?
This was simply monstrous. To be honest, although I haven't been a teacher for long, I have been in school for more than 10 years, especially in our university, where there's never a shortage of geniuses. Zhang Panpan pushed his golden-rimmed glasses, but those geniuses I have heard of are nowhere near Fong Xiu. He is one of the top 10 prodigies.
Even
his future achievements might shake this world. As Zhang Panpan spoke these words, her tone conveyed strong pride. No matter what, she was still Fong Xiu's teacher who had helped him.
If one day Fong Xiu really leaves a mark in history, she might also be remembered for it. Honestly, I feel like I am witnessing a legend.
At this moment, Zhang Yu's mouth opened wide in an O shape. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, he felt words were powerless. He was not unaware of Fong Xiu's talent. During his first beast mastery, he created a phantom beast species. During his first mock exam, he broke the record of Qingqing No. 1 high school. In his teaching career, he had never seen such a student.
However, in less than a month of school, he had his beast successfully mutate and awaken 2 skills?
Hiss. Zhang Yu was stunned for a long time, feeling dry in his mouth and throat, before he took a sharp breath. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, although I don't know much about the student council's situation, I believe a student like Fong Xiu.
I believe he can solve this problem.
Zhang Panpan continued to reassure Zhang Yu. He had heard about how domineering the student council of Qingqing No. 1 high school was.
But in his view, unless the student council president or vice president personally intervened. Otherwise, those few department heads should not be able to deal with Fong Xiu.
As for the president Ma Wanfeng and the vice president Wu Mingjian, they were currently in their senior year, needing to prepare for the college entrance examination.
They probably wouldn't have the energy to deal with Fong Xiu.
Of course. This is assuming Fong Xiu stops causing any trouble.
Zhang Yu nodded, you're right.
When the soldiers come, I will block them. When the water comes, I will cover it. I don't believe the student council really dares to do anything to such a good seedling like Fong Xiu. Zhang Yu steeled his heart. In the past, when his students were suppressed by the student council, he had always kept quiet because of Qingqing his dominance. But this time, for Fong Xiu, he was ready to clash with them.
Meanwhile, in the student council activity room,
Shinfang arrived at the door with a grim face, his hand shaking slightly as he knocked. This time he failed to handle Fong Xiu and got slapped in the face by a freshman. The more serious thing was that this incident had gone viral on a short video platform.
Come in.
Hearing the voice from inside the activity room, Shinfang nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
W. Wu Gu.
Shinfang forced a smile on his face, speaking in a very soft voice. He stood at the door, scanning the classroom situation from the corner of his eye.
How many times have I told you to use titles while in school?
The person called Wu Gu was sitting in a corner of the activity room, holding a book about postpartum care of beasts. This person was none other than the current vice president of the student council, Wu Mingjian.
He was also the fourth strongest student at Huqing No. 1 High School. Chapter 44, Freshman Exchange Competition.
In the following days, no one from the student council came to find Fong Sho, and his school life returned to calm. Every day, he would go to school for classes, and the rest of his time was spent in his beast space to master his beasts. Especially after receiving support from Qingqing, his feeding pressure was relieved. Under his care, the bizarre sword saint had entered adulthood. Not only did it grow to 4 meters tall, but its movements also became more agile. Simply standing still felt intimidating. For the upcoming freshman exchange competition, Fong Sho was filled with confidence. Until a week later, when physical education teacher Chen Fan came to his classroom door, Fong Sho, Qingqing, come out for a moment.
Yes. Fong Sho and Qingqing replied in unison.
He stood up from his seat, greeted the general studies teacher, and left the classroom. Watching Fong Sho's departing figure, Shi Zhanghong felt a deep sense of envy in his heart.
Will there still be classes during the freshman exchange competition?
After arriving in the hallway, Fong Sho curiously asked. He thought the freshman exchange competition would be like the sports events in his own world.
Students in the class could freely move about and watch the freshman exchange competition. To his surprise,
the freshman exchange competition did not take a holiday and did not allow students to spectate. Well, you see, Zhang Pan adjusted her glasses. After all, for the losers, it can be a bit embarrassing.
No matter how you looked at it, the freshman exchange competition was about the school's reputation. Holding it in school would just be a public punishment, right?
To maintain the face of these schools, every freshman exchange competition was held at the Beastmaster Sports Center in the city. Moreover, among the 4 students participating in this year's freshman exchange competition, 3 were Zhang Panpan's students. Thus, the school allowed her to lead Fong Sho and the others to the Beastmaster Sports Center for the competition.
Why do you feel like a caveman? Qingqing couldn't help but complain about Fong Sho.
Though it was their first time participating in the freshman exchange competition, this event was a signature activity in Huqing.
Fong Sho seemed clueless about the process.
He was clearly a top student too. Well, Fong Sho shrugged, I spent all my time mastering beasts, so I didn't pay much attention to this. He had traveled from another world and hadn't retained many memories of his past life. How could he find out about all this?
Besides, was it really necessary to ask online about these trivial details? Whatever the school arranged, he'd just follow, right?
Upon hearing this, Qingqing was left speechless. She wanted to say something to refute Fong Sho, but Fong Sho's beast companions were intimidating, leaving her at a loss for words.
Knock, knock.
Fortunately, Zhang Pan knocked on Class 3's door faster, calling Zhang Shuren out of the classroom to join the freshman exchange competition.
Hello, Teacher Zhang.
Zhang Shuren wore a blue windbreaker and brown-green cargo pants, looking quite trendy.
Student Fong Sho, Student Qingqing.
Noticing Fong Sho and Qingqing following Zhang Pan, Zhang Shuren greeted them warmly. However, Zhang Shuren's gaze was mostly focused on Qingqing, and his way of addressing her was quite familiar. Qingqing crossed her arms, clearly unimpressed.
Do you two know each other? Fong Sho asked with curiosity. Know each other? That's an understatement.
Zhang Shuren chuckled awkwardly. During middle school, I was always overshadowed by Qingqing.
I even got the nickname, Zhang Laodi, ha 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 ha. Hearing the nickname Zhang Laodi, Fong Sho nearly burst out laughing. But thinking about it, it really was. Because Qingqing was always first, Zhang Shuren could only be the eternal second. It's okay, Zhang, no one here will regard you as second. Fong Sho smiled and intentionally glanced at Qingqing.
You. Qingqing shot a fierce glare at Fong Sho. Zhang Shuren adjusted his glasses, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yeah, I thought that once high school started, I could surpass through mastering beasts, but who knew?
Not only am I overshadowed by Qingqing, but now I'm also overshadowed by Fong Sho.
Zhang Shuren worked hard in studying and mastering beasts, hoping to rise to the top in high school, becoming the person everyone talked about. But when he saw Fong Sho's beast companions, he felt utterly discouraged. He truly understood what it meant to have skies beyond the skies and people beyond people. Zhang Pan did not interrupt them, simply walking ahead as a guide. After all, the freshman exchange competition had team events. It wasn't a bad idea to let Fong Sho and the others get to know each other a bit. Afterward, Zhang Pan brought people to Class 6, called Chen Fan, and then left the teaching building, driving to the Beast Sports Center in the city center. However, Fong Sho did not expect that. When he heard Zhang Pan say that the loser would feel bad about their face, Fong Sho thought the scale of this new student exchange competition would be small. Apart from the leaders of various schools, there were no other spectators in the Beast Sports Center.
But who would have known?
When Fong Sho walked into the Beast Sports Center, he discovered that the space inside was extremely exaggerated, as large as 4 football fields combined. Even the audience seats were filled with people.
Pan Gu, are you sure that with such an arrangement, the loser's face will be saved? Fong Sho could not help but complain.
This clearly made it even harder to save face. Well, it's much better than having the students from our own school watch their new students fail repeatedly.
Moreover, this can also generate revenue for the school.
Zhang Panpan was indifferent to this.
Generate revenue? Fong Sho suddenly grasped the key point. Worrying about saving face? These guys just want to make money. It makes sense. If they invite their own school students to watch, can they charge for tickets? Even if they could charge, how much could they collect?
If they set the ticket price at 500 or 1,000, those parents would definitely unite to complain.
Your school is engaging in consumer coercion. But what about outsiders? Then it doesn't matter, I didn't force you to buy a ticket.
It seems that classmate Fang Xiu is very strong in beast battles, but seems to know nothing about human affairs. Since being defeated by Fang Xiu, Chen Fan admired him immensely. Now, meeting again, Chen Fan had a respectful attitude towards Fang Xiu. The tickets for this new student exchange competition are priced at 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000.
And this is only the school's quoted price. The real situation is that tickets are hard to come by. Do you see over there?
Chen Fan pointed to a corner. The ticket price there has been inflated to 8,000 each.
Ah? So expensive? Fong Sho was taken aback. 8,000 for a ticket?
Of course, this new student exchange competition at Qingqing No. 1 High School only happens once a year.
If even that kind of position can be inflated to 8,000, then a good position must cost tens of thousands, right?
Fang Xiu was genuinely surprised. He didn't expect the new student exchange competition to create such a huge spectacle.
When it comes to money-making ability, it's really those guys. Not only that, Zhang Shuren laughed. Last year this event made the news on Qingqing TV.
A few security guards bought tickets for the new student exchange competition.
The audience thought they were scalpers, but who knew?
Once they entered, they were taken backstage by security to pretend to be security guards. In the end, when the event ended, they discovered there were over 200 security guards at the Beast Sports Center.
Ah? Fong Xiu couldn't help but have a blank expression.
But thinking carefully, it was not hard to understand. After all, it was a fight using beasts. It was indeed a brutal confrontation. It was natural that it would attract attention. However, the ticket prices were still too high.
Pan Gu, as participants in the new student exchange competition, do we get no benefits? Like family tickets, half-price tickets, or something? For a moment, Fong Xiu couldn't help but be a bit tempted. If he could get tickets and sell them, wouldn't he make a fortune? Don't think about it.
Zhang Pan glanced at Fong Xiu. I don't even have any.
Moreover, it's not encouraged. Do you think scalpers are good people? They will get caught.
I firmly oppose such behavior. Zhang Pan said forcefully, but the result was Zhang Shuren's eye roll. Although he said nothing, that eye roll seemed to mock. You're only saying that because you don't have a ticket.
However, this little interlude quickly ended, and under Zhang Panpan's lead, Fong Xiu and the others soon arrived backstage.
And the teachers from other schools, as well as the participating new students.
Everyone is resting here. Unlike Qingqing No. 1 High School, these new students all wear neat uniforms and appear very united.
Among them, the 4 new students from Yucai High School are all bald. Classmate Fong Xiu, you must be wondering why all the students from Yucai are bald. Chen Fan leaned closer to Fong Xiu and whispered.
You know? Fong Xiu glanced at Chen Fan.
Then he recalled how Chen Fan had caused trouble for him at the cafeteria door. He always felt that this guy had changed a lot. I still prefer your wild and unruly nature. Chen Fan nodded. There are 4 schools participating in this new student exchange competition. Among them, No. 1, No. 3, and No. 8 high schools are all key high schools in Qingqing. Only this Yucai High School is a privately funded institution. The principal who founded Yucai High School is named Lu Zilong, and he is over 100 years old. In his youth, he not only served as the principal of the Qingpu Military Academy but reportedly also fought on the battlefield.
Fong Xiu?
In fact, after crossing into this world, Fang Xiu had looked up the general history and cultural background. In the 1930s, the neighboring Sakura country launched the Beast War to seize the beast resources of the. Although they were ultimately defeated, many Beastmasters from were killed. Even today, nearly 80 or 90 years later, the competition between Beastmasters in the 2 countries remains very strong. Hearing that the principal of Yucai was from the Qingpu Military Academy and had participated in the Beast War, Fang Xiu instantly understood why all the students at Yucai were bald.
Wow, the principal of Yucai treats his high school like a military academy. By the way. Fang Xiu suddenly remembered that Chen Fan had a strong ability to gather information.
When he first entered Heqing No. 1 High School, Chen Fan recognized him at the cafeteria door and accurately stated the rankings of Li Qingqing, Zheng Shuren, and the others.
Are there any new students you know here? Fang Xiu asked curiously. Students in the top 10 of the high school entrance exam were like beloved treasures to Chen Fan.
Those who went to other schools might have also been investigated by Chen Fan. Chen Fan nodded, then casually pointed, that person might be our biggest enemy this time. His name is Li Jin, and he ranked 4th in the city in the high school entrance exam. At that time, I thought he would choose number 1, but unexpectedly, he went to number 3. I was curious why he would give up number 1, and later I found out that his mother is the vice principal of number 3. Chen Fan spoke through gritted teeth.
Do you have a grudge against him?
Even Fong Sho could feel Chen Fan's hatred for Li Jin. It's not exactly a grudge, I just disdain those who rely on their families.
Fong Xiu? Fang Xiu looked at Chen Fan with a dark expression. Wow. So, you have no idea how you qualified for the new student exchange competition? If it weren't for your family's wealth, you wouldn't even have the qualification to participate, okay?
If it weren't for his family's connections, he wouldn't be able to obtain a phantom beast type beast.
Fang Xiu, question mark. What do you mean he has? Fang Xiu's eyes instantly lit up.
Like you, he also has a phantom beast type. I heard that his family used connections to copy the data of the phantom beast type from others and forcefully cultivated it.
To put it simply, he's just another guy relying on his family's power, otherwise, how could his beast be so good?
That's what allowed him to take first place in number 3's mock exam. Although number 3 doesn't rank as high as number 1, connections make a difference. Students like Li Jin, when they go to number 3, tend to have better development.
Moreover,
over the years, number 3 has been striving to surpass number 1, so they are more willing to invest in student education. I've even heard a saying that number 3 was waiting for Li Jin, and before his entrance exam, his mother had already built connections from top to bottom.
Just waiting for this opportunity.
We will surpass our school.
Chen Fan told Fang Xiu everything he had investigated, detail by detail.
Although he was confident to challenge the top 10 new students before the high school entrance exam, after being defeated by Fang Xiu, he became much clearer about his situation.
With his own talent, he couldn't possibly defeat someone like Li Jin. Classmate Fang Xiu, this time, it relies on you.
Just as Chen Fan finished speaking, Li Jin also noticed them. Li Jin stood up from his class area, hands in his pockets, and walked towards Fang Xiu.
You must be Fang Xiu.
Li Jin's lips curled up in a sneer as he spoke to Fang Xiu. No matter what, Fang Xiu had been in the spotlight lately. His clips were all over the short video platform.
Fang Xiu nodded. My name is Li Jin.
Li Jin looked down at Fang Xiu sitting in the chair. I am the strongest first-year student from number 3 high school. This time, I will defeat everyone from your number 1 high school and let number 3 high school rise to the top of his city. After saying this, Li Jin directly turned around and walked away without looking back.
Was he this dramatic in middle school?
Fang Xiu couldn't help but gasp, feeling that high school students in this world were quite unusual.
Chapter 46, Confrontation with Yukai High School.
Fang Xiu didn't take Li Jin's provocation to heart at all. For him, the so-called new student exchange competition was just a process to go through and then bring the credits and prize money back home. Soon, the staff came over to inform Zhang Panpan to get ready. Before this new student exchange competition started, they needed to enter the venue, where the host would introduce them to the audience. As the strongest new student from City No. 1 high school, Fang Xiu naturally became the captain of the team.
The process of the exchange competition was also very simple.
It was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the arena competition, with the order of matches determined by a drawing, and each team could arrange their fighting order as they wished. If all the new students from one side were eliminated, that team would be considered defeated.
Led by Zhang Panpan, Fang Xiu entered the venue.
The whole Beast Gymnasium is designed to be semi-enclosed, while the competition area is designed to be outdoors.
In Fang Xiu's eyes, it was somewhat similar to the ancient gladiatorial arenas.
The difference was that the ground here was covered with lush green grass, and even barefooting on it wouldn't cause discomfort.
In fact, Fang Xiu thought this environment was even better than a football field.
Soon, the host's voice came through the gym's speakers, echoing throughout the venue. First, let us welcome the first team in this new student exchange competition, the new students from City No. 1 high school.
When talking about City No. 1 high school, we must mention Fang Xiu. There were 2 people responsible for the commentary, and as one mentioned Fang Xiu, the other eagerly followed up. Oh, who is Fang Xiu? Don't you know?
He is the prominent figure of No. 1 high school, not only possessing a beast of illusion but also having refreshed the record of the entrance examination. More importantly, Fang Xiu has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a heroic demeanor, and a strong figure. In ancient times, he is truly a figure of dragons and phoenixes, a representation of the sun and moon. In no time, the dialogue of the two hosts spread through the Beast Gymnasium. This introduction quickly ignited the atmosphere on site. Many spectators stood up from their seats, pulling out their phones to take pictures of Fang Xiu. That must be Fang Xiu, he's indeed handsome. Ah, I want to marry my daughter to him. I've made up my mind, from today on, I am Fang Xiu's mom fan. Wait, buddy, aren't you a guy? Male moms are moms too. In an instant, the surrounding discussions were incessant. Hiss. Even Fang Xiu didn't expect to be so popular. Although usually at school, whether he was eating in the cafeteria or attending class, there would be classmates surrounding him. Compared to the atmosphere in the Beast Arena, the enthusiasm of those classmates truly seemed like a small witch meeting a big witch. He, Fang Xiu, are you not used to this? Li Qingqing was quite accustomed to it, after all, she had been the center of attention since middle school. However, just as Li Qingqing was about to teach Fang Xiu some ways to adjust his mindset, the host on stage happened to mention her. The girl following Fang Xiu is indeed Li Qingqing. I know Li Qingqing, she was the top student every year in middle school, the top scorer of the Huqing City entrance exam, definitely a straight A student. Exactly, and I think everyone who has heard of Li Qingqing should believe that with her talent, she will definitely remain at the top after entering high school. It's a pity that she ran into an even more monstrous genius at Yizhong, Fang Xiu. In an instant, Li Qingqing, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. She shot a vicious glare at the host, wishing she could rush up and punch him. Be composed. Fang Xiu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Soon, freshmen from other schools entered the venue one after another, and the host introduced them one by one. However, most of the new students were not very famous, and the host hurriedly glossed over them. Until Sanzhong, as the second best high school after Yizhong, has cultivated many excellent Beastmasters. Even 4 years ago, it was a newcomer from Sanzhong who broke Yizhong's reign and won first place in the newcomer exchange competition. Unfortunately, ever since then, Sanzhong has not had any standout students. That's right, except for this time, Li Jin, ranked 4th in the city entrance exam. Only 4th? Yes, although he is 4th, in reality, Li Jin's general studies talent is not very good. It was not until he entered high school that his abilities were discovered, and he is a major favorite to win in this newcomer exchange competition. There is even a rumor that Sanzhong had discovered Li Jin's talent long ago and waited for him to enter Sanzhong. The showdown between the top student of Sanzhong and the top student of Yizhong feels like fate. While introducing Li Jin, the host did not forget to compare him with Fang Xiu. It must be said that, under the host's influence, many began to look forward to this newcomer exchange competition. Guided by the staff, Fang Xiu arrived at the venue to draw lots. Apart from him, Li Jin from Sanzhong, Wang Dalong from Yukai, and Su Mengmeng from Baizhong all came to the drawing table. The results soon appeared. Yizhong vs Yukai, Sanzhong vs Baizhong. The first match was Yizhong vs Yukai. Please take care of me, Fang Xiu. Wang Dalong took the initiative to shake hands with Fang Xiu. He knew very well that although Yukai was one of the 4 prestigious schools in Huqing, only 1 or 2 students usually made it to the top 10 each year, sometimes none at all. They came to the newcomer exchange competition mainly to play a supporting role. There was not much psychological pressure. Hello. Fang Xiu smiled politely and then turned his back to Wang Dalong as they left the drawing table. Then, a referee came to the stage and asked Yizhong and Yukai to determine the order of battle. I'll go first. Chen Fan volunteered, wanting to lead the charge. He knew very well that his beast was naturally not as good as Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhang Shuren, the true top students. His ranking in Yizhong was at most the 4th. In such a situation, it was reasonable for him to go on stage first, allowing him to test Yukai's strengths and weaknesses while also exhausting the opponent's stamina. Most importantly, their goal this time was to win the championship. Yukai was merely a stepping stone on the road to victory. Li Jin from Sanzhong was the biggest challenger. The reason Chen Fan did this was also to help Fang Xiu conserve his strength. To fully exert himself in the battle with Li Jin. This is the strategy one came up with. Chen Fan said with a serious face. It is not hard to see that. He really considered this team. Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren nodded when they heard this, thinking it was feasible. What do you think, However, just as Zhang Shuren turned around, he suddenly found that Fang Xiu had already disappeared without a trace. He looked around and quickly discovered that Fang Xiu had already gone up to the stage. Chapter 47, once the alien appears, the opponent directly forfeits? What the hell, when did this guy get up there? Zhang Shuren exclaimed in shock upon seeing Fang Xiu standing on the stage. Wait, weren't they supposed to discuss tactics? Fang Xiu, as the top freshman of Huqing No. 1 High School, shouldn't he be their trump card? There's no reason for him to go up first. This guy really loves to show off. Li Qingqing crossed her arms and couldn't help but comment on Fang Xiu.
In her view, Fong Sho just didn't want to miss the chance to shine. Chen Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. No matter how you put it, Fong Sho was indeed the captain of the freshman team. Although they were shocked, it didn't make sense to rush over and pull Fong Sho back. Zhang Panpan didn't react much. After all, Yucai High School is just a private high school. If it weren't for their principal still being alive, this school might have already declined. Many parents send their students to Yucai just for Lu Zilong's reputation and management style. If we're talking about teaching quality, it still has to be Huqing number 1 and number 3. Zhang Panpan thought to herself, believing it would be a good thing if Fong Sho could quickly end this waste of time. On the other hand, although it was called a stage, the entire venue was a combat area. After all, both sides were competing with beast taming. For humans, a space the size of 4 football fields is indeed a bit exaggerated. But even the high school freshmen's tamed beasts could be several meters tall. If the battle area weren't bigger, the audience might be in trouble. Hello, students, I'm the referee, Wang Wei. The referee signaled Fong Sho and the students from Yucai to step forward, then instructed them to insert their beast space cards into the machine at the venue and explained the rules of the match. After all, this was a freshman exchange match, focusing on communication rather than a life and death struggle. The basic rule was simply that no harm should come to the Beastmasters' lives. After all, this was a freshman exchange match, not a fight to the death. If someone got killed, that would be a disaster. Okay, I understand, the Yucai student politely nodded, then smiled at Fong Sho. I never expected to have the opportunity to challenge the top student of number 1 high school. Hello, Fong Sho, I'm Gao Han. I'm a student from class 6, year 1, Yucai High School. Please guide me, Fong Sho. Gao Han felt that his grades were good and his beast was fine, but in the face of the strongest freshman from Huqing number 1, he was still very self-aware. He just hoped to drain Fong Sho's stamina. Hello, let's begin. Fong Sho nodded, then took a few steps back as the referee requested and awaited Gao Han's beast. It didn't matter what kind of beast he had, it didn't matter how strong the beast was. The key was what kind of beast it was. Fong Sho's starry eyes tightened, eager to parasitize. But who would have thought that the beast released by Gao Han was a grey wolf? Although this grey wolf was about 2 meters long, definitely a wolf king level, in Fong Sho's eyes, such a beast was simply dull. Do you have any other beasts? A hint of disappointment flickered in Fong Sho's starry eyes. If you have other beasts, just let them all out. Other beasts? Gao Han was taken aback. Wait, can a student from Huqing number 1 raise multiple beasts at the same time? Just this one beast had already cost him a lot of effort. No? Fong Sho looked at Gao Han's reaction and instantly understood everything. Indeed. The participants this time? They were all first-year students from different schools. Just beginning to encounter beast taming. Not to mention them, even top students like Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren only had one beast. Let alone ordinary newcomers like Gao Han. Then let's settle this quickly. Fong Sho thought for a moment and directly summoned the alien Sword Saint. Firstly, as the strongest individual among the alien race, the Sword Saint should hone its fighting spirit. Secondly, there were quite a few spectators for this new student exchange competition, and it was even being live-streamed. If he showcased the might of the alien Sword Saint, it might earn praise from Huqing number 1 high school and gain more resources. Cut it down. Fong Sho's voice was deep and cold. The alien Sword Saint, standing about 3 meters tall, slightly shook its wrist, and a black knife, gleaming with a metallic sheen, protruded from its elbow joint and was then grasped in its hand. The aura it emitted made Gao Han's grey wolf tremble, immediately tucking its tail between its legs. Ah! Gao Han's eyes widened like a cow's eyes. Although he had long heard that Fong Sho was a genius from number 1 high school, he never imagined that Fong Sho's beast would be so outrageous. What on earth was that dark creature? Even the entire gymnasium fell silent. When had these people ever seen such a beast? What is happening? Fong Sho's beast can use equipment. The host rolled his throat and swallowed hard. Beast equipment is all customized, right? Moreover, it requires credits to exchange for equipment. But school just started. Where would the credits for exchanging equipment come from? Based on various ties, it was rare for beasts to use equipment in the new student exchange competition. No, it's not equipment, another host observed closely and discovered. Although Fong Sho's beast held a black knife, imposing and magnificent, that knife was not equipment, but a protrusion from its elbow joint. Hiss, is this a phantom beast? Standing a full 3 meters tall, is that bone? The host squinted his eyes, observing Fong Sho's beast carefully. From the alien Sword Saint, the host could see not a trace of muscle or skin. He only felt that this fierce beast was composed entirely of bone. Thinking of the rumors that Fong Sho had cultivated a phantom beast, the host instantly felt his scalp tingle. He wasn't new to hosting new student exchange competitions. He had seen various geniuses before. But someone as outrageous as Fong Sho was a first for him. No, can such a beast really be cultivated by a first-year student? Look, Gao Han's beast is already so scared it's about to pee. With the host's commentary, the audience in the stand suddenly noticed that Gao Han's grey wolf was not only scared enough to tuck its tail but was uncontrollably urinating. Its fur was standing on end, clearly agitated. Gao Han's face turned pale as paper. What the heck was going on? In his eyes, Fong Sho's beast was simply like a giant robot. Wait a minute. Under the fright, Gao Han hurriedly raised his hand, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Referee, I forfeit. Gao Han mumbled, looking as aggrieved as if he was about to cry. Even Fong Sho didn't expect it would turn out like this. There's even a forfeit option? Seeing Gao Han raise his right hand to announce his forfeit to the referee, Fong Sho couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't it a friendly match? Can a new student exchange competition really have forfeits? Referee Wang Wei saw this and rushed to the center of the competition stage, announcing the result to the audience through the microphone in his ear. In the first round, Fong Sho wins. In an instant, the audience was hushed. They came to watch beast battles for visual excitement. But unexpectedly, Gao Han directly surrendered. Even they could see the gap between Fong Sho and Gao Han. The small grey wolf was not even qualified to compete with the alien sword saint, but even without fighting, giving up directly still annoyed them. The host awkwardly laughed and could only defend Gao Han. Although the Beastmaster got injured, death happens sometimes. As long as we record the beast data, we can quickly breed a new beast, but this process consumes a lot of resources. Students from backgrounds like Gao Han often cannot afford such costs. Knowing he was no match, choosing to forfeit was a wise decision. The host's name was Zhao Di. In high school, he was also full of hope for Beastmasters, but after seeing those talented and wealthy classmates, he truly saw the gap and understood that this world does not revolve around people like him. So, when he saw Gao Han had to forfeit, he felt a resonance in his heart. I must say, classmate Fong Sho is indeed a rare genius. Another host, named Du Liao, was a woman. Upon seeing Fong Sho's high looks, her heart couldn't help but flutter a bit, feeling out of place in time. If only she could be 10 years younger, she could attend the same high school as Fong Sho. Perhaps sparks of love could even fly between them. Yes. Even seeing it with my own eyes, it's hard to believe that the terrifying creature was a beast raised by a freshman. Zhao Di nodded in agreement. I even suspect that if Fong Sho were to compete against seniors, his beast would still shine at the top. It seems that Heqing First High has given birth to another Qingqing. Qingqing, as a genius from Heqing, was undoubtedly a well-known figure. From Fong Sho, Zhao Di could even see the shadow of Qingqing. No. Zhao Di shook his head slightly. If it's about being a prodigy, Fong Sho might be even stronger than Qingqing. It seems that besides Li Jin from the Third High, no one will be Fong Sho's opponent. Zhao Di took a deep breath and began to heat up the atmosphere. After all, Gao Han's forfeit was too unexpected. To prevent the audience from feeling upset, he brought up Li Jin. Let's shift our attention back to the competition. It seems there is an issue with Yucai. Du Liao noticed that the students from Yucai seemed to be communicating with the referee. About half a minute later, referee Wang Wei announced the result of the communication. The other two new students from Yucai also announced their forfeits. Another forfeit. Du Liao gasped, but she could understand the feelings of the Yucai newcomers. Fong Sho's beast was terrifying, like a monster. How could they fight? It seems there is still one person who hasn't forfeited. Zhao Di noticed that after the two new students forfeited, the last new student from Yucai slowly walked to the competition stage. He is the captain of Yucai High, Wang Dalong. Sure enough, the song of humanity is the song of courage. Even after seeing Fong Sho's strength, he still chose to challenge. Even if he loses in the end, such courage deserves our respect. Zhao Di did not mock Wang Dalong, thinking that challenging Fong Sho at this moment was foolish. On the contrary, he believed that Wang Dalong had the courage to challenge. Just this spirit was already much stronger than an average person. Not bad. Fong Sho had thought the Yucai team would collectively surrender, but he was surprised to find one person daring to challenge him. Don't get me wrong. Wang Dalong also didn't expect Zhao Di to praise him so much, and as soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Honestly, I also don't want my beast to fight that kind of monster. But there's no way out. If even I, the captain, give up, then Yucai will lose face badly. Wang Dalong sighed helplessly. He knew very well that Yucai, as a private high school in Heqing, had often been criticized by students from number 1 and number 3 high schools. Even his middle school classmates would tease him at summer gatherings, questioning why he would attend a school like Yucai, calling it a waste of talent. However, Wang Dalong also had his own considerations. If he went to number 1 or number 3 high school, with his average grades, he would just blend in and be unremarkable. With no resources from home to support him, once he entered the second or third year, he would likely become just another face in the crowd, ultimately ending up at an average university. After graduating from college, he would return, start working at a company, and live a 9-to-5 life. And although Yutsai was not as prestigious as number 1 or number 3, they were willing to train him and help him solve the resource issues for his beast. Chicken head. Or phoenix tail. Wang Dalong gave his answer. He did not regret this choice. On the contrary, he was very grateful to Yutsai for giving him this opportunity. Based on various relationships, even after witnessing Fong Sho's strength and knowing he would fail, Wang Dalong still chose to step forward and defend Yutsai's dignity. Someone like you, a genius, must think my idea is ridiculous, right? He. Wang Dalong chuckled and then summoned his beast. With a flash of faint light, a standing Nile crocodile suddenly appeared on the competition field. It stood 4 meters tall, much more robust than Fong Sho's shapeshifting sword saint, and its claws evolved into human-like double thumbs, capable of making fist and grasping movements. Its tail was thicker than Fong Sho's waist. The dark red eyes emitted a terrifying sense of dread. Desert Butcher, Rek'Sai? Looking at Wang Dalong's beast, Fong Sho couldn't help but think of a MOBA game he once played, League of Legends. There was a hero called Rek'Sai in it, just like Wang Dalong's beast. But wait, beasts that change form only appear after mutation, right? Fong Sho raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Yutsai forced Wang Dalong to mutate in order to achieve results in this new student exchange competition? Interesting. Chapter 49, Even among the best, there are differences. A mutated beast, huh? Fong Sho looked at Wang Dalong's beast, finding it quite interesting. Since Wang Dalong could be the captain of Yutsai's team, he must also be one of the best among the first-year students. Furthermore, as the only private high school in Hechen competing in the new student exchange competition, Yutsai surely wanted to make a mark in this event. Using a large amount of resources to help Wang Dalong's beast mutate was not surprising at all. Of course. Having resources alone wasn't enough. Wang Dalong needed to have a strong enough heart to make the beast submit to him. And in this aspect, Wang Dalong was indeed strong. He could resist the temptation of number 1 and number 3, choosing his own path. After his companions successively gave up, he still chose to fight for Yutsai's honor. Such a Beastmaster would undoubtedly have a bright future. Then, let me take the first strike. Dalong, let's go. Roar. Wang Dalong directly named his beast Dalong, and with his command, the crocodilian man charged fiercely towards the shapeshifting sword saint. With each step it took, the competition arena trembled slightly. Wang Dalong held his breath, placing his hopes on his beast. In the next moment, the crocodilian man punched its clawed fist towards the head of the shapeshifting sword saint. However, just as it was about to strike, the latter mysteriously disappeared. Gone? Wang Dalong's eyes were wide open, like those of an ox. Rushed to look for the location of the alien swordmaster. The crocodile man's punch directly missed, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Not only him and his beast master. The spectators in the audience also didn't react to what had happened. Only Fang Xiu understood that this was the gale step of the alien swordmaster. It could use light to hide its figure, making it seem like it had disappeared into thin air. Then, the alien swordmaster reappeared. It circled behind the crocodile man, gripping its black knife and sweeping horizontally. Not just that, after the sweep, the alien swordmaster delivered a vertical slash with a reverse hand. The 2 slashes were incredibly quick, seeming to be completed simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp blade created a gust of wind, and the slashes stirred up a translucent impact, hitting the crocodile man. That seemingly sturdy crocodile skin could not withstand a single blow from the alien swordmaster. PFF. Blood splattered from the wound, raining down in the air like dancing red butterflies. The force of the sword strike also sent the crocodile man's body rolling away. Ayu. Then a tragic wail echoed throughout the Beastmaster arena. Wang Dalong was startled and rushed over. But how could the speed of the alien swordmaster be compared to a high school student? At the moment Wang Dalong started running, the alien swordmaster was already at the crocodile man's side, stepping on him to the ground, with its sharp black knife aimed directly at the opponent's throat, stabbing down fiercely. Enough! Fang Xiu shouted immediately upon seeing this. In an instant, the tip of the alien swordmaster's knife halted, almost touching the crocodile man's throat, and a drop of blood flowed from the knife's tip. It was clear that if Fang Xiu hadn't shown mercy, the alien swordmaster would have definitely pierced through. And the reason it chose not to decapitate the crocodile man was due to the traits of the alien race. Even though the alien queen could reproduce infinitely and expand the population, the facehugger that hatches requires a host to grow into an alien. For this reason, aliens usually heavily injure their prey, then let the facehugger parasite take over. However, even though Fang Xiu's alien swordmaster chose to show mercy to the audience, this battle was clearly a display of overwhelming power. Even the hosts Zhao Di and Du Lia couldn't help but fall silent. No. It wasn't silence. It was shock.
Both of them widened their eyes, mouths agape in disbelief, forming an O shape. Students from other schools participating in this exchange meeting were also dumbfounded.
Especially Gao Han and others. Wang Dalong was the top student from Yucai.
One could even say he was the star that Yucai had meticulously groomed.
This new student exchange competition was meant for Wang Dalong to shine. But who would have thought? Facing Fong Sho's beast, Wang Dalong's beast was instantly killed. I didn't see it wrong, right? Is this it? Instant kill. Is this the strength of the top student from Qingqing number 1 high school? No, is this guy really a first-year student? He can't be a senior pretending to be one. Gao Han and others couldn't help but complain.
In their eyes, Fong Sho's strength was simply in another dimension compared to them as new students.
Even if they said he was a senior, they would believe it. Not only them, but also the students from number 8 high school and number 3 high school. This is too freakish, what can we even do?
Alien species are in a completely different league from us. It's okay, we still have Li Jin, his beast is also an alien species. Compared to the despair of number 8 high school, the students from number 3 high school were slightly better off.
Although they didn't think their beasts could defeat Fong Sho's alien swordmaster, they knew very well.
Li Jin was the ace of number 3 high school.
Not only did he also obtain an alien species beast, but his mother was also the vice principal of number 3 high school, with tremendous influence. In his hands, there will definitely be many hidden cards. Fong Sho.
Li Jin's gaze sharpened as he sized up Fong Sho from head to toe.
He had thought that this new student exchange competition would be his stage to dominate.
Unexpectedly, someone like Chang Yaojin had suddenly emerged.
Do you also have a beast of illusion like me?
No. Li Jin shook his head vigorously. Even if we both have beasts of illusion, my beast is nobler than yours.
That ugly appearance is simply not worthy.
A hint of disdain flashed in Li Jin's eyes.
The first new student of Crane City must be him. He would definitely defeat Fong Xiu.
At that moment, Fong Sho was oblivious to Li Jin's gaze.
He was fully focused on Wang Dalong. I concede. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, tears of unwillingness streaming down his face.
Though he wanted his crocodile man to stand up and fight again, the blade tip of the alien sword master was aimed at its throat. Any movement from the crocodile man would result in its throat being pierced first due to the terrifying speed. The gap in strength between the two sides was as vast as heaven and earth. He had no chance of victory. Is this the strength of the first person from Crane City number 1? Although I have made up my mind to sprint for the top 10 in the country as ahead of Yucai, I didn't expect the gap between me and the top of number 1 would be so huge. Wang Dalong clenched his fists in unwillingness. For the first time in his life, he felt so powerless.
Chapter 50, Fong Sho is the MVP, Li Qingqing is the lucky winner.
Seeing Wang Dalong's unwilling expression, Fong Sho swiftly retrieved his alien swordmaster and walked over to him.
Don't doubt yourself. Your beast is strong. But unfortunately, you ran into me. Try harder next time.
Even though Wang Dalong was a new student from Yucai, his display of dignity earned Fong Sho's respect.
Moreover, Wang Dalong's beast was indeed very powerful, making Fong Sho think of Rek'Sai.
If Yucai had fully supported Wang Dalong during his 3 high school years, he would definitely have cultivated his beast to an impressive level. Fong Sho even suspected that if Wang Dalong faced someone other than him, like Zhang Shurun or Li Qingqing,
he might have a good chance of winning.
As for Chen Fan, in Fong Sho's eyes, he was simply no match for Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong was surprised that Fong Sho would say such words to him. He had thought Fong Sho came over to insult him harshly. He had underestimated Fong Sho's character.
Fong Sho, when I go back this time, I will train hard. Someday, I will challenge you again. Wang Dalong composed himself and said resolutely to Fong Sho.
The two locked eyes, then smiled at each other as they stepped down.
The host, Zhao Di, couldn't help but feel emotional upon witnessing this scene. Although Fong Sho won this match, Wang Dalong's beast was indeed impressive.
He truly deserves the title of the first new student from Yucai. Please give a warm round of applause for Wang Dalong. At Zhao Di's encouragement, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Although the top 3 new students from Yucai chose to forfeit, based on the final results, Fong Sho completely has the ability to take on 4 opponents alone. Du Liao also felt Wang Dalong's performance was commendable. But in her heart, she liked Fong Sho more. In her view, even if Gao Han and the others hadn't forfeited, they probably wouldn't be Fong Sho's match. Truly, he is the strongest from Crane City number 1. I feel like I am witnessing a legend. Du Liao said excitedly. Yes, it's been a long time since Crane City has seen a Beastmaster like Fong Sho. However, the competition is still ongoing. Next up is the duel between number 3 and number 8. Zhao Di shifted the topic to the next match and began to introduce the students from number 3. Meanwhile, as soon as Fong Sho returned to the lounge, he saw Li Qingqing looking all puffed up with anger. This time, you've really made a name for yourself. In the next match, you mustn't be the first to go on stage. Li Qingqing came to participate in this new student exchange competition, not just to be a background character. No. Even if she is a background character, at least she has a chance to go on stage. People like Wang Daolong are the true background characters. Goodness, she sat in the lounge and witnessed the collective elimination of the Yucai newcomers. Moreover, Fong Shou's alien sword saint greatly shocked Li Qingqing. She still remembers being there when the alien sword saint hatched. At that time, the alien sword saint was only about 1 meter and 80, not much taller than Fong Sho. However, once released, she discovered Fong Shou's alien sword saint had grown to twice its original size. Standing upright, it was over 3 meters tall. How much time has passed since then? Did Fong Shou's alien sword saint grow up on pig feed? With this combat power, let alone just a private high school like Yucai. Even the 2 key high schools, Bajong and Sanzhong, might also be easily dealt with by Fengyi. If in the next match, Fong Sho continues to lead, these newcomers probably won't have a chance to go on stage at all. Fong Sho is the MVP, while Li Qingqing is just a free rider. Li Qingqing can even imagine how the school's confession wall would evaluate her. Classmate Qingqing. Chen Fan, seeing the situation, hurriedly approached with an awkward smile, but before he could finish speaking, he received an eye roll from Li Qingqing. Is Qingqing really what you should call me? Li Qingqing had no good feelings towards Chen Fan. If it weren't for using family connections, he wouldn't even qualify to participate in the new student exchange competition. Li Qingqing classmate. Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his head. I'm sorry. What I wanted to say is, Fong Sho, we know your strength is very strong. In reality, when Fong Sho released the alien sword saint, Chen Fan was completely stunned. As someone who had fought with Fong Sho on the first day of school, he had a certain understanding of Fong Sho's alien creatures. Especially the shock brought by the alien queen, he still has nightmares about it when he wakes up at night. And just now's alien sword saint, although not as exaggerated in size as the alien queen, its speed and power left Chen Fan feeling even more intimidated. Such a ferocious Beastmaster. In Chen Fan's eyes, no one would be Fong Sho's opponent. If Fong Sho continues to lead, they really won't need to do anything. Fong Sho classmate, it's time to let us newbies take the stage and show what we can do. Zhang Shuren had an indifferent expression. He had no eagerness to perform, after all, they were all on the same team. If they could win easily, why bother to work hard? Li Qingqing and Chen Fan are right. Zhang Panpan also said earnestly. You are a team, a whole. Perhaps the newcomers from Sanzhong and Yucai are all weak. Relying solely on your strength can easily defeat them. But the world is very big. You will eventually meet powerful opponents. When that time comes, you will realize the helplessness of individual strength in front of the collective. Fong Sho, in the next match, you will go on last. After speaking, Zhang Panpan pushed up her glasses. There are as many as 34 major states and 667 cities. Hucheng is just an 18th tier small city. Fong Sho may be the strongest and the hope of Hucheng. But when looking at the whole Hejiang province, he might not be the strongest Beastmaster. If he doesn't realize the importance of the team here, he will definitely suffer greatly one day. Especially when he encounters Beastmasters as monstrous as himself. However, Fong Sho didn't think so much, he simply wanted to infect the newcomers with the beasts as much as possible. Didn't expect the top 3 from Yucai would forfeit. As for Wang Daolong, although he could let the face-hugging bug take over, seeing Wang Daolong's eyes always gave him a feeling of mutual understanding. Alright. Fong Sho nodded, allowing Zhang Panpan to decide the order of appearances for the next match. Then, Fong Sho began to watch the battle between number 3 high school and number 8 high school on the live broadcast from the lounge screen. However, although number 8 high school is also a key high school, its overall quality is far inferior to number 3 high school. Before Li Jin even appeared, the 4 new students from number 8 high school had already been completely wiped out. As expected. Zhang Panpan was not surprised by this outcome, although there are many high schools in Crane City, only number 1 and number 3 can truly be called the supreme champions. Chapter 51, Number 1 High School versus Number 3 High School. Although number 8 high school is also a key high school in Crane City, in Zhang Panpan's eyes, number 8 high school lacks strong teaching resources, and the school's resources are very limited. None of the top 10 students in the city's entrance exams chose a school like number 8 high school. Every year, they come to participate in the new student exchange competition, just going through the motions. Sometimes, they might get lucky and draw a match against Yucai, then reach the finals and get a good second place. But most of the time, number 8 high school and Yucai are just struggling companions. Seeing how easily number 3 high school eliminated number 8 high school, Zhang Panpan naturally felt no surprise.
Chen Fan will go first, followed by Zhang Shuren, Li Qingqing, and most likely Fang Xiu will finish last.
Zhang Panpan adopted an order from weak to strong, allowing every new student a chance to appear. Of course.
In Zhang Panpan's heart, this was not just about letting everyone shine. It was about accumulating experience.
The new student exchange competition is just a beginning, not an end.
During their 3 years in high school, Fong Sho and the others would certainly participate in various competitions.
Getting them to accumulate combat experience early is, of course, beneficial.
Great! Chen Fan excitedly clenched his fists, he could hardly wait.
Although he knew deep down that he was the weakest Beastmaster in the team, he didn't care.
Just having the opportunity to go on stage was good enough.
Fang Xiu sat in a corner of the lounge, watching the live broadcast on the screen. He saw Chen Fan hurriedly arriving at the venue.
The host, Zhao Di, began to commentate. The new student that number 1 high school has sent out this time is named Chen Fan.
I remember he ranked 11th in the city's entrance exams. His performance in the initial exams after entering Crane City number 1 high school was also very good. And he looks quite impressive. I believe he will surely be one of the top 10 talents. Upon seeing Chen Fan, Zhao Di could not help but praise him.
Du Liao also understood the implication. Let's look forward to Chen Fan's performance together.
I wonder what kind of beast he has cultivated. The reason is simple, Chen Fan's family runs a chain of supermarkets.
The largest supermarket in Crane City is theirs. Naturally, they wouldn't say anything bad about him. The new student that number 3 high school has sent out is Han Bing.
He was the one who took the lead against number 8 high school earlier and single-handedly defeated 2 students from number 8.
Du Liao said.
Yes, and when facing the third challenger, Han Bing also had the chance to win the match. It's a pity it was so close. I wonder if Chen Fan can defeat Han Bing this time. On the competition stage.
So you're Chen Fan?
Following the referee's instructions, Han Bing approached the center of the competition stage and inserted the beast space card into the machine. He smirked slightly, showing a hint of contempt. On the first day of school, you were already taken down by Fong Sho, what a loser.
You? Chen Fan glared fiercely at Han Bing.
He didn't remember seeing the name Han Bing among the top 10 students. And since he was 11th, that means. Besides the top 10, he is the strongest in the exams.
How dare this Han Bing mock him? Do you even qualify?
Chen Fan regained his past cold demeanor. It would be one thing if it were in front of Fang Xiu or Li Qingqing.
But you, an unknown nobody, how dare you show off in front of me?
Han Bing did not expect Chen Fan to speak so directly. The expression stiffened. Yet right after, he smiled again. In the past, the first high school was perhaps the strongest high school. But this year is different. The third high has not only invested a lot of resources this time but also welcomed a genius like Li Jin. The title of the strongest high school in Qingqing should be changed. As Han Bing spoke, he released his beast.
His beast was a rhinoceros. However, this rhinoceros's horn was not an ordinary white-bone rhinoceros horn.
When Chen Fan looked over, he saw that the rhinoceros horn was not only black but also had a metallic shine. It was evident that it had been enhanced during its cultivation. If you believe in Li Jin, you might as well go back to your dreams, where anything is possible. When Chen Fan was in junior high, he was in the same class as Li Jin. What he hated the most were guys like Li Jin, who had connections. Although he didn't think he would be a match for Li Jin, as long as Fang Xiu was there, Li Jin had no chances at all.
As long as Fang Xiu is here, the first high cannot lose.
As soon as Chen Fan's words fell, he also released his beast. Roar! A roaring sound echoed throughout the competition arena. The beast released by Chen Fan was a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yes. His second beast not only chose an ancient species again. Even after absorbing the experience of failure, Chen Fan grew even bolder and cultivated a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Even though Han Bing's rhinoceros stood over 2 meters tall.
Before Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus, it still looked somewhat weak. You guy. Han Bing also did not expect that Chen Fan's beast would be a rare ancient species. It wasn't until he saw Chen Fan's beast that he remembered, this Chen Fan was more than just the 11th in the citywide exam.
This guy's family runs a supermarket. There are even connections within the system. He lacks for nothing.
Although he has the resources of the third high to help, no matter how much help he gets, it can't compare to Chen Fan, this rich second generation. He subconsciously turned to look at Li Jin. Realizing that his beast was no match for Chen Fan's, Han Bing began to think about giving up. However, Li Jin merely glanced at him. That feeling was as if to say, if you were going to give up, then just drop out. A bead of sweat the size of a bean appeared on Han Bing's forehead. For a moment, he could only brace himself.
Take it down. With Han Bing's command, the black-horned rhinoceros let out a low moan, then charged wildly at Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus. Let me show you how big our gap really is. Facing Han Bing's first attack, Chen Fan's lips curled up. He watched as his Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly turned and swung its tail to sweep out. In an instant, Han Bing's black-horned rhinoceros was knocked off balance by Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus with a single sweep of its tail. Boom! With a huge crash, the black-horned rhinoceros crashed heavily to the ground, causing a terrifying airwave that swept in all directions. Stand, get up, Han Bing gritted his teeth, urging his black-horned rhinoceros to get up and fight again. However, the tonnage of the two beasts was simply not on the same level. Before the black-horned rhinoceros could stand up, Chen Fan's Tyrannosaurus Rex had already opened its massive jaws and fiercely bit down on its neck. With the terrifying biting force of the Tyrannosaurus, it tore a chunk of meat right off the black-horned rhinoceros. Blood spurted out. The result of this match was announced. In the first high school's lounge. Chen Fan is quite capable. Although Li Qingqing looked down on Chen Fan as a well-connected person, she had to admit that his beast wasn't as weak as she imagined. Although Chen Fan can participate in this freshman exchange competition due to family connections, he isn't that bad himself. Zheng Panpan spoke from behind Li Qingqing. Before the first year started, he had tutored Chen Fan. Although Chen Fan's talent wasn't outstanding, he was willing to work hard, and with his family's help, that led to today. In terms of strength, even in the entire Heqing No. 1 high school, he could be ranked in the top 10. Li Qingqing nodded, feeling that Zheng Panpan had a point. Soon, the third high school sent out their second contestant. This person wore the third high school's uniform, had short hair, wasn't particularly good-looking, but had a good build as he walked onto the competition stage, clapping his hands. What a great beast! Chen Fan. Chen Fan glanced at the newcomer. You are Gung Wangwei? Generally, Chen Fan rarely remembered the names of classmates with poor grades. But Gung Wangwei was an exception. His grades were average, not outstanding, but after his father died on duty, his family received a sum of compensation. With this money, Gung Wangwei built a power base in school. Originally, this didn't concern Chen Fan. However, after tasting success, Gung Wangwei became increasingly arrogant, bullying classmates and occasionally leading others to grope female students. He even robbed younger students of their money on the way home from school. As a classmate of Gung Wangwei, Chen Fan naturally found his behavior intolerable, leading to a clash. Gung Wangwei thought that with his group of followers, he could easily beat Chen Fan. But unexpectedly, none of Gung Wangwei's followers dared to make a move against someone like Chen Fan, a true second-generation rich kid. In the end, both sides ended up fighting, alarming the school. The principal didn't dare to offend your family and only expelled me. How should we settle this score? Gung Wangwei clenched his fists, still feeling resentful about this matter even to this day. Chen Fan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Settle how? How about those classmates you bullied? Is it fair that you steal money from younger students? Your father died on duty and is considered a person of importance, yet how come you are such a disgrace? You can bully others, but when you are bullied, it's not allowed? Chen Fan felt he had done nothing wrong at all. Maybe the handling of that incident involved his family, that's true. But if Gung Wangwei hadn't bullied first, he wouldn't have clashed with him. Alright. Gung Wangwei said alright 3 times in a row. I hope you won't regret it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gung Wangwei unleashed his beast. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, looking toward the light. However, what he never expected was that the beast released by Gung Wangwei was actually a human. That person was over 2 meters tall, with solid muscles all over, fists as large as Chen Fan's head, a tiger skin around his waist, and carrying a hammer on his back. No, not a human. Chen Fan gasped, his pupils shaking wildly. Although the beast Gung Wangwei unleashed looked very much like a human, with his knowledge of ancient species, he quickly identified the difference. This beast had a flat face, a reduced jaw and maxilla structure, while the upper jaw was greatly expanded. Homo erectus? Your beast is Homo erectus? Chen Fan suddenly realized. The appearance of Homo erectus was a milestone in human evolution, laying the foundation for the later emergence and development of Homo sapiens. Because Homo erectus eventually faced extinction. So he is not the ancestor of modern humans. According to the beast tamer law, the erect man can be a beast. But, because of the uniqueness of the erect man, very few people would cultivate such a beast. Gung Wangwei is truly despicable. Gung Wangwei noticed the disdain in Chen Fan's eyes and couldn't help but sneer. Ever since I got expelled from school, I've wanted to take you down every moment. However, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been forced to transfer schools, and I wouldn't have met Lord Li Jin. And then, I wouldn't have gained the power to defeat you and to defeat No. 1 middle school.
Although Gung Guangwei's father died in the line of duty and left behind a compensation, over the years, it was all used to ensure his living expenses and tuition. As a result, there was no substantial wealth left for him to raise a beast. The reason he could cultivate this erect man-beast was still because of Li Jin's help. A sycophant, Chen Fan scoffed at Gung Guangwei. He originally thought that Gung Guangwei could learn from that incident. But now looking at it, Gung Guangwei has not changed at all. Cut the crap. Let's see whether your Tyrannosaurus is powerful, or my Adam is powerful. Gung Guangwei clenched his fist and commanded Adam to attack. Adam, this name made Chen Fan frown. Gung Guangwei really dared to name his beast like that. However, even though Chen Fan disdained Gung Guangwei from the bottom of his heart, the erect man, as a creature that lived on Blue Star for millions of years before becoming extinct, had exceptional predatory abilities. Aru! The Tyrannosaurus charged forward and then swung its tail horizontally. But facing the Tyrannosaurus's attack, Adam showed no fear at all. With a slide, he passed under the Tyrannosaurus's tail. When he stood up again, he was already beside the Tyrannosaurus's leg, grabbing the hammer behind him and delivering a heavy blow to the Tyrannosaurus's knee. Perhaps the primal strength of the erect man is limited, but the tool in his hand is an industrial product. Not only was the hammerhead made of high-quality steel, but the handle was also processed. It was no longer traditional solid wood but a random copolymer polypropylene, allowing it to withstand terrifying impacts and increase rebound force to further enhance the striking power. Bang! With a loud sound, the Tyrannosaurus's knee cracked. Its massive body lost balance in an instant and crashed down to one side. Gung Guangwei's eyes became fanatical. Kill him. Chapter 53, Who says I only have one beast? Gung Guangwei glared fiercely at Chen Fan. This time he wanted not just to defeat Chen Fan but to humiliate him severely. Kill him. As Gung Guangwei gave the order, Adam grabbed the hammer with both hands and smashed it down fiercely onto the Tyrannosaurus's head. Bang! A terrifying gust of wind swept in all directions, and the Tyrannosaurus's body trembled under the force. But what no one expected was, although Adam had defeated the Tyrannosaurus, he did not stop. Instead, he suddenly turned around, his fierce gaze focusing directly on Chen Fan. A bad premonition arose in Chen Fan's heart. You bastard! Chen Fan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Gung Guangwei. He knew that this guy's character had always been questionable, but he didn't expect him to act recklessly at the new student exchange match. After all, he is an erect man, his brain capacity is limited, sometimes not understanding a beast tamer's commands is nothing strange, Gung Guangwei said with a sneer, lowering his voice just enough for Chen Fan to hear. In the next second, Adam slightly bent his knees and then charged directly toward Chen Fan with force. He swung his fist, aiming fiercely at Chen Fan's face. As the saying goes, it was quick. Chen Fan shifted his weight to the side with all his might, barely dodging Adam's punch. But right after, a kick came directly at him. He kicked hard at Chen Fan's abdomen. Boom! In an instant, Chen Fan flew back like a kite with a broken string, his body tracing a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth and staining the grass of the competition field. His body rolled over several times before he finally came to a stop. Stop! Seeing that things were going wrong, referee Wan Wei quickly intervened. The freshman exchange match is only about exchanging beast taming skills. You cannot attack beast tamers. Wang Wei glared at Gung Guangwei, then pulled a yellow card from his pocket. Sorry, my beast's intelligence isn't very high, sometimes it can't understand my commands. Gung Guangwei didn't care about this, just shrugged his shoulders. Adam also retreated back to his side. In the lounge of First High, Li Qingqing stood up angrily from her chair. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. In her view, if this upright person really couldn't understand commands as Gung Guangwei said, he should have used the weapon in his hand. But instead of doing that, he rushed to Chen Fan's side and used his fists and feet. This clearly showed that he knew he couldn't seriously injure Chen Fan. This was clearly a deliberate act by Gung Guangwei. Zhang Shuren, be careful. Upon seeing this, Zhang Panpan first reminded Zhang Shuren to be cautious of Gung Guangwei's tricks in the next match, then quickly rushed out of the lounge. She went over with medical personnel to check on Chen Fan's injuries. Teacher Zhang. Chen Fan gritted his teeth against the pain, standing up from the grass and recalling his Tyrannosaurus Rex, then reluctantly lay on the stretcher. Sorry, Teacher Zhang, it's all my beast's fault. Gung Guangwei, seeing this, deliberately leaned in to annoy Chen Fan, only to be met with a sharp glare from Zhang Panpan. At first, the conflict between Chen Fan and Gung Guangwei had stirred up a lot of noise. He had heard some things about it. But he never expected that this Gung Guangwei not only entered Third High but also raised an upright beast like Adam. Although there were no explicit regulations, it was a common consensus not to cultivate upright beings as beasts. However, Gung Guangwei resorted to any means necessary to win. Poof. Zhang Panpan coldly snorted. As Chen Fan's teacher, she looked down on the idea of even talking to Gung Guangwei. Even the host, Zhao Di, felt a bit displeased with Gung Guangwei.
But he couldn't do anything about it. The match continued. Zhang Shuren entered the competition field from the lounge and passed by Chen Fan. Be careful, his beast is very strong. Zhang Shuren shook hands with Gung Wangwei and then moved forward, releasing his beast. A black panther appeared directly in the arena. Zhang Shuren had his hands in his pockets. Gung Wangwei, you are the one who fought with Chen Fan and then got expelled, right? Oh, are you here to preach? Gung Wangwei looked down on Zhang Shuren, snorting coldly, his gaze full of disdain. A top student ranked among the top 3 in the city. The beast he raised was just a regular black panther. This guy really had no gift for beast taming at all. High school is not like middle school, your grades mean nothing. Zhang Shuren, this year we 3rd high will definitely defeat your 1st high. As he spoke, Gung Wangwei made a gesture. His atom suddenly charged towards the black panther, its more than 2-meter tall body making Zhang Shuren's black panther seem somewhat weak. However, Zhang Shuren simply pushed up his glasses. His beast had never relied on brute strength. The black panther continuously dodged and weaved, avoiding Adam's hammer strikes, agile as a black bolt of lightning. After several feints, the black panther seized the opportunity, opening its large jaws and biting down hard on Adam's wrist. Ah! With a scream, Adam's hammer fell to the ground. Now it's time for the counterattack. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Shuren's mouth. In his eyes, Gung Wangwei's upright beast was nothing special. The black panther revealed its sharp claws. He reached for Adam's abdomen. 5 bloody scars were imprinted on it. Adam staggered back, swinging his fists wildly. But the black panther dodged each blow and seized the chance to bite several times. Just when Zhang Shuren thought Gung Wangwei would turn pale, the other man instead laughed. Ha ha ha. In an instant, faint beams of light flashed past Gung Wangwei, revealing 2 upright figures, equal in size to Adam, appearing beside him. One held a spear, while the other carried a bow and arrows. Adam number 2 and 3, get rid of that black panther for me. Gung Wangwei said in a deep voice. In terms of individual combat, upright figures without weapons were weaker than many beasts. Even compared to modern humans, their advantages were not particularly great. But the 2 greatest characteristics of upright figures, besides being able to use tools, were their ability to live in groups. With Li Jin's support, Gung Wangwei had quickly increased the number of upright figures to 3 after school started. By working together, they could hunt any beast. As for Zhang Shuren and Li Qingqing, they are nothing in my eyes. Gung Wangwei thought to himself. Adam number 3 drew back the bow and fired. Although Zhang Shuren's black panther sensed danger and tried to dodge, Adam number 1 seized the chance, grabbing its head with a fist and striking down fiercely. The powerful blow drove the black panther deep into the grass. Adam number 2 then threw the spear, piercing the black panther's abdomen. Chapter 54, What? 1 from Class 1 Challenge 2? What? This guy actually has 3 beasts? Zhang Shuren was taken aback, thinking he could defeat Gung Wangwei and avenge Chen Fan. But to his surprise, Gung Wangwei had increased his number of beasts to 3 shortly after starting school. Isn't this a newcomer exchange competition? Haha, didn't expect this, did you, Zhang Shuren? Gung Wangwei spread his hands. This is called resources. In terms of grades, I indeed cannot compare to you. But I am the confidant of Lord Li Jin. Under his resource support, I not only tripled the number of upright figures. Even the weapons used by Adam and the others are excellent beast equipment. Just that hammer alone costs 50,000. Gung Wangwei said proudly. As if he were the one with unlimited resources. You. Zhang Shuren was somewhat angry, but his black panther was pinned to the ground, impaled by Adam number 2's spear and could not move. Down you go, weakling. Gung Wangwei had already received a yellow card, so if he did anything excessive again, he'd be penalized with a red card. Class 1 still had 2 people left. No. The truly troublesome one is that new student named Fong Sho. Gung Wangwei thought to himself. That strange sword saint's power and speed were monstrous. Even with 3 upright figures, he didn't have much confidence. However, Class 3 aimed to win the championship of this newcomer exchange competition at all costs. They had invested heavily. The only thing Li Shijia and I can do is to exhaust Fong Sho's beasts to let Lord Li Jin take him down. This way, not only can Class 3 secure the championship, but it also ensures Lord Li Jin makes a grand appearance. As a subordinate of Li Jin, Gung Wangwei was naturally clear about the stakes. Get out of here, he said to Zhang Shuren, as if a strong man should humiliate the weak. And the referee, Wangwei, though unable to stand Gung Wangwei's actions, still had to announce the result. Class 3's Gung Wangwei won by challenging 2. Zhang Shuren's face lost some color, but he said nothing more, recalling the Black Panther and turning back to the rest area. Sorry. Zhang Shuren lowered his head. I intended to avenge classmate Chen Fan. No need to say more. Zhang Panpan patted his shoulder. You have done very well.
If it weren't for Gung Guangwei's advantage in the number of beast tamers, the winner of this round would have been Zhang Shuren.
But there was nothing to be done about it.
One can only say that Class 3 really invested heavily for the championship of this freshman exchange competition.
Gung Guangwei.
Li Qingqing's anger was thoroughly ignited, and she clenched her fists tightly. I will not let him go.
If Gung Guangwei had released 3 beasts from the very beginning, Zhang Shuren might not have lost so completely.
But he chose to trick Zhang Shuren using a single stand-in and then shot him in the back at a critical moment.
This is simply not a fair duel.
I'll take over. Fang Xiu, seeing this, directly asked Zhang Panpan to let him play. Although he had no connections with Chen Fan and Zhang Shuren, Gung Guangwei's methods were indeed quite insidious. Li Qingqing's beast, he had seen, and remembered it was a little gray bird. Though quick, it was completely unsuitable for battle. If he forced himself to step up, Li Qingqing might also end up losing.
You don't need to worry.
However, Li Qingqing did not appreciate Fang Xiu's concern. She directly walked out of the resting room. Zhang Panpan said nothing about this. Although she thought Fang Xiu could always defeat Gung Guangwei, but
Class 1 is not the same as Fang Xiu's Class 1.
Li Qingqing, Chen Fan, Zhang Shuren, they are all students of Class 1. They need to grow.
On the other side,
Li Qingqing stormed onto the competition stage, furious.
Oh, beautiful girl.
Gung Guangwei had long heard of Li Qingqing's reputation, but did not expect to meet her at the freshman exchange competition.
How about it? Do you want to switch to our Class 3? I will treat you very well. Get lost. Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Gung Guangwei and then released her beast.
Before her stood a gray strange bird, not much larger than a goose.
In fact, Gung Guangwei was momentarily stunned when Li Qingqing released her beast. Ah, just this? Ha ha ha. Gung Guangwei immediately clutched his belly and could not help but laugh heartily. This is your Li Qingqing's beast? Isn't this too weak? Ha ha ha, a bird.
One must know, Li Qingqing was a very illustrious top student in middle school. Not only did she rank first in general courses for all 3 years, but her middle school examination scores were perfect except for Chinese.
She was even once hailed as the strongest brain. One would have thought that Li Qingqing's beast would be a mythical type, or at least an ancient type. But, unexpectedly, this little gray bird was utterly weak and fragile. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing to death. Li Qingqing, aren't you just good at studying? You can't tame beasts at all. Ha 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 ha. Adam 3, take her down.
In Gung Guangwei's opinion, he didn't even need Adam 1 and 2 to deal with Li Qingqing's beast.
With just Adam 3's archery skills, he could easily take it down. Even the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, had their expressions turned grim. I didn't see wrong, right? That is Li Qingqing's beast?
If it weren't for Fang Xiu's sudden rise, then Li Qingqing should be the top student of Class 1.
Is her beast too weak?
Zhao Di frowned. No matter how one looked at it, Li Qingqing's beast did not seem very impressive.
It even gave off a very weak feeling. Could it really be that, as rumored, Li Qingqing is just good at studying and has no aptitude for beast taming? Du Liao couldn't help but feel regretful. She genuinely could not stand Gung Guangwei's smug face. But Li Qingqing's beast really did not seem capable of fighting.
Students who do well in general studies but cannot tame beasts are not uncommon, otherwise, there wouldn't be talk of high school as a turning point in life.
Zhao Di sighed. It looks like the pressure on classmate Fang Xiu will become very great. Yes. Du Liao nodded, not to mention Li Qingqing's potential. Gung Guangwei and Li Shizhia's beasts are both very strong. With classmate Fang Xiu's beast, to achieve 1 against 3, it must be a very difficult task. Could it be that the champion of this year's freshman exchange competition will truly change hands?
Zhao Di gasped. The resources of School 3 are usually not much worse than those of School 1. In previous years, School 3 has won in the freshman exchange competition before. But this year, it will be a bit embarrassing for School 1 to lose.
Gung Guangwei has made his move.
With Zhao Di's exclamation, Adam 3 drew his bow and shot a precise arrow straight at the chest of the little gray bird.
The hearts of all the spectators tightened at that moment.
Chapter 55, Li Qingqing's Secret, the Illusionary Beast Species. Before Li Qingqing appeared, many people were filled with anticipation for this top student, who was first in the high school entrance exam.
Especially Gung Guangwei's arrogant attitude, which sparked dissatisfaction among many spectators. Everyone hoped that Li Qingqing could defeat Gung Guangwei. But to their surprise,
the moment she released her beast, all the spectators gasped in shock.
Even the hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, were left dumbfounded. Go die.
Gung Guangwei crossed his arms, and under his command, Adam 3 pulled back the compound bow.
Whoosh!
The sharp arrow flew towards the little gray bird. The audience held their breath, even sweating cold sweat for Li Qingqing.
However, Just when Gung Guangwei thought he could end the battle instantly, the little gray bird suddenly vanished, and the fired arrow flew into thin air, tracing a parabolic path before falling to the ground. What? Gung Guangwei's heart shook. Adam 3 was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but the weapon used was a marvel of modern technology, making it impossible to dodge easily. Poof. But Gung Guangwei quickly calmed down. Although the little gray bird of Li Qingqing was indeed impressively fast, it only had speed. Your beast is not even as good as farm animals from the countryside. Even if it can dodge Adam 3's attack, it doesn't pose a threat to my Adam. Gung Guangwei mocked Li Qingqing again. Is that so? Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow, then let me show you my beast. As soon as Li Qingqing's words fell, the formerly vanished little gray bird suddenly appeared behind Adam 3. Adam 3. Gung Guangwei quickly warned. Although the upright beings had little in common with modern humans, they were still part of humanity, with intelligence far surpassing ordinary beasts. Under Gung Guangwei's training, they could understand human language. Adam 3 promptly turned around. With the sharp arrow knocked on the bowstring, he raised his head sharply, focusing on the little gray bird. It's over. At this distance, your beast has nowhere to run. Gung Guangwei did not forget to disturb Li Qingqing with words. Who says my beast will run away? Li Qingqing scoffed at Gung Guangwei's trick. In a flash, her little gray bird opened its small beak. The next second, a stream of light burst from the beak of the little gray bird, stirring up a wave of heat. Adam 3 tried hard to see the little gray bird's position, but his eyes were stabbed by the blazing light. Aha! In an instant, Adam 3 let out a scream and staggered backward, using his arm to shield his eyes. Ha! Gung Guangwei blinked hard, not daring to believe the scene before him. He saw Li Qingqing's little gray bird breathing out a scorching tongue of fire toward Adam 3. In less than 2 breaths, Adam 3 was engulfed in flames. The miserable scream sent chills down spines, and the compound bow and arrows fell from his hands, his entire body rolling on the grass. Followed by the smell of charred flesh spreading through. Such a horrifying scene instantly made Gung Guangwei's scalp tingle. Guliolu. Gung Guangwei rolled his throat, nervously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. A fire-breathing beast, this was the first time he had seen one. Not just him, when the little gray bird spat out flames, the entire audience erupted like a pot boiling over, screaming in shock. The hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao, both stared wide-eyed like bronze bells. Just a moment ago, they thought Li Qingqing's beast had no killing power. Even though it had the advantage in speed, it was still difficult to defeat Gung Guangwei's upright man. But who would have known? Li Qingqing's little gray bird could actually breathe fire. In an instant, Adam number 3 was suppressed down. Is this a phantom beast species? Du Liao's eyes sparkled. In her view, only phantom beast species could achieve this level. And thinking carefully, this little gray bird really did look unusual. At least in her memory, she had never seen such a beast. Phantom beast species? It's not impossible. Although innate phantom beast species are extremely rare, it is said that one is born among millions, but who is Li Qingqing? For 3 years in junior high, she was first in all common subjects. In the high school entrance exam, she scored full marks in everything except language. If someone said she awakened a phantom beast species, I wouldn't be surprised at all. But even though she said that, Zhao Di's heart was still quite shocked. Even the audience began to cheer for Li Qingqing's name. If it's a phantom beast species, then this Gung Guangwei has no chance of winning. Du Liao felt refreshed. She never liked a guy like Gung Guangwei. Now seeing Li Qingqing's beast was a phantom beast species. She couldn't imagine how Gung Guangwei would win. In the first high school's lounge, Zhang Shuren suddenly jumped up from the bench, staring at the screen in disbelief. Li Qingqing's beast is actually a phantom beast species? In an instant, Zhang Shuren felt as if thunder had struck him. He had seen Li Qingqing as a rival since the first year of junior high. He had always fantasized about defeating Li Qingqing, claiming the title of number 1. Even now, he regarded Li Qingqing as his archenemy. But the result? In 3 years of junior high, he had been completely beaten by Li Qingqing in common subjects. In the entrance exam, he was utterly crushed. Now, even Li Qingqing's beast is a phantom beast species. While his own beast didn't even know what an ancient species was, it was just an ordinary conventional type. Although, through his efforts, his beast's strength improved dramatically, compared to the infinitely high potential of a phantom beast species, it was essentially heaven and earth apart. For a moment, Zhang Shuren clenched his fists tightly, feeling a wave of defeatism. A strong sense of frustration. He didn't feel this way even when Gung Guangwei defeated him. A phantom beast species. Fang Xiu stared at the screen. He didn't expect that Li Qingqing had hidden it so deeply. If it weren't for her beast suddenly breathing fire, he wouldn't have noticed it was a phantom beast species. However, this also meant that the phantom beast species possessed supernatural powers. On the competition stage, I am not as despicable as you," Li Qingqing said firmly. Although Gung Guangwei's direct attack on Chen Fan made her sick, she would not use such despicable means. Seeing the fear in Gung Guangwei's eyes, Li Qingqing said while commanding the little grey bird to deal with Atom Number 1. Even though she wouldn't directly attack the Beastmaster, she intended to wipe out Gung Guangwei's beasts. Chapter 56, The Despicable Gung Guangwei. Among the 3 upright men, only Atom Number 3 had exceptional archery skills, but in one encounter, he was turned into a fireman by Li Qingqing's little grey bird. Even when Atom Number 1 faced the little grey bird, his eyes were filled with fear towards this beast. Gung Guangwei's face immediately turned ashen. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and instinctively glanced toward the lounge of Class 3. He wasn't worried about losing to Li Qingqing. What he truly feared was Li Jin. Class 3 is determined to win the championship this time. No matter what, I must ensure Lord Li Jin reaches the top. Gung Guangwei thought to himself. If he were eliminated by Li Qingqing here, it would turn into a 2v2 showdown between Class 1 and Class 3. If Li Shijia lost to Li Qingqing again, then Li Jin would have to face 2 opponents alone. Li Qingqing and Fang Xiu are both Beastmasters. No way. Gung Guangwei shook his head, he wouldn't allow such an accident to happen. With that thought, he looked at Li Qingqing again. Atom Number 1 was desperately avoiding the fire tongue of the little grey bird. Only a last resort. Gung Guangwei hardened his heart, as long as he severely injured Li Qingqing, she would have to quit the match. Even though he would get a red card and might face harsher penalties, at least he could keep Class 3 in the lead. Atom Number 2. Gung Guangwei's voice was low and cold. Atom Number 2 understood and tightened his grip on the spear, his fierce eyes focused on Li Qingqing. In that instant, Li Qingqing felt an intense killing intent. Ha! Li Qingqing's eyes widened like saucers, staring in disbelief at Atom Number 2. Though she knew Gung Guangwei wasn't a good person, she still underestimated his ruthlessness. Atom Number 2 took a few steps forward, veins bulging in his arms as he concentrated all his strength into one terrifying point and hurled the spear. Whoosh! The silver spear created a wind noise, shooting straight at Li Qingqing. Such a horrific scene made the referee's face turn pale as paper. The hosts Xiao Di and Du Lia both widened their eyes in shock, their mouths forming a perfect O. Crazy! This Gung Guangwei must be insane. He actually commanded his beast to attack the Beastmaster. Li Qingqing's little grey bird, noticing the speeding spear, quickly abandoned Atom Number 1 and charged toward the spear. This was after Atom Number 2's strong sprint, his explosive power reached an astonishing level. The little grey bird crashed into thin air. Li Qingqing staggered back but couldn't dodge in time. Thud! The spear thrown by Atom Number 2 struck Li Qingqing's thigh directly, piercing flesh and pinning the sharp end into the grass, blood spraying into the air like dancing red butterflies. Li Qingqing's face turned snow-white, her eyes bulging, and beads of sweat poured out from her forehead. The unprecedented pain almost made Li Qingqing faint. Instead, Gung Guangwei felt a huge sense of relief. Putting aside the pain of having his thigh pierced by a spear, that was not something a little girl could endure. If she wasn't sent to the hospital in time, Li Qingqing would soon suffer from blood loss shock. Ha! Sweat beaded on Gung Guangwei's forehead, however, he let out a long sigh of relief inside. Although he seriously violated the rules, at least it was a one-on-one mutual explosion with Li Qingqing. As long as I can hold on to Lord Li Jin's thigh, the results of this new student exchange competition are meaningless to me. Gung Guangwei thought to himself. He stood there, waiting for the referee to come and announce the result. What do you think this new student exchange competition is? Referee Wang Wei rushed forward, pulling out a red card from his pocket. If it weren't for professional ethics, he would have wanted to punch Gung Guangwei. I don't know what you are talking about. Gung Guangwei shrugged, I just wanted to defeat classmate Li Qingqing, but my beast just isn't very smart, so an accident happened. That spear was originally aimed at Li Qingqing's beast. She just didn't dodge. Although Gung Guangwei had already anticipated the consequences of his actions. But no matter what, he could never admit it openly. Even if he were to get a red card and be sent off, he would stubbornly insist it was an accident. It wasn't his subjective consciousness. This is an accident. Gung Guangwei intentionally raised his voice, desperately defending himself. However, such shameless behavior drew boos from the crowd. Some spectators even struggled to control their emotions and threw their drinks down. No. What Gung Guangwei never expected was that Li Qingqing suddenly spoke up. No? Gung Guangwei frowned, not quite understanding what Li Qingqing meant. Could she not forgive him? After all, Li Qingqing was a student from School 1, while he was from School 3. No matter how dissatisfied she was, she couldn't do anything to him, right? Don't give him a red card. Li Qingqing pressed down on her thigh, trying to slow down the bleeding, and she managed to squeeze out a complete sentence. Referee, since it was an accident, the match should continue. shouldn't it? Although Li Qingqing was furious, she didn't want to end this way. She hadn't had a chance to teach Gung Guangwei a good lesson yet. You. Gung Guangwei was taken aback. He thought Li Qingqing would not let him off, but unexpectedly, she still wanted to continue and even asked the referee not to give him a red card? Has this girl lost her mind? Classmate Li Qingqing. Referee Wang Wei was also surprised by how strong-willed Li Qingqing was. If you don't hurry and deal with your injury, it might affect your recovery later. After all, Adam No. 2's spear had pierced through Li Qingqing's thigh. It would be better to stop the game and send her to the hospital as soon as possible. No. I am Li Qingqing, how can I easily admit defeat? Li Qingqing shook her head vigorously, but her vision was becoming a bit blurry. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Li Qingqing felt two rushing winds beside her ears, and her leg that was pinned to the ground suddenly regained mobility. However, the intense pain made it hard for her to keep her balance, and she staggered, falling to another side. Thud! What Li Qingqing hadn't expected was that she didn't fall to the ground but instead plunged directly into someone's arms. Li Qingqing furrowed her brows, her blurred vision could only make out a rough outline. You are the captain of School 1, Fong Sho? Referee Wang Wei recognized the young man who caught Li Qingqing in an instant. It was indeed the man who had eliminated the entire Yucai team, Fong Sho. At the same time, he was also the last trump card of School 1 in Qingqing. Chapter 57, using their own methods against them. Fong Sho, let go of me. Although Li Qingqing couldn't clearly see his face, hearing Fong Sho's name made her instinctively struggle. However, her strength was already less than Fong Sho's, and now that she was injured, even a slight movement caused intense pain. Being held by Fong Sho made it even harder to muster any strength. Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren also brought medical personnel to the competition venue. Gung Guangwei, don't you think this is too much? Zhang Shuren pushed up his glasses, glaring angrily at Gung Guangwei. If looks could kill, he wished he could tear Gung Guangwei into 1,000 pieces. How could he still argue that his beast's intelligence was poor, that it was an accident, or that it was a misfire? Did he really think they didn't have eyes? Adam No. 2 was clearly aiming for Li Qingqing on purpose. To win, he would stop at nothing. How could someone like Gung Guangwei exist in this world? He truly had no shame at all. You can't slander me, I didn't. Gung Guangwei was still desperately defending himself, I really didn't do it on purpose. So, I voluntarily withdraw from this freshman exchange match, my results will be void. I am also willing to bear all medical expenses, that should be enough, right? Gung Guangwei said softly. I am willing to take all of this. But, I absolutely did not do it on purpose. Fang Xiu, let me fight him. Li Qingqing still wanted to challenge Gung Guangwei. But her voice became softer and softer, even the little gray bird couldn't hold on and was forcibly collected into the beast space card. Brother Panpan, I'm leaving Li Qingqing to you. Fang Xiu hugged Li Qingqing and then turned to the stretcher, placing her on it. Don't worry, Fang Xiu, I won't let anything happen to her. Zhang Panpan nodded seriously. Although he had just become a physical education teacher not long ago and it was his first time encountering such a situation, he had seen terrible beastmasters like Gung Guangwei before. Fang Xiu, the freshman exchange match is up to you now. Don't lose. However, with this incident, the match could no longer be considered an exchange competition. I know, Fang Xiu replied, from now on, it's personal grievances. First Chen Fan, then Li Qingqing. Though he wasn't particularly close to these two, he was the captain of this small team. Most importantly, people are not like grass or wood, can they just roll when it's round and stop when it's square? Mr. Referee. You just heard, right? This guy said he didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident. Just because of an accident, to give a red card, I think that's unreasonable. And, as he spoke, Fang Xiu looked back at Li Qingqing. I think Li Qingqing won't accept this explanation either. So please step aside and let us continue the match. At this, the crowd was in an uproar. After all, with such an incident, everyone felt that Gung Guangwei could not escape responsibility. Yet unexpectedly, Fang Xiu wanted to let him continue the match. This. Referee Wang Wei felt troubled inside. He believed Fang Xiu didn't want to forgive Gung Guangwei out of kindness. On the contrary, he was definitely trying to resolve Gung Guangwei in his own way. Are you out of your mind? Gung Guangwei was taken aback. At the moment he decided to strike, he was already prepared to be eliminated and have his results cancelled. Yet unexpectedly, Fang Xiu actually asked the referee not to eliminate him? Did he even know what he was saying? Even if he was absolutely confident in his beast, it didn't mean he had to fight to the death with his beast. As long as he used the same trick again, he could even eliminate Fang Xiu. Don't go too hard.
Seeing Gung Wangwei's arrogant attitude, referee Wang Wei ultimately chose to turn a blind eye. He stepped back while reminding Fong Sho,
"Don't hit too hard.
The referee has revoked the red card." Host Zhao Di's expression turned serious. If it were a normal match, he believed Fong Sho could win.
But just 3 matches were enough to prove that Gung Wangwei was not a good person.
Fong Sho beat him hard. Dulia didn't care about anything else. She grabbed the microphone and shouted at Fong Sho,
"Fong Sho, Fong Sho, Fong Sho." In an instant, the entire audience began to chant Fong Sho's name. The atmosphere on the spot was completely ignited.
Nobody could stand Gung Wangwei's behavior. They all hoped Fong Sho could teach this guy a lesson.
Have I become the villain? Gung Wangwei looked around, not expecting the atmosphere to turn like this.
However, he didn't care. He was actually happy inside. At the very least, he had stayed in this match.
"Fong Sho, do you like Li Qingqing?" He. "You must think you look super handsome like this, right? But let me tell you, it doesn't work.
This time, the champion of the freshman exchange match is definitely ours at Class 3.
I'll explode with you." At this point, Gung Wangwei no longer pretended.
After all, there was only Fong Sho left among the freshmen from Class 1. As long as he wiped him out here, exploding with him, victory would belong to Class 3.
Even Gung Wangwei didn't bother to act.
His Atom 1 and Atom 2 charged towards Fong Sho simultaneously. He simply did not care about Fong Sho's beasts.
However, in the next second, 2 black figures suddenly appeared behind Atom 1 and Atom 2.
It was Fong Sho's aliens. These 2 aliens, although just ordinary male aliens, stood an impressive 2.5 meters tall, towering over Gung Wangwei.
As soon as they appeared behind Atom 1 and 2, they swung their tails and wrapped them around their necks,
restraining their movements entirely. Standing beside Fong Sho was the alien sword saint, who flicked his wrist, and a black knife shot out from the joint of his elbow. Then, the white facehugger dropped from Fong Sho's side, quickly crawling onto Atom 1 and 2's faces, firmly clinging onto them. Even Atom 3, who was scorched by fire, was not spared by Fong Sho. Seeing him on the brink of death, Fong Sho sent over a facehugger to parasitize him. In just under 2 breaths, Gung Wangwei's 3 beasts were all dealt with by Fong Sho.
"Next, it's your turn." Fong Sho spoke in a low voice.
The alien sword saint stepped forward, the sharp tip of his knife cutting through the light green grass on the competition field. Wherever he went, the green grass was severed in 2.
This, along with his massive body, instantly sent a chill down Gung Wangwei's spine. What do you want?" A bad premonition surged in his heart.
"I forgot to tell you, my beasts don't have much brains, sometimes they will ignore my orders," Fong Sho said word by word. Chapter 58, Those who insult others will be insulted by all. Fong Sho naturally felt no pity for a person like Gung Wangwei. The alien sword saint strode forward, getting closer to Gung Wangwei, and referee Wang Wei noticed the alien sword saint's actions, quickly realizing Fong Sho's intentions.
"Fong Sho." After a slight hesitation, referee Wang Wei couldn't help but speak up.
Although he could understand Fong Sho's feelings, if a life was lost here, Fong Sho's future would also be over. As the strongest and the hope of Hiqing No. 1 Middle School, he really did not want to see Fong Sho fall into the wrong path due to a moment of anger.
However, Fong Sho did not heed referee Wang Wei's discouragement.
The distance between the alien sword saint and Gung Wangwei quickly closed.
No, don't."
With a thud, Gung Wangwei fell to the ground, staring at the oppressive alien sword saint, his pupils trembling wildly.
Fong Sho, do you know what you are doing? This is intentional harm, intentional harm."
Gung Wangwei screamed at Fong Sho, hoping he would stop here.
But no matter how much referee Wang Wei tried to persuade or Gung Wangwei pleaded for mercy, Fong Sho remained unmoved.
"Those who insult others will be insulted by all." In an instant, the alien sword saint struck down his knife fiercely towards Gung Wangwei. Before it was too late, Gung Wangwei instinctively raised his arm, constantly begging Fong Sho for mercy.
"Stop, let your beast stop. I know I was wrong, Fong Sho, don't ah." Gung Wangwei's screams echoed throughout the beast sports arena, and some spectators instinctively turned away, not daring to watch.
Referee Wang Wei's eyes widened as he saw a flash of cold light. The alien sword saint's black knife sliced through Gung Wangwei's arm.
The next second, bright red gushed from the severed area like a faucet being turned on. Ah! Gung Wangwei turned pale, never imagining Fong Sho would be so ruthless. Even when the black knife of the alien sword saint fell, he still held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing Fong Sho was just scaring him and wouldn't really allow his beast to injure him. After all, Fong Sho was the top person in Hiqing No. 1 Middle School, and the last contestant. If he committed a foul here, it would be a lose-lose situation no matter how one looked at it. What he never expected was that this guy could actually go through with it. Big beads of sweat poured from Gung Wangwei's forehead as he clutched his arm tightly. In pain, he rolled continuously on the grass. However, it wasn't long before Gung Guangwei's consciousness reached its limit, his eyes darkened, and he fainted on the spot. Doctor, doctor. The referee, Wang Wei, saw this and quickly shouted on the field, rushing to Fong Sho's side and grabbing his wrist. Enough, Fong Sho. If it were just chopping off one of Gung Guangwei's hands, Qingqing No. 1 High School could find a way to smooth things over, but if someone was truly killed in such a public place, Fong Sho would face criminal charges. In fact, Fong Sho wasn't blinded by anger. First of all, Gung Guangwei's 3 beast companions were taken by him, and he had his hand chopped off by his own alien sword saint. Even with the world's healing methods, if his severed limb could be reattached, Gung Guangwei's future life would still be affected. Most importantly, with such a disgraceful match, No. 3 High School would definitely no longer provide resources for Gung Guangwei. His Beastmaster career ended here. With this thought, Fong Sho called back the alien sword saint, and also drew the humanoid infected with the face-hugging bug into his beast space. The winner of this match is referee Wang Wei grabbed Fong Sho's wrist and raised his arm high, announcing loudly to the audience. In an instant, the crowd erupted, thunderous applause rolling in waves. Of course, Fong Sho received a yellow card warning from referee Wang Wei since he couldn't control the actions of the alien sword saint. Be careful next time, Fong Sho. After showing the yellow card, referee Wang Wei stepped back from Fong Sho, and medical personnel rushed onto the field to pick up Gung Guangwei's severed hand and quickly take him off the field. That was thrilling. Seeing Gung Guangwei leave in such a manner, Zhao Di couldn't help but feel exhilarated. But now, Fong Sho has also received a yellow card warning. Dulia completely agreed with Fong Sho's fearless actions in her heart. In her eyes, a morally corrupted person like Gung Guangwei had no right to be a Beastmaster. If she were a teacher at No. 3 High School, she would definitely expel him. Yeah, just for victory, he would harm students from other schools. This is a freshman exchange match, not a battle to determine life and death. I just hope Qingqing will be safe and sound, Zhao Di said. Meanwhile, before Gung Guangwei was sent to the hospital, he passed by the No. 3 High School lounge. Looking at Gung Guangwei, who was completely unconscious, Li Jin couldn't help but frown. Although Gung Guangwei had indeed helped him take care of Zhang Shuren and Qingqing, his methods were simply too disgraceful. Even if he won the match, it would still tarnish the reputation of No. 3 High School. What a shame for us at No. 3 High School, Li Jin said in a low voice, his eyes filled with disdain for Gung Guangwei. This scene caused Li Shijia's expression to become subtle. In his memory, Li Jin and Gung Guangwei had a good relationship, normally calling each other brothers. Even the equipment Gung Guangwei used for beast mastering was sponsored by Li Jin. But now, that contemptuous gaze seemed to send Gung Guangwei straight to hell. Li Shijia, don't be like Gung Guangwei and disgrace our No. 3 High School. Li Jin immediately turned to Li Shijia and continued. Li Shijia gasped, feeling immense pressure, instinctively glancing at PE teacher Wang Ying, hoping she would say something to ease the tension. Wang Ying let out a long sigh. This freshman exchange match was indeed critical for No. 3 High School. But now that it has turned into this, it probably won't be easy to settle it. Should we expel Gung Guangwei? Wang Ying hesitated slightly and asked Li Jin for confirmation. Although she was the leading PE teacher, she was still young and not much older than Li Jin, even when making decisions like this. She had no choice but to discuss it with Li Jin. That's fine. Li Jin nodded slightly. The reputation of Sanzhong is crucial. I don't want to hear someone talking behind my back after graduation, saying that guy came out of Sanzhong. After the new student exchange competition ends, let's hold a press conference and cut ties with Gung Guangwei. Upon hearing that Gung Guangwei was going to be expelled, Li Shijia's heart suddenly jolted. In his view, if it weren't for Li Jin, Gung Guangwei would never have worked so hard, and in the end, was he really going to be expelled just like that? Even before the others had woken up. Chapter 59, Another Beastmaster of the Fantasy Beast Species. Hiss. Li Shijia couldn't help but gasp, not daring to stay in the lounge any longer. When he arrived at the competition venue, the host Zhao Di took the initiative to introduce him. Now entering the stage is the third player from Sanzhong, Li Shijia. It is said that he ranked third in the high school entrance exam, only behind Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, a top student. He is a genius brought over by Sanzhong, investing a lot of resources. Du Liyao nodded. Maybe usually everyone hears more about Li Qingqing and Zhang Shuren, but this Li Shijia is also a very impressive newcomer. Just the fact that Sanzhong spared no resources to bring him over shows that. But I wonder, will Li Shijia's character be like Gung Guangwei's, using any means necessary for victory? Even though Gung Guangwei had already exited the stage, Du Liyao still seized the opportunity to diss him. On one hand, Gung Guangwei's actions were truly despicable. It even sparked outrage among the audience. On the other hand, Du Liyao was also reminding Li Shijia not to be like that scoundrel Gung Guangwei, using underhanded means. Her words naturally reached Li Shijia's ears. He. Li Shijia's mouth curved into a bitter smile. To be honest, he couldn't stand Gung Guangwei's ways, but he felt he could understand why he acted that way. This new student exchange competition was drastically different from before. Let alone the fact that Sanzhong had been suppressed for several years, this year they invested a lot of resources. Li Jin, as a highly anticipated student, gave Sanzhong hope. Based on this relationship, Gung Guangwei wanted to ensure Sanzhong secured first place. Even if the means were not upright. It's just that he couldn't possibly think. His loyalty to Li Jin would not earn him protection but rather cutting ties. Fang Xiu. Li Shijia murmured Fong Sho's name, adjusting his mindset as he inserted the Beastmaster space card into the machine. If you're ready, release your beast and let's start the battle. The judge Wang Wei's voice was deep. Because of Gung Guangwei, he had no good feelings towards Sanzhong anymore. Li Shijia didn't say much, he simply released his beast cleanly. Fang Xiu's starry eyes narrowed, instantly captivated by Li Shijia's beast. The beast released by Li Shijia stood over 2 meters tall, with a sturdy build, its skin a light blue, long ears, and sharp teeth like an elephant, wearing a tiger skin skirt, with a string of animal skulls hanging from its waist. He held a wooden stick in his hand. But rather than a stick, it resembled a staff. At least in Fang Xiu's eyes, the weapon that Li Shijia's beast used looked a lot like the staffs used by wizards in online games. And Fang Xiu could be certain that Li Shijia's beast was definitely not an ancient species. No primitive humans or Beijing ape-men had anything to do with Li Shijia's beast. Is this a troll? Fang Xiu looked up and down at Li Shijia's beast. No matter how you looked at it, this creature resembled the troll race from Western fantasy novels. That's right. Li Shijia nodded. Because Gung Guangwei behaved very poorly, he naturally could no longer tarnish the reputation of Class 3. At this moment, his performance was as bright as a night. Before the battle began, he formally introduced his beast to Fang Xiu. My beast is a troll, just like yours, a phantom beast type. I named him Shadow Sorcerer. As for why he is a sorcerer, the reason is simple. My beast has the primal power of a troll, but he is better at using sorcery. His strength is very powerful. Li Shijia said seriously. It must be said that after Li Shijia released his beast, the entire audience immediately erupted in excitement. This was the new student exchange competition they had been looking forward to, a battle between geniuses. A competition between geniuses. Even Du Liao, who looked down on Li Shijia, was suddenly impressed. Another phantom beast type. After Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing, Li Shijia was the third genius to showcase a phantom beast. Moreover, there were many rumors saying that Li Jin's beast was also a phantom type. Doesn't that mean that Class 1 and Class 3 have 4 Phantom Beast Masters? They are clearly rare beasts that only appear among hundreds of thousands of people. Du Liao couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I think this is easy to explain. Zhao Di had long since been accustomed to it. In previous new student exchange competitions, phantom beasts had also appeared. Although it's said that rare types appear among hundreds of thousands of people, think about it, who are the new students that come to participate in the exchange? Geniuses from each school, the pride of heaven. They are truly outstanding people. Do they finding phantom beasts strange? Just like the top 10. In our Crane City, only a few dozen people are admitted to the top 10 every year. Looking at a city with a population of several million, these people are already like a needle in a haystack, but in the top 10? You would be surprised to find that every student is a genius who can get into the top 10. Zhao Di used a very simple and straightforward analogy. It is called a new student exchange competition, but in reality, it is a genius new student exchange competition. What's the big deal about having a few phantom beast masters? On the contrary, Li Shijia's character seemed much brighter than Gung Guangwei's. It's hard to tell if he was originally such a student. Or perhaps after Gung Guangwei did that, Li Shijia has also restrained himself. But regardless, Zhao Di and Du Liao were still very much looking forward to the match. Sorcery, huh? Fang Xiu's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he didn't know what the sorcery Li Shijia mentioned was, it sounded impressive. And in his own alien race, there were no sorcerers. He wanted it. His heart raced. Fang Xiu, what kind of gaze is that? Li Shijia looked black-faced. He felt Fang Xiu's starry eyes were a bit too fervent. No, it wasn't just a bit fervent, it was clearly overly fervent. That feeling was like a child seeing a favorite toy, wanting it at all costs. I want your shadow sorcerer. Fang Xiu said firmly. The two male aliens even immediately rushed toward Li Shijia's shadow sorcerer. Regardless of anything, they still didn't really know what the other party's sorcery was. Rushing the alien sword saint up without caution wasn't a wise tactic. It's coming. Li Shijia swallowed nervously. Shadow sorcerer. Qingqing. The shadow sorcerer sneered at the two aliens charging at him. Chapter 60, The Great Serpent Massacre Formation. Add one more. Qingqing.
Seeing the two aliens rushing towards him, the shadow sorcerer did not hurry, simply sneering while reaching for the skull at his waist. Fang Xiu instinctively counted the number of skulls. From the shape, these skulls seem to be from little dogs. Including the one captured by the shadow wizard, there are 5 in total. However, Fang Xiu was not worried in his heart, his alien form had expanded to over 100. Even if piled up here, it could suffocate the shadow wizard Li Shijia. Crack! Crack! As the shadow wizard increased his strength, the skull shattered on the spot, debris floating down from his subordinate. At the same time, the shadow wizard raised the staff in his hand and aimed at one of the aliens. Chains. Only a vague command came from the shadow wizard's mouth, and an orange energy flew out from his staff, transforming into a chain, wrapping around the rushing alien. Bang! With a great crash, the chain wrapped directly around the alien, binding its hands and feet, causing its body to lose balance and crash to the ground. Another alien continued forward, opening its bloody mouth and unleashing a second mouth. However, the remnants of the shattered skull did not all scatter to the ground, instead, they raised gusts of cold wind, swirling in the air and transforming into a snake spirit. Snake Spirit Guardian. The shadow wizard's voice was deep. Though this snake spirit was not large, standing upright was only about 1 meter tall, it could spit out sharp flying needles from its mouth. And these flying needles were not physical, more like a kind of spiritual essence. 1, 2, 3. The snake spirit summoned by the shadow wizard continuously repeated the swallowing and spitting actions, sending flying needles shooting toward the alien. Although the alien perceived all of this, it showed no sign of dodging, it still ran quickly, charging toward the shadow wizard. Even Li Shijia's expression suddenly changed. Under normal circumstances, every Beastmaster would treasure their beasts immensely. When seeing their beast at risk of death, they would show a pained expression. But what he never expected was countless flying needles burst forth, nearly turning Fong Shou's alien into a porcupine, yet this guy didn't even blink. That feeling was as if this alien was his death warrior, not worthy of his concern at all. Hiss. Li Shijia gasped, feeling that Fong Sho was indeed a bit cold-blooded. However, what he did not expect was, although Fong Shou's alien was shot full of needles by the shadow wizard snake spirit, green slime constantly sprayed from its wounds, but the alien's movement showed no signs of slowing down. It had a sense of determination to march toward the tiger despite knowing the danger. Even as the alien drew closer to the shadow wizard, the blood spraying from it directly splattered onto the wizard. Ah! In the next second, the shadow wizard let out a scream, pushing off fiercely from the ground and retreating quickly. Only then did Li Shijia realize that his shadow wizard had been burned with numerous blood holes. Not only were the wounds extremely difficult to heal, but the bleeding also could not be stopped. Even the grass stained with the alien's blood began to wither at a visible speed. Acid blood. Fong Sho enjoyed seeing Li Shijia's shocked expression before explaining. My alien not only has armor as hard as iron on its exoskeleton, but its blood also has strong acidic properties. Don't say it's flesh and blood, even several meters thick steel plates can be dissolved layer by layer. So, be careful, Li Shijia. Fang Xiu reminded Li Shijia to stay far away from his alien. Otherwise, if touched by the alien's acidic blood, the light consequence would be disfigurement, and the heavy consequence would be death. What a vicious ability. Li Shijia complained with a dark face, quickly running away from Fong Shou's alien. Shadow Wizard, take it down. Use all the snake spirits. Every time a snake spirit was created, a dog had to be killed to feed it with its flesh and blood. This evil sorcery sometimes made Li Shijia feel helpless. He also didn't know his own beast. Why could such a power awaken? But now, in order to defeat Fang Xiu, he could no longer care about anything else. He could only think of ways to replenish his beast after the competition ends. He. The shadow wizard nodded. Although his body was in pain from being corroded by the acidic blood, he still forced a sinister smile and crushed every skull at his waist one by one to summon snake spirits. In an instant, 5 snake spirits formed a pentagram pattern, trapping Fang Xiu's alien form in the middle. Dozens of flying needles shot toward Fang Xiu's alien form like a fierce storm. Soon, his alien form was turned into minced meat. Fang Xiu, surrender. Your alien form is indeed troublesome, but it is destined to lose to my shadow wizard. Especially after the snake spirit guards are formed, any flesh will be easily pierced by them. You have no chance of winning. Li Shijia warned Fang Xiu, urging him to surrender quickly. After all, Fang Xiu's beast was also a phantom beast. There was no need to risk his beast's life just for a newborn exchange competition. Besides, second place is already quite good. Looks like you know nothing about my alien form. Fang Xiu's lips curled up. The shadow wizard's snake spirit formation was indeed impressive. But precisely because his phantom beast was so great, that's why he wanted it. How powerful would a new alien form be after combining alien creatures and witchcraft? Just thinking about it, Fong Sho felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart.
Go! However, Fang Xiu didn't immediately command his alien sword saint to attack the snake spirit formation.
After all, the alien sword saint was his trump card alien. With that thought, Fang Xiu released a large number of male aliens.
1, 2.
In just 1 or 2 breaths, more than 20 aliens appeared directly in the competition arena. Such an astonishing number made Li Shijia's brain buzz.
Ha!
It was only at this moment that he completely understood why Fang Xiu didn't change his expression when his alien form was attacked or even killed. It turned out it was because he had so many aliens.
Losing 1 or 2 wouldn't hurt at all.
In an instant, Fang Xiu's aliens stomped their feet and charged towards the snake spirit formation. Sword Saint, use mirror images. With Fang Xiu's low shout, his alien Sword Saint immediately split into 4 avatars, running alongside the original body, charging towards the Shadow Wizard snake spirit formation. Especially since the number of aliens was too overwhelming, the Shadow Wizard snake spirit formation could only madly attack, unable to concentrate its firepower.
Chapter 61, Capture the Shadow Wizard.
This is impossible. Li Shijia stared at the scene before him, his pupils shaking violently. Although he didn't have the same background as Li Jin, as one of the few phantom beast tamers, he had been discovered during the entrance exam by the 3rd high school. In terms of beast taming, the 3rd high school had given strong assistance, which allowed his Shadow Wizard to acquire the 10,000 Serpent Massacre formation.
He thought it could easily crush Fang Xiu's alien form and win this competition. No.
Even if he really lost to Fang Xiu, at least he could severely injure his beast.
But who would have known, Fang Xiu's aliens seemed endless.
Even when they were pierced by his snake spirits, new aliens would immediately fill in, pushing forward one after another, suppressing the firepower of the 10,000 Serpent Massacre formation. Not only that, but Fang Xiu's alien Sword Saint also split into 4 mirror image avatars, taking large strides forward, appearing near the snake spirits in less than a breath, swinging his black sword forward, immediately cutting the Shadow Wizard snake spirits in half. Faced with this sudden scene, a trace of fear flickered in the Shadow Wizard's eyes.
As the host, Zhao Di and Du Liyao were both speechless for a moment. It was too shocking. They never imagined that. In this new student exchange tournament, we can see such a brilliant battle. Especially Fang Xiu's bizarre shape. It directly shocked Zhao Di's perception. Isn't it, this Fang Xiu really just a first-year high school student? Long before becoming the host, he had been very focused on the high school league. In past new student exchange tournaments, many talented individuals often appeared. However, in Zhao Di's perception, even those so-called geniuses had beast companions that were far inferior to Fang Xiu's bizarre shape. Du Liyao even picked up the documents beside her to confirm. She found out that Fang Xiu really was a first-year high school student. How did he manage to do that? High school has only started for a month, right? In such a short time, just being able to cultivate a beast well is already very impressive. Yet Fang Xiu can control dozens of beasts at the same time? Du Liyao gasped in amazement. With Fang Xiu's sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, along with his fresh and handsome appearance, she felt even more regretful inside. Why wasn't I born a few years later? Maybe I could spark a flame of love with Fang Xiu. It's not that simple. Zhao Di swallowed nervously and took a gulp. Some beasts sacrifice individual strength to expand advantages. In certain specific situations, they can show amazing effects, but these beasts often don't have particularly strong individual combat power. But look at Fang Xiu's bizarre shape, not only mastering superb sword skills, but also having a body as hard as iron, with blood that is even highly corrosive. Even without numerical advantages, this bizarre shape is not something just any beast can mess with. Zhao Di couldn't help but praise Fang Xiu's beast. Du Liyao nodded in agreement. With the bizarre-shaped Sword Saint destroying the Shadow Wizard's 10,000 Serpent Slaughter formation, Li Shijia's beast completely lost its means of defense. He looked in horror at the bizarre shape pouncing at him and turned to run. Referee Wang Wei watched this scene. Once a beast shows such behavior, it can basically be declared a failure. However, the scene before him was so shocking that he stood there in a daze, forgetting to stop Fang Xiu. Soon, the Shadow Wizard was knocked to the ground by the pursuing bizarre shape. However, these bizarre shapes did not directly tear the Shadow Wizard's body apart. After all, without the command from Fang Xiu, the king of bizarre shapes, they did not have the right to kill the target. Go, face-hugging bug. Fang Xiu's eyes revealed a kind of madness. Seeing the Shadow Wizard controlled by his bizarre army, he quickly released the white face-hugging bug. The face-hugging bug charged forward towards the Shadow Wizard like a bolt of white lightning. Because everyone's attention was focused on the bizarre shape, no one noticed the face-hugging bug released by Fang Xiu. Even Li Shijia didn't realize that the face-hugging bug was approaching his beast. Referee. However, Li Shijia quickly reacted. With the 10,000 Serpent Slaughter formation of the Shadow Wizard broken, there was naturally no means to counter it.
If he didn't stop Fong Sho's bizarre shapes, his shadow wizard was about to suffer here. Although his beast space recorded the cultivation data of the shadow wizard, so he could hatch it again later, after investing so much effort and resources, he definitely didn't want to start all over. Referee, I surrender, I surrender. Quick, make Fong Sho stop. Li Shijia screamed desperately, simultaneously taking out the beast space card, wanting to recall his shadow wizard, but he was still a step too late. As soon as he shouted this, the face-hugging bug Fong Sho released had already pounced onto the shadow wizard's face. Warning, warning. The shadow wizard is being parasitized. If it is contained in the beast space, it may pose a danger to the Beastmaster. The warning voice of the beast space card rang in Li Shijia's mind. The moment the face-hugging bug grabbed onto him, it directly put the parasite into the mouth of the shadow wizard. What? Li Shijia felt his whole brain buzz. Only then did he suddenly notice that his shadow wizard was being tightly hugged by an ugly creature. Parasite? What the hell is a parasite? Li Shijia's eyes bulged like a cow's. He looked at his shadow wizard and then at Fong Sho. In stark contrast to his incredible and unbelievable expression. At this moment, Fong Sho was undoubtedly in high spirits. I succeeded. Fong Sho excitedly clenched his fists. Referee Wei also finally realized what was happening at this moment. I announced that the winner of this match is Fong Sho. Referee Wei shouted the result of the battle. Fong Sho quickly activated the beast space and retrieved the parasitic shadow wizard back into the beast space. Then, those strange beasts he released also began to disappear in large numbers. Fong Sho. Li Shijia gritted his teeth and yelled at Fong Sho, "Give me back my beast." What's your beast? Fong Sho glanced at Li Shijia, it's mine now. Since you came to participate in the freshman exchange competition, how can you not have this awareness? Fong Sho's lips curled up, feeling he had no problem at all. In fact, Fong Sho had reviewed the competition rules when participating in the freshman exchange competition. Although attacking Beastmasters was prohibited, it allowed Beastmasters' beasts to kill the opponent's beasts. And the rules of the freshman exchange competition didn't mention that one could not parasitize others' beasts. If there are no prohibitions in the law, then it can be done. Let Li Jin come. Fong Sho said in a low voice, urging Li Shijia to leave the stage quickly. He couldn't wait to see what kind of beast Li Jin had. Chapter 62, shocking the entire venue, the beast that can parasite and take over. Fong Sho. I'm going to fight you. Seeing his shadow wizard being taken by Fong Sho into the beast space, Li Shijia could no longer control his emotions, rushing towards Fong Sho with red eyes as if he had seen the murderer of his father. Are you sure? Fong Sho coldly looked at Li Shijia, and the strange sword saint stepped forward, exerting a terrifying pressure towards Li Shijia. With a thud, Li Shijia's legs went weak, and he directly collapsed onto the grass. Referee Wei quickly gestured for the security to take Li Shijia back to the resting room. The rules of the freshman exchange competition did not state that one could not parasitize the opponent's beasts. It's just that. Referee Wei looked at Fong Sho. The strength of the strange beast was already exaggerated, and he never expected it could also take over the opponent's beast through parasitism. Moreover, that strange sword saint, if observed closely, looked completely different from the other strange beasts. Not only was it taller, but its elbow joints could also extend weapons. Besides all having black exoskeletons, it was almost a different species from the others. Could it be that Fong Sho's strange sword saint evolved through parasitizing others' beasts? If this is true, Fong Sho's strange beast is simply limitless in potential. Not just referee Wang Wei noticed this. In the resting room of Yucai School, Wang Dalong was sitting in a chair, observing the match, and when he noticed Fong Sho's face-hugging bug dragging Li Shijia's shadow wizard into his beast space, his brain buzzed. Parasitism. Fong Sho's strange beast can parasitize others' beasts? But why? Wang Dalong's pupils trembled wildly. Gao Han and others felt grateful in their hearts. Fortunately, I chose to forfeit, otherwise, being parasitized by Fong Sho would be too uncomfortable. Gao Han gasped and complained. Damn it, is this the monster from Qingqing No. 1 Middle School? This is too abnormal, who can compete with him? If I were Li Jin, I would just forfeit directly. Losing is a small matter, if the beast is taken over by a parasite, that would be too painful. The relief of Gao Han and the others formed a stark contrast to Wang Dalong's ashen face. Do you think Fong Sho cares about your beasts? Wang Dalong turned his head, his voice low. Although Gao Han and the others chose to concede, he was facing Fong Sho directly. Against the attack of the alien sword saint, his crocodile man, Dalong, had no power to fight back. In less than 2 rounds, he was stepped underfoot by the alien sword saint. Moreover, at that time, Fong Sho had not yet revealed the facehugger. In other words, if Fong Sho had used the facehugger to parasitize his beast, he wouldn't have reacted at all.
But Fang Xiu did not do that. Because his beast was neither a phantom beast nor an ancient species. Damn it! Wang Dalong clenched his fist, heavily striking the chair. He felt no sense of relief, instead, he felt that his beast was underestimated. Gao Han and the others exchanged glances, the relief they had felt suddenly vanished. Indeed. What was there to be relieved about? It was because their beasts were too weak, which is why Fang Xiu did not notice them. In an instant, the atmosphere in the Yutsai lounge dropped to freezing point. On the other side. In the third-class lounge. Li Shijia was forcibly dragged back by the security guard, his eyes red, his bangs soaked with sweat. Let go of me, let go of me. As soon as the security guard released him, Li Shijia rushed out to argue with Fang Xiu. But then. Slap. Li Jin raised his right hand and struck Li Shijia hard on the face. The fiery pain instantly made him calm down. Li Shijia stared blankly at Li Jin. Waste. Li Jin said in a low voice, why didn't you rush in and let Fang Xiu's alien kill you directly? Although he had no great hope for Li Shijia defeating Fang Xiu, shouldn't he at least have exhausted Fang Xiu's strength? Now, not only did they not exhaust Fang Xiu's strength, but they also sent a beast to Fang Xiu. And in the end, this guy, clearly dizzy, wanted to go fight Fang Xiu, but was scared stiff by the alien sword saint and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, why not just rush in and force the alien sword saint to act? If that had happened, maybe they could have gotten the referee to issue a red card to Fang Xiu. Victory would have belonged to the third class. Now it's good. He actually had to face Fang Xiu, who could parasitize others' beasts. What a waste. Li Jin, getting angrier the more he thought about it, could not help but raise his fist and smash it into Li Shijia's face. Boom! Li Shijia staggered back, tripped over a chair, and fell directly to the ground, blood flowing from his nose, staring at Li Jin in terror. Li Jin physical education teacher Wang Ying rushed over upon seeing this. Li Shijia has tried hard, at least he forced Fang Xiu to reveal the trump card. Although he has a lot of aliens. Before Wang Ying could finish, she was glared at fiercely by Li Jin. A lot of aliens? Do I not know that there are a lot of aliens? My beast doesn't have that many. If Fang Xiu shamelessly uses a sea of people tactics against me, how can I win? Because of that guy Gung Guangwei, the reputation of the third class had become very bad. If they could win this championship and cut ties with Gung Guangwei, maybe they could salvage some face. But now. Fang Xiu's aliens are simply unreasonably strong. If they lost this time, wouldn't the third class be laughed at for a whole year? This Wang Ying also began to feel a bit troubled. To be honest, in such a situation, she did not know what to do. Forget it, Li Jin shook his head, you tell the people from the organizing committee to notify the referee. Have him warn Fang Xiu not to release so many beasts anymore. Calmed down, Li Jin started rearranging the strategy. In his eyes, this new student exchange competition was like playing chess. Sometimes, a player's strength is crucial. But sometimes, victory is not just on the board, it can also be outside the board. As long as the number of beasts is limited. Then Fang Xiu's aberrations aren't so impressive after all. Hurry up. Li Jin said to Wang Ying in a commanding tone. Ah, yes. Wang Ying quickly nodded, then turned and left the lounge. After she left, Li Jin glanced at Li Shijia, then quickly walked over in strides. I can't believe I have to use such disgraceful means. As he spoke, Li Jin raised his foot and kicked Li Shijia hard on the head. In no time, Li Shijia's face was red. The security guards who sent him back couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. Chapter 63, Unfair Treatment, add one more. Oh, it looks like something went wrong with the match. Just as Zhao Di was looking forward to the clash between Li Jin and Fang Xiu, he noticed several men in black suits coming to the competition arena. It seemed they were discussing something with Fang Xiu and the referee, Wang Wei. Are they going to punish Fang Xiu? Du Lia couldn't help but feel anxious for Fang Xiu. His aberrations were not only impressive in number, but the speed and sword skills of the aberrant sword saint were equally astonishing. However, Fang Xiu's method of using the facehugger to parasitize the shadow wizard would definitely raise controversies. Especially this Li Jin. He was not only praised as the first freshman of the third high school, but his mother was also the vice principal of the third high school, with vast connections. One wonders if Li Jin's mother would use her connections to force a loss on Fang Xiu. I don't think so. Zhao Di shook his head. Illusion beasts with various powers can exhibit many different abilities. While parasitism is rare, there have been precedents. But as for parasitism like that of the aberrations, I'm seeing it for the first time. Regardless, the competition rules don't restrict it. Even if new rules are introduced to ban parasitizing other beasts during the competition, that shouldn't invalidate the results of the previous round. As for the issue Miss Du mentioned just now, Zhao Di smiled. The leaders from the first high school are not pushovers, you know. Fang Xiu and Li Jin were both illusion beast tamers, representing different schools, and were the last participants of the freshman teams.
The outcome between the two concerns who will win the championship of this year's freshman exchange competition.
If the third high school could use underhanded means, could the first high school not do the same? To Zhao Di, it was merely about adding some temporary regulations.
In reality, the situation was quite similar to Zhao Di's expectations. The organizing committee staff came to the competition arena.
You must be student Fang Xiu, right?
We just had a discussion regarding your beasts and we need to impose 2 restrictions. The staff member in a suit said seriously.
2 restrictions? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, not expecting new rules would be added on the spot. First, regarding parasitism, for the remaining matches, you cannot parasitize other beasts.
If you do, we will directly cancel your results and qualification.
Do you have any objections? The suited staff member looked serious as he addressed Fang Xiu. What if I have objections? Fang Xiu frowned. You can protest by forfeiting the match.
The suited staff member said in a soft voice, as if everything was just natural.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu had a look of confusion. What does it mean to forfeit in protest? So, if I don't agree to your demands, I can't continue the match?
Although he had heard Chen Fan say that Li Jin's mom was the vice principal of the third high school and knew many people. But the sudden rule change really caught Fang Xiu off guard.
Clearly,
Li Jin's beast was also an illusion beast.
If the facehugger were allowed to parasitize and assimilate genes, a very powerful aberration could be cultivated. Then there's the second requirement, about quantity.
Fang Xiu, your number of unusual forms is too many, this is very unfair for the competition.
After our unanimous discussion, your number of unusual forms is absolutely restricted.
As they spoke, the staff member extended 2 fingers, warning Fang Xiu, you can only use 2 Beastmasters.
But just now, Gung Guangwei used 3 Beastmasters, why can I only use 2? Fang Xiu looked speechless. Even if there were restrictions, shouldn't it be limited to 3?
If Fang Xiu has any objections to our rules. Before the staff could finish speaking, Fang Xiu interrupted directly, protest and forfeit?
Or should your results be voided? Don't you think what you're doing is too shameless?
Before crossing into this world, he had already encountered some shady dealings. Yet unexpectedly, arriving in a world where everyone is a Beastmaster, he still faced this.
By the way, where are the leaders from the first high school? Are they just letting their students be bullied?
Though he knew this might be related to Li Jin's mother's actions, Fang Xiu still felt dissatisfied in his heart.
Fang Xiu, continue the competition. The judge Wang Wei also felt this restriction wasn't very reasonable. Parasitism is still understandable.
But the number of Beastmasters is determined by the Beastmaster's strength. The stronger the Beastmaster, the more Beastmasters they have.
Why should there be such a restriction on Fang Xiu? Is it that you really don't want him to become the winner?
But sometimes, personal power is truly powerless. Even as this judge, he cannot intervene in the committee's restrictions.
Moreover,
even if he contacted the leaders of the first high school now, it would be too late. The competition naturally wouldn't give Fang Xiu that much time. At present, the only thing to do is accept the rules and continue competing. I know you might feel very unconvinced, but this world is sometimes like this. Without a good original family, one will face unfair treatment. But with your talent, Fang Xiu, I believe one day you can say no to these unfair treatments. Judge Wang Wei comforted Fang Xiu, helping him adjust his mindset.
Forget it. Fang Xiu waved his hand, signaling the judge and staff to stop speaking.
Let that guy named Li Jin come up to fight. Even without parasitism and a sea of people strategy, my unusual forms cannot lose to a person like Li Jin.
Seeing Fang Xiu stop making trouble, the staff finally nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Soon, the results were transmitted via Bluetooth headphones to Zhao Di and Du Liao.
They exchanged glances, both surprised by the committee's decision. Especially Du Liao, who had always favored Fang Xiu, now felt extremely unhappy upon hearing such a judgment.
This is just too bullying. Du Liao gasped in disbelief, wishing she could punch those staff members.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just received the committee's notice, especially Fang Xiu's Beastmaster ability is too unreasonable and will affect the fairness of the competition. Therefore, the committee has decided to temporarily restrict Fang Xiu's Beastmaster. First, his parasitic ability is banned. Then, the number, Fang Xiu can only send out 2 unusual forms to fight. As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd.
Whether it's parasitism or numerical advantage, these are all Fang Xiu's abilities. It's not some underhanded trick, what's unfair about it?
In fact, to them, the committee's sudden restriction clearly favored Li Jin from the third high school.
However, even some audience members who felt dissatisfied couldn't change the outcome. In a wave of boos, Li Jin stepped onto the competition stage. Slowly he spoke. Although he felt that the methods of Crane City No. 3 High School were somewhat low-level, he had to admit that Li Jin and Fong Sho were the strongest freshmen of their respective schools. The competition between them would decide who would win the championship. Fong Sho. Li Jin took 3 steps in 2 strides, standing before Fong Sho. The two locked eyes, and Fong Sho's unique sword saint stood beside him. Release your beast. Fong Sho urged Li Jin in a deep voice, pushing for a quick battle. Don't be so anxious. Li Jin stuffed his hands into his pockets, indifferent to the boos coming from the audience, not in a hurry to release his beast. How about making a deal? Li Jin intentionally lowered his voice. Deal? Fong Sho raised an eyebrow. That's right. Li Jin spread his hands. Even if you win this freshman exchange competition, it's only a prize of 200,000, and you will have to share it with others. Besides defending the honor of No. 1 high school, it has no real meaning. Individuals come before groups. If you lose this match, I am willing to pay you 300,000. What do you think? That's almost 6 times the prize you would have received. And my offer doesn't stop there. As long as you nod in agreement, I can use my connections to transfer you to our No. 3 high school. Li Jin's lips curled into a confident smile. It felt as if he were recruiting Fong Sho. With the audience booing Li Jin, besides the referee Wang Wei, no one else could hear their conversation. And referee Wang Wei also deliberately turned his head, pretending not to hear. Although he looked down on Li Jin's actions, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything given Li Jin's connections. Fong Sho didn't expect Li Jin to propose such a deal. Oh? For a moment, Fong Sho's expression showed interest. You want me to throw the game? Don't be so direct, Fong Sho. I just had someone investigate your background. Li Jin smiled. Your parents are ordinary workers, with monthly pressures from car payments and mortgages. They can't provide much help with beast mastery. And your unique form benefits from numbers. But the same applies, a large beast army requires various resources. If you had a background like mine, you might become the most powerful beast master in Crane City history. Unfortunately, given your family situation, once you reach sophomore and junior years, you could be overwhelmed by the number of unique forms. Even if No. 1 high school is a key school in Crane City, without connections, the school's support for you will be very limited. So, I can offer you a bright future. Li Jin spoke seriously. As long as you lose this match, you can have it all. Although he used his family's connections to limit Fong Sho's beast temporarily. Thinking of the sword saint's skills and amazing speed, Li Jin still didn't have complete confidence in defeating Fong Sho. And if he were defeated here, No. 3 high school's expectations for him were low, and his mother could also face repercussions. To ensure a perfect outcome, Li Jin had to propose the idea of throwing the game to Fong Sho. As long as he lost to him, what was 30,000? This deal was worth it for Li Jin. Even in Li Jin's eyes, such a huge temptation was something no freshman could refuse. You've already defeated Li Shijia, proving your talent. It's completely normal to unexpectedly lose to me, the best from No. 3 high school. What's more important is that you saw the equipment used by Gung Wangwei and Li Shijia's beasts, right? As long as you are willing to pledge loyalty to me, I can give you beast equipment. Li Jin further coaxed Fong Sho. If he could really transfer Fong Sho to No. 3 high school, not only could he fill Gung Wangwei's position. The opportunity for this generation of No. 1 middle school to turn things around has vanished. Think about yourself, sometimes, one should be a little selfish. Li Jin continued. In his opinion, Fong Sho's heart has already begun to waver, even stirring with excitement. This is quite a good offer. Fong Sho's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Compared to the 50,000 bonus, 300,000 would help me with my beast training much more, and it could even cover my beast training fees for the first half of the semester. For a student like me from a broken family, it's a huge help. Fong Sho nodded, indicating that what Li Jin said was very realistic. Seeing this, Li Jin also showed a satisfied smile, truly deserving of being the top student at No. 1 middle school. A wise person understands the times. However, the next second. But I refuse. Fong Sho's smile abruptly stopped, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. Li Jin? What did you say? Li Jin was momentarily stunned, doubting if he heard it wrong. One of my favorite things to do is to say no to those I think are nobler than me. Fong Sho stuffed his hands into his pockets, and the terrifying presence of the shapeshifting sword saint next to him pressed down towards Li Jin. Better family background? More resources? Wider network? Don't make me laugh. If you really have the ability, release your beast and fight me for real. If you don't have the courage, then hurry back home and find your mom. Upon hearing this, Li Jin was instantly frozen in place. Not only him, even the referee Wang Wei couldn't help but admire Fong Sho. One must know, that's 300,000. Even if it's not for beast training, it's enough to buy a C260L. Even online, people often look down on a car that costs 300,000, but in the real world, 300,000 is not an amount an average family can produce. Especially for someone like Fang Xiu, 300,000 undoubtedly seemed like a fortune. Yet he refused so arrogantly. You brat. Li Jin's face turned livid, his fists clenched tight. From childhood to now, whether at school or at any event, he had always been the center of attention in others' eyes. Let alone him taking the initiative to speak, just sitting there would attract countless people trying to please him. Yet Fang Xiu dared to actively refuse him. Does this guy really think his beast is invincible? Looking for death. In an instant, Li Jin could no longer contain his emotions and released his beast. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions, forcefully uprooting the grass beneath his feet and sending it flying. Even the referee Wang Wei was pushed back by this wave of energy. Chapter 65, Li Jin's beast turned out to be a half-dragon man? So strong. Referee Wang Wei raised his arm to block the oncoming wave. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could hardly believe that this belonged to a first-year high school student. That is... Fang Xiu's star-like eyes focused as he observed Li Jin's beast. He saw that Li Jin's beast was also about 3 meters tall, matching his shapeshifting sword saint in height. However, unlike the shapeshifting sword saint, Li Jin's beast was entirely snow-white, contrasting sharply with the black exoskeleton of the shapeshifting sword saint. What amazed Fang Xiu even more was Li Jin's beast not only had solid muscles but also held a steel fork in its hand, and its head resembled that of a Western dragon. Half-dragon man? Referee Wang Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Though the 3rd middle school had battled the 8th middle school, the 8th middle school had used all their strength but could not force Li Jin off the field. So until now, this was the first appearance of Li Jin's beast in this competition. What was originally a chorus of booing from the audience suddenly turned into complete silence. It was evident that everyone was intimidated by Li Jin's half-dragon man. Even the 2 hosts, Zhao Di and Du Liao. It was incredible, blinking in disbelief. Half-dragon? Li Jin's beast is actually a half-dragon? Hiss. And the weapon it holds seems to be no ordinary fork. Du Liao inhaled sharply. Pay attention, that fork has a symbol on it. Zhao Di's eyes widened as he exclaimed. He suddenly discovered that on the fork, there was an emblem of crossed swords. That logo was unmistakably the mark of Longquan Industry. Legend has it that the beast equipment they forge is the absolute best, and just the deposit often reaches 6 figures. That's more than his annual salary. Really wealthy, Zhao Di couldn't help but feel a bit envious. The rarest beast, the half-dragon, along with the top-notch equipment. How should Fang Xiu fight against this? If we rely on a sea of people, Fang Xiu's mutated army might still have a chance, but the organizing committee has changed the rules, prohibiting Fang Xiu from having more than 2 mutants. Du Liao clenched her fists, feeling increasingly wronged for Fang Xiu. This competition actually allowed a guy like Li Jin to win. She couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. This is what a rich person is like. Zhao Di sighed. In his eyes, Fang Xiu's talent was stronger than Li Jin's. But this world is often like this, talent may not lose to hard work, but will definitely lose to resources. What use is talent? Just that fork in the half-dragon's hand could feed a family of 3 for 10 years. He. Seeing the shock in referee Wang Wei's eyes, Li Jin raised the corners of his mouth. Do you see this, Fang Xiu? This is the gap between you and me. Li Jin thought that after seeing his beast and the weapon it used, Fang Xiu would definitely feel a sense of loss. Although he was the strongest freshman at Qingqing No. 1 high school, the school couldn't afford to invest so many resources in him. Ultimately, this world still looks at family background. If you really have confidence in your beast, then why restrict the number of my mutants? In the end, you are still lacking confidence. Fang Xiu immediately retorted. What a pity, if only I could use the facehugger to parasite Li Jin's beast. Fang Xiu thought to himself. What did you say? Li Jin's previously arrogant expression suddenly became awkward. After all, Fang Xiu had too many mutants, and each one had the unreasonable ability of acidic blood. His half-dragon, no matter how strong, might be exhausted by the endless army of mutants. Although he held the upper hand now, being hit at the painful spot by Fang Xiu still made Li Jin's expression falter. Take him down, Lucas. Li Jin clenched his fists and immediately commanded the half-dragon. Gale step. Fang Xiu also did not hold back. In an instant, the mutant sword saint vanished, leaving countless footprints in the grass. Invisible? Li Jin inhaled sharply, clearly surprised that the mutant sword saint could also go invisible. However, faced with the pressing mutant sword saint, Lucas did not panic. As a half-dragon, it possessed intelligence comparable to a human. Even because it was data that had been copied, Lucas's combat experience was also quite rich.
It slowly closed its eyes, seemingly sensing the aura of the mutant sword saint. In the next moment, it opened its arms, and a bolt of lightning erupted from its body, expanding outward. In an instant, the lightning released by Lucas enveloped it in a protective barrier with a hand seal. Fang Xiu's mutant sword saint revealed itself at that moment, gripping the black blade with both hands, raised over its head, then slashed down toward Lucas's head. After all, the rules had already prohibited parasitism. It didn't need to give the facehugger any chance to envelop. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crash, the mutant sword saint's black blade collided forcefully with Lucas's lightning barrier. The latter suddenly opened its eyes wide, releasing an even more tremendous current. Boom! The thunderous roar was deafening, and Fong Shou's alien swordsman was forcefully blown away by this power. However, the lightning barrier protecting Lucas also dimmed at a visible rate. The alien swordsman flipped in the air and knelt on one knee, sliding 8 zhang away on the grass. A wisp of gray smoke drifted from its exoskeleton. It was evident that the current just released by Lucas generated thousands of degrees of high temperature. This is the alien silicon-based nature. If it were an ordinary carbon-based creature, the terrifying current alone would be enough to pierce through flesh and blood. Li Jin, seeing Fong Shou's alien swordsman being forced back, lifted his mouth into a grin again. So how is it, Fong Sho? Do you understand the gap between us now? The weapon in Lucas's hand is called an electric fork. Not only does it possess incredibly exaggerated hardness, but it can also enhance Lucas's power. What you just saw was the effect after the electric fork was strengthened. Your alien cannot harm my Lucas at all. Li Jin's smile became insane. Lucas pushed off the ground with force, charging straight towards the alien swordsman, the electric fork dancing continuously in his hand. Zap! Every swing of the electric fork created purple currents, its agility as fluid as Lucas's own limbs. Clang! Facing the ferocious foe, the alien swordsman hastily raised its black knife, intersecting it with Lucas's electric fork, producing a spark of friction. But Lucas's strength was even greater, forcefully pushing the alien swordsman away. It planted its feet on the ground again, using the resulting reaction force to propel itself, swinging the electric fork to strike at the alien swordsman repeatedly. Chapter 66, Is Fong Sho to lose? Add one more. Fong Shou's alien has been completely suppressed. Zhao Di nervously observed Fong Shou's alien swordsman. Whether in size, strength, or speed, the alien swordsman was the most powerful one among Fong Shou's aliens. Yet now, it was being overwhelmed by Li Jin's half-dragon man. If it weren't for the organizing committee's temporary change of rules, Fong Shou's alien army would definitely defeat Li Jin's half-dragon man. Dulia still felt a sense of injustice in her heart. Although Li Jin's image was also good and his family resources were abundant, Dulia still preferred Fong Shou. Yeah. Zhao Di clenched his fists. If there were that overwhelming alien army, how could Li Jin remain so calm? In his view, the last-minute rule change was inherently unreasonable. What if Fong Sho releases another alien to create a feint for the alien swordsman? Would there be a chance to turn the tables? In a moment of desperation, Dulia began brainstorming for Fong Sho. This would be very difficult. However, Zhao Di did not see this strategy positively. He had just observed Fong Shou's other aliens. Compared to this alien swordsman, they were entirely different creatures. In terms of strength and speed, they were far inferior to the alien swordsman. Even if it were sent to feign an attack, it would likely be easily killed by Lucas. The audience in the stands also broke into a cold sweat for Fong Sho. It seems Fong Sho can only go this far. It's really unavoidable. Li Jin's beast is too strong, especially with the weapon he uses, Dragon Spring Industries. Yeah, that electric fork probably costs at least a few million. He really is rich. Is this what it means to be the young master of the third middle school? The audience discussed in hushed tones. In their opinion, if Lucas didn't have the electric fork, there might still be some chance for Fong Shou's alien swordsman. Mirror clone. Fong Sho stood still, he too saw the alien swordsman's despair. I didn't expect the equipment to enhance the beast so much. Recalling the hatching process of the alien swordsman, it was after parasitizing Maming's werewolf that the born aberrant species. When it just hatched, it even developed a rebellious mind. In the end, only under its own mental suppression did it become obedient. At that time, Zhang Panpan was still excitedly certain that her aberrant sword saint would be the strongest existence in the entire Crane City rebirth. But unexpectedly, Li Jin from the third class was even more unreasonable. In an instant, under Fong Shou's command, the aberrant sword saint split into 4 mirror clones, rushing towards Lucas from different directions with slashing moves. However, the power of these mirror clones depended on the state of the main body. After a fierce battle, the aberrant sword saint also became weak, and its mirror clones were no longer as swift as before. Watching the guys rushing out from different directions, Lucas opened his arms again, and electric currents surged from his body. In an instant, a lightning barrier was formed.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening thunder, all the mirror clones of the aberrant sword saint were sent flying.
Lucas seized this opportunity, violently swung his tail behind him, sweeping forward, and the terrifying force directly knocked the aberrant sword saint away.
He.
Watching the aberrant sword saint being completely suppressed by his Lucas, Li Jin laughed coldly again.
Let me tell you one more thing, Fang Xiu.
Although my Lucas has only been nurtured for a month, but
Lucas is not my original beast.
My original beast was just a regular species.
Although its power was decent, it was still too weak compared to the upper limit of the aberrant species.
So, my mother used some connections, copied various data of Lucas from the top 10 students. This allowed me to have this aberrant half-dragon.
As he spoke, Li Jin walked closer to Fang Xiu, his attitude becoming increasingly arrogant. This is the gap between the rich and the ordinary. Or rather, the chasm. No matter how talented you are, what does it matter? Even if you naturally have an aberrant beast, what can it change?
As long as I have resources and background, I can solve the problem of not having an aberrant beast.
My equipment is also better than yours. What do you have to compare with me?
While copying the data of the aberrant species, Li Jin also allowed Lucas to gain rich battle experience. Combined with the electric spear, it can unleash 600% of its combat power.
In the restroom of the first class.
After sending Li Qingqing to the hospital, Zhang Panpan contacted Class 2's head teacher, Zhang Yu, to take care of her and returned. Unexpectedly, the aberrant sword saint she had high hopes for was actually suppressed by Li Jin's Lucas.
Zhang Shuren's face also turned ashen.
He had heard about Li Jin since middle school. He initially thought Fong Sho could defeat Li Jin with his talent.
But, unexpectedly,
the battle situation took a sharp turn for the worse.
At this rate, Fong Sho is likely to lose.
Zhang Shuren gasped, hoping that Fong Sho could defeat Li Jin and lead the first class to victory. But now, whether it was the aberrant sword saint scale step or his mirror clones, all were restrained by Lucas. Moreover, after several confrontations, the violent electricity released by Lucas gradually wore down the aberrant sword saint's exoskeleton.
If this continues, Fang Xiu would definitely lose.
Zhang Panpan nervously bit her nails. There is really no way around it. The customized equipment from Longquan Industry is just too powerful.
Without the electric spear, Lucas could never inflict such great damage on the aberrant sword saint. Could it really end here?
The students from Yukai, seeing Lucas's power, also began to feel despair. The electric spear Lucas used was something their parents would never be able to buy, no matter how hard they worked their whole lives.
Even if you have money, it doesn't mean you can customize everything. Even a genius like Fang Xiu cannot resist Li Jin's financial power. What capital do we ordinary people have to compete with someone like Li Jin?
What makes them even more desperate is that Li Jin is just a local bully in Crane City. There are surely many people in this world who have more resources and connections than Li Jin.
Even if they perform well in the college entrance exam and get into a good Beastmaster university, in the end, won't they still have to work for people like Li Jin?
Thinking of this, Wang Dalong and the others' eyes dimmed instantly. On the competition stage,
Fang Xiu looked at the disadvantaged alien sword saint and Li Jin's cold mockery, finally letting out a sigh. He. Li Jin's mockery grew louder. Are you regretting it?
Fang Xiu, if you had accepted my offer earlier, you could have ended this with dignity, but now, it's too late.
Li Jin, you shouldn't have limited me to 2 beasts.
If you had been more ruthless and limited me to 1, maybe you would have really had a chance to defeat me.
Fang Xiu's eyes flashed with disdain. Since you want to be the bad guy, why not go all the way? Chapter 67, The Alien Queen Appears. What do you mean by that?
Li Jin was momentarily stunned. Seeing Fang Xiu's calm demeanor, a hint of unease crept into his heart, and his gaze instinctively turned to Lucas.
His half-dragon had custom gear from Longquan Industry and was clearly suppressing Fang Xiu's alien sword saint. Where did this guy get his confidence? Are you scared silly by my Lucas?
Li Jin snorted coldly, feeling that Fang Xiu was just bluffing. Moreover, since Fang Xiu was the last person from number 1 high school, he couldn't directly attack him.
If he got eliminated, the victor would be him. Do you think your alien can hold my half-dragon in check, and then use another alien to deal with me? It's useless, Fang Xiu. Li Jin said firmly.
Not to mention that Fang Xiu had already received a yellow card, but the organizing committee of this freshman exchange competition was definitely on his side. But little did they know, facing Li Jin's roar, Fang Xiu simply turned around, looking at Lucas, who was suppressing the alien sword saint, and said in a low and cold voice.
Let me show you. The real alien.
As he spoke, a faint glow flickered next to Fang Xiu, and a huge dark mass instantly appeared behind Lucas.
Hisses.
The low and chilling sound made Lucas shudder. He turned instinctively, only to see a massive creature curled up with its legs looking down at him.
The alien queen. Among all his beasts, the most powerful existence.
Curled up, it looked like it was sitting on a throne, and its huge fan-shaped crown cast a massive shadow over Lucas's entire body. A strong body over 3 meters tall, in front of this alien queen, looked like an infant standing in front of an adult. Li Jin's eyes widened like cow's eyes, and he instinctively gasped. Not only him, but Judge Wang Wei, host Zhao Di, Du Liao, other freshmen from different schools, leading teachers, and the audience filling the Beast Sports Gym all gasped in shock. Zhao Di and Du Liao rubbed their eyes hard, their trembling pupils seemingly saying, "I must be seeing things. What the hell is that thing? A beast? It's too exaggerated. No way is this cultivated by a freshman from high school? Hiss, this is too terrifying. Is this the strength of number 1 high school's top student in Crane City? A monster, this guy is simply a monster." Voices of discussion erupted in the audience. Just a moment ago, they thought Fong Shou's alien sword saint was cornered by Lucas. In the blink of an eye, Fong Sho released such a terrifying alien queen. Has Fong Sho never been serious? Zhao Di exclaimed on the spot. Although he didn't understand aliens, he could see that this alien queen and the alien sword saint were not on the same level of beast taming. It's truly unbelievable that our Crane City has such a monstrous Beastmaster. Du Liao danced with excitement. On the competition stage, Li Jin's mouth opened wide in an O shape, standing in shock until the drool from the corner of his mouth dripped onto his hand, snapping him back to reality. Meanwhile, Fong Shou's alien queen had already raised her large palm, crashing down on Lucas violently. Before he could react. Sensing danger, Lucas quickly spread his arms, and a violent current erupted from his body, forming a lightning barrier to block the alien queen's attack. But the next second. Boom! The explosion roared deafeningly, sending a terrifying shockwave sweeping out in all directions. The alien sword saint returned to Fong Shou's side with a swift gust, shielding him from the force of the wind. Li Jin, however, left the ground, flying back like a kite with a broken string. The alien queen's palm tore through Lucas's lightning barrier, creating a gap. Such raw and violent power left even Lucas, a half-dragon, stunned and speechless. Bang! The alien queen slapped Lucas in the face, knocking him directly to the ground, causing the lightning barrier to dissipate instantly. The lightning fork, worth millions, spun through the air. Lucas's upper body was embedded into the grass. Meanwhile, the alien queen's arm that had cut through the lightning merely emitted a wisp of black smoke. The audience's discussion suddenly ceased. The entire competition arena fell into a deafening silence. Fong Sho, with his hands in his pockets, still wore an expression of calm indifference. The alien queen truly embodies the primal aesthetics of violence, Fong Sho murmured softly, glancing at the unconscious Lucas, who had been struck by that mighty hand. Although the alien sword saint had assimilated the genes of a werewolf and mutated, its alien genes were merely the lowest level male alien, far inferior to the brutality of this alien queen. "Referee, you can announce the result now," Fong Sho turned and said softly to referee Wang Wei. In his eyes, Li Jin's beast had already lost the ability to fight. Referee Wang Wei was momentarily stunned. The entire process happened too quickly, it was less than 2 breaths of time. He didn't have time to react. Li Jin's half-dragon beast was actually taken down in one slap? Gulp! Wang Wei nervously swallowed, then slowly announced to the audience, the winner of this match is Fong Sho from Crane City No. 1 High School. As Wang Wei shouted this, the entire audience erupted into thunderous applause. Fong Sho! Fong Sho! Fong Sho! Cheers surged higher and higher, as everyone excitedly shouted Fong Sho's name. For them, Fong Sho was not just the winner of this match. He proved to everyone one thing. Even an ordinary person like Fong Sho could defeat a wealthy person like Li Jin. Let's congratulate Fong Sho for leading Crane City No. 1 High School to win the championship in this new student exchange competition. Du Liao enthusiastically clapped. Crane City No. 1 High School is the champion. Crane City No. 1 High School is the champion again. Congratulations to Crane City No. 1 High School for achieving 4 consecutive championships. Seeing this, Zhao Di could no longer hold back, screaming with all his might. Congratulations, Fong Sho. Zhang Panpan also ran to the competition stage with Zhang Shuren, embracing Fong Sho tightly. Is it necessary to be this excited? Fong Sho looked at Zhang Panpan, who was almost in tears from emotion. There is inevitably some speechlessness in my heart. Didn't I determine from the very beginning that I would definitely win the champion of the freshman exchange competition? What's there to make a big fuss about? But Fong Sho sneaked a glance at Li Jin's half-dragon man, Lucas. It's really a pity that it can't be used for parasitism. Chapter 68, when you were asked to accept an interview, how did you sell your classes? Fong Sho still had great recognition for Li Jin's half-dragon man, but since the organizing committee suddenly added rules, he gave up. Soon, Fong Sho recalled the Shapeshifter Sword Saint and Shapeshifter Queen back to the Beast Tamer space, then, following the staff's request, saluted the audience. Li Jin, looking dirty and disheveled, stood up from the competition stage, clenching his fists. Watching everyone in the audience stand up to applaud and cheer for Fang Xiu made him feel an uncontrollable anger rising within him. These honors were supposed to belong to him. Li Jin. Physical education teacher Wang Ying from the 3rd middle school quickly approached Li Jin, pulling his arm. It's over. It's not over yet. Li Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes turned red. Fang Xiu is just an ordinary person, why does he deserve such a beast tamer? It must be that the 1st middle school cheated. Yes, they definitely cheated. That beast isn't even cultivated by Fang Xiu himself. Li Jin screamed hysterically, not caring at all about his own image. Or rather, at this moment, he was completely blinded by anger and didn't care about so-called image at all. I am the undisputed number 1 of the 3rd middle school, with custom equipment made by Longquan Industry. Why does Fang Xiu have the right? Why can he defeat my Lucas? He must have cheated. I want to protest. Li Jin clenched his fists and raised his arms, vowing to use all his connections to thoroughly investigate Fang Xiu's cheating behavior. Security, security. Referee Wang Wei quickly called security personnel from the competition stage, pulling Li Jin back. Phew. After Li Jin's voice gradually faded away, Wang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a young lady dressed elegantly in a white suit dress quickly walked onto the competition stage, closely followed by a cameraman. Hello, classmate Fang Xiu, I am Kong Xiangmei, a reporter from Qingqing TV, and I would like to do a special interview with you, is that okay? Zhang Shuren and Zhang Panpan withdrew a few steps, understanding the situation. Interviewing the champion of the freshman exchange competition was also an old tradition. Even as they stepped back, Zhang Panpan gave Fang Xiu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, signaling him to perform well. After all, Fang Xiu represented Qingqing number 1 middle school. Hello, reporter Kong. Fang Xiu nodded and smiled. Although it was his first time accepting an interview, his mind was that of an adult, so he wasn't very nervous. First of all, congratulations to classmate Fang Xiu for winning the champion of this freshman exchange competition. You must be very excited at this moment, right? Excited? Not really. Fang Xiu smiled. Not excited? It seems classmate Fang Xiu has had victory in mind since the very beginning. Then can you share any insights about beast taming with us? Insights on beast taming? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow. If he were the protagonist of a web novel, he should say some pretentious words or show off, right? For example, there's nothing to share, I don't know why other people's beasts are so weak. But suddenly, Fang Xiu had a flash of inspiration. Well, I actually have a lot of insights on beast taming, but it feels like it can't be explained clearly in just a few words. If any interested classmates would like to follow my Douyin account, I will regularly update videos to explain knowledge about beast taming. For example, how to awaken phantom beasts, how to alter them, and how to feed them. Of course, if anyone wants to add me on Tencent to ask about the details of beast taming, classmates, you can add friends with planes. Fang Xiu said with a smile. The so-called adding friends with planes means sending gifts on Douyin. A plane costs about 200 yuan, and after the platform takes its cut, Fang Xiu can get half. Kong Xiangmei? Kong Xiangmei stood there, her face full of questions. As a reporter for Qingqing TV station, this wasn't her first time interviewing the champion of the freshman exchange competition. Even in previous years, the most outrageous champion would say casually, "Oh, I didn't think much of it, just trained a bit and ended up winning." Goodness. If one didn't know better, they might think Fang Xiu was selling courses. Wait. Isn't this selling courses? Moreover, he was using their TV station to advertise for himself. Fang Xiu, are you? However, before Kong Xiangmei could complain, Fang Xiu directly took out his phone and opened his Douyin account. Although he hadn't officially released a video, he pointed at the screen and revealed a QR code for following. He casually changed his account ID to Boring Beastmaster Fang Xiu and cleared his throat. Please recognize my account. This is my only account across all platforms, please follow me. Kong Xiangmei? Zhang Panpan? Zhang Shuren? Judge Wang Wei? Host Zhao Di? It's important to know that Kong Xiangmei's interview was live-streamed. Even the large screens around the Beast Sports Gym were displaying this interview. At the moment Fang Xiu took out his phone, the huge QR code took up 3/4 of the screen. The audience at the scene was first stunned, then quickly took out their phones to scan it. Even the host Du Lia couldn't wait to take out her phone and scan the QR code. In fact, this wasn't the first time she and Zhao Di had hosted the freshman exchange competition. But encountering a champion like Fang Xiu who used a QR code was a first for them. What are you doing? Zhao Di looked at Du Lia as she took out her phone, her eyes widening. Just following him. Du Lia said without thinking, then opened the Douyin recharge system and directly sent Fang Xiu a plane, then privately sent her Tencent friend QR code. This fluid operation left Zhao Di staring in amazement. You should be a bit more reserved.
Zhao Di couldn't help but retort. If they weren't on the commentary table, he would have criticized her harshly for being 30 and still trying to chase after Fang Xiu's youth. What are you even thinking? With Fang Xiu's talent in beast mastering, he will definitely become a legend from Qingqing #1 high school. Of course, I should take this chance to connect with him, so when Fang Xiu becomes successful, I can ride on his coattails. Du Lia said earnestly. She is the one aiming for a younger partner. She sees the future clearly. What you said seems to make sense. Zhao Di thought for a moment and found that what Du Lia said was indeed reasonable, so he also sent a plane. Then, he carefully clicked on Fang Xiu's Douyin avatar and sent his QR code. Chapter 69, Black River State League. Add one more. Kong Shangmei took a deep breath, trying hard to regain the topic, but Fang Xiu kept talking about Douyin. Adding to the limited interview time, Fang Xiu's operation left Kong Shangmei speechless. However, Fang Xiu didn't care about Kong Shangmei's thoughts, and after the interview ended, he continued to focus on his Douyin account. He watched as the number of fans skyrocketed, breaking 10,000 fans in just a few minutes. Fang Xiu Zhang Panpan led Fang Xiu towards the lounge, still unable to help but complain. What were you thinking? In that earlier interview, you should thank the school, thank the teachers. Goodness, you didn't mention Qingqing #1 at all. You are really promoting your Douyin account. Zhang Shuren felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. The live broadcast from Hesedi TV faced the entire city. If the school leaders of Yizhong saw it, they might not keep a straight face. It could even bring negative effects to Yizhong. Brother Panpan, you are wrong to say that. There's a saying, one flourishes, all flourish, one suffers, all suffer. If I become famous enough, wouldn't it bring glory to Yizhong? On the contrary, those empty words are probably tiresome to the school leaders by now. And Fang Xiu put down his phone, and his expression became serious. As long as my fame is great enough, the student council won't dare to misbehave. Zhang Panpan couldn't help but be stunned. If it weren't for Fang Xiu mentioning it, she would have almost forgotten about the student council matters. Yes. Not only had Fang Xiu taken down Maming, the enforcer of the student council, but he had also directly refused the contract offered by Shinfang. They surely wouldn't let it go so easily. Was this all part of Fang Xiu's plan? Freshmen who win the new student exchange competition often get carried away with joy, some even float for a while before returning to reality. However, Fang Xiu showed no such signs and could calmly think about his future path. Although it sounds a bit slovenly for Fang Xiu to use an interview to promote his account. But then again, what is most lacking in Beastmaster? Resources. On the Douyin platform, 10,000 views could roughly earn 15 yuan, and gifts could also be shared half and half. If Fang Xiu really builds up his Douyin account to be successful, not only could it bring in profits, solving the resource issues for Beastmaster. It might even attract e-commerce attention, with various selling goods, business orders, flowing continuously. Thinking of this, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but admire Fang Xiu's mind. Compared to previous year's freshman champions, Fang Xiu is the true genius. For a moment, Zhang Panpan couldn't help but raise her impression of Fang Xiu. The following matters were simpler. Li Qingqing and Chen Fan were injured and sent to the hospital. Thus, the award ceremony could only be conducted by Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren. Meanwhile, Hesedi Yizhong. In the office of Class 2's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu. Since there were still students in class, he couldn't rush to the Beastmaster Sports Hall to watch the offline exchange competition, so he could only secretly watch on his phone in his office. Li Guoshang, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, and Jiang Chao, the homeroom teacher of Class 3, also gathered around. When Chen Fan and Li Qingqing were injured, all three of them felt a chill in their hearts. Only when Fang Xiu's alien queen knocked out Li Jin, the half-dragon, did their anxious hearts finally relax. Wow, Zhang Yu, you've really struck gold this time. Jiang Chao, the Class 3 homeroom teacher, couldn't help but tease. Such a good student, why didn't he end up in his class? If Fang Xiu could come to his class, he would want to pamper him to the fullest. Hey, you can't say that, your class's Zhang Shuren performed quite well too. It's just that new student named Gung Wanwei over there is simply too excessive. Zhang Yu's smile couldn't be contained. If it weren't for Fang Xiu, the champion of this new student exchange competition might have fallen to Sanzhong. However, Li Jin from Sanzhong is really something else, Li Guosheng couldn't help but sigh. Although here in Yizhong, students can customize Beastmaster equipment with credits, but no matter how customized, it's still homemade gear. They can't compare at all with big enterprises like Longquan Industry. After all, there are over 1,000 students just in one grade. Altogether, the school has about 4,000 to 5,000 students. Plus all the school's various expenses and teachers' salaries, they truly can't afford very expensive equipment. Beastmaster always requires resources, Jiang Chao also couldn't help but lament. If one's family is average, perhaps one could get into a 985 or 211, and wouldn't have to return to Hesedi to be a teacher. However, that Beastmaster Fang Xiu is truly astonishing. When that alien queen appeared, I was taken aback.
Zhang Yu, this time at the Hejiangzi League, we might have a chance. Zhang Chao's gaze sharpened, and his expression suddenly turned serious.
Although Fang Xiu was not his student, he represented the #1 high school.
Most importantly, his student Zhang Shuren's grades were only second to Fong Sho and Li Qingqing.
The Hejiangzi League. Zhang Shuren had a chance to participate. Hejiangzi League? Li Guosheng couldn't help but pause. What? You forgot?
Zhang Chao shot a glance at Li Guosheng.
How could I forget? Li Guosheng quickly retorted. The Hejiangzi League, that's a state-level exchange competition.
Daxing City, Hesedi, Kikier City, Qingqing, Haching, Hesedi, Jiaqing. Only the top high schools in Hejiangzi can participate in this Beastmaster contest.
Once they achieve a top 3 position, they can even enjoy bonus points on the college entrance exam.
But Li Guosheng inhaled sharply. Although the #1 high school was the pride of Hesedi and it could even be called the strongest high school, looking at the whole country, Hesedi's #1 high school was barely among the bottom 100.
In Hejiangzi, it has always been among the very last. In past state-level competitions, it was basically a formality, unable to even progress past the group stage. Especially Hesan #3 high school. The strongest existence in Hejiangzi. It's said that the key classes in Hesan #3 are. Even the student ranked at the bottom can be guaranteed admission to a 211 university.
In fact, over half of the students can get into the top 10.
No.
Li Guosheng shook his head. The goal of the key class students in Hesan #3 has never been the top 10.
Their goal is to be at the top among the top 10. Even if the top 10 are the 10 strongest universities in the country.
However, the Imperial Capital University, Magic City University, and Habist Engineering University are the top 3 in the top 10.
There is even a saying among the key class students of Hesan #3.
If you can't get into Imperial, Magic, or Ha, then just pick any university from the top 10.
This.
Just thinking of the monsters from Hesan #3, Zhang Yu couldn't help but gasp.
Chapter 70, Phone Call from Imperial Capital University. At Hesedi #1 High School, Student Council. What a rare occasion, President.
Wu Mingjian, the vice president of the student council, pushed open the door of the meeting room and saw Ma Wanfeng standing by the window, admiring the view outside. Since entering their senior year, Ma Wanfeng rarely got involved with student council matters, focusing entirely on his grades. Although with his Beastmaster scores, getting into the top 10 was a sure thing, there were still competitors for the top student in Hesedi. Especially the #3 high school, which has invested a lot of resources this year to capture the top scorer for the college entrance exam. Due to various circumstances, Ma Wanfeng hadn't been to the student council for a long time. Thus, all the large and small duties of the council naturally fell on Wu Mingjian's shoulders. Now that Ma Wanfeng suddenly sought him out, Wu Mingjian felt somewhat uneasy.
Imperial Capital University called. Ma Wanfeng quickly turned around and glanced at Wu Mingjian. What? Wu Mingjian was momentarily stunned. Imperial Capital University?
Hiss. Immediately, Wu Mingjian gasped, a man's name suddenly appearing in his mind.
Xu Xinghe.
The top student from Hejiangzi who graduated from Hesedi #1 high school years ago. He was also the legendary man who boldly established the current student council.
It's not Senior Chu. Ma Wanfeng noticed the change in Wu Mingjian's expression and smiled slightly, his mouth curling up.
Although Chu Xinghe has paid attention to Hesedi #1 high school these years, he has more important things to do at Imperial Capital University, and usually, it's conveyed by the juniors who graduated from Hesedi #1 high school. This time was no exception.
Fang Xiu did quite well in this freshman exchange competition.
It is said that this also caught Senior Chu's attention.
Ma Wanfeng explained. Fang Xiu, Wu Ming frowned.
He had noticed Fong Sho back during the freshman diagnostic exam and had specifically instructed Shinfang to bring Fong Sho into the student council. Yet that guy ended up making things worse. Not only did he fail to persuade Fong Sho, but he also created a very awkward situation.
I've heard about Maming's situation.
Ma Wanfeng continued. Although he had focused all his energy on beast training recently, he was not completely oblivious to what was happening at school. Especially the fight between Fong Sho and Maming on the playground, which was not only filmed but spread everywhere. While the student council's image took a hit, it must be said that Fong Sho's beast was indeed powerful. Especially in this freshman exchange competition.
Fong Sho's strange sword saint bore resemblance to Maming's beast.
Combining that with his strange form that had the ability to parasitize hosts, Ma Wanfeng quickly understood the origins of that strange sword saint.
And that strange queen.
With sheer brute force, she defeated Li Jin's half-dragon. According to his investigation, that half-dragon was not Li Jin's beast, it was data copied from a genius in the top 10, arranged through his mother's connections. But even so, it was still one hit killed by Fong Sho's strange queen.
You should understand, right? That strange queen is much stronger than the strange sword saint. Apart from its terrifying power, that strange queen did not undergo any mutation. This means that Fong Sho's strange queen can continue to grow stronger. No wonder someone from the capital university called. How could such a promising talent not be absorbed into the student council? Even a talent like Fong Sho is worth nurturing according to the future student council president's standards. Although in Qingqing No. 1 High School, we can say we are a group of heroes, controlling the admission rates of No. 1 High School, but in the top 10. We are just hillbillies coming to town from remote villages. Compared to those real city folks, our vision is merely a frog in a well. If it weren't for Senior Chu organizing everyone's strength, even if we entered the top 10, we would just be a drop of water in the vast ocean. Sooner or later in our university careers, we would become indistinguishable from the crowd. Ma Wanfeng said earnestly. In this world, if you want to achieve great things and stand on a high peak, it never relies solely on personal strength. No matter how strong an individual's power is, can it surpass a collective? There's a reason why the saying "a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake" exists. I understand.
Wu Ming sighed. I will personally talk to Fong Xiu and persuade him to join the student council.
No.
Wu Ming shook his head slightly. I will have Qianfeng apologize to Fong Xiu.
Okay, that's good. Ma Wanfeng saw Wu Ming's determination and nodded in satisfaction, then walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and finally disappeared from the student council activity room. After Ma Wanfeng left, Wu Ming finally sat down with a sigh of relief. Although he was only the vice president, the power he held was vastly different. Sometimes Wu Ming felt like he was more like a little brother to Ma Wanfeng. Including this incident as well.
He had directly pressured his vice president because of Fong Xiu.
Damn Qianfeng.
Wu Ming grit his teeth, slamming a hand down on the table.
If it weren't for Qianfeng messing things up, why would he have to face Ma Wanfeng's reprimand? Forget it. Although Fong Sho had a conflict with Maming, which affected his view of the student council, in this world, there are no eternal enemies.
Thinking of this, Wu Ming stood up from the chair again, quickly leaving the room.
Meanwhile, in the Hucheng Beast Sports Center,
as Fang Xiu led the first high school to win the championship of the new student exchange competition, the organizing committee personally awarded him the trophy and prize money. Holding the 50,000 yuan he received, Fang Xiu felt very happy inside. But when he thought of the injuries that Qingqing and Chen Fan had suffered, after the new student exchange competition was completely over, he followed Zhang Panpan directly to the hospital. He thought that Qingqing's injury would need a month or two of rest. But what Fang Xiu didn't expect was that this world not only allows everyone to control beasts, but even the medical level is more advanced than his original world.
There are even beasts specifically used to heal the injured. In just half a day, Qingqing's leg injury was completely healed. Teacher Zhang and Fang Xiu.
Qingqing lay on the hospital bed, and as soon as she saw Fang Xiu, she was filled with anger. You've embarrassed the first high school.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu looked at Qingqing with a dark expression. Did this girl completely have it backwards? If it weren't for him defeating Li Jin, could the first high school have won this new student exchange competition? But soon, Fang Xiu understood why Qingqing would criticize him like this. Because Qingqing directly took out her phone and played the interview video where Fang Xiu promoted his Douyin account. Chapter 71, Extra Points for College Entrance Examination.
Qingqing lay half reclined on the hospital bed, pointing at the interview video on her phone, looking at Fang Xiu with disdain, as if blaming him for being so unworthy. What a great opportunity to show himself, and he chose to use it to promote his Douyin account.
How embarrassing. What's wrong with this? Fang Xiu snorted coldly and then took out his own phone.
Through this interview, Fang Xiu's Douyin account had already accumulated 250,000 fans, with countless people sending him gifts just to ask for a friend request. Fang Xiu made a rough estimate, just these gifts were nearly 10,000 yuan.
And this was just the first day.
As long as he managed it well, becoming rich would be just around the corner. At this point, a proud expression emerged on Fang Xiu's face.
Penny pincher.
Qingqing frowned slightly, truly unable to understand Fang Xiu. This guy clearly had such a powerful beast like the alien queen and didn't look bad either.
Why was he acting like a miser?
It was as if he had never seen money before.
But, complaining aside,
when she was sent to the hospital, Qingqing didn't forget to use her phone to watch the last match. There was no need to mention Li Shijia. Li Jin's half-dragon person truly surprised Qingqing. And that electric fork, Qingqing recognized it instantly as customized equipment from Longquan Industrial. Although her family was well off, she had never customized beast equipment from Longquan Industrial. In terms of connections and resources, Li Jin was even stronger than her. At that moment, she broke into a cold sweat for Fang Xiu. But unexpectedly, the alien queen took him down with just one blow, killing Li Jin's half-dragon person. If it really came down to it, my little gray bird would probably not be a match for the half-dragon person. Li Qingqing thought to herself. Soon, her gaze toward Fong Sho changed, no longer containing disdain, but instead showing genuine gratitude. She lifted her cherry lips slightly. Thank you, Fong Sho.
If you really want to thank me, you can give me money. Fong Sho said casually. Li Qingqing? Not my buddy, are you really losing sight of the money? Just kidding.
To her surprise, Fong Sho chuckled, you don't need to thank me, after all, defeating Li Jin was also for myself.
Li Qingqing didn't expect Fong Sho to joke with her.
She was stunned for a moment, then smiled.
Looks like you still know nothing. What do you mean?
A trace of surprise flashed in Fong Sho's starry eyes.
Huh, did you forget? That man I want to take down.
Li Qingqing clenched her fist tightly, and a hint of murderous intent sparkled in her beautiful eyes.
Qingqing.
This name flashed through Fong Sho's mind. The only person who could make Li Qingqing so furious was him. But Fong Sho did not understand how Qingqing was related to the new student exchange competition. Seeing Fong Sho's confused expression, Li Qingqing suddenly felt something was off.
She turned to Zhang Panpan, Teacher Zhang, didn't you tell Fong Sho?
Upon hearing this, Fong Sho also looked towards Zhang Panpan. However, just as Zhang Panpan was about to speak, a dull knock echoed from outside the sickroom door.
Is this Li Qingqing's room? That voice sounds familiar, is it Teacher Zhang Yu? Fong Sho asked instinctively. Fong Sho?
Zhang Yu pushed the door open and was surprised to find not only Fong Sho but also Zhang Panpan and Zhang Shuren present.
Did you not go to the event?
Zhang Yu recalled that after the new student exchange competition, there were usually some follow-up activities, hence, he hurried to the hospital, only to find Fong Sho and others here. I'm not interested in those kinds of activities, so I declined.
Fong Sho said without thinking. Oh, I see.
Zhang Yu nodded, closed the door behind him, and approached Li Qingqing's bedside to ask how she was doing. Li Qingqing was not shy, she pulled the covers off, revealing her leg wrapped in bandages. The doctor said there's nothing serious, but I need to be observed for a bit longer.
If everything is fine, I can be discharged tomorrow.
Li Qingqing said with a smile. That's good to hear. Zhang Yu sighed in relief upon hearing this.
You arrived just in time.
Zhang Panpan seemed to have thought of something. You can tell us about the league.
League? What league? Fong Sho suddenly became interested.
The league. Zhang Yu originally intended to check on Li Qingqing. He had planned to tell Fong Sho about the league later, not expecting to be asked directly. The people in this ward, Li Qingqing, Zhang Shuren, and Fong Sho, were all outstanding students from number 1 high school.
All right.
Actually, the so-called new student exchange competition is not just about which school's new students have stronger beast taming skills.
The main reason is to select representatives for Heqing. Then they'll participate in the Hejiang Province League. Hejiang Province League? Fong Sho raised his eyebrows. Exactly.
Zhang Yu nodded. The Hejiang Province League, as the name suggests, is a provincial-level event. It is held annually, and the best high schools from each city can send 4 students to compete. They will compete in a group stage and then elimination rounds to determine the rankings. If they can finish in the top 3, they can receive bonus points for the college entrance examination. The bonus points are 30, 20, and 10. Zhang Yu continued. If a high school wins the championship in all 3 leagues, wouldn't that be 90 points added?
Zhang Shuren was taken aback. Wow. 90 points.
To know that the current college entrance examination is divided into general knowledge and beast taming scores. The general knowledge score includes math, Chinese, and comprehensive subjects, liberal arts comprehensive. Each subject has a full score of 100, totaling 300.
The beast taming score, on the other hand, is 700. The total score is 1000. And the provincial league can directly add 90 points. That's equivalent to an extra score in a general knowledge subject. This is too exaggerated. Don't think too much.
Zhang Yu raised his hand and flicked Zhang Shuren's forehead. Winning first place in the league has nothing to do with our number 1 high school in Heqing.
Can number 1 high school in Heqing even get first place? What about past results of number 1 high school? Fong Sho asked out of curiosity. Past results?
Zhang Yu looked at Fong Sho. They couldn't even get past the group stage.
Fong Sho? Couldn't even get past the group stage? That's too terrible, right?
Li Qingqing's expression also grew subtle. Although she knew number 1 high school in Heqing wasn't strong in the league, hearing they couldn't even make it past the group stage still made it hard for her to bear.
What about the best result ever? Fong Sho asked again. The best result?
Zhang Yu thought for a moment. There was one time they got second place.
Fang Xiu? The upper limit is runner-up, the lower limit is not advancing from the group stage? This gap is just too absurd, isn't it? Chapter 72, The Past of Qingqing, +1 update.
Fang Xiu noticed that when Zhang Yu mentioned that Huqing No. 1 Middle School had once won a runner-up, a trace of complex emotion flashed in Li Qingqing's eyes. She gripped the quilt with both hands and instinctively lowered her head. In contrast, Zhang Shuren's eyes sparkled with excitement when he heard that Huqing No. 1 had once won a runner-up. Although he didn't say anything, his entire face was writing, Huqing No. 1 truly deserves it. To achieve second place in a league as competitive as Hejian State, this is so impressive. The reactions of the two were worlds apart. From what Fong Sho knew, Li Qingqing was not someone without a sense of collective honor. On the contrary, she expressed a sense of pride when she mentioned being a student of No. 1 Middle School. But only when she heard about the school's achievement did she have such a reaction.
Teacher Zhang Yu. Fang Xiu immediately understood. The runner-up you mentioned, could it be Qingqing? Ever since he entered Huqing No. 1, Fang Xiu felt like he kept hearing Qingqing his name.
That's right.
Zhang Yu glanced at Fang Xiu and nodded. Sure enough. Just as I guessed. Qingqing? Is he the top scorer of Hejian State? Wow. Zhang Shuren gave him a thumbs up. But who did he lose to?
However, immediately afterward, Zhang Shuren fell into mumbling.
Since Qingqing could achieve the top score in Hejian State, it meant he was the No. 1 person in the state, right? His beast control must be incredibly powerful. Who could possibly defeat such an existence?
You should know, since Qingqing didn't win the championship in the league, this meant he scored fewer extra points than others. And the comprehensive class has already reached the end. Besides language composition, subjects like math and science are basics for these top students. Thus, achieving the top score while having fewer extra points means Qingqing must have surpassed others through beast control literature. And the standard for measuring beast control literature is only one: combat power.
Qingqing did not lose. Zhang Yu shook his head.
Although he didn't hold a good opinion of Qingqing in his heart, he had to admit that Qingqing was indeed a genius in beast control.
Did not lose? Zhang Shuren was taken aback. If he did not lose, then why was he the runner-up? Fang Xiu also became interested.
That year, Qingqing was a sophomore. As a genius Beastmaster of Huqing No. 1 Middle School, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. He led his team to charge strong out of the group stage, like a true dark horse. And in the top 8 knockout rounds, he defeated Qing No. 2 Middle School, causing an upset that year. You should know, Ha No. 3 Middle School, Qing No. 2 Middle School, Qingqing No. 4 Middle School, and Jia No. 1 Middle School are the 4 major high schools of Hejian State. For Qingqing to defeat Qing No. 2 Middle School was already a historic achievement for Huqing. At this point, Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with bright light.
And about the 4 major high schools?
Ha City, Qing City, and Qingqing City are even more extraordinary. Ha City is the current capital city of Hejian State. Whether it's education, healthcare, or anything else, it's the best in the entire Hejian State. Qingqing City was chosen as the capital city at the beginning of its establishment due to its strongest overall strength, but for some reasons, it was ultimately not selected, which led to the current Ha City. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although it lost some opportunities due to not being selected, Qingqing City still developed well due to its overall capabilities. Qing City was originally just an ordinary small city, but in the last century, it was discovered that this city connected to an entrance to the beast control world. The military and various big shots began to settle in this city, which caused Qing City to start developing rapidly. Especially in the field of beast control, in recent years, Qing City has even surpassed its older brother, Qingqing City. Gradually gained the strength to arm wrestle with Ha City. Even experts predict that Qing City is the future of Hejian Province. Zhang Yu briefly introduced the situation in Hejian Province, so you should understand how difficult it was for Qingqing to defeat Qing City No. 2, right? But heaven did not favor us. When Qingqing led No. 1 to the semifinals, the opponent faced was the elite from Ha No. 3. Hiss.
Upon hearing Ha No. 3, Zhang Shuren took a sharp breath. The strongest high school in Hejian Province, Ha No. 3.
I heard that Ha No. 3 has a key class called the Elite Class, and every student inside, even the last-ranked poor student, is a Beastmaster of the Phantom Beast species.
Fang Xiu?
Upon hearing Zhang Shuren's words, Fang Xiu was momentarily stunned. You must know, in this new students' exchange competition, only he, Li Qingqing, Li Jin, and Li Shijia had Phantom Beast species Beastmasters. Among them, Li Jin is still a pseudo-Phantom Beast species. Because his beast was not cultivated by himself, but rather copied with money. Huqing's 4 major universities barely managed to gather 4 Phantom Beast species Beastmasters.
And the result? In Ha No. 3's elite class, the average is Phantom Beast species? Can this even be played?
Wait a minute, Teacher Zhang, you just said Qingqing won the runner-up, but he encountered Ha number 3 in the semifinals, doesn't that mean?
Fang Xiu suddenly reacted. Exactly.
Zhang Yu declared emphatically, Qingqing fought 4 against 1 and overthrew Ha number 3.
Instantly, both Fang Xiu and Zhang Shuren widened their eyes in shock. 4 against 1? Zhang Shuren's mouth opened into a big O shape.
He only knew Qingqing was very strong, but never knew he was this strong. But who knew? Zhang Yu started to smile bitterly. In fact, Qingqing did not want to fight 4 against 1, but the students from Ha number 3 were too monstrous. They eliminated all of Qingqing's teammates right from the start.
Qingqing was forced to fight 4 against 1.
That match was even referred to as the impossible miracle. But Zhang Yu sighed. Although Qingqing fought 4 against 1 and defeated Ha number 3, he also lost half of his life, to the point where he couldn't participate in the finals. That's why number 1 only stopped at the runner-up and lost to Jiaqing. So I say, Qingqing did not lose.
Upon hearing this, Fong Sho couldn't help but fall into silence.
Although he had some dissatisfaction with the student council, he had to admit, this Qingqing was indeed a powerful figure.
He could actually force number 1 into the finals under such desperate circumstances. What about the seniors?
Fang Xiu thought suddenly.
Since Qingqing was the runner-up in his second year, what about his third year? Did he also stop at the runner-up in his third year?
Third year. Zhang Yu sighed. In the third year, Qingqing did not participate in the league, because at that time, he was reorganizing the student council.
Fang Xiu? Giving up the league that could add points to the college entrance examination for reorganizing the student council? What did Qingqing go through?
For a moment, Fang Xiu couldn't help but become a bit interested in Qingqing's past.
Chapter 73, The Student Council Sends Someone Again.
After understanding the situation of the Hejiang Province League, Fang Xiu returned to school with Zhang Yu and Zhang Panpan. Fang Xiu developed some interest in Qingqing, and after returning to the dormitory, he opened his computer to search for reports about Qingqing online.
Ding dong.
Suddenly, a doorbell rang outside the dormitory door.
Is it Zhang Panpan?
Fang Xiu mumbled to himself, then stood up from the chair and walked towards the door. In this new students' exchange competition, his face-hugging parasite had parasitized the Beastmasters of Gungguangwei and Li Shizhe, and could give birth to chestbreakers in just a few hours. Especially Li Shizhe's Shadow Wizard, which was a phantom beast species Beastmaster created based on the trolls from Western stories. Combining with alien genes, who knows what kind of monster could be born. Fang Xiu did not find it strange for Zhang Panpan to visit. But to his surprise, when Fang Xiu pushed the door open, a strange face entered his sight. He looked up and down, and the newcomer wore a white short-sleeved shirt and dark blue jeans, with a neat crew cut, somewhat squinty eyes, and was about the same height as Fang Xiu.
You must be Fang Xiu, right?
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Wu Mingjian, I am from class 3 of senior year, and also the vice president of the student council.
Wu Mingjian smiled, raising the corners of his mouth as he introduced himself to Fang Xiu. As soon as Fang Xiu heard the title of vice president of the student council, his starry eyes became vigilant.
I wonder what brings Vice President Wu here. Fang Xiu replied.
It seems you and Shinfang have some misunderstandings, and as the vice president of the student council, I think we should give you an explanation. While speaking, Wu Mingjian gestured, and Fang Xiu followed his gaze to see Qianfeng standing at the stairway, his eyes filled with fear, his face bruised and limping as he walked.
Fang Xiu.
Shinfang covered his swollen face with one hand and said to Fang Xiu, the last time's incident was my unilateral decision.
I hope you can overlook it and not hold it against me. I'm sorry. With that, Shinfang immediately bent down, his bangs drenched in sweat. Fang Xiu could tell at a glance that the injuries on Qianfeng's face were fresh.
He guessed that after winning the championship in the freshman exchange competition, Wu Mingjian must have beaten Qianfeng badly. Looking at Qianfeng, the fear in his eyes was not because of seeing Fang Xiu. It was because of Wu Mingjian. Although Qianfeng brought Maming to trouble him, which annoyed Fang Xiu, the real villain was obviously this Wu Mingjian.
Do I seem not very smart? Fang Xiu's gaze shifted from Qianfeng to Wu Mingjian's eyes.
The two locked eyes, and for a moment, Wu Mingjian was taken aback. What does Fang Xiu mean by that?
It's just a literal meaning.
The contract issue was indeed brought to me by Qianfeng, but without higher-ups' instructions, he wouldn't have brought others to find me, right? In the end, Qianfeng is just a pawn. If it were someone else, they might choose to forgive Qianfeng upon seeing this scene.
At least on the surface, they would give Wu Mingjian a way out and let the matter pass. But people aren't plants, how can they just roll if round, or stop if square? Clearly, this is a student council issue, but now they're pushing it onto Qianfeng, beating him up again, and then pretending nothing happened?
All the credit goes to the superiors.
All the blame goes to the subordinates. This student council is truly awful. Fang Xiu naturally wouldn't give Wu Mingjian any good face. Wu Mingjian was momentarily dumbstruck.
He had also investigated Fong Sho's matters, thinking that by doing this, he could at least ease Fong Sho's attitude towards the student council.
But he never expected.
This Fong Sho really wouldn't give him any face at all. Beside them, Chen Fan was also frightened by Fong Sho's words and plopped down on his knees in front of Fong Sho. Senior Qian, our conflict is in the past, there's no need to do this. Seeing Chen Fan now lacking the previous arrogance and instead looking somewhat pitiful, Fong Sho's gaze held a hint of subtlety.
This is no longer your matter, you should go back to what you need to do.
Wu Mingjian glanced at Chen Fan, speaking in a low tone.
This.
Chen Fan was momentarily dumbfounded, looking a bit at a loss.
Why aren't you leaving yet?
When Wu Mingjian raised his voice, Chen Fan finally trembled and ran away.
If Vice President Wu has nothing else, I will go back to take care of my beasts.
Fong Sho didn't want anything to do with the student council, and saying this, he started to close the door.
Bang! In a critical moment, Wu Mingjian raised his hand and blocked the door. Fang Xiu, don't be in such a hurry to kick me out.
Besides wanting to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Chen Fan, there's something else I want to talk to you about. Wu Mingjian raised his smile again, but inside, he couldn't help but want to punch Fang Xiu twice.
Except when he had to lower his head in front of Ma Wanfeng, when had he ever been so humble?
In front of other classmates, he had always been the star of the school.
No matter where he went, he was always surrounded by others. But this Fang Xiu, how dare he issue an eviction order to him? What made it even harder to accept was, he had clearly been kicked out, yet he still had to shamefully show up at the door. If it wasn't for the call from the people at the Imperial University, why would he endure such humiliation? Damn it! So angry. But there's nothing he could do.
The other party was from the Imperial University, and one day when he entered the Imperial University, he would still need those seniors to look after him. Thinking of this, Wu Mingjian suppressed his anger, smiling gently as he took out a bank card from his pocket and waved it in front of Fang Xiu, as if saying, even if it's for this thing, you should let me in, right?
What do you mean? You want to bribe me with money, Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu smiled. It's not as you think, Fang Xiu. This is a little gesture from our student council.
Wu Mingjian casually found a reason. After all, you led the school to win the freshman exchange competition, bringing glory to our school.
You should be rewarded. How much is this gesture worth? Fang Xiu asked bluntly.
More than the bonus we received this time. Wu Mingjian smiled as he answered.
Come in then. Fang Xiu glanced at the bank card in Wu Mingjian's hand before stepping back, inviting him in. This Fang Xiu. Although Fang Xiu had made a concession, Wu Mingjian's face grew even darker.
He, the vice president of the student council at Heqing First High School, had to give someone money just to enter their dormitory. If this got out, he would probably be laughed at for a whole year.
Damn Shinfang.
Wu Mingjian hated Shinfang even more in his heart. If it weren't for him messing up the contract, he wouldn't have to lower himself like this.
Chapter 74, An Invitation Letter.
Fang Xiu, Jr., I know you have misunderstandings about our student council. Wu Mingjian arrived at the dorm's living room and sat on the couch, placing the bank card he had taken out from the door on the coffee table. Actually, our student council is not as you think, Fang Xiu. Our essence is to dig out every student's potential, so they can get into a better university in the future. We not only offer help with resources, but we also guide our classmates on how to better control beasts. Wu Mingjian rambled on, sounding like a good senior who cared about his junior.
Fang Xiu wasn't interested in what he was saying. He just picked up the bank card from the table. What's the password?
Wu Mingjian's face darkened, but he still forced a smile. The password is 368464. There's 80,000 yuan on this card, which is our student council's reward for you, Fang Xiu.
Using 80,000 yuan to ease the conflict between me and the student council? Fang Xiu nodded slightly. Let's talk business. Vice President Wu didn't come here just to give me money, right? No matter what, Fang Xiu was not a naive freshman in high school. There's no free lunch in the world. If he didn't clarify things right here, who knew what Wu Mingjian might do later? Moreover, he also wanted to know what the student council's attitude toward him really was.
Wu Mingjian hesitated for a moment. His original plan was to get closer to Fang Xiu first, and then invite him to join the student council. But now, seeing this Fang Xiu, he was much more impressive than he had imagined.
To be honest,
the current president, Ma Wanfeng, and I are both seniors, and will be taking the college entrance exam next year, leaving the school. Although Qingqing and the others are good at beast control, they are fine as department heads, but it's hard for them to run the entire student council. Looking back at Fang Xiu, his performance in the mock exam was not only stunning but also truly brilliant in this new student exchange competition. Saying that Fang Xiu is invincible in his first year, surely no one would disagree.
And Wu Mingjian's gaze became serious.
In less than a month since the school started, he made his beast undergo a mutation and even managed to control the mutated beast. Even the second-year seniors are nowhere near you, Fong Sho. Most importantly, that mutated queen's power. Wu Mingjian praised Fong Sho without hesitation before changing his tone. Therefore, I sincerely hope you, Fong Sho, can join our student council.
Join the student council? Fang Xiu was not surprised by Wu Mingjian's invitation.
After all, his performance in the new student exchange competition was indeed remarkable. Instead of continuing to view this genius as an enemy, it would be better to bring him into his own team.
But, thank you for your kind offer, Vice President Wu, but I am used to my freedom and spend most of my time with my beast, so I really don't have plans to join the student council.
Fang Xiu politely declined. Fang Xiu, you don't have to refuse so decisively, think about it some more.
By the way.
Suddenly, Wu Mingjian seemed to remember something and took out an invitation letter from his pocket.
This, I wonder if you, Fang Xiu, would be interested.
Wu Mingjian placed the invitation on the coffee table and pushed it forward.
What is this? Fang Xiu asked while picking up the invitation that Wu Mingjian had taken out.
There wasn't much content on it, just an invitation to an art exhibition.
I wonder if you have heard of Master Qingqing. No.
Fang Xiu shook his head without thinking, who is that? Being someone from another world, he hadn't received all the memories of his previous life and spent most of his time dealing with beasts, thus he wasn't very familiar with the famous people in this world.
Wu Mingjian immediately showed an expression of speechlessness. Goodness. He was just being polite.
He didn't expect Fang Xiu to really ask about this.
That was Master Qingqing.
Hiss. Wu Mingjian gasped in surprise and had to patiently explain to Fang Xiu.
Master Qingqing is a Beastmaster who emerged from Qingqing.
During high school, his beast was invincible in Qingqing. He entered one of the top 10 universities, Magic Capital University, with excellent grades. Later, he participated in several important beast battles, gained fame, and successfully entered the Sunflower Beast Corporation as vice president. He is a highly accomplished beast master. Now retired, he chose to return to Qingqing and hold this art exhibition. There are rumors that the purpose of this art exhibition is to select a favored student for sponsorship. Fang Xiu, you have extraordinary talent in the field of beast mastery, and if Master Qingqing notices you, you will surely make rapid progress.
Listening to Wu Mingjian's explanation, Fang Xiu began to understand this art exhibition.
In simple terms, it was just a casual reason to invite geniuses from various schools. Then pick one that he is satisfied with for cultivation.
However, he did not know what criteria the so-called Master Qingqing would use for selection. If it's just about talent, wouldn't it be better to just pay attention to the new student exchange competition? In Fang Xiu's view, if it really was based solely on talent, there would be no reason for Master Qingqing not to contact him directly.
After all, with today's advanced technology, news spreads rapidly on short video platforms.
Even if Master Qingqing doesn't watch short videos, there must be people around him who do. All right.
Seeing that Fang Xiu had accepted both the bank card and the invitation letter, Wu Mingjian finally stood up from the sofa. He patted his pants. There's a time and place on the top, you just need to go directly at that time, Fang Xiu.
Someone will specially host you. I'll head back now.
And about joining the student council, I hope Fang Xiu can reconsider. Knock, knock, knock. However, just as Wu Mingjian was about to turn and leave, there suddenly came a series of knocking sounds from outside the door.
Who is it again? Fang Xiu put down the invitation, his eyebrows raised slightly.
Why does it feel like after I won the championship of the freshman exchange competition, my home suddenly became lively?
Fang Xiu quickly strode to the door and then pushed it open.
The visitor was none other than Zhang Panpan.
Fang Xiu. Zhang Panpan smiled and greeted Fang Xiu.
Considering that the shadow sorcerer is a type of beast, Zhang Panpan felt somewhat uneasy after returning to school, so she came to see how Fang Xiu's beast taming progress was going.
Teacher Zhang.
Wu Mingjian, seeing this, politely greeted Zhang Panpan as well. It was only then that Zhang Panpan noticed him.
You are the vice president of the student council, Wu Mingjian.
Zhang Panpan frowned, clearly showing her disapproval of the student council members.
Chapter 75, Heading to the Alien Kingdom.
Fang Xiu, you shone brightly in this freshman exchange competition.
As the vice president of the student council, I should pay you a visit.
Wu Mingjian said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. After all, Fang Xiu is the future of our Crane City #1 high school.
Zhang Panpan glanced at Wu Mingjian. Although she didn't have a good impression of the student council, she wouldn't lose her temper at Fang Xiu's home. Fine.
Zhang Panpan nodded and then stopped looking at Wu Mingjian, turning her attention to Fang Xiu.
Old rules?
Fang Xiu put away the bank card and the invitation Wu Mingjian brought and smiled while rubbing his thumb and index finger together.
You, Fong Sho, this time the prize money from the freshman exchange competition and the gifts from the Douyin account must have exceeded 100,000, right? You're still thinking about my small share?
Zhang Panpan teased him sharply.
That's not true.
Brother Panpan, you know my beast taming situation, and that half-dragon's weapon was quite powerful. If it weren't for the power of the alien queen crushing the opponent, I might have lost this time.
Fang Xiu defended himself. So I also want to customize better equipment for my aliens. 100,000 won't last long at all. The path of beast taming is just a crazy money burn.
Don't mention just 100,000, even if it were 1 million or 10 million, throwing it all in wouldn't make a huge splash.
Zhang Panpan knew this truth all too well, didn't she?
Because of this, she thought Fong Sho operating a Douyin account was a good method.
Fine, fine.
Zhang Panpan didn't argue with Fong Sho and directly transferred 500 yuan to him.
What are you doing?
Wu Mingjian suddenly became interested. From what he knew, the sports teacher held the highest value, and every holiday, students' parents would go to great lengths to send gifts. If someone wanted to get guidance from the sports teacher in private time, they needed to pay a large sum.
But Zhang Panpan and Fong Shou's situation was completely the opposite. This made Wu Mingjian genuinely curious. Is the fee to visit my beast-taming space of interest to Vice President Wu?
Fong Sho gestured with his hand.
Although he didn't have a good impression of the student council, why not take advantage of whatever benefits he could? How much? Wu Mingjian asked without thinking.
In fact, Wu Mingjian had always been very interested in Fong Shou's beast-taming space. It's just that beast-taming is a very private matter, plus Fong Sho had some resistance towards him, that's why he hadn't spoken up.
Had he known that money would solve the issue, why would he have worried at all? 2,000. Fong Sho cautiously stated a price. Okay. Seeing Wu Mingjian transfer the money without hesitation, Fong Sho was momentarily stunned. Wow. It's lower than expected.
Then, welcome to my beast-taming space. Fong Sho opened his arms, and at the moment he activated the beast-taming space card, a bright light surged towards Zhang Panpan.
Wu Mingjian and another person swallowed the past.
The blazing white light made them instinctively close their eyes. And when they opened their eyes again, the scene around them had changed dramatically. The walls, tiles, furniture, and appliances all disappeared, replaced by a huge underground cave entrance.
A cold wind blew out from inside.
Looking up at the cave, it was at least 10 meters high from the ground to the top. Xenomorph, Wu Mingjian murmured about Fong Shou's beast control, then silently followed Fong Shou's lead.
After passing through a long passage, the space inside opened up. The height from the ground to the ceiling was at least 20 or 30 meters. Rows of milky white eggs were arranged neatly like a military formation. But the environment here was somewhat cold and damp.
Since entering, he had seen the silhouettes of xenomorphs from time to time.
All these xenomorphs regarded Fong Sho as their king.
Wherever he went, any xenomorph that noticed them would kneel down. Fong Shou's beast control space is truly remarkable, Wu Mingjian exclaimed.
This statement was not flattery. After all, he was the vice president and a senior in high school.
In the more than 2 years at the school, he had visited many beast control spaces of various sizes.
However, even Wu Mingjian, the vice president, was seeing such a sinister and terrifying beast control space for the first time. And Fong Shou's beasts.
Just walking from the cave entrance to the inside, he had encountered dozens of xenomorphs along the way.
Moreover, these xenomorphs were generally around 2 meters tall, appearing much weaker compared to elite xenomorphs like the Sword Saint. Fong Sho, how many xenomorphs have you cultivated? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but ask.
So far, about 300 or so, Fong Sho roughly estimated.
How much?
Wu Mingjian's eyes bulged like a cow's, his mind buzzing, seriously doubting if he had misheard.
Goodness. 300? Are you controlling beasts or running a wholesale business here?
It might even be 400, I haven't counted carefully, Fong Sho shook his head slightly. Once the xenomorph queen finds a safe spot, she becomes a breeding machine, sometimes laying more than 10 eggs in an hour at her most extreme.
With enough food, those facehuggers will keep parasitizing, expanding the xenomorph population. Meanwhile, male xenomorphs will dig, enlarging this cave space.
Previously, because of lack of funds, Fong Shou's beast control space was only a few hundred square meters, causing the xenomorphs to quickly hit the air wall.
As a result, the laying speed of the xenomorph queen also slowed down.
After Fong Sho received the prize money from the new student exchange competition, he directly used the 50,000 to expand this space from several hundred square meters to over 10,000 square meters.
The male xenomorphs tirelessly expanded this underground kingdom. The xenomorph queen also began her breeding work earnestly. Listening to Fong Shou's description, Wu Mingjian couldn't help but gasp. Before, he only knew that Fong Shou's xenomorphs were exaggerated, but he didn't have an intuitive experience. If there is enough space and a guaranteed food source, then you're xenomorphs. Wouldn't they be in the thousands? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but be frightened by Fong Shou's explanation. This is not controlling beasts at all. This is clearly cultivating a race. What kind of monster is Fong Xiu? Theoretically, that's correct, Fong Sho nodded, indeed confirming it, but there's a problem. Ordinary male xenomorphs have limited combat ability. Only those that parasitize other beasts and produce mutated forms are the future of the xenomorphs. So, this number isn't that exaggerated. Fong Sho earnestly explained. But, if the number of alien creatures does not reach a certain base, the alien queen cannot evolve into the alien empress. And the genetically stronger royal hugging bug can only be produced by the alien empress. Chapter 76, Evolution to Advance, the Alien Empress. Listening to Fong Shou's serious explanation and looking at the countless eggs that seemed endless, Wu Mingjian could only think of two words in his heart. A ruthless person. This guy, Fong Sho, is truly a ruthless person. Chen Fan furrowed his brows slightly, propping his chin with one hand. Fong Sho, your method of taming beasts has problems. Chen Fan deeply recognized Fong Shou's talent. No student he had seen or heard of was as talented as Fong Sho. It's not an exaggeration to say that Fong Sho is the future's top 10 prospect. But simply pursuing the number of tamed beasts is meaningless. You should be able to feel it, right? These ordinary alien creatures do not have combat power stronger than Li Jin's half-dragon or Li Shijia's shadow wizard. In fact, in the freshman exchange competition, Li Shijia's shadow wizard used the 10,000 snake slaughter array to take down several male aliens. Li Jin's half-dragon even suppressed Fong Shou's alien sword saint. If they exchanged for more ordinary male aliens, they might be taken down by the half-dragon in one blow. Conversely, because the number of these aliens is too large, the consumption of food is quite exaggerated. As a result, a lot of eggs have actively entered a dormant state. Once the number of these aliens reaches 4 digits, Fong Sho will definitely be dragged down by them. Having more and being precise is better than being less yet mixed. If you can give up the number of aliens, you won't need to consume a lot of resources on food. The extra part could even be used to customize good equipment for elite tamed beasts like the alien sword saint. Chen Fan said seriously. No matter what, he is Fong Shou's physical education teacher, and when facing a problem, he naturally should point it out for Fong Sho to improve. Teacher Zhang is right. Wu Mingjian echoed from the side. Initially, he had been reluctant when Ma Wanfeng called him to ease the relationship between Fong Sho and the student council. After all, he is the vice president. In the whole Huqing First High, he is almost the ruler beneath 1 and above 10,000. Yet he was sent to please Fong Sho. What a humiliation. However, when he entered this beast taming space and saw Fong Shou's aliens, he understood everything. A person like Fong Sho is worth reaching out to. Once he goes to university, he might become a great asset for Qingqing. Based on this relationship, Wu Mingjian aligned with Chen Fan, placing one hand on his waist. If I were you, I would clear out these aliens and keep the alien sword saint and the queen, those stronger individuals. Pour your efforts into these aliens. Listening to Chen Fan and Wu Mingjian's words, how could Fong Sho not understand this simple truth? It's just, the aliens do not belong to this world. They lack enough understanding of the aliens. Only when the alien group develops to the scale of a nation can the alien empress be born. After that, the alien empress will continuously give birth to royal hugging bugs. Not to mention the mother of the ultimate alien lifeform, the queen. If one wants to see the alien group produce the queen mother, they must further expand the territory of the aliens. If it weren't for the existence of this setting of aliens, Fong Sho wouldn't want so many aliens at all. Isn't it better to go down the elite route directly? But there's no choice. The alien queen and alien empress are fundamentally two different beings. The alien queen's thought process is much simpler, only capable of barbaric reproduction, while the empress can have strategic intentions and better maintain the stable development of the group. When the empress's control range expands further, she can evolve into the queen mother. Thinking about this, Fong Sho looked affectionately at the xenomorph queen that was giving birth. In this small crane city, his xenomorph queen could definitely topple all enemies. Even when it came to the Black River State League mentioned by Zhang Yu, Fong Sho was fully confident to reach the peak. But what then? This world is very big. The top 10. The top 3 among the top 10. If the evolution of the xenomorph queen stagnates, one day, his beast will no longer be the strongest in this world. What if I said my xenomorph queen can continue to evolve? Fong Shou's starry eyes focused on Chen Fan and Wu Mingjian. You said, what? Chen Fan and Wu Mingjian's hearts jolted, their eyes widening as they turned to look at the xenomorph queen. That huge creature can still evolve? Wait, Fong Sho, are you talking about mutation? Wu Mingjian suddenly reacted. Fong Sho was still in high school and had not yet been exposed to the knowledge of mutation. He probably thought his xenomorph queen could evolve further after seeing Maming's beast.
Although there was some truth to it, it had nothing to do with the number of xenomorphs. Oh, Fang Xiu, that mutation. But before Wu Mingjian could finish, Fang Xiu interrupted him directly.
It's not mutation. Fang Xiu shook his head, although I also want my xenomorph queen to undergo mutation and gain greater power. But what I mean by evolution is not mutation.
I mean that when the xenomorph population expands to a certain scale, my xenomorph queen can evolve into a higher level queen. Now, Wu Mingjian was completely stunned. He gasped, staring wildly at the xenomorph queen behind him. This massive creature was merely curled up with its legs tucked, looking down at them. The giant ovipositor behind it constantly expelled one egg after another. Evolution. Xenomorph queen? Just this xenomorph queen was already unbelievable, right? At the newcomer exchange match, it knocked out Li Jin's half-dragon with just one slap. If it were to advance and evolve into an xenomorph queen, wouldn't its power reach the heavens? Fang Xiu, who told you about this? Zhang Panpan couldn't help but ask. It was the first time he had heard about this kind of evolution. No one told me. Fang Xiu shook his head. This idea arose when I created the xenomorph. As for why I have this idea, I don't know. But I can guarantee this is true. That feeling is like how a person breathes as soon as they are born. It's an idea that exists within the genes. Fang Xiu earnestly persuaded Zhang Panpan. Zhang Panpan looked at Fang Xiu. Mythical beasts, as a species of beasts, naturally possessed various strange abilities. Looking at Fang Xiu's expression, he didn't seem like he was lying. So, how many xenomorphs are needed to make your queen evolve into a queen? However, just as Zhang Panpan finished speaking, a painful roar echoed through the entire underground cave. What is that noise? Wu Mingjian couldn't help but complain, instinctively searching for the source of the sound. At a glance, he saw a giant troll trembling in agony. Chapter 77, New Xenomorph Breakthrough. That is... Li Shijia's beast? Wu Mingjian followed the sound and saw a blue-skinned troll thrashing on the ground, emitting mournful howls. The newcomer exchange match was a grand event in Crane City, and Wu Mingjian had paid attention. He immediately recognized that this troll was indeed Li Shijia's beast from the 3rd middle school. And it was a mythical beast type. Parasitism, plundering others' beasts. Wu Mingjian's heart suddenly sank. Is it finally going to break through? Fang Xiu's gaze also focused on the troll. In the newcomer exchange match, he had captured a total of 4 beasts. Besides Li Shijia's troll. And then there were the 3 upright humans from Gungwangwei. Because they were the first to be captured upright humans and were of ancient breed, by the time they reached the hospital, these alien creatures had already burst through their chests. After a frenzy of eating, these 3 aliens who had assimilated the upright human genes also grew into adult forms. Their appearance was almost identical to that of regular male aliens, but their skeletons were much larger. Each of the aliens stood over 4 meters tall, a stark contrast to regular male aliens, essentially the difference between an adult and a child. Fang Xiu named them alien guards, assigning them the responsibility of protecting the alien queen. On the other hand, Li Shijia's ogre, perhaps because its genes were harder to assimilate, had only just begun to show signs of chest bursting after being parasitic for so long. The alien swordmaster quickly rushed to Fang Xiu's side, shaking his wrist, and a black blade shot out from his elbow joint, landing firmly in his hand. Zhang Panpan, seeing this, immediately released her hellfire, staring at the ogre as if facing a great enemy. Teacher Zhang, what is this? Wu Mingjian raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing that Zhang Panpan was worried the Beastmaster's creature might become uncontrollable. However, he didn't release his own Beastmaster creature. Instead, he took a step back and positioned himself behind the hellfire. Put! The ogre's chest exploded, and blood sprayed out like fluttering red butterflies. Then, a long, flat head emerged from the ogre's body, its mouth opening wide, its teeth much larger than those of a regular alien, especially the 2 tusks on the upper jaw, which were as thick as Fang Xiu's arm. Clearly mutated from assimilating the ogre's genes, its corrosive saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, creating a pit in the ground as it dissolved the soil. Its palms were also much broader, easily ripping the ogre's body into 2 pieces before stepping out. Its stance mirrored that of the ogre, and after clenching its fist, it seemed to sense something was missing, then turned and looked at the ogre's corpse on the ground. Finally, it extended its hand, grabbed the ogre's spine, and yanked it out with great force, holding it in its hand. However, this alien did not attack its own kind like the alien swordmaster did. It stood still for a moment, seemingly deep in thought, before kneeling on one knee and bowing its head to Fang Xiu. Very good. Fang Xiu nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. It seems that after you suppressed the alien swordmaster, the power in your heart grew stronger, allowing this alien to submit to you. Zhang Panpan said. Fang Xiu nodded, agreeing, then used up some resources to release a 500-pound fat pig. No matter how you look at it, chest bursting was just the beginning for aliens. They needed to consume large amounts of food to grow into their fully developed form. Once food was scarce, they would enter a dormant state. Regular aliens were one thing, but for elite ones like the one before them, ensuring a steady supply of food was necessary.
Hunt it,
Fong Sho said in a deep voice. Although it was possible to create cooked meat to feed this alien, Fong Sho still wanted to see how its power was after assimilating the ogre. Just in the chest-bursting state, it's already nearly 2 meters tall. If it reaches its fully developed state, it might be as exaggerated as 4 or 5 meters. Fong Sho estimated based on his previous experience.
Wu Mingjian instinctively held his breath.
He had never even heard of a Beastmaster creature like this alien, let alone seen one. But what surprised all three of them was that the alien didn't immediately pounce on the pig Fong Sho had released. Instead, it turned around, extended its wide palm, and reached for the ogre's head.
What is it doing? Wu Mingjian asked in confusion. Wasn't the alien supposed to hunt the pig? Could it not understand Fong Sho's command? So there was a misunderstanding about the hunting target?
If that's the case, then Fong Sho's creature has a somewhat low intelligence.
Fong Sho silently observed.
He watched as the creature tore off the troll's head, then, using pure brute force, crushed it into bits.
Bang!
Various white and red liquids erupted like a burst watermelon, creating a sound that shocked Wu Mingjian for a moment. But as this creature crushed the troll's head, a faint light transformed into red energy, swirling around its feet.
Is this a snake stick?
Fong Sho muttered to himself, his eyes glowing. Li Shijia's troll, known as the Shadow Wizard, mainly used the method of crushing animal skulls to summon snake spirits with witchcraft for attacks. Now it seems, after assimilating the Shadow Wizard, his creature has also gained the power to use witchcraft.
That's really great.
Fong Sho's eyes sparkled, eagerly anticipating the hunting performance of this creature.
You know, Fong Sho's underground kingdom is never short of skulls. So many ordinary creatures can all be used as tools for witchcraft.
The energy transformed into a creature's shape, then opened its mouth, spitting out a bright red flying needle towards the domestic pig. Before the pig could react to what was happening.
No. To be precise, this pig didn't notice anything at all.
In the blink of an eye, the flying needle shot straight into its body and flew out from the other end, eventually embedding itself in the ground. The spot where it was pierced began to dissolve at a visibly fast speed. It looked like it was melting away by strong acid.
Acid blood.
This creature used witchcraft to create a creature stick that can blend the corrosive effect of acid blood into the energy needle.
Thud.
In less than half a breath, the domestic pig fell heavily to the ground, letting out a scream like slaughtering a pig.
It was enough to make one's scalp tingle.
The place pierced by the needle had dissolved into a fist-sized hollow, clear from front to back. Fang Xiu's creature was not surprised at all, seeming as if everything was expected. It walked over in a few quick steps and began to feast.
Wu Mingjian witnessed this scene, gasping in shock.
Fang Xiu's creature is truly unique. If he remembered correctly, that witchcraft was originally Li Shijia's beast-controlling ability, yet it had been copied by the creature. Chapter 78, The Shock of Ma Wanfeng for an entire year. Since you can use witchcraft, I will call you the creature wizard from now on.
Fang Xiu looked at the newly hatched creature, nodding in satisfaction, and gave it a new name.
The creature is basic and doesn't need to change. To distinguish it from ordinary creatures, let's use their abilities for differentiation. Creature Sword Master for close combat support, Creature Wizard for long-range coordination, waiting for the chance to strike a fatal blow. Especially that flying needle with acid blood properties, it could absolutely turn the tide at a crucial moment. Fang Xiu looked at his Creature Wizard and Creature Sword Master, already eager to participate in the Black River State Tournament. Speaking of which, when is the Black River State Tournament held?
Fang Xiu calmed his excitement and asked curiously. After the midterm exams, I think.
Zhang Panpan pushed her glasses. The first half of the first year of high school began in late August, and the winter vacation would start in late December, which is just 4 months in total. Starting with a foundation exam after school begins, then a month later is the freshman exchange competition, followed by the midterm exams. By the time they returned from the Black River State Tournament, it would be almost time for the final exams. Unbelievably, just the first half of the first year is already so tightly packed.
Midterm exams? If it weren't for Zhang Panpan's reminder, Fang Xiu would have completely forgotten about them.
Yes.
Zhang Panpan nodded. The midterm exam was basically not difficult at all. With Fang Xiu's strength, maintaining the first place ranking was basically a non-issue.
Perform well, and if you can be number 1 in the school, you can earn a scholarship. It's also quite generous. Zhang Panpan smiled, saying that in a key high school like Yizhong, if one could rank in the top 10, not only could they receive a scholarship, but they could also earn credits. If Fang Xiu really achieved good results in the Haijiangsu League, just these credits alone would allow him to undergo a transformation last semester.
One must know.
So far, no one has been able to earn so many credits in the first semester of high school.
Even with the student council's operations, those so-called geniuses usually had their transformations in the second half of their first year. I will work hard. Fong Sho nodded, indicating that he would definitely shine in the Haijiangsu League.
Yes, the future of Yizhong relies on you, Fong Sho. With that, Fang Xiu left a lot of food for the aberrant wizard, allowing it to grow fully, and then sent Zhang Panpan and Wu Mingjian out of his beast space.
Alright, I should go back now.
Zhang Panpan waved to Fang Xiu, encouraging him to continue with his beasts.
Wu Mingjian also took his leave. However,
after witnessing Fang Xiu's aberrant, Wu Mingjian didn't return to handle his beasts or rest. Instead, he hurried to Ma Wanfeng's dormitory. As the strongest in Yizhong's senior year and the student council president, his dormitory was a huge 500 square meter villa.
Even the living room was luxuriously decorated. How is everything going? Ma Wanfeng was not surprised by Wu Mingjian's arrival. He invited him in and had his cooking aunt brew a pot of tea.
Well, Wu Mingjian's face grew a bit awkward, but he could only shake his head. Although he had gotten along quite well with Fang Xiu, at least smoothing over the conflict between him and Shinfang, Fang Xiu had not agreed to join the student council.
But I went to his beast space.
Worried that Ma Wanfeng would blame him for not performing well, Wu Mingjian quickly changed the subject to the beast space.
Oh?
Upon hearing this, Ma Wanfeng's furrowed brows loosened. One must know, the beast space was usually quite private. Unless two people were extremely close, one generally wouldn't invite the other into their beast space. From this perspective, even if Fang Xiu had not directly joined the student council, he was still wavering in his heart.
Tell me about it.
As Ma Wanfeng spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Wu Mingjian. This is tea sent by Senior Chu, the flavor is nice. Wu Mingjian quickly accepted the tea with both hands. Even though the cup was a bit hot, he steeled himself and took a sip, while omitting the part about paying to visit. Fang Xiu has over 400 aberrants.
As soon as these words came out, Ma Wanfeng's expression instantly froze. His pupils slightly trembled, his face seemed to say, "Are you joking? More than 400 aberrants? Isn't Fang Xiu only a first-year student?" His background, I have investigated it.
Both parents are ordinary workers, struggling with housing loans and car loans.
There are no high-ranking relatives, just a very ordinary family. The power of this queen is simply on another level.
With just a single slap, she knocked the half-dragon person unconscious.
It's truly amazing. But what does this have to do with Fang Xiu's number of strange beings?
According to Fang Xiu, that Beastmaster is called the Strange Queen. When the population of strange beings grows to a certain size, the Strange Queen can evolve and become the Strange Empress. Whether it's power or something else, everything can be greatly enhanced. Wu Mingjian said with a serious expression. At first, when he heard this, he didn't really believe it.
But Fang Xiu's Beastmaster talent is just too monstrous.
Especially that strange wizard, who could actually take the shadow wizard skills from Li Shijia.
This is simply beyond his understanding. Is there really such a thing? Ma Wanfeng's pupils trembled wildly.
Though he didn't convince Fang Xiu to join the student council this time, Wu Mingjian indeed obtained some good information.
Did you record it? Ma Wanfeng asked without thinking.
In his eyes, Fang Xiu was much more powerful than he had imagined. He should have recorded his Beastmaster situation and sent it to Chu Xinghe and the others.
This.
Wu Mingjian smiled awkwardly, feeling shocked in Fang Xiu's Beastmaster space.
He completely forgot about recording it. Never mind, Ma Wanfeng waved his hand, not blaming Wu Mingjian for his lack of action.
He propped his chin up and thought seriously. After all, Fang Xiu is a student of our high school, we will have plenty of time to interact with him in the future. Wu Mingjian, your next task is to do whatever it takes to get Fang Xiu to join our student council.
Chapter 79, Fang Xiu's female fan leader.
With the freshman exchange competition concluded, Fang Xiu returned to campus life. But as soon as Fang Xiu stepped onto campus, he became the center of attention.
Is that person Fang Xiu? He looks so handsome, even more than in the video. I really want to ask him for an autograph.
In an instant, all kinds of voices flooded Fang Xiu's ears, but only a few classmates actually approached him. Although Fang Xiu came from a regular family, his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, along with his outstanding performance in the freshman exchange competition, made many classmates think he came from a prestigious family. The star-like brilliance he radiated gave people a feeling that he was hard to approach. If this continues, I might have to wear a hat and sunglasses at school.
Fang Xiu pretended to be calm on the outside but couldn't help but complain inside.
No wonder those stars use hats, masks, and sunglasses to hide their identities when they go out. This intense gaze and chatter really make one feel shy.
Fang Xiu.
But soon, a familiar voice broke through the noisy discussions.
Fang Xiu instinctively turned around to find it was none other than his deskmate, Shi Zhanghong.
Congratulations, you successfully won the championship in the freshman exchange competition.
I was so nervous at that moment. By the way, how did you raise that strange queen? It's too strong.
Shi Zhanghong excitedly waved his arms, looking as if he had won the competition himself.
Just raised it like that, Fong Sho said casually.
Shi Zhanghong's results aren't outstanding, but he left a good first impression on Fong Sho, and he is very interested in gossip.
Speaking of which, do you know Master Qingqing?
Fong Sho walked alongside Shi Zhanghong on the tree-lined path towards their classroom, chatting casually.
Master Qingqing? Of course I know.
Shi Zhanghong nodded repeatedly. He's the pride of our Hacheng. It is said that he was one of the earliest geniuses to participate in the Beastmaster college entrance examination. Soon after entering university, he made a name for himself and even participated in the Beastmaster War. Later, after the military reform, he retired and transitioned to civilian life. He went to the Five Flowers Group, and in just a few years, he rose to the position of vice president.
You could say he is a rare talent among people.
When talking about Master Qingqing, Shi Zhanghong's eyes shone brightly, and that pride was evident on his face. I know that some might think being a vice president at a big company is nothing special, but for small towns like ours, having someone like this emerge is already a great achievement. Although Shi Zhanghong didn't believe there was anything wrong with Crane City, it is, after all, a small border town with limited education and resources.
For someone from Crane City, it is hard to achieve much success.
Especially after entering the beast control era, Hejiang province had once united with Jizhou, Liaozhou, and parts of Mengdong to establish the Four Provinces Bureau of Beast Control. During its peak, the Four Provinces Bureau of Beast Control could directly compete with neighboring countries. This kind of approach naturally caused some people's dissatisfaction. In the end, a group of higher-ups came down, not only disbanded the Beast Control Bureau but also restructured the personnel in Hejiang province.
Since then, the entire Hejiang province has been on the decline, suffering heavy losses.
Sigh. Shi Zhanghong said while telling stories from the past, waving his fist. Otherwise, our Crane City could also compete with those second and third-tier cities in the south.
So do you understand how rare it is to have someone like Master Qingqing? I didn't expect such a thing to happen.
Fang Xiu nodded.
Yes, but Master Qingqing is getting older, and with the fierce internal strife in the Five Flowers Group, he ended up retiring early.
Shi Zhanghong said, and his eyes dimmed significantly. He was clearly feeling injustice for Qingqing's fate. However, he quickly realized that Fang Xiu had no reason to suddenly ask about such matters. He wasn't as gossip-loving as himself.
Fang Xiu, you didn't happen to receive an invitation, did you?
Shi Zhanghong suddenly froze in place, his eyes wide open like a cow's, staring at Fang Xiu, his mouth involuntarily opening into an O shape.
He was dumbfounded. Master Qingqing could be said to be his idol.
Over the years, he had followed Qingqing online frequently.
When he learned that Qingqing had retired and returned to Crane City, he found out about the art exhibition.
Not only that, but Shi Zhanghong also tried every possible way to get an invitation to the exhibition. However, the tickets for the invitation were being scalped for up to 100,000, far too expensive for a student like him. Moreover, even the scalpers had very limited invitations, just having money wasn't enough. He never expected that the invitation he longed for would actually be obtained by Fang Xiu.
100,000? You must be really rich.
Shi Zhanghong said, feeling quite envious. In his view, Fang Xiu must have used the prize money from the freshman exchange competition to buy the invitation. Not at all, it was a gift from someone else.
Fang Xiu casually replied. Huh? A gift?
Shi Zhanghong was taken aback. Who gave it to you?
Wu Mingjian.
Wu Mingjian?
Isn't he the vice president of the student council?
Shi Zhanghong was stunned again.
What was going on? Wasn't Fang Xiu supposed to have fought against Maming?
Although Maming was just a thug for the student council, he was still part of it.
By hitting him, didn't Fang Xiu end up slapping the student council's face? Why would Wu Mingjian give Fang Xiu an invitation? This script doesn't add up?
Yes, what other reason could it be?
He wants to win me over.
Fang Xiu chuckled. He could sense Wu Mingjian's importance on him, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to apologize and even brought money.
But Fang Xiu didn't expect that. The invitation to the art exhibition would carry such high value. This truly was a big gift.
Wooing? That makes sense, after all, your performance in the freshman exchange competition was stunning. I've also heard that quite a few girls in our school are your fans.
What about the group and everything?
Shi Zhanghong complained.
Huh? You know about this too?
Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, although he knew that Shi Zhanghong loved gossip. Knowing about the female fan group seemed a bit outrageous.
Well, my cousin is the leader of your female fan group.
I discovered it when she created the group, and when she heard I sit next to you, she wanted to collaborate with me. Shi Zhanghong scratched his head awkwardly. This matter was related to Fang Xiu, so he didn't feel good about hiding it.
Collaborate? What kind of collaboration? Fang Xiu's gaze sharpened.
She hopes to secretly take a few photos of you during class, preferably while you're sleeping, then print them out and sell them to the younger girls in the group.
Fang Xiu? Chapter 80, have you thought about what to name the child? But don't worry, Fang Xiu, how could I do something so disgraceful?
So I firmly refused her. Shi Zhanghong said firmly.
This is Fang Xiu, the #1 at Hatching #1 High School. Just sitting next to him was something to brag about for a lifetime. How could he possibly take secret photos? Well, it's not impossible. Fang Xiu's eyes flickered. Shi Zhanghong? Did your sister tell you how much a photo sells for? Fang Xiu pondered for a moment.
He really did not expect that his female fans could be so outrageous. And Shi Zhanghong's sister was simply the leader of the female fans.
But speaking of which, whose money is the easiest to earn? Of course, it's these female fans. Online celebrities can endorse any product, and they just buy.
It doesn't matter whether the things they buy are useful or if they can use them, what matters is, I can support my brother.
She didn't say. Shi Zhanghong's face darkened. What is this? We could cooperate.
Selling my photos is okay, but I want to share. The expenses of raising his beast were significant. Although he had the prize money from the freshman exchange competition and gifts from Wu Mingjian, it was just enough for the moment. Now that there was such an easy way to make money, Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse.
Are you serious? Shi Zhanghong asked, unable to believe it. Yeah, you know raising beasts costs a lot, right?
As long as the price isn't too crazy, selling more at a lower profit is not bad, Fang Xiu explained his thoughts. If a photo sells for 5 yuan, and suppose there are 200 people in the group, that's 1,000 yuan.
And 5 yuan wouldn't put much burden on high school girls. In a way, it could be considered a win-win situation. Upon receiving Fang Xiu's permission, Shi Zhanghong's eyes lit up.
He began to understand why Fang Xiu's beasts were so powerful. Fang Xiu's business sense was indeed impressive, selling photos like this could even apply to beast raising. So, Shi Zhanghong took out his phone and directly texted his sister Shi Yonglin, sending over Fang Xiu's few requirements.
Selling photos is fine. But the price can't be too high.
And Fang Xiu wants a 50% cut.
Buzz. Shi Zhanghong's phone vibrated as Shi Yonglin replied instantly, really? Wow, please be sure to take a picture for me first.
Shi Zhanghong looked at the text with a dark expression.
Good grief. Looks like you get the benefits first, huh?
But anyway, Shi Zhanghong and Shi Yonglin had always had a good relationship, like real siblings. In the end, he still raised his phone and took a picture of Fang Xiu's back, sending it over.
Ah, so handsome. Just from the back, he's so handsome. No wonder he's our Fang Xiu. Shi Zhanghong looked at the text on his phone with a dark expression. Sister, what do you mean by our Fang Xiu? You're not trying to ship me with Fang Xiu, are you? We have a normal deskmate relationship. Please don't create rumors. What nonsense are you thinking every day? Don't you think I'm well matched with Fang Xiu? He is talented, and I'm pretty. And I'm your sister. I'm the one who's actually part of your family. If I end up with Fang Xiu, then he'll be your brother-in-law, Hatching #1 High School. No, wait. Future top student of the capital university, isn't it great to have him as your brother-in-law? Speaking of which, what do you think of the names Fang Yuan and Fang Zhang?
In less than half a breath, Shi Yonglin sent a series of text messages, making Shi Zhanghong witness the full power of a female fan leader.
Wow. Clearly, they haven't even met, yet she has already thought of what to name their child, right? And it's a second child. Are you responding to the national policy here?
For a moment, even Shi Zhanghong felt his sister had too many flaws.
But when he put down his phone and looked up at Fang Xiu again, brother-in-law? If he could really be Fang Xiu's brother-in-law, wouldn't he be ascending sky-high by just being related to him? What's wrong? Fang Xiu noticed Shi Zhanghong was lagging behind. If we don't leave now, we'll be late. Huh? Coming. Shi Zhanghong quickly caught up. By the way, do you have a girlfriend? Fang Xiu? Wait, why does it feel like after winning the freshman exchange competition, everyone in the school has turned strange?
Thus, the two arrived at Class 2's classroom. Before Fang Xiu could react, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. Some even set off party poppers. If you didn't know better, you might think they were celebrating someone's birthday? Not only that, but even the blackboard in class was filled with congratulatory posters for Fang Xiu winning the freshman exchange competition.
Congratulations, Fang Xiu. When you become wealthy, don't forget us, Fang Xiu.
Looking at his classmates fawning over him, Fang Xiu had a tough time getting back to his seat. However, as he passed by Li Qingqing's seat, she pointedly said, "The freshman exchange competition, thanks to you." If number 1 high school hadn't won the freshman exchange competition, they would miss out on this year's Hejiang State League. And as someone who wanted to defeat Qingqing, Li Qingqing placed great importance on this Hejiang State League. Li Shijia and Li Jin's magical beasts were also not in Li Qingqing's plans. Besides, those nasty tricks. If it weren't for Fang Xiu, this year number 1 high school would really miss out on the Hejiang State League. Just a little effort. Fang Xiu smiled at Li Qingqing, "But you, Qingqing, still need to work hard. Don't worry, I won't hold you back during the Hejiang State League," Li Qingqing said quietly. Although she was grateful to Fang Xiu, she still maintained her cool demeanor in front of him. Fang Xiu didn't mind, just returned to his seat and prepared to start today's lessons. However, before the teacher for the first general class arrived, Class 2's homeroom teacher, Zhang Yu, had already come to the door, and the once lively classroom suddenly went quiet. Zhang Yu glanced at the blackboard, didn't say much, but after scanning the room, his gaze fixated on Fang Xiu. "Fang Xiu, come out for a moment." "Coming." Fang Xiu stood up, his seat still warm, as he walked toward the door. Other students immediately cast envious looks at him. Although they didn't know why Zhang Yu had called Fang Xiu, considering Fang Xiu's performance in the freshman exchange competition, it would surely involve some kind of reward. From now on, the gap between them and Fang Xiu would surely grow larger. At the same time, many students subconsciously looked at Li Qingqing as Fang Xiu walked away. The strongest student in Heqing Middle School, the genius girl ranked first in the entrance exam. Her brilliance was now completely overshadowed by Fang Xiu. With Qingqing around, why is there still a Fang Xiu? Someone in class casually made a comment, and Li Qingqing suddenly snapped her pen in half. The crisp sound of the break instantly silenced the classroom. Fang Xiu. Chapter 81, Principal's Favor. "What's up, brother Yu?" Fang Xiu left the classroom with Zhang Yu. "I am not very clear about the specifics, I just know that Principal Ren wants to meet you, so be careful when the time comes." On usual days, he, along with Zhang Panpan, would laugh and joke around, and collecting a visiting fee would be just fine. But in front of the principal, don't be so carefree. "The principal of number 1 high school specifically wants to see me?" Fang Xiu suddenly realized, no wonder Zhang Yu looked much more serious than usual today. He didn't expect that the top leader of number 1 high school would actively request to see him. Before he crossed over, he had also attended high school, and back then, his grades were not only excellent but among the top. However, in the 3 years of high school, he had never met the principal. "Be spirited, don't embarrass our class too," Zhang Yu whispered in Fang Xiu's ear. Just thinking about Fang Xiu meeting the principal made him, the homeroom teacher, a bit nervous. However, compared to those students who made serious mistakes and were called to the principal's office, Zhang Yu was still more happy than worried. A few minutes later, Zhang Yu brought Fang Xiu to the principal's office and raised his hand to lightly knock twice on the door. "Please come in." The voice from inside was quite gentle. It was completely different from the voice he heard during the mock exams. "Hello, Principal Ren." Zhang Yu walked in, forcing himself to appear calm as he greeted the principal, remembering to pat Fang Xiu on the shoulder. "Oh, hello, Principal Ren, I am Fang Xiu from Class 1, Year 2. Fang Xiu introduced himself while looking around, observing the office. The space here is quite large, not only can it fit a 60-inch television, but Principal Ren's desk is also 3 meters long, looking both grand and luxurious, with rows of bookshelves behind it. However, Fang Xiu did not feel any scholarly atmosphere, he only sensed that this office was merely a show of wealth. There was a sense of vulgarity. And the Principal Ren mentioned by Zhang Yu was a woman in her early 30s, dressed in a black jumpsuit, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, smiling while playfully flicking her hair. Ren Xiu Yue. Fang Xiu's gaze focused on the desk in front of Ren Xiu Yue, where a name was engraved under a decoration with the national flag. With Zhang Yu referring to her as Principal Ren, Fang Xiu instantly realized that Ren Xiu Yue was most likely the name of this principal. What confused Fang Xiu was that he had not seen this Principal Ren during the mock exam. "Student Fang Xiu, it's really strange, you didn't see me during the mock exam or the new student exchange competition, right?" Ren Xiu Yue said with a smile, seemingly able to read Fang Xiu's mind and see through his doubts. "My mentor returned to his hometown not long ago, so all the big and small matters of number 1 high school were entrusted to another principal, the one you just met. This new student exchange competition was thanks to student Fang Xiu, otherwise, this year's crown would have fallen to Class 3. Fang Xiu didn't expect Principal Ren to voluntarily explain these things, and her image looked more like that of an intelligent sister. If it weren't for seeing her in this office, it would be hard for Fang Xiu to connect her identity with the title of principal of number 1 high school. Not at all. I am a student of number 1 high school, and it is my duty to bring glory to my school. Fang Xiu said with his head held high and a serious expression. Even Zhang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback. No, is this your line? Since when do you have this sense of collective honor?
Although Zhang Yu wanted to heavily criticize Fang Xiu, he swallowed those words in front of Ren Xiuyue. Very good. Ren Xiuyue looked Fang Xiu up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Although it was their first meeting, she had already heard a lot about Fang Xiu. Especially his outstanding performance in the new student exchange competition, which was very remarkable. If it were Fang Xiu, maybe you can really shine at the Hejiang Province League. Thinking of this, Ren Xiuyue's hand reached under the table, pulled open the bottom drawer, and then took out an invitation and a bank card, placing them on the desk and pushing them forward. The password for this card is 123456. There should be about 200,000 inside, as a reward from our school for you. Good talents like Fang Xiu naturally deserve to be cultivated by Ren Xiuyue. However, Fang Xiu is different from Li Jin. The latter is the biological son of the vice principal of number 3 middle school, and although he has received many resources, most of them are funded in his own name. If I help Fang Xiu like that, it would only invite unnecessary trouble if someone took the opportunity to make a fuss. Compared to unity and mutual assistance, there has always been undercurrents within number 1 middle school. 200,000. Upon hearing this number, Fang Xiu's starry eyes flashed with brilliance. He has been training beasts for a long time, but it was his first time dealing with such a large sum of money. With this, not only can his beast scale expand again, but the feeding problem will also be solved. However, compared to the bank card, Fang Xiu's eyes were drawn to the invitation on the table. Because the invitation gave Fang Xiu a sense of familiarity. Master Che Xin's art exhibition? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows, then remembered that the student council, backed by Qingqing, had clashed with the sports teachers. Now, it was becoming a problem for the principals as they couldn't deal with it easily. What Wu Mingjian did privately would not be reported to Principal Ren Xiuyue. So the question arises. Should I tell Ren Xiuyue that I have received the invitation and ask her to give it to someone else? Or should I pretend to know nothing and then sell the invitation? I'm not a saint or anything. Fang Xiu murmured in his heart, then took both the invitation and the bank card in his hands. Then, thank you, Principal Ren. I look forward to your performance in the Hejiang Province League. Ren Xiuyue smiled and then seemed to remember something suddenly. By the way, with the midterm exams coming up, classmate Fang needs to work hard. If you can get a good ranking this time, I would like to personally sponsor a piece of equipment for you. Really? Fang Xiu's starry eyes moved. Through the freshman exchange competition, Fang Xiu gained a clear understanding of beast equipment. If Li Jin's half-dragon did not have that electric fork, his beast sword saint might not have lost to him. This shows how much equipment improves the beasts. Especially for Fang Xiu's beast wizard, because he does not have a suitable staff, it had to use the spine of a shadow wizard as a substitute. If I can make it in equipment, it would greatly help in the Hejiang Province League. It's a deal, Principal Ren. It's settled. Chapter 82. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to take you as an adoptive father. After receiving Principal Ren Xiuyue's bank card and invitation, Fang Xiu left the office with Zhang Yu. However, Zhang Yu's gaze was focused on the invitation in Fang Xiu's hand. What's wrong, brother Yu? Fang Xiu shook the invitation, feeling that something was off with him since earlier. It's nothing, just a bit envious. Zhang Yu's tone carried a hint of melancholy. It was clear that he was not lying. Envious? Fang Xiu felt a bit surprised. Do you know how precious the invitation Principal Ren gave you is? That is Master Che Xin's art exhibition. Moreover, while it's called an art exhibition, it is actually looking to select a Beastmaster as a closed-door disciple. Not only can you receive Master Che Xin's personal guidance, but also the resources needed for your beasts, and you won't have to worry about equipment in the future. Most importantly, with Master Che Xin's connections, you will have the chance to enter big companies right after graduation. The more Zhang Yu spoke, the more excited he became. I wish Master Che Xin could retire a decade earlier, so that maybe I would have a chance. Of course, Zhang Yu only thought about this in his heart. With my talent, even if I really got an invitation, going to the art exhibition, I probably wouldn't have a chance to be selected. Fang Xiu is different, he is the top freshman at Crane City No. 1 High School. If it were him, maybe there really would be a chance to be selected. So impressive, Fang Xiu nodded. Why not invite Li Qingqing to come along? Even though he knew this invitation was something extraordinary, Fang Xiu still found it strange. If I am the top freshman, then Li Qingqing is the second. Her middle school grades were also quite remarkable. Logically speaking, she should also be qualified to receive an invitation. Do you think Master Che Xin's art exhibition can be attended just by spending money? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at Fang Xiu. Though there are scalpers online, they are nothing but scammers. The real invitations only circulate internally. An invitation, as the name implies, means I invite you to participate. Hearing Zhang Yu's explanation, Fang Xiu finally understood. You mean, who can attend the exhibition is predetermined? Principal Ren gave me an invitation because I am on the list of invitees?
This child can be taught, Zhang Yu nodded.
It's not like the past, information is not underdeveloped anymore. To check a student's information, you can do it with a phone.
Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shinbing, and you, these notable students from Crane City No. 1 High School, are naturally all on the list. From No. 3 High School, Li Jin, Li Shijia, Han Bing, and from Yucai, Wang Dalong, are all the same.
The second and third year students will also go? Fang Xiu raised an eyebrow, focusing on Zhang Yu's words. He initially thought only freshmen were invited. Unexpectedly, even second and third year students were invited. But this doesn't make sense. If only people on the list are invited, then what about Wu Mingjian? Could it be that his invitation is also specifically for him?
Thinking of this, Fang Xiu took out another one. Then what does this count as?
Ha! Zhang Yu was taken aback. How come you have two?
Wu Mingjian gave this one, Fang Xiu said casually.
I see. The shock in Zhang Yu's eyes quickly faded.
Given Fang Xiu's qualifications, being pulled into the student council is not surprising. After all, some parents of the kids in Crane City are quite prominent. It wouldn't be good to turn them away directly, so they prepared a few extra invitations, that's my guess. No matter what, Zhang Yu is just a high school teacher and naturally has no access to someone like Qingqing. He only knows part of the exhibition details.
If you're interested in this matter, you can ask Li Qingqing.
After all, her family connections are quite strong. Zhang Yu finished what he had to say, parted ways with Fang Xiu at the stairway, and headed back to his office to get busy. When Fang Xiu returned to the classroom, class had just finished, and since the next class was physical education, there weren't many people in the classroom. However, Li Qingqing and Shi Zhanhong were there.
So, what did teacher Zhang want with you?
Li Qingqing turned her body, crossing her legs, with a questioning tone.
It was as if she was accusing Fang Xiu of hiding something from her.
Nothing much, Fang Xiu shook his head. If it were usual, he would definitely mock Li Qingqing for being overly suspicious. Why should I, Fang Xiu, explain myself to you? However, now he really had something to ask Li Qingqing.
Do you know about Master Qingqing's art exhibition? Principal Ren gave me this. As he spoke, Fang Xiu took out the invitation for the art exhibition.
Other students, seeing this, were full of jealousy.
An invitation to Master Qingqing's art exhibition? So envious. Damn, I was just looking online today.
The scalper ticket has risen to 200,000 for one.
I really want to go.
Due to Li Qingqing's strong presence, the other students were murmuring from a distance and no one dared to approach. Only Shi Zhanghong suddenly remembered that Fang Xiu had mentioned this matter in the morning.
He said that Wu Mingjian had given him a ticket.
Now the principal had given him another one, so doesn't that mean
Fang Xiu now has 2 invitation letters? Adoptive father.
In an instant, Shi Zhanghong rushed in front of Fang Xiu, bowed deeply, and his voice was loud enough to echo throughout the classroom.
Fang Xiu? Li Qingqing? What does this have to do with you? Shouldn't you be doing what you're supposed to do?
Li Qingqing glared fiercely at Shi Zhanghong. But how could Shi Zhanghong fear Li Qingqing?
For the invitation, he was ready to go all out. Adoptive father, as long as you give me the invitation, I am willing to work for you like a horse for the next 3 years of high school.
Li Qingqing couldn't help but have a black line on her face upon hearing this.
Even if Fang Xiu was a saint, he couldn't possibly give away the invitation from Master Qingqing, right? Stop dreaming.
Li Qingqing retorted unhappily. Fang Xiu looked at Shi Zhanghong.
He had planned to sell the invitation anyway. Selling to whom is still selling. Fang Xiu then sat down on a chair. It's not impossible, but do you really have that much money?
Shi Zhanghong was stunned. It was precisely because he had no money that he would bow to Fang Xiu as an adoptive father.
Fang Xiu, are you really planning to sell?
Li Qingqing was also startled by this sentence. Though Master Qingqing has retired, he is still a 5-star Beastmaster.
Indeed, Li Qingqing had a certain understanding of Qingqing. Are you interested too? Fang Xiu said as he took out both invitation letters. How about you bid for them? You have 2?
Li Qingqing was momentarily stunned. She never dreamed that Fang Xiu actually had 2 invitation letters.
Where did you get them? Chapter 83, Times Square.
Li Qingqing, as the brightest star in Crane City Middle School, naturally had her channels, so she had no interest in the second invitation letter in Fang Xiu's hands.
Although Chen Fan's talent was somewhat lower than theirs, his family was somewhat wealthy.
Aside from them, Fang Xiu was not familiar with others. Seeing Shi Zhanghong was very interested in this art exhibition, he simply sold it to him at the low price of 100,000. Of course, it was done with an IOU. In the following time, Fang Xiu focused all his energy on beast taming. With the huge sum of money from Ren Shouyue and the gift money from Wu Mingjian, Fang Xiu expanded the number of anomalies to 1,000. He thought he could make the anomaly queen evolve, but nothing happened.
Until 3 days later, on the weekend, Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanghong agreed to meet at Times Square in Crane City. No matter what, Fang Xiu was a traveler. After arriving in this world, he focused all his energy on beast taming and had no opportunities to shop, feeling quite out of place. Adoptive father. Upon seeing Fang Xiu, Shi Zhanghong was very excited.
He had thought he would miss this art exhibition, but unexpectedly, Fang Xiu managed to get another invitation letter.
Just call me Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu retorted with a black line on his face.
Although he knew Shi Zhanghong was just joking, it still felt a little embarrassing in front of so many people.
Okay.
Shi Zhanghong nodded with a big smile, but Master Che Xin is choosing disciples, it probably has nothing to do with me. Although he had the chance to come and see the world with Fang Xiu, Shi Zhanghong did not feel he would be that lucky one. In his eyes, Fang Xiu's talent was the strongest.
But you can't say that.
Fang Xiu shook his head slightly, as he didn't think so.
If it really depended on talent, then Che Xin wouldn't need to do this.
He could just select people strictly based on grades. Moreover, with the development of short videos now, the live broadcast of my battle with Li Jinjian has been repeatedly edited and posted online.
Although the influence is limited to Crane City. But it was enough for Che Xin to know about this matter.
But he hasn't contacted me, which means he has his own standards for selecting people.
Fang Xiu analyzed. Is it really like that?
Shi Zhanghong's eyes lit up, and a surge of fighting spirit arose within him.
However, just then, a cold, aloof female voice slowly drifted from behind Fang Xiu and Shi Zhanghong. But don't be too happy just yet.
Shi Zhanghong instinctively turned around and found that the person standing behind them was none other than their classmate, Li Qingqing.
Qingqing, what a coincidence!
Shi Zhanghong's eyes flashed with surprise, not expecting to run into Li Qingqing here.
But the next second, he was met with a big eye roll from Li Qingqing. The feeling was as if she was mocking, "We're all here for the art exhibition, isn't it strange we didn't run into each other?"
Shi Zhanghong awkwardly scratched his head. Li Qingqing didn't look at him again, she quickened her pace and came to Fang Xiu's side. Now, as November approached, the weather was getting colder, and Li Qingqing had also changed into a black jacket and a windbreaker, looking very warm, showcasing her long legs. With her hands in her pockets, she slightly parted her red lips beside Fang Xiu. "I advise you not to care too much about this matter."
What do you mean? Fang Xiu suddenly became interested, and Shi Zhanghong also perked up his ears.
My family said that when Master Che Xin returned this time, he didn't bring back a single beast. Li Qingqing walked towards the Empire State Building in Times Square and shared the information she had with Fang Xiu.
Didn't bring back a single beast? Why? Shi Zhanghong asked in confusion.
For beast tamers, beasts are not just the result of years of effort, they are fighting partners. Many times, the bond between beast tamers and their beasts is even stronger than the bond between people. They say the Five Flowers Group seized all of Master Che Xin's beasts, claiming they were corporate property.
So you understand now? Rather than saying Master Che Xin returned in glory, it's more accurate to say he was forced back home after losing a power struggle.
This time, the recruitment of disciples might even be for revenge.
Li Qingqing analyzed. In her view, someone like Che Xin would never easily bow his head.
Making such a large announcement to recruit disciples in Hechen could very well be to train his successor to seek revenge for him in the future. So, be careful not to be used as a pawn. Li Qingqing glanced meaningfully at Fang Xiu.
Being used as a pawn isn't necessarily a bad thing,
Shi Zhanghong said, feeling confused.
According to Li Qingqing's words, Master Che Xin's enemies were mostly high-ranking members of the Five Flowers Group. If Che Xin really wanted revenge, wouldn't he have to send his disciples to the Five Flowers Group first? After all, that is one of the 3 strongest factories in the industry. It is one of the 3 great families along with Lamy and Penguin. Is it really not bad?
Li Qingqing shot a glance at Shi Zhanghong, as if bewildered by how naive he could be. But Shi Zhanghong still looked confused about what was bad about it.
How can we fight against someone who even Che Xin can't defeat? Fang Xiu spoke up, expressing his thoughts.
If we choose a freshman, that's 3 years of high school and 4 years of college. Even if he doesn't pursue a master's degree, that's still 7 years. 7 years is enough for someone to establish themselves deeply in a field.
And now with the internet so developed, what if the other party is someone who leaves no roots behind?
If they discover Che Xin has such a disciple, do you think they will do nothing? If you take on Master Che Xin's cause, you must also endure his consequences.
Upon hearing Fang Xiu's explanation, Shi Zhanghong finally understood.
Li Qingqing also felt enlightened. Her family has strong connections, a lot of intel and analysis. She heard all this from her family. In fact, before she left, her family reminded her. You don't have to worry too much about this.
But Fong Shou's family was just an ordinary working-class family, with car loans and mortgage still unpaid.
Even though he had a great talent for beast taming, no one could explain this kind of thing to him. This meant that Fong Sho instantly figured everything out after he reminded him himself. This guy's ability to draw inferences is even stronger than he imagined. I thought Fong Sho only knew about beast taming, but now, he's not that kind of bookworm. Li Qingqing thought to herself, glancing again at Fong Shou's profile, and couldn't help but feel the light radiating from his starry eyes.
What's wrong? Fong Sho noticed Li Qingqing's gaze and asked instinctively. Ah, it's nothing.
Li Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly turned her head to the other side, stammering, no, I mean, that.
If you hadn't been chosen as a disciple by Qingqing, you wouldn't have to feel too disappointed. Chapter 84, Lu Yuanhui from 3rd Middle School. Oh? Are you concerned about me?
Fong Sho joked, but was met with a roll of Li Qingqing's eyes.
Who would care about you? Stop being so full of yourself. Li Qingqing said angrily, quickening her pace. Watching Li Qingqing's back, Fong Sho couldn't help but smile.
Though Li Qingqing had been seen as a gifted girl since middle school, praised for various qualities, she was just a high school student after all. Her thoughts were really easy to guess.
Let's go too, Fong Sho said to Shi Jihong.
But just as Fong Sho was about to speed up, a familiar voice came from beside him.
I thought who it was, isn't this Fong Sho? Fong Sho turned to look.
The speaker was none other than the top student of the first year at 3rd Middle School, Li Jin. After the new student exchange competition, 3rd Middle School quickly severed ties with Gung Guangwei, expelling him for his poor character. Although Gung Guangwei deserved it, Li Jin's methods were not exactly honorable.
Fong Sho disliked this double standard in his heart.
Next to Li Jin was another person, half a head taller than him, strong and impressive, with an air of heroism in his brows.
You're Fong Sho. My name is Lu Yuanhui, 3rd year at 3rd Middle School. Lu Yuanhui introduced himself in a deep voice.
Li Jin had a sly smile, expecting Fong Sho to be startled by Lu Yuanhui's words. But who knew, Fong Sho's expression remained calm, just like during the new student exchange competition.
TCH.
Li Jin clicked his tongue. Master Qingqing values more than just beast taming abilities. It's also about overall talent, family background, and lineage, all are measuring standards.
If you want to cling to Master Qingqing's leg, I'd advise you to stop dreaming.
Li Jin snorted, mocking Fong Sho's background harshly.
If I remember correctly, your half-dragon beast was copied from someone else's beast data, right? Can that even be considered talent? Fong Sho tilted his head.
Without someone else's data, with your level, you probably wouldn't even qualify for the new student exchange competition. You're just fooling others. If you can't even fool yourself, that would be embarrassing. Fong Sho stood his ground, directly clashing with Li Jin.
However, lies don't hurt people, the truth is the sharp blade.
As soon as Fong Sho's words fell, Li Jin's expression twisted into a grimace. At the critical moment, Lu Yuanhui blocked him with a hand.
Ha, so you're Fong Sho. Lu Yuanhui chuckled, seems like you have a lot of confidence in your talent. But there's one thing you might not know, this art exhibition is not only open to first-year students.
2nd and 3rd year students also have the opportunity to become Master Qingqing's disciples.
You're not special.
Although he didn't know who Lu Yuanhui was, from the way the two interacted, it was clear that Lu Yuanhui often relied on Li Jin's family.
Are you sending dogs to bite people just because you can't argue with me?
Fong Sho directly ignored Lu Yuanhui and complained to Li Jin. This sudden scene frightened Shi Zhanghong greatly, and he quickly grabbed Fong Sho's arm. His beast-taming skills were indeed impressive in the first year of high school. But they weren't powerful enough to rival those in the 3rd year. If a fight broke out here, they would suffer a major loss.
Fong Sho, let's quickly go inside.
Shi Zhanghong was so anxious that cold sweat trickled down his back.
Very good.
Lu Yuanhui grinned sinisterly, taking a step forward. His slightly reddened eyes caused Shi Zhanghong's heart to shudder.
Fong Sho, however, was completely unafraid. His face-hugging worm could parasitize others' beasts.
Although he didn't know what Lu Yuanhui's beast was, if they fought, it would also be an opportunity for him.
Enough.
Li Jin gritted his teeth. Although he was very angry, they were in Times Square, where crowds were enormous, and there were cameras everywhere. Most importantly, they were there to attend an art exhibition, not to fight with Fong Sho. Despite his displeasure, Li Jin tried his best to restrain himself.
Fong Sho, don't be too proud. One day, we will settle things properly. We're leaving.
After speaking, Li Jin turned around and walked towards the Emperor Tower.
Before leaving, Lu Yuanhui didn't forget to give Fong Sho a fierce glare, but was met with Fong Sho's fierce stare in return. Ha!
Shi Zhanghong covered his chest, letting out a long sigh of relief. That scared me to death. Li Qingqing, who had originally left, saw that Fong Sho didn't follow and turned back.
What's wrong?
Seeing Shi Zhanghong sweating profusely, Li Qingqing tilted her head and asked in confusion.
Ran into Li Jin. Fang Xiu casually replied. Not just Li Jin, do you really not know who that person is?
Shi Zhanghong exclaimed with surprise on his face. That's Lu Yuanhui, one of the 4 guardians of the 3rd high school. Not only is he a genius with a phantom beast, but his combat power can be described as terrifying.
Fortunately, he didn't attack you.
Even now, Shi Zhanghong's heart was racing.
Lu Yuanhui? What's the situation?
Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise.
It was clear how famous Lu Yuanhui's name was. Is he very powerful? Fong Sho frowned slightly. Shi Zhanghong was one thing. Li Qingqing had been in his beast space and seen the alien kingdom.
Yet she had the same expression.
Could it be that the gap between the 1st and 3rd years was really that huge? Not that he's very powerful.
Li Qingqing sighed. By the time we reach the 3rd year, people like Lu Yuanhui won't even be worth mentioning. However, he has a 2-year head start, and for us.
No.
Li Qingqing shook her head slightly. Even your alien queen still has a gap compared to the strong ones in the 3rd year.
I know, you're definitely going to say you defeated Maming from the 2nd year before.
But that was just the beginning of the school year. Maming hadn't gone through the 2nd year trials, so he was at best at the late 1st year level.
There's a huge gap between you and Lu Yuanhui. So, do not get into conflict with the 3rd years, understood?
With your current strength, it's not enough. Worried Fong Sho wouldn't take her words to heart, Li Qingqing tiptoed and shouted in Fong Sho's ear.
But the next second, her cheeks flushed again, and she quickly turned away. Ahem.
After a series of light coughing tactics, Li Qingqing leisurely added, in any case, we are here to attend the art exhibition, not to fight with the 3rd high school.
Alright.
Fang Xiu repeatedly said alright 3 times, but his mind was thinking of something else.
The 3rd year, huh? If Lu Yuanhui was considered very powerful, then what level was Wu Mingjian, who was also in the 3rd year? Chapter 85, the strongest high school student in Crane City. Crane City Times Square, Emperor Tower, 59th floor.
Fang Xiu was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the entire Times Square. This was after he came to this world. For the first time at such a high place, looking down at this city. Although Crane City is just a small town on the 18 line of this world, with the technology tree driven by beast taming, the infrastructure of this world has completely surpassed that of his previous world. From this height, half of Crane City was in view, making Fang Xiu unable to resist reaching out towards the front.
What are you doing? Li Qingqing walked back from a distance, holding a cup of cola.
This art exhibition occupied the entire floor, with security personnel stationed every dozen meters to maintain order here. However, although it was said to be an art exhibition, most people were actually there for Master Che Xian's recruitment conditions, and hardly anyone wanted to spend time appreciating the artworks. Instead, they gathered in small groups to discuss what method Che Xian would use for the assessment. As for Shi Zhanghong, he was even more straightforward. When he returned with Li Qingqing, he was holding a large lobster, leaving Fang Xiu in astonishment.
Is this seafood?
From its size, Fang Xiu could only feel that the lobster in Shi Zhanghong's hand looked extremely similar to the Boston lobster from his previous life. He just didn't know whether this world had a place called Boston, so he was unclear about the lobster's origin. But one thing he was sure of. It seemed that Shi Zhanghong was not here to attend the art exhibition. He looked more like someone who came for a buffet. His mouth hadn't stopped since just now, talking about everything from sirloin steak to black truffles to French foie gras, along with the lobster he just brought back. It was basically all high-end ingredients. Compared to the other students attending the art exhibition, Shi Zhanhong's extravagance was simply out of place. It should be, who cares? Shi Zhanhong shrugged indifferently, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Don't move, Fang Xiu, you look kind of cool at this angle. As he spoke, Shi Zhanhong directly took out his phone and snapped a picture of Fang Xiu. Especially as Fang Xiu raised his hand, as if to hold Crane City in his palm, exuding a kind of dominance. Satisfied with the photo, Shi Zhanhong sent it directly to his sister. After some negotiation, he earned a 10% commission from the photo business. This way, he also had a chance to repay the debt for the invitation earlier. Fang Xiu, you really shouldn't have brought this guy here. Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed a hint of disdain.
Qingqing, you shouldn't say that.
You are all the pride of Crane City. If Master Che Xian takes a liking to you, although you might be targeted by the Five Flowers group, at least you would have a chance to rise to greatness.
I'm just an ordinary person, how could I be chosen?
Of course I have to eat more, Shi Zhanhong replied seriously, quickly swallowing a whole lobster. No wonder this is a rich person's art exhibition, the food is really delicious. Just as Shi Zhanhong was enjoying his feast, 2 high school students walked towards the 3 of them.
Finally found you.
Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu looked at the newcomers and recognized one of them as Wu Mingjian, who had given him the invitation.
His outfit was clearly well thought out, giving off a rather elegant vibe. However, while standing alongside another person, Wu Mingjian intentionally let half of his position out. Clearly, he was showing his attitude towards the other person. Fang Xiu's star-like eyes narrowed as he assessed the other person. He saw that the individual was about the same height as Wu Mingjian, wearing a white Zhongshan suit, resembling the protagonist from a novel Fang Xiu read in his previous life. Hello, Fang Xiu. My name is Ma Wanfeng, the president of the student council at high school number 1, and currently the strongest high school student in Crane City. Ma Wanfeng said casually. And this statement was like a time bomb, instantly igniting the entire art exhibition. Many people turned their attention, stopping their discussions about the art exhibition. The entire heated discussion revolves around Ma Wanfeng. That person is Ma Wanfeng? The strongest high school student in Crane City? It really looks like he is impressive. Why is he here? Even without Master Che Xian's sponsorship, with his grades, he could get into the Imperial Capital University, right? Damn it, why should a senior in high school come here? Ma Wanfeng, I've heard that he has never placed second in his 3 years of junior high school, always first. In the preliminary exam at number 1 high school, he cleared it in just 4 minutes. In the freshman exchange competition, he single-handedly defeated the 4 guardians of number 3 high school. He is a true beast-taming genius. It's a pity that Ma Wanfeng's luck isn't great. In the Hejiang Province League, he just made it to the top 8 and encountered number 3 high school. If he had a bit more luck, maybe he could have broken into the top 4. Wait a minute, did he just mention Fang Xiu? That newcomer who was getting a lot of attention at number 1 high school? It seems so. I even followed Fang Xiu's Douyin. It really is him. My husband Fang Xiu. Husband? Sister, be a bit more reserved. So, are you saying that the current strongest at number 1 high school and the strongest newcomer are going to compete on the same stage? Various voices came from all directions. The initial heated discussion about Ma Wanfeng gradually spread to Fang Xiu. It even triggered some girls to scream. However, according to their inside information, Master Che Xian only wanted to take 1 student this time. This made Ma Wanfeng and Fang Xiu direct competitors. Ma Wanfeng paid no attention to these discussions and simply looked down and chuckled lightly. It seems that you and I have already become the focus of this art exhibition. Li Qingqing threw a cola at Shi Zhanhong and stood in front of Fang Xiu with her arms crossed. So what? Are you here to use your position as student council president to pressure Fang Xiu not to compete with you? Senior Ma really has quite the attitude. Li Qingqing is quite tall among the girls, but in front of boys like Fang Xiu and Ma Wanfeng, she still has to look up. At this moment, she could only look up at the two of them. Ma Wanfeng was taken aback, not expecting Li Qingqing to speak up for Fang Xiu. In fact, even Fang Xiu didn't expect it. At this moment, Fang Xiu was still immersed in the title of the strongest high school student. Although he understood why everyone called Ma Wanfeng the strongest high school student in Crane City, it still felt a bit cringy. Wait, how did this guy calmly say such a thing? Fang Xiu silently complained in his heart. Ma Wanfeng smiled gently. So you are Li Qingqing, the strongest female beast tamer in the first year. Quite impressive. But there's one thing you misunderstood, I am not here to advise Fang Xiu not to compete with me. On the contrary, whether Master Che Xian chooses me or Fang Xiu, it will be a pride for our number 1 high school. Chapter 86, Methods of the Student Council. Ma Wanfeng spoke lightly, as if Master Che Xian taking an apprentice meant nothing to him. Though Master Che Xian is indeed impressive, Senior Chu's efforts over the years have also gathered quite a number of connections and resources. Wu Mingjian's lips curled up, revealing a proud smile. He was not just speaking casually. Now, Chu Xinghe is thriving at Imperial Capital University and has become a power. As long as these emerging talents cling tightly to Chu Xinghe's leg, one day they will soar. Even without Master Che Xian's favor, it doesn't matter. It's Chu Xinghe again. Li Qingqing clearly had a strong dislike for this name and shot a glare at Wu Mingjian. If the student council had offended you in any way before, I, as president, am willing to apologize for it. Ma Wanfeng, upon hearing Li Qingqing's words, was not angry. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, you are both outstanding among the first-year students and will surely achieve great success in the future. There is a principle I hope you can understand. In this world, there is no eternal right or wrong, nor eternal enemies, only interests. Especially in this era when everyone has beast companions. Connections and resources are what allow beast tamers to go further. So I hope you can join the student council. Isn't mutual help among everyone better? Ma Wanfeng spoke sincerely. His words made Shi Zhanghong a little moved. If Ma Wanfeng had invited him, he definitely would not have refused. We appreciate Senior Ma's good intention, but we are not interested in joining the student council. Li Qingqing stood in front of Fang Xiu, like a human barrier, blocking Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian from getting closer. Zhanghong was also startled by Li Qingqing's reaction. We? Does Fang Xiu feel the same way? Ma Wanfeng did not pay attention to Li Qingqing, but instead directly confirmed with Fang Xiu. Hey. Li Qingqing looked back at Fang Xiu, as if she was afraid he would be swayed. Well, I'm just here to attend the art exhibition, I didn't think about anything else. Fang Xiu shook his head slightly, not giving Ma Wanfeng a clear answer. However, in Ma Wanfeng's view, not giving an answer about joining the student council was already a kind of answer. Since Fang Xiu is not interested in the student council, I won't force you. However, we are all students of Yizhong. As a senior, it is my duty to help my juniors. So let me share the information I gathered with you. Information? Fang Xiu and Li Qingqing said in unison, and the nearby students also perked up their ears. If it weren't for Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian's identities, they would also want to join in. That's right. Ma Wanfeng nodded. It is said that the painting's master Qingqing brought back our products of the Woodwa Flower Group. They can be used to test the qualifications of beast tamers. Usually used to discover those with high potential who have not had the opportunity to showcase themselves. So, this art exhibition is not only for geniuses like us to be noticed by Master Qingqing. After all, sometimes we geniuses just have better resources than others. When he said this, Ma Wanfeng intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Li Qingqing. As if reminding Li Qingqing that her halo and achievements stemmed more from her privileged background, not that she was a true genius. So, at this art exhibition, there might not be a single person selected. Ah. Zhanghong was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't think he would be selected, so he was relaxed and focused on eating, he was still startled when he heard Ma Wanfeng say that. Suddenly, what he was eating no longer tasted good. Know that. This art exhibition attracted all the elites from Hecheng. Ma Wanfeng, Wu Mingjian, Shinfang, Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing from Yizhong. Wang Dalong from Yukai. Lu Yuanhui, Li Jin, Li Shijia from Sanzhong, etc. All of them were stars in his eyes. Yet, for Ma Wanfeng, there might not be a single selected person. This statement even discouraged those students who wanted to eavesdrop on the information. Instantly, many felt a sense of retreat. Don't listen to him. Li Qingqing suddenly shouted. In her view, Ma Wanfeng was claiming to provide information but was actually trying to discourage others. In this way, not only could he reduce competitors, but he could also promote the student council. It would make those wavering students join his student council. After all, Yizhong, as the key high school in Hecheng, had many students attending this art exhibition. Among them were some who had been noticed by the student council but had not been admitted. I don't know how others think. But I've heard from my family the true powerful strength. It is the heart of a Beastmaster. This is also the advantage we humans have in controlling beasts. But Senior Ma, at this moment, actually said something like this. Could it be to undermine the mindset of other students? After all, if the mindset is affected, the test later could easily shake one's mental state. Students who originally had a chance to be selected by Master Qingqing might lose that opportunity due to their anxious mindset. Moreover, in my view, even Senior Ma's way of appearing is quite deliberate. Li Qingqing sarcastically remarked. Who introduces themselves in a voice barely above a whisper, claiming to be the strongest student in Hecheng? I originally thought Ma Wanfeng was arrogant. Now that I think about it, perhaps that was a way to draw attention. First, release information in a kind manner. To undermine others. Conversely, it seems Ma Wanfeng takes this selection very seriously. Qingqing's thoughts are indeed refreshing. Ma Wanfeng, upon hearing this, was not angry and merely smiled kindly. After all, everyone has different thoughts, and having disagreements is quite normal. Just as Ma Wanfeng and Li Qingqing were exchanging glances, the crowd in the distance suddenly stirred. It seems Master Qingqing has arrived, the exhibition is about to officially start. Wu Mingjian whispered beside Ma Wanfeng. I know. Ma Wanfeng nodded, then, let's head over first. After saying this, Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian walked side by side towards the direction of the commotion, leaving Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhanghong behind. That Li Qingqing is indeed a bit tricky. Wu Mingjian couldn't help but complain once they were far away. It was almost effective. Wu Mingjian shook his head slightly, feeling a bit regretful. If it weren't for Li Qingqing's interruption, Ma Wanfeng's words could have shaken many students' hearts. Ma Wanfeng didn't mind much and strode towards the location where the crowd was stirring. Fang Xiu, Li Qingqing, and Zhanghong quickly followed and encountered Zhang Shiren and Chen Fan, who had come together. The few of them exchanged a few pleasantries before quickening their pace. Under the watchful eyes of many guests, a tall woman slowly approached, surrounded by a crowd. Other guests retreated to the sides like a receding tide. Fang Xiu's starry eyes focused on the newcomer, who was dressed in a bright red gown. Her long, lustrous black hair accentuated an air of nobility.
However, to Fang Xiu's eyes, she seemed to be only in her 30s.
Is Master Qingqing really this young? Fang Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, lightly complaining. This person is not Master Qingqing.
Li Qingqing huffed, what a grand air, she clearly invited all the outstanding students of Hiching to this exhibition but won't even show her face.
Then who is she? She is Qingqing's daughter, Che Yu.
Li Qingqing replied casually. Che Yu did not engage with the people who approached her, her beautiful eyes carried a hint of coldness. She merely glanced at everyone before walking to a curtain. First of all, I want to thank everyone for taking the time to attend this exhibition amidst their busy schedules. After speaking, Che Yu deliberately paused to allow the guests present to applaud. Although many who came to the exhibition were outstanding individuals from various universities, some upper-class social figures also attended the event.
My father has dedicated his entire life to beast mastery.
But regrettably, he has high demands for his students, and even after so many years, has not found a suitable candidate. Now that he has honorably retired and is at home, he has started to seek an heir to pass on his lifelong efforts. So I personally painted this beast-taming heart-refining diagram. I believe you students have heard your gym teacher talk about it. Taming beasts, we tame beasts and refine our hearts. Che Yu passionately began her speech, capturing everyone's attention. We humans lack sharp teeth and claws, which forced our ancestors to hide in dark caves when facing fierce predators. In the end, through wisdom and the use of tools, we gradually became the high beings of this continent. However, 100 years ago, the world of beast taming suddenly appeared in our lives.
Humanity's situation was perilous.
It was our ancestors who found a way to use beast taming to defeat beasts. Thus, the era of universal beast taming began.
So, what kind of power do we use to command these beasts to fight for humanity?
It is the power of the mind. Only with a strong mind can we suppress those beasts and make them serve us. Therefore, my father's assessment is quite simple. This is a diagram that reflects the power of the mind in beast taming. If any young person under 20 can resist the power of this artwork and pass the test, my father is willing to take them as a disciple, training them to the top 10.
Moreover, the resources you need for your 4 years in college, my father is willing to cover fully. As Che Yu's voice fell, the audience erupted in an uproar. Top 10? As long as we pass the test, we can enter the top 10? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, since the assessment method is the beast-taming heart-refining diagram, there should not be just one spot, right?
I don't know, but I'm ready. No matter what, I want to become Master Qingqing's disciple. In an instant, the young boys and girls below the stage were eager to try, their hearts racing. Even Shi Zhanhong, who initially had no expectations, felt the desire to give it his all. But immediately, Che Yu raised her voice to drown out all the sounds. The beast-taming heart-refining diagram contains a trace of my father's mind power, and when observing this painting, one cannot avoid some impact. I hope all young heroes do not act recklessly.
Now, let's unveil it.
After confirming everyone understood the rules, Che Yu stepped aside, and the staff pulled down the curtain covering the beast-taming heart-refining diagram.
Before everyone appeared a painting more than 5 meters long.
This.
Fong Sho gasped at first glance. Is this really painted by Master Qingqing?
Why does it feel like a child's doodle? A block of black, a block of white, various colors seem very discordant.
But in the next second. Great painting.
A 2-meter-tall strong man passed by Fong Sho and exclaimed, this painting is truly remarkable, the use of various colors is just right, especially the colorful black in the painting, it's the highlight. I thought Master Qingqing was just a beast-taming genius, but I didn't expect his painting skills to be exquisite.
Truly a model for our generation. Fong Sho and Li Qingqing were both stunned.
But before they could complain, another robust voice came from the other direction. In my opinion, this painting can stand alongside Van Gogh and Picasso without losing its charm.
It seems abstract, yet contains profound meaning.
In an instant, other students nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the 2 senior students were right.
Even more people joined in the praise. Some even began to recite poems on the spot. Ahem.
Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Che Yu couldn't help but clear her throat, interrupting the flattery.
Everyone, my father made special arrangements to prevent this painting from harming anyone.
You can only see the contents of the painting clearly if you are within 2 meters of it. Any young heroes wanting to give it a shot, please step forward a few paces. As the voice of Che Yu fell, the person who had just boasted about his painting, one by one, turned red-faced and awkwardly retreated into the crowd.
Haha, flattering has hit the horse's hoof now, right?
Suddenly, a young boy stood out from the crowd, laughing loudly as he mocked the person who had just praised the painting, then boldly walked toward the scroll.
It's Li Jin.
Shi Zhanhong muttered the other's name instinctively upon seeing him. Immediately after, another person hesitated for a moment but decisively walked up. Then came the third, the fourth. From number 3 middle school, Li Shijia.
From Yucai School, Wang Dalong. From number 8 middle school, Shui Quan. Each of them was a top student from different schools.
Hiss. Shi Zhanghong gasped. He originally wanted to walk over, but upon seeing these so-called geniuses, he finally backed off.
Chapter 88, Monkey Mind and Wild Heart.
Fang Xiu originally thought there would be a large crowd rushing in, surrounding the beast-controlling mind refinement painting tightly. However, as seconds passed, only a few people like Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalong, Shui Quan, and Lu Yuanhui stood there.
More people chose to watch.
I guess this trial does not consider rankings or order, and the scroll is only 5 meters long, plus you must stay within 2 meters to see the content clearly. With such harsh conditions, naturally, not too many can crowd in.
But to test through a painting, isn't it a bit childish? Fang Xiu couldn't help but complain.
Although he had heard it was an art exhibition, he thought the exhibition was just a name, and the real test would evaluate everyone's beast-controlling abilities.
But now, was it just to take a look at the painting?
However, barely had Fang Xiu's words fallen when Li Jin was suddenly thrown out from the spot. This sudden scene frightened many students, causing them to dodge, letting Li Jin draw a parabola in the air and crash heavily onto the floor. His face turned extremely pale, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth.
Damn, is this playing for real?
Shi Zhanghong's eyes widened like saucers as he blurted out a curse.
Li Jin was the top student from number 3 middle school. How did he just get flung out like that? What on earth did he see?
Even more unexpected for Fang Xiu was that despite such an incident, Yu's expression showed no change, just calling for people to take Li Jin back.
This Li Jin is ultimately a false genius.
Li Qingqing snorted coldly.
False genius? Shi Zhanghong was taken aback. Did you not know?
His beast is data copied through connections from someone else's. In the end, just standing on someone else's shoulders, it doesn't count as his own ability. If he rashly tries to comprehend the beast-controlling mind refinement painting, he will, of course, meet such an end. Li Qingqing spoke lightly, a hint of satisfaction in her brows.
Who let this Li Jin flaunt his family background?
However, after such a mess, Shi Zhanghong dared not go up anymore. He even noticed that Li Shijia and others also looked unhappy.
Fang Xiu, didn't you just say that testing through a painting might be too childish? Li Qingqing's lips curled upwards, showing off a teasing expression. Fang Xiu nodded gently. Then do you know about Monkey Mind and Wild Heart?
Li Qingqing didn't give Fang Xiu a chance to respond and went on talking by herself.
Inside everyone's heart, there exists a demon monkey. If you cannot tame the monkey, it will create chaos in the heavenly court.
If the heavenly court is not guarded, the mind will suffer damage, leading to an explosive temperament and rage. And our beasts can precisely sense this, thus also becoming fierce and wild, ultimately turning into terrible and violent beasts, fighting and striving for dominance until they completely lose control. If you do not want to be backlashed by these beasts, you must tame the chaotic demon monkey to reach the state of a clear mind.
If we had to put it bluntly, it is probably a kind of spiritual strength.
Li Qingqing said with great pride.
These words, shouldn't you have thought of them yourself? Fang Xiu looked at Li Qingqing in disbelief.
Although their interactions were still shallow, they were classmates in the same class. Li Qingqing's general studies class was indeed impressive, but it wasn't to the point of having an enlightened mind. Talking earnestly about the Beastmaster refining heart diagram, it seemed like someone in her family had explained it to her. Then she learned it on the spot and used it herself. Even when Li Qingqing finished speaking, Shui Quan from class 8 couldn't bear it anymore and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Li Shijia also knelt on one knee, his expression twisted in pain. Yet even so, Li Shijia did not give up and was still struggling. On the contrary, Wang Dalong let out a long breath and retreated from a 2-meter range.
I give up.
But just when everyone thought Wang Dalong had passed the test, he spat out 3 words towards Yu.
Yu nodded slightly. Withdrawing in the face of danger is indeed a wise choice.
Maybe you haven't met my father's requirements now, but one day, you will walk the right path. Although Wang Dalong's understanding had failed, Yu gave him a high evaluation.
Thank you, Senior Yu. Wang Dalong clasped his fists.
When he returned to the crowd, he happened to bump into Fang Xiu and the others.
What did you see?
Li Qingqing asked curiously. The reason she didn't go on stage directly was to observe and listen to her classmates' speeches.
Well.
Wang Dalong smiled awkwardly, then looked at Fang Xiu. I saw classmate Fang Xiu.
Fang Xiu? Fang Xiu was full of question marks. Wait, isn't this the Beastmaster refining heart diagram? Why did the content I saw involve me? Am I a Beastmaster? It's embarrassing to say.
Wang Dalong took a deep breath and explained what he saw while observing the scroll. At first glance, he felt that the scenery around him was quickly changing. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already standing on the stage of the freshman exchange match. And the opponent he faced was Fang Xiu, along with his aberrant queen. The harder he fought, the more despair filled his heart. He even felt that Fang Xiu and his aberrant queen were constantly growing larger, as if they had used an immense power. Fang Xiu, towering 40 meters tall, felt like an insurmountable mountain in his life. Hearing Wang Dalong's description, Li Qingqing couldn't help but gasp, "It seems you've left quite a psychological shadow on him."
This. Fang Xiu clicked his tongue, "I don't take the blame for this."
Soon, Li Shijia also succumbed before the scroll and, with the help of security personnel, distanced himself from it. Many students from Class 3 gathered around, asking what Li Shijia had seen. Although Fang Xiu and the others were not on good terms with Li Shijia, they still perked up their ears. However, Li Shijia did not say much, only shaking his head slightly.
In fact, his vision was that of Li Jin. No. To be exact, it was a world without Li Jin. If it weren't for Li Jin, the second-generation Beastmaster, he and his Shadow Wizard would definitely be the top in Class 3. Not only could they obtain abundant resources, but their future would also be bright. Even during college entrance exams, he would have achieved excellent scores and been admitted to Magic City University. He would become a real child of destiny. However, his world quickly crumbled as Li Jin barged in with his half-dragon, forcefully snatching everything that should have belonged to him. Damn it.
Even after leaving the Beastmaster refining heart diagram, Li Shijia was still gritting his teeth. What made him feel the most powerless was that he hated Li Jin, the second-generation Beastmaster, to the core.
Yet he couldn't voice a single complaint.
Once he revealed to others what he had seen. If this matter got out, he would be suppressed by Li Jin.
Can't say it. Can't say it. Aha.
The more Li Shijia thought, the angrier he became, screaming hysterically, his fists pounding the floor. This sudden scene.
Even more people were shocked. Chapter 89, Fang Xiu is here.
Li Jin, Li Shijia, Wang Dalao, Lu Yuanhui were all quite famous students. Seeing them fail one after another, even directly being carried away on a stretcher by security, many eager students became fearful and hesitated to approach the painting.
Let's go.
Li Qingqing scanned the reactions of others and directly called Fang Xiu to join her. Fang Xiu naturally had no reason to refuse, but when he walked over with Li Qingqing, he noticed Zhe Zhanhong standing still, unmoved.
Aren't you going to give it a try? Fang Xiu asked softly. Well. Zhe Zhanhong awkwardly smiled and then shook his head.
He had originally planned to give it a try, but after witnessing Li Shijia's outcome, he lost all his courage. After all, he ranked neither high nor low in class, and the best path for him in the future would just be to attend an ordinary 211 university.
He was still far from becoming Master Che Xian's disciple. What if he got injured?
His beast-taming progress would fall behind.
His family background was not particularly outstanding, and with the midterm examination approaching, why gamble?
After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Zhe Zhanhong decided to cheer for Fang Xiu from the sidelines.
All right. Fang Xiu nodded, then turned and stepped onto the stage.
Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan exchanged glances and decisively followed him up.
Soon, a wave of heated discussion arose from the crowd. Hey, am I seeing this wrong? The ones who just went up are Fang Xiu and his group, right?
The lineup for the freshman exchange competition.
That's right, it's them, the strongest new student group from Qingqing No. 1 High School. They look so cool.
For a moment, many gazes were filled with envy and jealousy.
Qingqing is here. What was more surprising was that when Li Qingqing stepped onto the stage, Che Yu actually greeted her first. Hello, Auntie Che. Li Qingqing politely responded. Go for it, Qingqing.
Though it was just a simple exchange, it was clear to see their relationship, drawing much envy from others.
Let's go too.
Seeing this, Ma Wanfeng boldly walked up.
This Wu Mingjian was taken aback.
The trial had no order, he could wait for Fang Xiu and the others to finish before going up.
Why did he have to compete with these first-year students at this moment? Are you scared? Ma Wanfeng noticed Wu Mingjian's inner struggle and chuckled as he turned back. What do I have to be afraid of?
Wu Mingjian snorted coldly and decided to follow him up. Over the years, he had always been overshadowed by Ma Wanfeng. If he could get guidance from Master Che Xian, he might outshine Ma Wanfeng in the college entrance examination. This was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. Though my high school career is coming to an end, if I can become the top scorer in Qingqing's college entrance exam, I can also win Senior Chu's favor.
Wu Mingjian thought to himself, his gaze sharpening, Ma Wanfeng, you can't always be number one.
As both of them were the student council president and vice president of their school, they were already well-known figures. In fact, many people even referred to them as the twin supreme leaders of Qingqing No. 1 High School. When they stepped onto the stage, the discussions became even more intense.
It's Ma Wanfeng and Wu Mingjian, they've also come? They're already elite third-year students, why are they here competing with us for opportunities? Is this appropriate? But why at this moment? Although the painting is over 5 meters long, 6 people going on stage together is a bit cramped, isn't it? It seems that Fang Xiu and his group haven't joined the student council, maybe they want to suppress the freshmen? Someone in the crowd commented, and other students nodded, feeling it made some sense. After all, the student council had always been eliminating rivals, and talented students who hadn't joined would face their exclusion. As a genius among the first-year students, Fang Xiu was naturally the focal point of their attention. What even more surprised them was that after Ma Wanfeng stepped onto the stage, he directly came to Zhang Shuren's side and gave him a meaningful glance. Senior Ma. Zhang Shuren had always heard of Ma Wanfeng, so he stepped aside a few paces to give some space. However, everyone could see that Ma Wanfeng was not trying to make things difficult for Zhang Shuren. He moved Zhang Shuren aside just to stand next to Fang Xiu. An invisible pressure approached Fang Xiu. Senior Ma is intentionally standing next to Fang Xiu, the pressure feels overwhelming. Yeah, if Senior Ma were standing next to me, I doubt I would have the courage to keep watching. It seems like Fang Xiu is not affected at all. On the stage, Fang Xiu did not pay attention to the changes around him, he was fully focused on the scroll, feeling the surroundings rapidly shifting. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the middle of a grassland. And the wind and the soil here gave Fang Xiu a strange sense of familiarity. Is this my beast tamer space? Fang Xiu furrowed his eyebrows, quickly recognizing the place. Then, the earth split apart, and the soil beneath his feet began to rise. The sudden change caught Fang Xiu off guard, and he slipped, falling to the ground as the soil kept rising. He didn't know how long it took for the area to stabilize. What's going on? Is this what they call a wandering mind? Fang Xiu recalled Qingqing's words, then stood up from the grass, brushing off the dirt from his body. Looking around, Fang Xiu noticed that the rising earth wasn't just the area beneath his feet, there were also various square lands rising together. They formed distinct squares. Hiss hiss hiss. The next moment, a chilling and low voice came from behind Fang Xiu. This sound. Fang Xiu's gaze shifted, he sensed something ominous and quickly turned around, only to see a shifting sword saint standing on the other side of the square platform. The shifting sword saint held a black blade, exuding a fierce killing intent from all over. Is this my inner world? Fang Xiu muttered to himself. According to Qingqing, this scroll would infinitely amplify the violent side of a beast tamer's heart, thus affecting their beasts. But he hadn't entered the beast tamer space. That's why Fang Xiu felt he might have entered his inner world. What the scroll showed him was likely the fear buried deep within his heart. So that's it. Fang Xiu suddenly realized, as long as my heart is as calm as water, I can make this illusion disappear. He took a slow, deep breath, relaxing his mindset. However, the shifting sword saint standing opposite him tightened his grip on the black blade, slowly walking toward him. The killing intent he emitted grew even denser. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Xiu even felt that he could read the message being conveyed through the hissing sound. This mere human dares to aspire to be the king of the shifting? Chapter 90, Waste, Waste, Waste. This place is. Chen Fan stared at the scroll, becoming increasingly fascinated, and in a daze, he found himself back at Heqing First High School. He was sitting in the first row of the classroom, and the homeroom teacher, Li Guosheng, picked up a list from the podium. The results of this midterm exam are out, some students deserve praise, but others are simply a mess. In today's age, everyone can be a beast tamer, and every profession depends on it. Once you step into society, how can you stand your ground without a powerful beast by your side? How can you stand out? How can you justify your parents? I won't waste any more words with you. If you don't take beast taming seriously and want to continue wasting time, then so be it. Here are the school rankings from this exam. First place, Fang Xiu, second place, Qingqing. When he reached this point, Li Guosheng deliberately paused, his eyes were cold and ruthless. He shot a fierce glance at Chen Fan below. Look at the students of Class 2, they consistently rank in the top 2 of the school in every exam. Now look at some of you. Having said that, Li Guosheng continued reading. Chen Fan's face turned a bit red and hot. In terms of family background, he was definitely better off than Fang Xiu. But the difference in talent was like heaven and earth. Phew, it's okay, even if I'm not as good as Fang Xiu or Qingqing, I can still stable myself in the top 10 of the school. There is still a chance to enter the top 10 in the future. Chen Fan started to comfort himself. But what he never expected was. As Li Guosheng finished reading the rankings for the top 10, Chen Fan found that his name was not on the list. Not me? His eyes instantly widened like cow eyes, incredulously staring at the list in Li Guosheng's hand. Li Guosheng did not pause and continued to read. In the rankings from 11 to 20, Chen Fan's name was also absent. Then from 21 to 30, 31 to 40, even in the top 50, top 60. Chen Fan's name never appeared. His expression changed from confusion to surprise, then to disbelief, and finally to panic. Impossible. He had been working hard to study beast mastery, his family even hired the best sports teacher to tutor him. Even one lesson cost as much as 8,000. How could he possibly not even make it into the top 60? Moreover, the spots available for the top 10 each year were limited. If he couldn't even make it into the top 60, how would he have any chance of entering the top 10?
The more he thought about it, the more despair Chen Fan felt in his heart.
However, what made him even more desperate was in the top 70, top 80. Even in the top 100, there was no name for him.
Not only the national top 10, but also 985 and 211 had nothing to do with him.
Impossible, impossible. Impossible. Chen Fan suddenly stood up from his chair, feeling dizzy and unsteady.
He wanted to question Li Guosheng about why his name was not in the top 100. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt uncomfortable in his throat, struggled to breathe, and everything in front of him became blurry. Then his legs went soft and he fell directly forward.
Thud.
Chen Fan saw black before his eyes and fell stiffly on the stage. Zhang Shuren, standing beside him, could hardly hold on any longer, retreating repeatedly, moving away from the picture scroll.
Huff.
He gasped for air, his bangs already soaked with sweat. Once again, the two could not withstand the impact of the scroll and declared defeat.
The students below watched anxiously, feeling even more uneasy. If even students like Zhang Shuren and Chen Fan couldn't hold on, why could they participate in the trial? Meanwhile,
in the spiritual world of Wu Mingjian, he was desperately trying to catch up to Ma Wanfeng. Ma Wanfeng, as long as I pass this trial, I can become a disciple of Master Che Xin.
In the college entrance examination, I will never lose to you.
When I get to Emperor Capital University, I will be Chu Shuozhang's right-hand man. Wu Mingjian poured out the frustrations he had bottled up for 3 years of high school.
However, in response to his venting, Ma Wanfeng remained silent, merely walking ahead without a word. Hey, are you even listening to me?
Wu Mingjian gradually sped up, trying to catch up to Ma Wanfeng, wanting to stand in front of him and shout at him. But the faster he went, the greater the gap between him and Ma Wanfeng became. It felt as if he would never be able to catch up.
Damn.
Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth. During 3 years of high school, he had defeated countless opponents and strong foes to reach this point.
Could it be that Ma Wanfeng was the mountain he could not cross? Vice President Wu, what are you doing? Suddenly, a young boy's voice entered Wu Mingjian's ears. Can't you see? I am.
Wu Mingjian wanted to shout that he was chasing Ma Wanfeng and was about to overtake him, but when he turned around, he found that Fang Xiu was casually walking behind him.
Vice President Wu, your speed is a bit slow, Fong Sho said, leisurely holding an apple. While joking, he took a bite. I'm leaving first, Vice President Wu.
In fact, Fong Sho didn't linger much, just exchanged a few casual words with Wu Mingjian, and then continued to walk forward.
Hey, you guy.
Wu Mingjian became both shocked and angry, wishing he could grab Fong Xiu and pull him back. But when he reached out, he found Fong Xiu had become unreachable. No matter how much strength he put into it, he couldn't touch Fong Xiu. Even running wildly, he was drenched in sweat. His heart was pounding, and he felt dry in the mouth. His body finally reached its limit, and his speed slowly began to slow down. Meanwhile, Fong Xiu had unknowingly caught up with Ma Wanfeng and was now running alongside him. Not only could he not catch Ma Wanfeng, but even Fong Xiu, a later comer, had easily caught up. Damn it, Wu Mingjian gritted his teeth, finding it hard to accept this fact. But right after that, another voice came from beside him.
Useless.
The speaker was none other than Li Qingqing from the first year. She hurried past Wu Mingjian, leaving behind a cold remark.
Who are you calling useless?
Wu Mingjian froze for a moment and quickly retorted, but found that Li Qingqing didn't stop, leaving him far behind. That single word useless echoed around him like a haunting melody.
Useless. 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 Aha.
Under the high mental pressure, Wu Mingjian could no longer bear it, covering his ears, and turned to flee in another direction.
I'm not useless, I'm not useless.
I, Wu Mingjian, am not useless. By the time Wu Mingjian came to his senses, he had already moved far away from the scene. In a disheveled state, he had become the laughingstock of so many onlookers.
However, due to Wu Mingjian's influence, these people could only pretend to be calm.
In the end, it was still Wu Mingjian, filled with shame, who hurriedly left the place. And on the stage, only Li Qingqing, Fang Xiu, and Ma Wanfeng remained.
Chapter 91, Even a once-in-a-million talent won't do? Did even Senior Wu fail?
No way, Senior Wu is the second best at our Hiqing No. 1 high school. With his grades, even if he doesn't take a quota, he can still get into the top 10, is such talent not enough?
This beast-taming refinement drawing is too exaggerated. As Wu Mingjian stepped down from the stage, various murmurs reached his ears. Though no one blamed Wu Mingjian, such normal discussions turned harsh in his ears.
Wu Mingjian's eyes turned red, biting his lip so hard that he drew blood without realizing it. Not only had he failed to defeat Ma Wanfeng, but he was also surpassed by newcomers like Fang Xiu and Qingqing.
An unprecedented feeling of defeat arose in Wu Mingjian's heart. Damn it!
Wu Mingjian cursed himself inwardly. Even after retreating to the crowd, he felt extremely unhappy. After Chen Fan, Zheng Shuren, and Wu Mingjian stepped off the stage in succession, a few spaces opened up on the stage.
Several classmates exchanged glances and finally mustered the courage to step up. But in front of Che Xian's beast-taming refinement drawing, these students couldn't hold out for even 3 or 4 breaths. Students with slightly weaker psychological quality fainted on the spot.
Even Che Yu couldn't help but frown and ordered the security personnel to carry away those who fainted.
Time passed second by second. Ha!
Qingqing let out a long breath as she stepped down from the stage. Compared to the reactions of Wu Mingjian and the others, Qingqing seemed calm and collected, her eyes shone much brighter. Truly worthy of Master Che Xian's beast-taming refinement drawing, after a bit of realization, my mind has indeed become much clearer. Qingqing moved her limbs, her bright eyes locking onto Che Yu. Such a scene astonished many students below, thinking that Qingqing had truly succeeded.
Having an extraordinarily brilliant halo even during middle school.
After entering high school, although he was overshadowed by the suddenly rising Fong Sho, he was still the second best in Qingqing No. 1 high school. Now that he had the good fortune to pass the trial of the beast-taming heart-refining picture, it made others feel deep envy. Even the corners of Qingqing's mouth quickly lifted up, revealing a proud and self-satisfied smile. But who could have known, facing the excited Qingqing, Che Yu let out a sigh. Qingqing, you were able to face the beast-taming heart-refining picture and steady your heart. In terms of talent and aptitude, you are truly 1 in 10,000. Given time, you will surely be able to enter a top university.
But it's a pity. You are still a little short of my father's requirements. Che Yu helplessly shook her head.
She and Qingqing's aunt were once high school classmates, and even attended the same university. Their friendship was deep. From her own selfishness, she was very willing to see Qingqing pass her father's test. However, unfortunately, the requirements were personally set by Che Xian. Even she, as his daughter, could not interfere.
Hearing these words, many students present were secretly shocked, their pupils slightly trembling.
Even Che Yu had said, in terms of talent and aptitude, Qingqing was already 1 in 10,000.
And yet even such talent still could not meet Master Che Xian's requirements? Just how terrifying of a disciple did he want? 1 in 100,000? 1 in 1 million? Could such a person really exist in Qingqing? That really is a pity.
Qingqing clicked her tongue slightly, feeling lucky inside that she hadn't acted too excited, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing. For a moment, the whole scene fell completely silent, no student dared to try again easily. Qingqing walked back into the crowd, and Shi Zhanhong immediately leaned in, asking her what exactly she had seen in front of the painting scroll. But for this question, Qingqing did not answer, instead she focused all her attention on Fong Sho.
I am counting on you.
Her gaze moved back and forth between Fong Sho and Ma Wanfeng. On one side was her classmate, on the other side was the student council president she wanted to eliminate. Naturally, Qingqing sided with Fong Sho.
The atmosphere at the scene also unknowingly became tense. Fong Sho and Ma Wanfeng were the No. 1 students in Qingqing No. 1 high school's first and third years, respectively.
The two of them almost stepped onto the stage at the same time, and had persisted until now. Invisibly, it was as if they were competing. Only, Fong Sho did not care about the outside world, nor about Ma Wanfeng's matters. In a trance, he arrived on the square platform, and the alien sword saint he had cultivated even raised its blade and walked quickly toward him.
A sharp killing intent shrouded all around him. Could this be my heart demon?
Fang Xiu raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly, and simply used the method from the beast-taming space, walking toward the alien sword saint, wanting to crush it once again with his aura. But what Fang Xiu did not expect was that this time, the alien sword saint did not stop its killing like last time. It still strode forward, the black blade in its hand quickly lifting above its head. The distance between the two kept shortening. By the time Fang Xiu came back to his senses, the alien sword saint was already standing in front of him, the sharp black blade slashing down fiercely. Whoosh! A burst of cutting wind echoed by Fang Xiu's ear. The extremely real sense of oppression made Fang Xiu dodge at the last moment. He pushed hard with his feet, using inertia to roll away. Bang! The alien sword saint's black blade chopped into the ground, extending a deep crack that could not be seen to the bottom.
Damn, is this for real? Fang Xiu blinked his eyes, looking at the crack destroyed by the alien sword saint with disbelief.
If he had been one step slower, he might have been cut in half by this alien sword saint.
Go to hell!
Seeing that one strike had missed, the alien sword saint immediately turned around and slashed at Fang Xiu 3 more times.
The blade's edge flashed with cold light, the fierce power forced Fong Sho to dodge again and again, looking extremely embarrassed. Alien Queen. Fong Sho rolled again, avoiding the alien sword saint's attack, and let out a deep voice. I want to release the alien queen to fight. But his command received no response for a long time. The alien sword master seized this gap and suddenly swung its tail, hitting Fong Sho hard. In a split second, Fong Sho crossed his hands over his chest, barely managing to withstand the blow, but his body still flew back like a kite with a broken string, soaring Zheng away. Bang! Fong Sho crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times before finally stopping. He breathed heavily, feeling a numb, painful sensation in his arms. Isn't this the spiritual world? Why does it hurt so much? Fong Sho couldn't help but complain, seeing that the alien sword master was relentless. He had no choice but to turn and run. However, the words that Qingqing had said appeared in Fong Sho's mind. Restless heart and wandering mind. Causing a commotion in the heavenly palace. Fong Sho adjusted his breathing and began to hypnotize himself, trying to calm his emotions. My words and actions are as clear as a mirror, all that I do is just. In my life, I need no explanation to you. However, Fong Sho's self-hypnosis received no response at all. His alien sword master was still crazily chasing after him. Seems like this isn't working. Chapter 92, I, Fong Sho, am the King of Aliens. Fong Sho tried to use Qingqing's theory to adjust his mindset, but it was of no use. The alien sword master was still swinging its sword at him. Unknowingly, Fong Sho found himself cornered at the edge of the four-direction formation. Is this never-ending? Fong Sho turned around abruptly. Without me, could the aliens survive in this world? I am the creator of the aliens. If this were the real world, the human body's capabilities are no match for the silicon-based aliens. But this is my spiritual world. In my dream, can I still let you bully me? As Fong Sho roared, he raised his fist. Since there's nowhere to hide, I might as well confront the alien swordmaster. Even if Qingqing is eager to take in disciples, he wouldn't go so far as to take a life, right? The worst outcome would merely be like Li Jin getting knocked out. That's better than endless struggles here. With the thought of exploding with the alien swordmaster, Fong Sho pushed off the ground and charged straight at it, his raised fist aimed at its chest, hitting with all his might. The alien swordmaster seemed not to expect Fong Sho to fight back, and for a moment was caught off guard. Bang! With a loud explosion in Fong Sho's ears, the alien swordmaster was sent flying. Ha! This time, it was Fong Sho who was dumbfounded, watching the alien swordmaster trace a parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, while his own fist didn't hurt that much. He looked at his hand in disbelief. So in my spiritual world, I don't have to follow the rules of the real world? I can single-handedly take on an alien? Fong Sho's eyes lit up, and a smile unconsciously formed on his lips. Compared to just now's embarrassment, Fong Sho felt like he was playing a horror game, being chased by monsters and ghosts, almost in despair, only to suddenly notice a red indicator above their heads. Health bar. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Fong Sho couldn't help but grin wickedly, then stepped forward, actively approaching the alien swordmaster. Thinking carefully, his physical abilities here were indeed much stronger than in the real world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the alien swordmaster's slashes just by rolling. Die! The alien swordmaster leapt back to its feet, its mouth making hissing sounds, issuing a death threat towards Fong Sho. But in the next second, Fong Sho directly appeared in front of it, his fingers curling into a fist again. A heavy punch landed right on the alien sword saint's jaw. Rising Dragon Fist. The power of this punch was not weak, it blasted the alien sword saint 3 meters into the air. As it began to fall, Fong Sho leapt up, clasped his hands together, and smashed down hard on the alien sword saint's belly. Boom! With a loud bang, the alien sword saint's body was embedded into the ground, cracks spreading like a black spiderweb. What shocked Fong Sho even more was, just a moment ago, the alien sword saint was a towering giant several meters tall. But in the blink of an eye, its body had shrunk a lot. No, that's not it. It's not the alien sword saint getting smaller. I'm growing bigger. Fong Sho spoke to himself, feeling that ever since he developed the will to resist, strength had been surging from within his body. It wasn't just that his strength was growing stronger. Even the alien sword saint's movements, he could now see clearly. It felt just like watching a movie in slow motion, slowed down to half speed. Splat! In an instant, the alien sword saint lay on the ground, spitting its acidic blood toward Fong Sho, then suddenly jumped up and swung its black blade sideways. It happened in a flash, but as the acid blood flew at him, Fong Sho felt his starry eyes shine brighter than ever. Not only could he see the exact path of the acid, his body also moved on its own. He twisted to the side, dodging the acid blood's attack, and reached out a hand toward the alien sword saint's wrist. Meanwhile, Fong Shou's body was slowly and unknowingly growing larger.
By the time he came to his senses, he had already outgrown the alien sword saint in size.
Fong Sho grabbed the alien sword saint's wrist with one hand, and with the other, reached for its bone joint. This joint connected the black blade, what made the alien sword saint different from all other aliens. Did you really think I called you sword saint because you actually are one? Trying to play with swords in front of me? You're 100 years too early for that. Looking at the glaring red health bar above the alien sword saint's head, Fong Sho roared like a beast, both hands tightening as his face twisted in fury. The sudden scene even made the alien sword saint shiver in fear. Crack! Crack! Cracks spread along the alien sword saint's arm, and with a sharp snapping sound, Fong Sho broke off the black blade by force and snatched it in reverse grip. Watch closely. This is real swordsmanship. Fong Sho roared again. Though he had never trained in swordsmanship, in his past life, he played many games involving sword skills. For example, in a game called DNF, at his peak, he once cleared the hardest raid without even using the ego-less sword chi. Phantom Sword Dance. Fong Sho held the sword in one hand and slashed wildly at the alien sword saint. The blade moved so fast that illusionary trails of sword slashes appeared in the air. At a glance, it looked like dozens of blades were striking the alien sword saint at the same time. The alien sword saint tried to defend, but the black blade was too sharp, and it couldn't tell the real strikes from the fake ones. Acid blood splashed in all directions. But what truly filled the alien sword saint with fear was that Fong Sho didn't dodge the flying acid blood. Instead, he slashed even more madly with the black blade, cutting through the acid blood too. It felt like there was an invisible barrier around Fong Sho, slicing apart everything that tried to come close. Such perfect sword skills even made the alien sword saint's heart tremble. Was this guy really human? No. Hiss hiss hiss. He is not human. He is the true king of the aliens. Only at this moment did the alien sword saint truly realize the power gap between itself and Fong Sho. That powerful force, the exquisite swordsmanship, seemed to belong to a different dimension. A truly invincible figure. However, although the alien swordmaster had been slashed into pieces by Fong Sho's black blade, it felt not a trace of hatred in its heart. On the contrary, at this moment, the alien swordmaster was completely immersed, marveling at Fong Sho's strength. He was the true king of the alien beings. Break for me. Fong Sho struck the final move of the phantom sword dance. The dazzling sword energy surged forward, slicing everything in its path into two halves. The entire world also began to collapse and fall apart.